Chapter 1. The Kingdom of Yunlan, U.S. City. As the dawn light began to break, the bustling market of a U.S. city was alive with the chatter of people, teeming with activity. At the end of the market, a modest stall was thronged with robust warriors, sporadic cheers erupting from the crowd, drawing more passers-by to pause and observe. Magnificent! That stroke was as fluid as flowing clouds, truly perfect. This pristine porcupine hide could easily fetch an additional 3 silver coins. To see the tough, thick-skinned four-tooth porcupine, so expertly processed, is impressive indeed. This young girl must already be a novice warrior. How formidable she is. Brother, you must not be from U.S. City. Do not be deceived by the stall keeper's impressive strength. She is actually afflicted with blocked meridians, incapable of martial cultivation by nature. Otherwise, she would have been prioritized for training by her family and would not be reduced to peddling as a mere butcher at such a tender age. Such a pity indeed. The murmurs around her did not perturb the young girl standing behind the chopping board. She set aside the peeled porcupine hide and swiftly struck with her knife, severing the half-meter-long tusks at their base. Before long, the most valuable hide from the four-tooth porcupine was neatly removed, and the remaining meat was cut into evenly sized chunks. The girl placed her cleaver down and addressed a middle-aged man at the front of the crowd. 1 silver coin. Thank you for your patronage. The man stepped forward, glancing at the intact porcupine hide on the board, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes before quickly being replaced by a frown. He spoke in a critical tone. This price seems rather steep. 50 copper coins would be more appropriate. Upon hearing this, many in the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of disdain. They had witnessed the bidding between the stall-keeper and the man firsthand. It was only after his agreement that she began her dissection. Now, he was reneging on their agreement. Was this not a blatant act of bullying? Some, filled with indignation, were about to speak up for the stall-keeper when their eyes widened in shock. Bang! With a resounding crack, the cleaver that had been resting on the board was now deeply embedded in the pig's head beneath it. The skull of the pig splintered, and the white brain matter erupted forth, splattering the middle-aged man's face unceremoniously. The man froze momentarily, only to be jolted into realization as the pungent odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to retch repeatedly. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, reveling in his misfortune. Fuming with rage, the man raised his arm and took a step forward, only to be met by a pair of icy eyes that seemed to pierce through him. It was then he noticed the girl before him, her delicate skin a sickly pale, her youthful features sharp beyond her years. Her gaze, void of emotion, resembled that of a surgeon, unperturbed by the recent dissection. Recalling the girl's adeptness in handling the four-toothed porcupine, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine and awkwardly lowered his hand. Point 2 meant no offense. Just a jest. Yes, merely a jest. Seeing the young girl still wearing a blank expression, he swiftly retrieved a silver coin from his pocket, carefully placing it on the counter. He then grabbed the porcupine skin and tusks and dashed outside, leaving behind the laughter that echoed in his ears, pondering to himself that this girl was indeed uncanny, and he would never dare to return. Doesn't he inquire? No one in the East Square dares to take advantage of the small vendors. Indeed, it is disgraceful for a mere novice warrior to bully a young girl. Little vendor, pay him no mind. Come assist me in figuring out how to handle this firewolf. That why Xian had not given the ruckus-causing man much thought. Upon hearing that business was coming her way, she bent down to clear the remaining pork from the counter. Suddenly, a child of about 7 or 8 squeezed through the crowd, calling out to her in a bright voice, "Fourth sister, the clan leader is looking for you. He wants you to return quickly." The clan leader is looking for her? Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly, and she apologized to the crowd, hastily packing up her stall and following the child in the direction of the Yi family, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Having resided in this world known as the Spirit Martial Continent for 14 years, her encounters with the clan leader had been few, and this time, she feared the visit would not be benign. Yi Xian vividly recalled her previous life on a cerulean planet where she was an orphan, raised in a welfare institution run by the Interstellar Alliance. Later, her innate strength was discovered, and she was sent to the interstellar battlefield, becoming an exceptional beast meat cutter. Indeed, she was a technician affiliated with the logistics department of the interstellar battlefield, responsible for the meticulous dismemberment of colossal beasts from the cosmos. The skin of these celestial beasts was tough and thick, impervious to ordinary weapons. Only a technician of immense strength, equipped with specialized boning knives, could perfectly carve the flesh of these otherworldly creatures. Yi Xian's daily tasks involved slaughtering, skinning, and dismembering the gigantic beasts captured alive or slain by interstellar warriors before sending the meat to the cold storage. Her exquisite skills earned her the moniker Butcher of Beasts. However, That was all a tale of her past life. She was unaware of why she had been reincarnated with memories intact. When she regained consciousness, she found herself as the fourth miss of the illustrious Yi family in EUS City. Though titled the fourth miss, her status within the Yi family was even lower than that of an ordinary clan member. Perhaps due to the shallow ties with her parents, she remained an orphan in this life. As well, however, since her father was the son of the clan leader, she had not faced much hardship in her upbringing. Yet her circumstances took a sharp turn when she turned 8 that year. She was diagnosed with a congenital blockage of her meridians and a constricted sea of consciousness, rendering her a rare waste in the spirit martial continent. In a world where nations coexisted and magical beasts roamed, martial prowess was revered, and those unable to cultivate were regarded as no different from the incapacitated. Thus, Xian was naturally cast aside by the Yi family. She was not only moved from the finest room, but also had her daily provisions cut off. The only source of solace was that Xian discovered her innate strength from her previous life had accompanied her to this realm. In order to survive, she had no choice but to return to her former trade, setting up a stall in the marketplace as a butcher, nestled adjacent to the grand beast-infested mountains of the Cloud Mist Kingdom. The city of Iyue thrives on the incessant influx of warriors seeking to hunt magical creatures, thus ensuring a prosperous livelihood for its inhabitants. Xian, having experienced a rebirth, finds herself reasonably content with her current circumstances, though she is particularly apprehensive regarding the summons that may disrupt her tranquil existence. Upon entering the main hall of the Yi family, she is greeted by the sight of several individuals seated with an air of solemnity, prompting a resigned sigh within her. Trouble has arrived. With a casual gesture, she performs a slight bow, addressing them. Clan leader, grand elder, second elder, the head of the assembly, sits an elderly man with a mane of silvery hair. Full of vigor, he is Yi Hao, the current clan leader and Yi Xian's grandfather by blood relation. Yi Hao squints as he scrutinizes Yi Xian, his gaze lingering briefly on her countenance before sweeping over her modest attire, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Yi Si, the clan has arranged a splendid marriage for you. For the next few days, you shall remain at home in preparation for your wedding, set for the 10th of next month. Return now and make your arrangements. With that, Yi Hao waves his hand dismissively, offering Yi Xian no opportunity for dissent. Marriage. Even though Yi Xian had steeled herself for such an announcement, the revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. If her memory serves her right, she had only recently celebrated her 14th birthday, an age still considered juvenile within the Galactic Alliance. Yet here she was expected. To what a complete stranger whose name she did not even know. Her already aloof demeanor turned increasingly frosty. With a flicker of her eyelids, she refrained from responding, instead contemplating her escape. Yi Si, the clan leader is addressing you. What is this attitude? The voice that broke the silence belonged to the grand elder of the Yi family. His tone resonated like thunder, commanding respect without the need for anger, for he is the sole, 5th-level martial master of the clan. Though Yi Xian possesses innate strength, her inability to harness energy renders her no different from an ordinary person. The Grand Elder's veiled threat reverberated in her ears, leaving her pale and shaken. She understood that he was deliberately undermining her, viewing her as a useless burden. Now that she had the chance to contribute to the family, gratitude was expected of her. Yet she harbored a defiance against this expectation. However, the realities of her situation were formidable in their eyes. She was merely a larger than-average insect, easily crushed without effort. I understand, Yi Xian murmured quietly, acquiescing. The Grand Elder snorted, his disdain evident upon his countenance. Feigning ignorance, Yi Xian turned to leave, only to be halted by a melodious voice that rang clear and graceful. Sister C, please wait. Yi Xian halted and turned to see a beautiful face adorned with a charming smile. She recognized the individual that it was one of the Yi family's celebrated talents. Yi Miss Yi Pianran. Yi Xian regarded her coolly. What do you want? Having stood behind the Grand Elder from the outset, Yi Pianran's summoning of her was evidently not a mere social pleasantry. Yi Pianran, adorned in a flowing white gown, possessed a countenance akin to a delicate painting, exuding an air of refined elegance and nobility with every glance she cast. She gently pressed her lips together, her tone infused with remorse. Fourth sister, the candidate for this union was originally meant to be me. However, I recently received an admission notice from Yunji Academy, sent by my elder brother, and I must soon journey to the imperial capital. I find myself quite unable to manage both responsibilities and must trouble you, dear sister, to fulfill our family obligations. My heart is heavy with guilt, and how do you intend to compensate me? Yi Pianran's unfinished words were abruptly stifled by Yi Xian's interjection. leaving her at a loss, unable to proceed or retreat. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, a hint of confusion in her gaze. What do you mean? Since you feel remorseful toward me, mere words are insufficient, why not offer something tangible? Xian spread her hands, scrutinizing her sister further. Or perhaps you were simply making empty promises without any intention of following through. After a brief moment of surprise, Ran lifted her chin with an air of playful defiance. How could that be? I merely needed a moment to process. What does fourth sister desire? Whatever I possess, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes that I desire wealth. Abundant wealth, gold coins, magical beast cores, elixirs, the more, the better. Xian smirked, presenting Ran with an innocent smile. Yec. Do not push your luck. The elder's expression darkened. Xian feigned innocence. I am simply speaking the truth. Elder, it is quite all right. Ran reached for the bracelet adorning her wrist, soothing the elder. As long as fourth sister accepts this and does not place blame upon me or the Yi family, I shall be content. She regarded Xian earnestly. Fourth sister, this is the storage bracelet bestowed upon me by the family. When I first harness my inner energy, it contains my savings. Accumulated over the years. I now gift it to you in hopes of alleviating any resentment you may harbor. Remember, we are all members of the Yi family. We rise and fall together. With a firm yet gentle resolve, Ran pressed the storage bracelet into Xian's hands. Xian glanced down at the bracelet, then lifted her gaze with a slight smile. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. Before the onlookers, she donned the bracelet and waved it triumphantly before turning on her heel and striding away. Look at her demeanor, utterly disgraceful. I believe this marriage is a favor to her, though Wenrun Sanshao is somewhat impaired. He is still a high-level warrior, more than deserving of her. What more could she possibly want? Truly, she is a thankless wretch, just like her late father. The elder was nearly apoplectic with rage at Xian's betrayal, slamming his hands on the table with a resounding clap. Cough, cough. The second elder, observing the patriarch's increasingly somber demeanor, discreetly cleared his throat, signaling the elder to temper his words. The grand elder let out a cold huff, deftly shifting the topic as he turned his gaze towards Ran, expressing his satisfaction. Ran, you have grown increasingly wise. This opportunity to travel to the imperial capital is a chance for you to follow your teacher and diligently cultivate your skills. Although Yin Academy may not rival the prestigious Yin Academy, where Bei Mu resides, it is nonetheless the finest martial arts institution in Yunlan country. Such an opportunity is rare. Do not squander the trust that your family and Bei Mu have placed in you. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I shall strive to cultivate diligently and, like my elder brother, become a source of pride for the family, upholding the illustrious reputation of the Yi family's dual prodigies. Ran declared, her resolute gaze and alabaster visage radiating confidence. Ha. Excellent. This is the spirit of a Yi family daughter. The Grand Elder clapped and laughed heartily. As you prepare for your journey, it would be inconvenient to be without a storage bracelet. Here, take my hand token and select a storage item from our family treasury, along with a high-grade yellow weapon as a congratulatory gift for your enrollment. The clan leader, Yi Hao, raised an eyebrow, but soon settled into tranquility amidst Ran's expressions of surprise and gratitude. Upon returning to her dilapidated abode, Xian noticed several pairs of brazen eyes watching her. Ignoring them, she entered her room and promptly examined the storage bracelet that Ran had given her. As she had anticipated, the bracelet, which was supposed to contain all of Ran's savings, was woefully empty, holding little more than a few hundred gold coins and a handful of low-value crystalline cores from first-tier magical beasts. Xian scoffed. This meager sum hardly surpassed what she could earn from a year of selling goods at market. Indeed, Ran was quite the character, young yet cunning, with a fervent desire to prove herself that often came off as a beneficiary of her family's legacy. Quiet accumulation of wealth was the wisest course. Shaking her head, she dismissed thoughts of Ran and laid back on her bed, her mind racing. The Yi family was no longer a viable option for her. Given Ran's actions today, the man she was to marry would undoubtedly possess significant flaws, yet would be someone the Yi family could not refuse. This was why they insisted she step in for Ran to fulfill the marriage alliance. However, since the age of 8, she had been self-sufficient. The Yi family had failed in both providing for her daily needs and offering her guidance. Why should she sacrifice herself for the sake of someone unrelated? Only a sage could repay grievance with virtue, and only a Buddha could sacrifice flesh to feed an eagle. She, however, was merely an inconspicuous figure among the masses. She must escape, but the timing and manner of her departure required careful contemplation. With 25 days remaining until the 10th of next month, there was still ample time. Ye, come out here. Useless Ye, come out and face your doom. Ye, you coward. You shameless turtle. If you have any guts, show yourself. Bang! Dust flew as the furious shouts abruptly ceased before the collapsed wooden door. Xian withdrew her foot, crossing her arms as she leaned against the door, her chin slightly raised, observing the gathering boys and girls outside with an expressionless demeanor. Though she could not recall their names, these individuals bore a certain familiarity, evidently belonging to the collateral branch of the Yi family. The youths exchanged glances, and one of them could not suppress a whisper. Is she Yi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. They did not recognize her, yet dared to seek trouble. She stated plainly, I am Yi. After being revealed as incapable of cultivation, her name had begun to lose its significance. Yec, we have come today to reclaim Sister Pianran's storage bracelet. Indeed, you, a mere wastrel, have the audacity to snatch Sister Pianran's belongings. Hand it over immediately, or we shall not be courteous. Exactly. The ugly provoke trouble. Sister Pianran is far more beautiful and talented than you. You must be consumed by jealousy. I heard you are a pig butcher. How disgusting you are, revolting. You've sullied the air around me. Upon confirming Yi Xian's identity, the youths unabashedly displayed their utmost malice towards her. Yi Xian was taken aback. In merely a night, the news of Yi Pianran gifting her the storage bracelet had spread like wildfire. One could only wonder how much effort Yi Pianran had exerted in this matter. The youths who have arrived thus far possess little combat prowess. As the news spreads and intensifies, it is likely that the next visitors will be warriors who have formally embarked upon the path of martial arts. As for her, a talentless individual incapable of cultivation, she will inevitably confront an exceedingly awkward situation. Upon contemplating this, Yi Xian could not help but let her lips curl upward, forming a subtle arc of derision. What are you laughing at? The leading youth, Yi Qing, inquired with astonishment, having noticed the smile gracing Yi Xian's face. Could it be that she had lost her mind? Yi Xian's smile deepened at the corners of her lips. Do you know why Yi Pianran bestowed upon me the storage bracelet? What do you mean bestowed? It was clearly something you forcibly demanded. A young girl retorted with wide eyes, asserting that Sister Pianran would never gift her storage bracelet to a useless person. Oh, is that what she told you? Yi Xian scoffed lightly, beckoning them closer with a flick of her fingers. Lean in, and I shall reveal the truth to you. The youths exchanged glances, their desire to refuse evident, yet they ultimately succumbed to temptation, hesitantly leaning in. In truth, this was her token of gratitude. For I am to fulfill the family alliance on her behalf. She appreciates my efforts, which is why she presented me with the storage bracelet, Yi Xian whispered. Impossible. The third young master of the One family is crippled. He is a mere invalid. Sister Pianran would never marry him. Yi Qing exclaimed in disbelief. So it is a crippled, then? Yi Xian stroked his chin, nodding affirmatively to the youth's assertion. Indeed, your graceful sister would never marry him, which is why she has arranged for me to wed him. Remember to come and celebrate my wedding on the 10th of next month. In light of Yi Xian's heartfelt invitation, the young men exchanged glances, their eyes wavering as they awkwardly lowered their heads, uncertain of how to respond. Though they were inexperienced, they understood that marrying a cripple would effectively ruin one's life. Moreover, Yi Xi himself was a cultivator devoid of talent. The combination of a cripple and a failure rendered them incapable of uttering any harsher words. They gazed at Yi Xi, who was of similar age, and a sense of unspoken pity welled up within them, wishing that time could rewind so they could retract their earlier hurtful words. How can we be certain that what you say is true? You might be trying to deceive us. We cannot afford to be fooled. Yi Qing feigned calmness, his tongue nearly tripping over itself. Frustrated, he clenched his fist and spat out, We will investigate this matter. If you dare to deceive us, you will face dire consequences. We are leaving. With that, he led the young men away swiftly, leaving behind a flustered and bewildered figure. Yi Xian gazed in the direction they departed, softly murmuring, You must investigate thoroughly. At present, her prowess was insufficient to exact revenge upon Yi Pianran, yet the prospect of causing her a modicum of distress was most appealing. She had never underestimated the destructive potential of youth. At this moment, they had yet to solidify a stable worldview, rendering them susceptible to emotional manipulation, and their actions often lacked foresight. How would they react upon discovering that the gentle and kind-hearted confidant they revered was, in fact, an exquisite self-interested individual? Xian wore a gentle smile as she returned to her room. It must be said that Yu Pianran's methods, though uncomplicated, were remarkably effective. Xian was able to persuade the few young ones, yet she could not sway the seasoned martial artists who had long accustomed themselves to wielding power and exerting dominance. Thus, she would inevitably face a relentless stream of challengers. She needed to hasten her preparations for departure. On a serene night, beneath a canopy of stars, Xian made her escape. Her departure went unnoticed, and it was not until the following day that Yu, returning once more, discovered the room that Xian had inhabited to be utterly vacant. It was then that the Yi family realized that the child they had deemed a worthless burden, Yi had eluded them right under their noses. Worthless. A bunch of inept individuals. You cannot even keep watch over a child incapable of martial arts. What use are you to me? The elder of the Yi family, in a fit of rage, shattered a teacup and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the clan members responsible for guarding Xian. A group of individuals stood with their heads bowed, too afraid to retort, their hearts equally filled with indignation and astonishment. They had been stationed outside the courtyard where Xian resided all day long, yet they had never witnessed her stepping outside even once. How could she have slipped away under the watchful eyes of all? As the elders' fury began to wane, one brave soul summoned the courage to voice their grievance. Elder, we have remained steadfastly stationed outside Yi's quarters, never daring to leave. And we genuinely do not know when she escaped. It is indeed perplexing. Another added, we even took turns to eat and relieve ourselves, never straying far from her. Yi couldn't possibly have flown away from her room. The elder, pondering this anomaly, felt a sense of intrigue arise within him, his gaze instinctively shifting to the silent patriarch beside him. If anyone in the Yi family possessed the capability to aid Yi in her escape without arousing suspicion, aside from himself, it could only be this old fellow. Could it be that he, in a moment of nostalgia, could not bear to see the last bloodline of his youngest son being sent off for a marriage alliance, thus offering his assistance? Yi Hao perceived the gaze of the grand elder, instantly discerning the thoughts concealed within. With an indifferent expression, he remarked, "This matter has nothing to do with me." The grand elder promptly averted his gaze. Having known Yi Hao for several decades, he was acutely aware of his character, since Yi Hao denied any involvement. It was undoubtedly unrelated to him. Throughout the years, apart from a momentary lapse concerning his young son, Yi Hao had always prioritized the interests of the family. Go, find him, mobilize all the clansmen, and search every inch of the earth. Whoever can locate Yi shall be rewarded with a low-grade, profound martial technique from me. I refuse to believe that Yi can truly escape to the ends of the earth. Remember, the living must be seen, and the dead must be identified. Initially, Xian paid little heed, believing that he was merely experiencing hallucinations born from extreme anguish. However, as the sound of shattering resonated in unison, a torrent of scalding liquid surged into his limbs and bones like a frenzied wave. Brother Xian remained in a daze, acutely aware of the changes within her body, when a panicked exclamation abruptly diverted her attention. She observed that the previously arrogant man with triangular eyes had, unbeknownst to her, released his grip on her and retreated several paces, now staring at her with wide, astonished eyes, pointing a trembling finger in her direction. Meanwhile, the two men beside him, Brother Hu and the scar-faced man, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Xian followed their gaze and lowered his head to observe his own body, only to find that the wounds on his skin were healing at an astonishingly visible pace. Even the exposed broken bone at his elbow was enveloped by newly formed granulation tissue. Subsequently, streaks of grayish stains began to seep from his pores. Xian was initially taken aback, but soon an overwhelming joy surged within her heart. This signifies the introduction of energy into the body, the expulsion of waste, and the attainment of a novice warrior status. The man with triangular eyes gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Yi is renowned throughout the entire EUS city as a notorious failure, with blocked meridians and a limited sea of consciousness. These 8 words seemingly condemn Yi to a lifetime of mediocrity. Yet, who can elucidate why Yi is capable of channeling energy into his body? Even under the most excruciating circumstances, the one with the triangular eyes is at a loss, frantically tugging at his hair in frustration. Meanwhile, both Hu Gu and the scar-faced man simultaneously adopt a grim demeanor, their minds racing with deeper contemplation than that of the triangular-eyed individual. Yi is a legitimate descendant of the Yi family, her status inherently noble. The reason she finds herself subjected to bullying is her inability to cultivate, rendering her incapable of becoming a martial artist. However, Had she possessed the ability to train, her standing would undoubtedly rise. And those who had previously tormented her would pay a grievous price. Xian must not be allowed to return alive. Brother Hu and the scar-faced man simultaneously made their decision, acting without the need for communication as they lunged fiercely toward Xian. Brother Hu thought to himself that as long as he brought back Xi's corpse, he would fulfill his obligation. In accordance with the elder's words that one must see the living to confirm their existence and the dead to validate their demise. Their movements were swift. Yet they had not anticipated that someone would act even faster. Just as they swung their fists toward Xian, she abruptly vanished before their eyes, leaving only chaos in her wake. The two halted, about to turn and search for her, when an unimaginable force struck their backs with the speed of lightning. The impact caused them to spit out blood mixed with internal organs, screaming as they were hurled backward. Boom. Boom. The triangular-eyed man stood in stunned silence, gazing at his fallen companions, who lay unconscious on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, especially when he caught sight of the figure nearby. Covered in filth yet standing resolutely like a pine tree, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The soft sound of footsteps echoed in his ears like the whispers of a demon. His body quivered as if suddenly awakened, and he frantically prostrated himself before her. No, fourth miss. Woo, fourth miss, I was wrong. I looked down upon you with my dog eyes. I am worthless. Please spare me. Grant me my life. The triangular-eyed man cried and howled, unknowingly yielding a pool of yellow liquid beneath him. Xian halted his steps, furrowing his brow. Who summoned you here? The man with triangular eyes appeared oblivious to the inquiry, continuing to strike his head forcefully. Xian's gaze darkened slightly. I shall inquire once more. Who sent you here? The man with triangular eyes abruptly halted his voice. He paused for a moment, cautiously lifting his head. I implore you. Can you spare my life? Certainly, Xian replied with remarkable decisiveness. The triangular-eyed man swallowed hard. It is the Grand Elder. He has issued a clan decree. Whoever can bring you back will be rewarded with a low-grade Xian-level martial technique in exchange for you. Martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The martial techniques circulating in the spirit martial continent primarily consist of low-grade and middle-grade yellow-level techniques. For ordinary martial artists, a low-grade Xian-level technique holds immense allure. Upon hearing that the Grand Elder was willing to offer a low-grade profound martial skill as a reward for her, Xian couldn't help but curl her lips in a mocking smile. She had thought that she held no value in the eyes of others. Yet it seemed she was worth at least a low-grade profound martial skill. The man with slanted eyes, noticing her silence, hastily added, It's true. This is a decree personally issued by the Grand Elder. Oh, and regarding the second miss, she said something. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. She expressed her disappointment in you, claiming you are unworthy of the family's storage bracelet, stating that whoever captures you will claim that bracelet for themselves. The man's voice grew fainter. In truth, he and the scar-faced man had come solely for the storage bracelet, with Brother Hu around. It was clear that the low-grade profound martial skill would not fall into their hands, but they thought they could at least benefit from some scraps. Little did he anticipate that this time, not only would they gain nothing, but they would also risk their lives. Reflecting on this, he lowered his head once more. Filled with regret, a cold smile escaped from the corners of Xian's lips. Yipian ran. How is it that you are here once more? You truly are an unyielding specter. Xian truly cannot fathom why Yipian ran, with whom she has had no interactions, would repeatedly target her. However, since the grievance has already been established, pondering further is futile. She will eventually seek clarification in person. At present, what holds greater significance is addressing the 3 individuals before her. Xian lowered his gaze to the hunched figure before him, his eyes inching forward until they settled upon the thick palms stained with remnants of blood. Since I have made a promise to you just now, I shall grant you a reprieve, he declared. The triangular-eyed man looked up in astonishment, a glimmer of relief washing over his face as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, Xian's subsequent words plunged him back into despair. But your hands and feet shall not be spared. And no, the triangular-eyed man trembled violently. The dangers of the fog moon forest were manifold. Without his hands and feet, he would be utterly incapable of escaping this place. Summoning an inexplicable surge of strength, he fled without a second thought. Yet, after merely 2 steps, a searing pain shot through his knees. He let out a pained cry, tumbling to the ground, his gaze falling upon 2 bloodied stones not far away. Fourth miss. I truly repent. Spare me. I beg you. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. to honor you as my master. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. The triangular-eyed man clung to hope, propping himself up with his elbows, crawling forward as terror of death quaked within his eyes. Xian remained unfazed, striding directly before him. And with the same decisive ease as when he had just broken his own arm, he folded the man's arm in half. Ah, ye see, you are a scourge to your kin. May you meet a most unfortunate end. The Yi family shall not spare you. The Grand Elder will not forgive you. You are doomed. You are doomed. The man with the slanted eyes, utterly despaired after the shattering of his arm, spat forth his curses with venomous hatred. Xian paused in her steps, turned to face him, and offered a faint smile. No, you are mistaken. It is not that the Yi family will not spare me. Rather, it is I who shall not spare the Yi family. Their triumph shall not endure for long. Xian cast aside these words and swiftly departed, ignoring the curses that followed him. Soon after, terrified howls from men and the resounding roars of beasts echoed through the air, the scent of blood lingering ominously. The night deepened. In Yunlan Kingdom, Jinyang City, at the Wenren residence, silence reigned. Wenren Yin set down the ancient tome he had been perusing and cast a casual sidelong glance at the youth in green behind him. The young boy respectfully inclined his body and then hurried towards the direction of the commotion outside the courtyard, his youthful visage barely concealing the simmering fury within. Who in the entire Wenren household did not know that the third young master required rest to recuperate? Yet, there were those who dared to disturb his tranquility, believing him to be easily bullied. How could it be that their benevolent third young master should encounter such misfortune? Silently reflecting upon the present state of the third young master, who now relies solely on a wheelchair for mobility, his eyes reddened, nearly brimming with tears. However, he quickly lifted his spirits, standing tall with his chin nearly touching the heavens. Humph! He would not allow anyone to witness the humiliating plight of the third young master. Wenren Yin observed the ever-changing emotions of the young master, alternating between sorrow and exuberance, and shook his head in silence, returning to his ancient texts. His fingers, long and graceful as jade, basked in the gentle sunlight that bathed him, adorning him with a golden hue, rendering him more divine than mortal, akin to a benevolent deity. Wenren Yin had not relished such leisurely moments in quite some time. The ancient text he once deemed dull now bore an allure, captivating him until the sound of loud sobs pierced the air. He set down his book, wearily rubbing his temples. Suddenly, without a word, the young master, with tear-streaked eyes, rushed towards him, collapsing at his feet in a fit of inconsolable weeping. Oh, young master, why is it not me who suffers? You are so wronged, young master. His cries were so fervent he could hardly catch his breath. He had not felt such grief even when he was sold into the Wenren family. He genuinely felt the injustice suffered by the third young master. After being sold into the Wen family for a year, he was assigned to serve the third young master. Initially, he felt apprehensive, having heard tales of the third young master even before entering the household. At the tender age of 12, he had embarked on the path of martial arts, quickly rising to become a senior warrior in a mere 4 years. A prodigy renowned throughout the Wen family and the entirety of Jinyang City. Such exceptional individuals were often proud and challenging to serve. However, he soon discovered that the third young master treated those around him with utmost kindness, never chastising or belittling him, and even took the time to teach him literacy and martial skills. In the eyes of Nuyu, the third young master was the epitome of strength and virtue. Yet, those who are virtuous often do not enjoy favorable fates. Half a month prior, the third young master had ventured alone into the Mist Moon Forest for training, where he tragically encountered a level 6 magical beast, the Bloodstone Giant Python. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, he was afflicted by the serpent's venom, rendering him unable to stand. Upon receiving this dire news, the Wen family devoted their efforts to seeking an antidote for the venom. However, such remedies were rare, and even if found, the exorbitant prices would be beyond the family's means. Many within the Wen family understood that the once promising prodigy who had brought them much honor was now faced with a grim fate. In just a few short days, Wenren Yin's residence transformed from bustling with visitors to desolate and empty. Despite this, he displayed little outward disappointment. Yet Nuyu felt certain that the third young master concealed all his grievances deep within his heart, vowing silently to protect him. Little did he anticipate that before the internal strife within the Wen family could unfold, outsiders would first take advantage of the third young master. Woe is me! How can they bully him so? Initially, it was the Yi family who sought to forge a union with us. And now they claim a misdelivery of the invitation and wish to exchange partners. They are truly despicable. When Ren furrowed his brows, finally piecing together the complete narrative from the fragmented, sobbing words that had been spoken in silence. A hint of astonishment flickered across his clear and refined features. The actions of the Yi family took him completely by surprise. According to his original expectations, they would soon arrive at his door with a significant gift to annul the engagement. In matters of marriage, social standing is of utmost importance. Even if he were to become a helpless invalid, the Wen family would never permit a union with a collateral branch of the Yi family, as it would be a blow to their dignity. With only the second Miss Yi as their legitimate heir, it was highly likely that this alliance would culminate in a broken engagement. Did the Yi family specify who they intended to replace her with? When Ren gently rotated the dark bracelet on his wrist and quietly inquired. Wu Yu wiped away the tears from his face with determination and replied, "Young master, I have just learned that the person the Yi family wishes to substitute is named Xian, the fourth young lady of the Yi family." Xian, the fourth young lady? When Ren murmured this unfamiliar title. He had been engaged to Yi Pianran for 3 years and had never heard of a fourth young lady in the Yi family. What you may not know, young master, is that the fourth young lady's father is the youngest son of the Yi family patriarch. It is said he was an extraordinary individual, but 14 years ago, both he and his wife perished during an outing, leaving only the fourth young lady as a remnant of their lineage. More importantly, the fourth young lady cannot cultivate and has long been despised by her family. The Yi family does not even acknowledge her existence. Yet now that you are in trouble, they have thrust her forward. Is this not a betrayal? Wu Yu's expression hardened as he spoke, his eyes filled with animosity. This resentment was not directed at Xian herself, but rather at the Yi family. Miss Yi and their young master are both pitiable souls. Yet the most despicable of all is that treacherous Yi family, not to mention that Miss Yi heir. Miss Yi heir had once sent numerous letters to the third young master of her family, expressing her long-standing admiration for him. The sincerity of her sentiments back then stands in stark contrast to the current silence, where not even a word has been conveyed, leaving one feeling profoundly disheartened. What does the clan say? When Ren inquired, his tone indifferent. The speaker, rendered speechless and blushing, struggled to articulate a response. When Ren understood that the family had tacitly assented to this state of affairs, which did not come as a surprise to him. He offered a faint smile. Seeking to console the flustered individual, "It matters not. A cripple like me marrying Miss Yi is perhaps an elevation beyond my reach." In a state of agitation, the other replied, "Young master, how can you say such things? You are the youngest elite martial artist of the Wen clan. Had you not declined the invitation from the Great Yin Academy, the Yi family's young heir would not have had a chance. The Yi family, lacking in gratitude, instead chose to take advantage of the situation. They would surely face retribution for their actions." One Ren smirked faintly, his amusement tinged with irony. Retribution? Such naivety. A family like the Yes, adept at navigating the winds of fortune for their own benefit, would find it easier to thrive, while those of unwavering integrity would struggle in their endeavors. Fortunately, he was not one of the latter. When Ren lowered his gaze, concealing the scorn in his eyes, the matter of the marriage alliance stirred no ripples within him until the news of Miss Yi's elopement and betrayal reached his ears. The reactions within the One Ren family varied. The higher echelons were infuriated, feeling that they had already compromised by allowing their son to marry a disabled individual, which they believed should have sufficed to honor the Yi family. Instead, the Yi family, ungrateful, had overstepped their bounds. No matter how vehemently the Yi clan argued, they could not believe that a cripple could escape their watchful eyes. Consequently, the marriage alliance was rendered void, and the relationship between the two families not only failed to strengthen, but rather grew strained. A faction within the One Ren family reveled in the misfortune. Even a being incapable of cultivation looked down upon One Ren, who was now irretrievably mired in disgrace. Yet, at the heart of this tumult, One Ren remained as composed as ever, with only an unfamiliar name echoing within the corridors of his mind. Xian. As the dawn light gently illuminated the surroundings, a young girl sat cross-legged upon the sturdy, deep brown trunk of a tree. Her eyes were tightly closed, her breathing shallow, and a delicate white mist swirled around her with each inhalation and exhalation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she finally exhaled deeply, slowly opening her eyes, which sparkled with the clarity of morning dew. She clenched her fists, savoring the abundant energy coursing within her. her expression transforming with the realization that this was the sensation of drawing energy into her body, truly a marvelous experience. Since the tender age of 8, Xian had been aware of her physical peculiarities, rendering her unable to cultivate. The starting point for an ordinary martial artist was a distant pinnacle beyond her reach. Many would have succumbed to despair under such a blow, yet Xian was no ordinary child. She understood that in this perilous continent, one must seize their own destiny. Therefore, she never relinquished her aspiration to tread the path of martial arts. Unable to draw energy into her body, she resolved to enhance her physical strength. If she could not cultivate martial techniques, then she would refine her swordsmanship. Xian contemplated that, given time, she might carve out a new path in the martial arts. Little did she anticipate that her long-held aspiration would be realized in an utterly unforeseen manner, as she successfully harnessed her inner energy, emerging as a novice martial artist. However, this transformation also brought about certain inexplicable changes within her. Xian held her breath, her mind sinking deep within her body, where she observed a silver orb, no larger than a grain of rice, gently rising and falling at the center of her consciousness. Xian's spirit tentatively approached the silvery orb, only to be repelled moments later. After several attempts, Xian was compelled to abandon her pursuit of the luminous point and began to wander through her sea of consciousness. It was not until nearly an hour had passed that her spirit finally brushed against the edge of her mind's ocean. Xian curled her lips, withdrawing her thoughts as she murmured to herself, perhaps if I were to speak of it, no one would believe that my sea of consciousness is indeed so vast. They would merely consider me a deceiver. Xian still recalls the Yi family member who was responsible for assessing her innate qualities, who, with a cold expression and a mixture of disdain and pity, informed her of her obstructed meridians and limited sea of consciousness. Those mere 8 words turned her life upside down. Xian had never witnessed the sea of consciousness of others, yet she sensed that her own must be extraordinary. For she had never heard anyone boast of their sea of consciousness being as vast as an ocean. The transformation began the day she sustained her injury. After abandoning Hu Gu and his companions, she took some time to find a secluded spot to assess her condition. It was then that Xian discovered her wounds had been mysteriously mended by an enigmatic force within her meridians resilient and expansive, and her body felt lighter than ever before. Even her innate strength surged once again, which explained why she could successfully launch a surprise attack despite being a novice warrior. Novice warriors possess toughened bodies. Intermediate warriors undergo a transformation of their sinews and marrow, while advanced warriors attain a golden body through the refinement of their blood. Although she had only just stepped into the realm of novice warriors, her combat prowess was already comparable to that of advanced warriors, save for the mysterious silver orb that had appeared in her sea of consciousness. This silver orb, seemingly innocuous, remained beyond Xian's control. After several unsuccessful attempts to expel the intruder, Xian was left with no choice but to allow the other party to remain within her sea of consciousness. At this moment, she had begun to realize that she seemed to harbor a significant secret within herself. If her intuition was correct, the boundless sea of consciousness and the resilient, expansive meridians were innate gifts bestowed upon her at birth. Yet, for reasons unknown, these attributes had been deliberately concealed through an enchantment, only to be unexpectedly revealed when she faced a crisis. The likely intention behind this concealment was to hide the silver orb within her sea of consciousness, which was also the source of her affliction. Furthermore, Xian had a distinct premonition that this silver orb was connected to her deceased parents. This intuition was not a mere figment of her imagination. It was based on a profound sense of truth. Xian still recalls that when she regained consciousness in this vast land, she had already passed her first birthday. And prior to that moment, she possessed not a single memory. Initially, she attributed this to her frail condition and her soul's struggle to adapt. However, upon reflection, she suspects there are deeper mysteries at play. Her father, as the youngest son of the Yi family, met with an unfortunate demise outside, a matter that the Yi family treats with utmost secrecy, never daring to mention it in her presence, which is exceedingly peculiar. She wonders if Yi Hao is aware of the underlying truths. A visage marked by the passage of time flashed before Xian, prompting a faint, sardonic smile to grace her lips. Regardless of whether the Yi family was aware of her plight, the scars they had inflicted upon her could not be erased. She would inevitably settle the score with them in due time. As for the silvery orb within her sea of consciousness, Xian pondered for a moment, deciding to set aside her concerns for the time being. When the opportune moment arises, she may devise a means to uncover the truth. Having already drawn energy into her body, she could formally embark on her journey into the martial arts. However, relying solely on her innate ability to attract energy would prove too sluggish. Where might she seek the appropriate martial arts techniques and skills? Xian propped his chin on his hand, gazing into the distance, once again lost in contemplation. Superior martial arts techniques enable warriors to absorb the energy of the universe more swiftly and transform it into combat aura that aligns with their inherent attributes, thereby amplifying their offensive prowess. When two warriors possess equal levels of martial strength, the quality of their martial arts can effortlessly determine the victor. Xian aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, naturally yearning to cultivate high-level martial techniques. However, her current feeble strength, coupled with the absence of familial support, renders the quest for a suitable advanced technique an arduous endeavor. As for the two ordinary lower yellow-grade techniques contained within her storage bracelet, they are utterly dismissed from her contemplation. After a brief moment, her slender figure sprang forth. The dancing shadows of the trees cast a mosaic of light and shadow that swiftly flitted across Xian's resolute gaze. Xian had already devised a plan in her heart. The pressing matter at hand was to discover a cultivation method suited to her. Thus she could not linger any longer in the Misty Moon Forest and must hasten her journey to the city. The only two cities adjacent to the Misty Moon Forest were Yi City, located in the Yunlin Kingdom where the Yi family resided, and Fei City, belonging to the Aslan Empire. Xian had just severed ties with the Yi family, making it impossible for him to return to Liu City. Thus, there remained but one destination, and that was Philadelphia, situated at the northern edge of the Misty Moon Forest. Xian raised his head to ascertain the direction, his figure once again melding into the boundless sea of green. A month later, Xian cast a glance downward at her garments, already soaked in blood, and then directed her gaze towards the towering Black Panther, standing at least 3 men high before her, narrowing her eyes slightly. As her gaze met that of the panther, both creature and human remained silent for a brief moment before erupting into action simultaneously. The two dark figures collided with remarkable speed in midair, the sound of their clash resonating incessantly. With a ferocious roar, the beast's cry echoed as the two figures suddenly separated. Xian stood with her back to the panther, delicately licking the blood that had trickled down her cheek. Her expression remained tranquil, as if the one who had nearly succumbed to a fatal claw strike was not herself. Behind her, the panther's form stood rigidly in place, only to collapse with a thunderous crash moments later. Its eyes bulged, displaying a vacuous ferocity, while a fist-sized depression caved in at its midsection. Xian waited for a while, ensuring that the breath of the Black Panther had ceased, before retrieving her accustomed bone knife from her storage bracelet. She approached the carcass of the Black Panther and commenced the meticulous process of skinning and dismembering. The Shadow Black Panther, a second-tier magical beast, possessed little of value aside from its lustrous pelt and the second-tier wind magic core nestled within its skull. Drawing upon her prior experience in dissection and years of practice at her stall in this life, Xian deftly and flawlessly divided the beast within a mere 15 minutes. By the time other magical creatures arrived, drawn by the scent of blood, all that remained was a hairless, mangled carcass. Night fell. Xian concealed the remnants of the roasted meat and nestled into the spacious hollow of the great tree. Through the opening, she gazed at the twilight sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips, revealing a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had indeed underestimated the complexity of this continent. Xian believed that with her immense strength and her ability to navigate through the mountains and forests, she could avoid the ferocious beasts and swiftly depart from the Misty Moon Forest, provided she exercised caution. However, she overlooked the forest's abrupt and dense foliage, where towering trees stretched endlessly and myriad magical creatures emerged incessantly. In the span of a month, Xian encountered nearly 100 perilous situations, with the most harrowing one nearly costing her life at the jaws of a beast, leaving her with a deep wound at her waist that remains unhealed to this day. The Misty Moon Forest proved to be far more treacherous than she had anticipated. Xian once again became acutely aware of this reality. In order to reach Philadelphia, she must traverse the entirety of the Veiled Moon Forest. Xian did not believe that her current strength was sufficient. The desire to grow stronger surged wildly within her heart. In her past life, she was known as the Beast Butcher, a master of beast meat dismemberment, striking fear into countless colossal creatures of the cosmos. In this life, even if she could not replicate her former glory, she must not allow herself to become a mere meal for the demonic beasts. To grow stronger, to become powerful, only through strength could she escape this place. But how was she to achieve that strength? Xian's thoughts tumbled chaotically, her mind gradually emptying. After an indeterminate passage of time, she suddenly awakened. Lifting her gaze to the heavens, where a crescent moon now hung, surrounded by countless twinkling stars, Xian felt an inexplicable thrill. It had been over a month since she entered the misty moon forest, and this was the first time she beheld the moon. She raised her arm and delicately traced the outline of the moon with her fingers, a peculiar sensation gradually blossoming in the depths of her heart. Suddenly pausing in her movements, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened slightly as a remarkably familiar electronic tone echoed in her ears. The cosmic energy meditation technique. Xian was so exhilarated that she nearly tumbled out of the tree hollow. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, and amidst her joy, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How could she have forgotten such a vital aspect? The cosmic energy meditation technique is a form of physical cultivation that every citizen of the interstellar age is required to master. By absorbing the dissipated energy of the universe, one can strengthen the body and invigorate the mind. The vast majority of interstellar citizens regard this practice merely as an ordinary fitness routine. However, to truly benefit from it requires prolonged dedication, and its effects are neither pronounced nor remarkable, leading many to dismiss it as inconsequential. Xian is an exception. Every night before retiring to bed, she diligently practices, for she inadvertently discovered that through the meditation of cosmic energy, her strength would incrementally increase, albeit imperceptibly. It is worth noting that Xian's strength already surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and even the slightest enhancement is a remarkable advancement in her case. Furthermore, after employing breathing techniques, Xian has observed a significant improvement in her sleep quality compared to previous times, which has compelled her to persist in this practice. The reason she has only just recalled this is that she had previously attempted to absorb the cosmic energy from the world around her, yet experienced no response. She had assumed that this land lacked the presence of such energy. However, she now entertains a different hypothesis. Her earlier failures may have been due to the sealing of her body. With the seal now lifted, could it be possible for her to harness cosmic energy through meditation to expedite her cultivation? Xian's heart raced with increasing intensity. If her conjecture were to materialize, her prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Xian took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and after several repetitions, she settled into a cross-legged position. Placing her hands upon her knees, palms facing upward, shoulders relaxed, and back straight, gently closing her eyes. The cosmic energy meditation method, as its name implies, involves the absorption of universal energy through the art of breathing, necessitating a tranquil mind and the elimination of distracting thoughts. In the past, Xian could enter a state of deep meditation within just 5 minutes. However, this time, whether due to the multitude of thoughts clouding her mind or the heightened tension she had experienced recently, she found it challenging to focus her spirit. As time gradually passed, she remained unable to attain her familiar meditative state. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes, allowing herself to relax and recalibrate her mental state. Once her thoughts settled, she closed her eyes once more. The chirping of insects around her seemed to diminish gradually, and the gentle breeze appeared to cease. Xian felt as though her body was weightless, floating effortlessly. After a brief moment, she sensed an unseen hand grasping her soul, tugging it upward with an unwavering force. After a struggle, she relinquished her resistance, allowing her spirit to ascend with that mysterious energy. Then, she beheld a myriad of colorful specks dancing vibrantly against the backdrop of the dark night sky, some large and some small, all playfully leaping about. Xian gazed at the shimmering lights, a sudden pang of hunger striking her. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted towards the luminous orbs, only to realize that no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up to them. Xian was in a state of distress. She felt as though her hunger had reached an unbearable peak. With a fierce glare directed at the specks of light, she silently vowed to consume them all, every last one. Perhaps it was her overwhelming desire that triggered a sudden surge of potent suction within her. Under the pull of this force, the luminous points began to converge towards her. Xian welcomed all without discrimination, opening her mouth wide to devour, soon becoming engulfed by a myriad of colorful light spots. Unbeknownst to her, the ethereal energy of the misty moon forest surged toward the hollow tree where she resided from all directions. In the northeastern part of the misty moon forest, a pair of enormous eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of fatigue, yet a flicker of astonishment danced within the pupils. Such intense energy fluctuations. The aura is remarkably pure. It is not that of a magical beast, but rather resembles that of a human. A human? The deep blue eyes glimmered with contemplation before softening into a gentle expression. This was her final opportunity. She could not afford to miss it. When Xian opened her eyes, a lingering sense of bewilderment enveloped her. as if she were lost in the twilight of an uncertain evening. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to examine her smooth, delicate palms. The once menacing scar that marred the center of her hand had vanished without a trace. The persistent ache that had plagued her waist was as if it had never existed. It felt as though she had returned to that day of inhaling vitality into her being, her condition remarkably rejuvenated. Xian immersed himself in contemplation, introspecting within his body, and discovered that the energy coursing through his meridians had thickened several-fold, resembling fine strands of hair. Ha, ha, ha. Xian couldn't help but smile. Everything she beheld was not a mere dream. She had truly succeeded, and the results exceeded her expectations. Remarkably, this was only the first night of her practice with the cosmic energy meditation technique. Xian's breath quickened slightly. She had perused the 2 low-grade yellow-level cultivation manuals in her hands. Although she had not practiced them, their superficiality was evident. To advance further with them seemed a distant dream, yet the cosmic energy meditation method instilled a sense of imminent breakthrough. The chasm between the two was akin to a vast gulf. Xian believed that the cosmic energy breathing technique was at least a method of the highest rank within the mystical level. The highest rank of the mystical level. It is important to note that the most powerful elder of the Yi family practiced the medium-grade method, blazing light, illuminating the heavens, which is already the most formidable technique the Yi family possesses and serves as the very foundation of their lineage. In a fleeting moment, Xian resolved to keep the existence of the cosmic energy meditation method a closely guarded secret. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing such a treasure can invite peril. She remained too frail in the presence of genuine power. Only by firmly establishing her own footing could she act with freedom. Fortunately, with the aid of the cosmic energy meditation, she believed that day would not be far off. In Xian's eyes, a flame named ambition ignited. Within the moonlit forest, a procession of approximately 20 individuals meandered forward. Leading the group was a brown-haired woman clad in short armor, bearing a longbow, her sharp features exuding a keen vigilance. Although her strides were modest, she moved with remarkable speed, her watchful gaze scanning the surroundings, her hands firmly gripping her weapon. Enough. I'm utterly exhausted. I need a rest. Go. Send someone to inform your captain that I shall not proceed today. A boisterous complaint echoed from behind. Xian halted, a fleeting expression of impatience crossing her brow. Suppressing her rising irritation, she turned to speak, only to be interrupted by a middle-aged man, slightly older than herself, who approached with a restrained smile and preemptively stated, "Captain Xian, our young master is fatigued. What do you suggest?" Xian clenched her jaw, raising her hand to signal the troop, "Halt for a break." Yes. The response was immediate and synchronized, as the formation dissipated in an instant. "Thank you, Captain Xian. Upon our return to Gaba City, I shall certainly extol your consideration before my lord." The middle-aged man exaggeratedly expressed his gratitude. Xian offered a slight smile in acknowledgement. Turning to find a stone to sit upon, she casually plucked a blade of grass, placing it between her lips to chew slowly. Before long, 2 men clad in standardized armor approached her. They exchanged nudges and pulls, yet remained silent, their expressions betraying a struggle to voice their thoughts. Xian cast them an irritated glance. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, then be on your way." Boss came and shrank back slightly, forcing a smile before lowering his voice to complain. "This young Master Matthew is proving to be exceedingly difficult to handle. We should have arrived at our destination a week ago. Now we haven't even seen a feather from a bird. And we have no idea when we'll complete our mission." Ezel nodded vigorously. "Exactly. He may be pampered, but that's one thing. It's infuriating that he always looks down on us, judging us as uncouth." Instinctively, Xian glanced in Matthew's direction. He sat atop a grand boulder, draped in a resplendent robe, a stark contrast to her own situation, as a plush, exquisite blanket adorned his stone. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Xian now knelt beside Matthew, gently massaging his calves to relax the muscles. Xian frowned at this sight, regretting once more her decision to accept this mission for the Thorn mercenary group. What she had anticipated as a simple task of retrieving a vital herb in the moonlit forest had transformed into an expedition meant for a privileged young master. Nevertheless, considering the commission awaiting them upon successful completion, she sighed and addressed the 2 men. "Though this task has become somewhat troublesome, the danger remains low. Once we return, we can allocate a larger share of the commission to reward our brothers. It shall serve as a gesture of appreciation for everyone's efforts." Upon hearing this, Carmen and Ethel's eyes gleamed with excitement. The commission was already substantial, and should they receive an additional share, it would be ample enough for them to indulge in the tavern for quite some time. The thought of exquisite wines and alluring tavern maidens swiftly dissipated their earlier grievances, prompting them to extol the virtues of their leader, praising his wisdom and valor with fervor. Cynthia, with her eyes half closed, refrained from interrupting. A leaf of grass held high in her mouth, clearly relishing the moment. Just as Carmen and Ethel were running out of compliments and preparing to reiterate their praises from head to toe, Cynthia suddenly sprang from the boulder. Her gaze fixed intently to the right, warning, "Be cautious, someone approaches." The grass leaf had vanished, her physique now a harmonious blend of strength and wild beauty. The members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps, once relaxed, swiftly formed a triangular formation, shielding Matthew and the middle-aged man at the center. What is happening? Are there magical beasts approaching? Master Matthew observed the tense demeanor of the group and felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with eagerness and anticipation. The members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps collectively choked on their words. Had the situation not been so uncertain, some, with fiery tempers, might have erupted in indignation. It is crucial to understand that the presence of magical beasts is not a favorable circumstance for them. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The atmosphere around them instantly grew oppressive. As Xian emerged from the thicket of thorns, she was met with the solemn expressions of Xian and the others. She did not proceed any further. Instead, she paused to extend her hands, signaling that she bore no weapons. "My dear friends, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to exchange some spices with you." Xian felt quite helpless. She had left in such haste that the seasonings she had carried in her storage bracelet had been completely depleted not long ago. It is well known that food devoid of flavor is nearly impossible to swallow. Xian was compelled to seek out a team in hopes of exchanging some spices. As for the reason behind approaching the Thorn Mercenary Corps, Xian's gaze traversed the four-sword insignia on Xian's chest, emblematic of a fourth-tier martial master. His expression composed. "Are you a solitary mercenary?" Xian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly, as if in agreement. A solitary mercenary refers to an individual mercenary who has not joined a mercenary guild. Such individuals are rare among mercenaries, yet each possesses their own unique skills. Although Xian has not officially registered as a mercenary, given her current state, she can indeed be regarded as a solitary mercenary. Upon receiving the answer, Xian's demeanor visibly softened, and with a bright smile, she introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Xian, the leader of the Thorn Mercenary Corps, and these are my comrades." "You see." Xian pondered for a moment and chose not to disclose her real name. "You see, a splendid name." Xian complimented politely, then, with great enthusiasm, inquired. "We happen to have an excess of seasonings here. What would you like to trade for?" In a place like the Misty Moon Forest, minimizing friction is paramount, as engaging in combat could easily attract a multitude of magical beasts, and one can never know whether among them lurks a formidable high-level beast. Moreover, there exists an unwritten rule in the magical beast forest regarding transactions. The prices there tend to be several times, or even dozens of times, higher than those outside. Xian is open to any profitable trade. Although Xian was not fully aware of the intricacies at play, she sensed a hint of speculation within her heart upon witnessing Xian's unusual enthusiasm. With a smile, she uttered a brief request for patience before turning and disappearing once more into the thicket of thorns. Xian gazed at Xian's departing figure, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. It was rare to encounter such a young lone mercenary. What a surprise. I thought it was a magical beast. Yet it turned out to be merely a woman. The members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps certainly display a lack of courage. Matthew, surrounded by the crowd, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his expression darkening. "You, Carmen," Xian exclaimed, noticing Carmen's sullen demeanor, and subtly shook her head. Carmen clenched his fists tightly, letting out a low grunt as he stiffly turned his head away. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside Matthew seemed oblivious to the earlier incident, maintaining his customary smile. Upon her return, Xian astutely discerned that the atmosphere within the Thorn Mercenary Corps had become noticeably more tense than before. Assuming that the shift was due to her presence, she gave it little thought. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, she casually cast the beast's skin bundle, resembling a small mountain, before Xian and graciously declared, "Feel free to choose whatever you wish from within." With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps swayed in unison, their expressions momentarily vacant. Just then, the beastskin bundle, shaken by the tremor, caused the knots to come undone, resulting in a chaotic collapse of the stacked beast hides and bones. Several translucent magical beast cores rolled from a distance, coming to rest at the feet of the members, radiating an enticing glow. Gulp. The scene before them was so astonishing that someone struggled to swallow. Xian distinctly sensed a heightened gravity and apprehension in the gazes directed towards her from across the way. She felt a profound satisfaction with the situation she had deliberately orchestrated. A well-placed intimidation was conducive to the transaction at hand. After a moment of stunned silence, Xian quickly became exhilarated. In truth, the spoils reaped by the Thorn Mercenary Corps in the Forest of Misty Moon each year were not vastly different from the small mountain before her. However, their gains were always processed upon leaving the forest, thus failing to evoke such a striking impact. Xian genuinely admired Xian's clever maneuver. Naturally, this would not deter her resolute intention to profit handsomely from Xian. As Xian summoned Azel to prepare the seasonings, her keen gaze swept over the densely packed magical beast materials. Second-tier blue rhinoceros horn? A splendid find. I must have it. Third-tier crystal giant lizard skin? Take it. It is a must. Second-tier blazing bear paw? This one is also commendable. Let us add it to the collection. The more she observed, the more fervent her desire became. Wishing to take it all. Fortunately, her reason prevailed, reminding her that despite the allure of the goods, they were not worth confronting a fourth-tier martial artist, especially one who appeared considerably younger than herself. Indeed, she could now ascertain that this solitary mercenary, was undoubtedly a fourth-tier martial artist. Only a fourth-tier martial artist could have slain such a multitude of third-tier magical beasts. As for why she did not speculate that he might be a martial artist of a higher tier, Xian scoffed inwardly. She was not insane. To her knowledge, the youngest fifth-tier grand martial artist in the spirit martial continent was merely 15 years old. Given Yixi's appearance, she conceded that his age might fit the criteria. But she was aware that the sole 15-year-old grand martial artist was currently training in the most sacred place of the spirit martial continent. Thus, Yixi could not possibly be that individual, leaving only the possibility of him being a fourth-tier martial artist. A fourth-tier martial artist under 20 was already a figure many admired. Xian was not foolish enough to offend him. Of course, she would never sacrifice her interests to appease him. Business would proceed on its own terms, for Xian was a woman of principle. With her thoughts racing, her gaze never ceased its search. Suddenly, an unusual glimmer caught Xian's attention. Instinctively, she stepped closer, and when her eyes captured the peculiar scales radiating light in the corner, her breath caught in her throat. In the next moment, a spark of joy erupted from her depths, and a singular thought blossomed within her heart. She must possess it, at any cost. Yixi. Xian strained to control her voice, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning as she looked at Xian. Can I take everything here? Xian smiled gently and nodded, of course. The truly valuable beast materials had long been collected in her storage bracelet. These items were merely the inferior goods she had chosen to leave behind. Xian's face beamed with delight. All right, then I shall wait a moment. Unbeknownst to her, Matthew had stepped forward from the group, directly interrupting Xian's words. He pointed arrogantly at the peculiar scale in the corner, a look of determination etched on his face. I want that. Name your price. Xian was taken aback by Matthew's sudden claim over the scale. Her gaze darkened momentarily as the suppressed anger within her surged once more. Who are you? Xian was equally taken aback, her gaze sweeping across Matthew's youthful visage and the undeniably lavish robe he adorned, leading her to formulate a few conjectures regarding his identity. Matthew, with an air of restraint, lifted his chin slightly and declared, I hail from the Capet family of the Lion Empire. You may refer to me as Master Matthew or Lord Matthew. Xian was rendered speechless. It was the first time she had encountered someone referring to themselves as young master. However, she had indeed heard of the Capet family of the Lion Empire, one of the three great noble families. It was said that within their ranks resided an 8th-level martial emperor, capable of effortlessly obliterating the esteemed Yi family. No wonder this fellow named Matthew exhibited such arrogance. Xian was not fond of this man's pretentiousness, yet he was mindful of the power that loomed behind him. Thus, he patiently inquired, what do you propose as a medium of exchange? Fubo, Matthew replied. The middle-aged man had long been prepared for Matthew's emergence. Upon hearing Matthew's summons, he promptly retrieved a gleaming crystal core from his storage ring and proclaimed with pride, Behold, this is a crystal core from a 5th-tier magical beast, valued at 50,000 gold coins. Xian silently nodded. Fortunately, although this Matthew was arrogant, he did not harbor any intentions of coercion or plunder. Xian contemplated for a moment, preparing to acquiesce to the transaction. However, at that moment, Xian interjected. Young Master Matthew, I apologize. But our Thorn Mercenary Corps also desires this scale. Might you consider relinquishing it in light of this mission? Upon hearing Xian's words, not only Xian but even Matthew and the members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps were momentarily taken aback, particularly Matthew, who had experienced Xian's unwavering compliance to his requests during this time. This was the first instance she had voiced dissent, and in front of so many onlookers. Matthew felt as though he had been provoked, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, Captain Xian, you seem to have forgotten that you accepted my father's commission to ensure my safety. In other words, I am your employer. What right do you have to contest with me? Xian's voice turned slightly hoarse as she replied, Young Master Matthew, while I indeed accepted your father's commission, my primary task is to gather the windbell grass, and your protection is merely a secondary concern. Therefore, I am under no obligation to fulfill all your demands. Moreover, there is a proper order to matters. I was the first to engage in a transaction with Yi, and thus this scale rightfully belongs to me. Xian's unexpectedly assertive stance revealed her evident attachment to the scale. The peculiar interaction between the two immediately piqued Xian's curiosity. This scale seemed to possess extraordinary significance. She fixated on the dust-laden scale, beginning to recollect its origins. Was it not extracted from the abdomen of an avian beast she had slain? Xian's heart suddenly raced. She recalled that she had not merely taken out a single scale, rather, due to her inability to discern the origins of these scales, she had stored them separately in her storage bracelet, and this one must have been inadvertently overlooked. In other words, the scales that these two individuals were so fervently vying for were just a fraction of what she possessed. Xian, you are merely the leader of a small mercenary group, and yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Does the Thorn Mercenary Group no longer intend to establish itself in the Lion Empire? Matthew's anger was palpable, his dark words laced with an unmistakable threat, coming from the esteemed Capet family. He had always been a figure of admiration and would not tolerate a woman's insolence before him. He had already resolved that even if Xian were to apologize, upon their return, he would ensure the Thorn Mercenary Group's utter obliteration. Such was the price of offending him. Master Matthew, although the Thorn Mercenary Group is merely a B-rank organization, we are not to be trifled with. You would do well to temper your words. Xian had long since grown weary of Matthew's arrogance, having reached a breaking point. She decided to no longer hold back, her fierce gaze cutting sharply towards him. Carmen and the others could not help but silently cheer. Well said, Captain. It was high time someone taught this arrogant young master a lesson. Xian. Matthew's complexion darkened alarmingly, his once handsome features twisting into a terrifying scowl, his eyes gleaming with malice. Xian let out a low hum, coldly returning his stare, refusing to yield even an inch. Just as the tense atmosphere between the two was about to erupt, Uncle Fu stepped forward. With a beaming smile, he addressed both parties. Master Matthew, Captain Xian, we are all friends here. Let us discuss this matter amicably and avoid any discord. The master valued the collaboration with the Thorn Mercenary Group highly and would surely wish to avoid such an incident. Xian fell silent, choosing not to respond. While she despised Matthew, she could not deny that his father was a noble worthy of respect. Thus, she wished to retain this valuable partnership, if possible. However, Matthew was not inclined to relent. He sneered, Friends? A mere fourth-level martial artist is hardly worthy of being my friend. Perhaps carrying my shoes would be more fitting. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu struggled to maintain his smile, particularly as he sensed the hostile gazes directed at them from all around. For the first time, this adept negotiator felt the situation slipping out of his control. Since Master Matthew holds our Thorn Mercenary Group in such disdain, I shall terminate this mission prematurely. Upon our return to Gaba City, I will pay the breach of contract fee to the Mercenary Alliance. Now, I kindly request that Master Matthew take his leave. Xian uttered these words with a stern expression, yet her heart was bleeding. The Mercenary Alliance, in a bid to uphold its reputation, imposed steep penalties on mercenary groups for breaches of contract. Abandoning the task meant that all her efforts during this time would go to waste, resulting in a significant loss. The only solace for Xian was the prospect of recuperating her losses and even making substantial profits, provided she could acquire the scales. As for offending the Kate family, Xian disdainfully curled her lip. The Lion Empire was home to more than just the Cape family. You dare to drive me away? How audacious. Very well. Xian, you are finished. The Thorn Mercenary Group is finished. Prepare to face the wrath of the Cape family. Matthew, filled with rage, sneered as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a thought struck him. and he turned on his heel, lifting his chin in contempt. Why should I leave? If anyone should depart, it is you. This is the Misty Moon Forest, not the territory of your Thorn mercenary group. He then called out to Xian. Hey, you heard everything I just said, right? If you sell me that scale, you will become a friend of the Cape family. We are always generous towards our friends. The term hey grated on Xian's ears, prompting her to retort. Are you the kind of friend who seeks revenge when slighted? The impeccably dressed middle-aged man just claimed that Xian is also their friend. Are you? A lone mercenary, truly willing to stand against the Cape family? Matthew said ominously, casting a murderous glance at Fu Bo. Fu Bo's eyes flickered, but after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head at his young master. This girl named She was peculiar, and he could not discern her true nature. Furthermore, with the Thorn mercenary group watching closely, if a real confrontation ensued, they would likely be the ones at a disadvantage. The scales were precious, but they paled in comparison to his master's safety, and Fu Bo made his decision with ease. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Matthew cursed, realizing he would not obtain what he desired. He stormed off in anger, with Fu Bo trailing closely behind. After walking several paces, Matthew suddenly halted, turning back to cast a sinister glance at Xian and the others, vowing that those who dared to underestimate him would pay dearly. Once Matthew departed, the tense atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the members of the Thorn mercenary group felt as though the air had grown fresher. Finally, they were free from the disdainful gaze of the young master. What a relief. A bright smile spread across Xian's face, and her eyes turned towards Xian with newfound warmth. Matthew is narrow-minded and will undoubtedly hold a grudge against you. The Cape family is powerful, so it is best for you to avoid appearing within the Lion Empire for a while, lest you attract their attention. Thank you for the warning. Xian smiled lightly, dismissing Matthew's threats with indifference. The Lion Empire lay far removed from the Aslan Empire she intended to visit, no matter how formidable the Caped family's influence. It was inconceivable that they could extend their reach into Aslan's territory. Naturally, should they dare to attempt such an audacious act, there would be no need for Xian to intervene, as the powerful clans of the Aslan Empire would take matters into their own hands. Xian even felt that the threat posed by Matthew was less formidable than that from the Yi family. With her debts no longer a source of concern, she was indifferent to the addition of another complication. However, her composed demeanor only served to enhance her aura of mystery in the eyes of Xian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xian promptly resolved to win Xian over. Thus, she retrieved a silver ring from the storage necklace around her neck and presented it to Xian, stating, "This trouble was brought upon us by me, and I offer you this ring. Should you wish to travel to the Lion Empire, you may present this ring at the local mercenary guild, where they will provide you protection and guide you to me. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the Caped family will not dare to harm you." Xian's gaze shifted slightly, revealing that Xian's identity was far more complex than merely that of a mercenary leader. The silver ring, encircled by thorns, distinctly embodied the characteristics of the Thorn mercenary corps. Xian solemnly accepted the thorn ring, expressing his gratitude before slipping it onto his index finger. Xian, witnessing Xian's lack of polite refusal, felt a surge of joy, believing that this friend, Xi, truly resonated with her. Nonetheless, she recognized the importance of distinguishing between friendship and business. Principles must be upheld. Clearing her throat, she attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, stating, "Let us now discuss the matter of our transaction regarding that scale." Before she could finish, Xian nonchalantly interrupted, "It's a gift for you." "What do you mean? A gift, you say?" Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Xian replied, gently caressing the ring upon his finger and flashing a radiant smile at Xian. "Are we not friends?" "Friends?" Xian murmured, her eyes brightening as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, we are friends now. Xi, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Xian Onassis. Xian, but you may also call me Xi." He winked at her. This was her first friendship since arriving in the spirit martial continent, and she hoped that this bond would endure for a long time. As Xian accepted the scale from Xian, her gaze was filled with fiery enthusiasm. Xian seized the opportunity to inquire, "What is the origin of this scale?" "You do not know?" Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly enlightened. No wonder Xian so readily bestowed the scale upon her. It turned out he was unaware of its provenance. Xian could not help but hesitate for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. She pointed to the scale and explained to Xian, "Observe its resemblance to jade, its brilliance akin to that of a radiant gem. These are the distinguishing characteristics of the 6th-level magical beast, the crystal earth dragon. The scales of the crystal earth dragon are among the principal ingredients for crafting the 6th level potion, Bloodbath Golden Soup, and are exceedingly rare. A treasure that is priceless yet unavailable in the market. After a brief pause, somewhat embarrassed, she added, if placed on the market. This single scale could fetch at least 200,000 gold coins. Perhaps I should offer something else in exchange? 200,000 gold coins? Xian raised her eyebrows in astonishment, for the price exceeded her expectations. Immediately, a glimmer of derision flickered in her eyes. Just moments ago, Matthew had intended to trade with her using a 5th-level magic core valued at 50,000 gold coins, and she had nearly acquiesced to his proposition. Xian could not help but reflect on her insufficient understanding of this continent. If she were to encounter such a situation again, she feared she might still be at a disadvantage. With this thought, she instinctively recalled the Yi family. The Yi family possesses a lineage school dedicated to guiding its members in their cultivation, while also imparting knowledge about the customs and traditions of the spirit martial continent, as well as the habits of magical beasts. Every member of the Yi family is permitted to enter this esteemed institution, with the sole exception of Xian, who has been deemed a failure. Xian had previously sneaked into the clan academy twice, only to be swiftly discovered and expelled. Eventually, she ceased her futile endeavors and dedicated all her efforts to her grand enterprise in slaughtering. In retrospect, it is evident that the Yi family harbored no genuine affection for her. Fortunately, she has finally liberated herself from that cage, henceforth free to swim the vast seas and soar the boundless skies. As Xian's mood brightened, she lifted her gaze to find Xian wearing a look of unease. With a gentle smile, she reassured, Xian, I have promised to give it to you, and I shall not go back on my word. Since Xian chose to uphold their friendship with sincerity, Xian would not betray her trust. Moreover, she still possessed a dozen similar scales within her storage bracelet, so parting with one would not cause her any sorrow. Xian, suddenly aware of her soaring worth, felt a significant alleviation of the unease that had long resided within her, such as the confidence bestowed by wealth. Yi, you are the most generous friend I have made. My fondness for you grows ever stronger, Xian exclaimed with a bright smile. Where are you headed next? If our paths align, we might journey together. Xian, I regret to inform you that our destinations are not in the same direction. I am bound for Philadelphia. The Lion Empire lies adjacent to the Yulan Kingdom, ensuring that Xian's return journey must inevitably pass through the city of Yue. In contrast, Xian was headed in a completely opposite direction, making their companionship impossible. You are traveling to Philadelphia? Xian expressed her surprise. Reaching there from this location requires traversing a significant portion of the Twilight Forest, fraught with peril. Initially, she contemplated persuading Xian to abandon this endeavor, but realizing that their acquaintance was still in its infancy, she dismissed the notion of dissuasion. However, this did not preclude her from demonstrating her support in other ways. Soon, Xian received an abundance of gifts from Xian and the members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps, including the spices she desperately needed, essential potions for her journey, fire-starting flares, and even an assortment of peculiar weapons. That evening, the Thorn Mercenary Corps hosted a modest bonfire gathering in her honor, where laughter, cheers, and songs intertwined harmoniously. Xian and Xian sat side by the campfire, savoring the spicy wine, their laughter mingling as they watched the members of the Thorn Mercenary Corps spar. The flickering flames reflected in their eyes, resembling a sky filled with countless stars. Xian nudged Xian with her shoulder and winked at her, playfully suggesting, What do you think? Would you consider joining our Thorn Mercenary Corps? Xian lifted the wine jug, took a sip, and with a smile remarked, You are wonderful, but I still prefer solitude. Xian shrugged. She was aware that Xian would not acquiesce, yet she wished to make the attempt. And now that she had received her answer, she held no regrets. Yi, do you know? To me, you are an enigmatic figure, shrouded in numerous secrets. I do not seek to pry, but I sincerely hope that one day you can break free from those shackles and live with greater ease. Xian raised the wine jug, gazing intently into Xian's eyes as she spoke earnestly. Xian smiled gently, lifting her wine jug to clink it against Xian's, exclaiming, I shall. The two exchanged knowing glances and drank heartily. The following day, Xian bid farewell to the members of the Thorn Mercenary Group. Before her departure, she engaged in a transaction with them, selling the majority of her recent harvest from the moonlit forest at a price 20% lower than the market rate. Her previously somewhat cramped storage bracelet was once again restored to a spacious state. Xian deftly traversed through the woods, her eyes glimmering with a fierce ambition. Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to replenish her storage bracelet once more. Soon, within her line of sight, a secondary magical beast, the herbivorous creature, was seen grazing on the verdant foliage. Xian's eyes sparkled with determination, his body shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. "This is it, young master. It is getting late. We should find a place to rest," Fu Bo suggested, his brow knitted in concern as he surveyed the dimming sky. The moonlit forest concealed unimaginable dangers, and with only himself to guard the young master, anxiety gnawed at him. Matthew cast a cold glance at him, his voice laden with gloom. "Fu Bo, you are growing old. Once we return to Jabba City, I shall request my father to send more capable hands." Matthew had redirected his fury over the loss of the scales towards Fu Bo, and the latter's indecisive demeanor only deepened his frustration. He regretted once dismissing the protective entourage his father had sent, which had curtailed his freedom. If he had not insisted on bringing only Fu Bo, he would not have been outmatched by that wretched woman, Xian. Fu Bo's expression dimmed at Matthew's words, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, urging, "Young master, the night is perilous. We should cease our discussion." Matthew's voice rose in anger, his pace quickening instead. "I do not wish to linger here any longer. Can a mere fifth-level warrior like you not protect me? What use is the Capet family as support if you cannot?" Indeed, the seemingly gentle Fu Bo was a fifth-level grand martial artist, which was precisely what infuriated Matthew. That vile woman was merely a fourth-level martial artist. And even with the addition of the suspected fourth-level Yi, they could not possibly overpower Fu Bo. Yet, Fu Bo had chosen to retreat. Matthew concluded that Fu Bo had lost the edge of a true warrior. He ought to be enjoying retirement within the Capet family rather than trailing after him. Upon their return, he would ensure Fu Bo was replaced, banishing him as far away as possible. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, suddenly his footing faltered, and he tumbled to the ground. Before he could express his ire, Fu Bo's terrified shout pierced the air. "Young master, run. It's a beast tide." Matthew's complexion drained of color, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. If one were to ask a martial artist about the most dreaded scenario in the beast forest, the overwhelming majority would undoubtedly cite the beast tide. Encountering high-level magical beasts within the forest could still offer a chance of survival, but a beast tide was a certain death sentence. The earth trembled violently, stones leaped, and leaves scattered as distant roars and the thunderous sounds of beasts echoed like an avalanche. Winged magical beasts shrieked as they soared into the sky, shrouding the vast moonlit forest in a veil of darkness. Matthew had already lost all strength upon hearing the words beast tide, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Despair etched across his face. "Young master, hurry." Fu Bo's urgent voice broke through his despondency. Matthew felt a sharp pain in his arm, and in the next moment, he found himself on Fu Bo's back, the scenery rushing past him in a blur. Panic-stricken, he clutched Fu Bo's neck, urging in a high-pitched voice, "Faster, run faster." Uncle Fu remained silent, channeling his internal energy, as a layer of azure light radiated beneath his feet, propelling his form to accelerate several folds. The gusting wind struck Matthew's cheeks, inflicting a sharp sting, accompanied by a piercing howl in his ears. Rather than feeling anger, he was instead filled with an unexpected delight. He nearly forgot that Uncle Fu's bloodline attribute was of the wind element, excelling primarily in speed. There was hope. Matthew exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing back to behold an endless expanse of black ocean closing in upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was not an ocean at all, but rather a tide of beasts composed of countless magical creatures. Matthew was startled by the dense mass of beasts, turning back to urge Uncle Fu to hasten his pace. Uncle Fu gritted his teeth, stuffing a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth, disregarding the limits of his meridians as he accelerated his energy flow, leaving behind a fleeting, fractured afterimage in the air. Time passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Uncle Fu's forehead, his speed diminishing. Yet the thunderous roar behind them showed no signs of abating. "Uncle Fu, you incompetent fool, why have you slowed down? Run faster. Do you wish to condemn me to death? Hurry." Matthew's voice was as piercing as ever, frequently glancing back at the approaching beast tide, his expression increasingly frantic. He could not perish. He was the young master of the Cape family, the future ruler of the Lion Empire. How could he possibly meet his end in such a filthy place? His visage twisted in a grimace, his eyes fixated ahead. At that moment, an unexpected figure intruded upon his vision. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of ecstasy washed over his face. "Uncle Fu, seize that woman and have her obstruct the beast tide." In his excitement, Matthew made no effort to conceal his voice. In fact, he intentionally wished for the figure ahead to hear him. Uncle Fu too caught sight of the slender silhouette ahead. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, swiftly transforming into fierce determination. "Windblade, With a low shout, several azure blades of wind shot forth instantaneously. Hearing the shrill sound from behind, Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly about the narrow paths of fate. She never anticipated encountering Matthew and his servant at such a moment. Had she not known that the two would not dare to put her at risk, she might have suspected that the beast tide was a trap laid specifically to ensnare her. Zhang, acutely aware that this was not the moment to engage in a futile struggle with them, propelled herself forward with a powerful push from her feet, catapulting her figure several meters ahead in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades struck the ground, leaving behind numerous scars. Seeing the wind blades miss their target, Uncle Fu wasted no time in channeling his energy once more, forming a small azure vortex in his hand. Azure Dragon Whirlwind. Once released, the azure vortex rapidly expanded in the air, its tremendous pulling force lifting countless fragments of stone and fallen leaves, swiftly transforming the azure whirlpool into a hue of grayish-brown. Xian felt a tingling sensation at the scalp, his figure swaying precariously under the immense force. In the brief moment that Xian hesitated, the figures of Uncle Fu and Matthew had already surged past him, racing forward with astonishing speed. A fifth-level martial master. That Uncle Fu was actually a fifth-level martial master. Xian is now adept at discerning the distinction between a fourth-level martial artist and a fifth-level grand martial artist. A fourth-level martial artist can project their fighting spirit externally, whereas a fifth-level grand martial artist is capable of manifesting their fighting spirit as an embodiment. The Azure Dragon Whirlwind summoned by Uncle Fu transcends the realm of a fourth-level martial artist's fighting spirit, further augmented by Uncle Fu's remarkable swiftness. Xian felt a gust of wind at her feet as she gazed at the retreating figures of Fu Bo and Matthew. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes, and a sense of impending danger enveloped her. Since they intended to use her as a scapegoat, she would make them acutely aware of the consequences of their own malicious actions. Xian pressed his palm against the storage bracelet above, then swiftly glided it in the direction of the vortex. Several dark shadows were rapidly drawn into the whirlpool under the dual influence of Xian's casting and the force of suction. With a series of explosive sounds, the shadows erupted in an instant, unleashing a torrent of viscous liquid. Xian had long been prepared, enveloping herself entirely in a vast leaf. However, Uncle Fu and Matthew were not as fortunate. They had no time to brace themselves, and the viscous juice drenched them from head to toe. Ugh, ugh, what is this? Is it poisonous? Matthew spat out the sticky substance, feeling a mix of fear and anger. Uncle Fu's nose twitched, recognizing the scent as somewhat familiar. Shortly thereafter, he noticed an unusual sensation beneath his feet, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, it is the sweet fruit. The sweet fruit, a specialty of the Misty Moon Forest, is a type of spiritual fruit adored by magical beasts for its sweet juice. Furthermore, the fruit possesses a peculiar trait. Its juice is exceedingly sticky upon contact with any object. It generates a formidable adhesion that can only be eliminated with the juice from the leaves of the sweet fruit. Uncle Fu could distinctly feel his feet adhering to the ground, a force attempting to hinder his departure. With each contact of his foot against the ground, the resistance intensified, even beginning to impede his speed. He was forced to intentionally channel some of his energy to counteract the effect. However, having already expended considerable energy during his journey and just having unleashed the Azure Dragon Whirlwind attack against Xian, the remaining energy within him was alarmingly meager, causing his speed to dwindle uncontrollably. Damn it! Damn it! Uncle Fu's mind raced in desperation, seeking a way out, only to realize with despair that there was no opportunity for escape unless the beast tide subsided. At that moment of hopelessness, Xian found herself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. She could delay Uncle Fu's departure, but she could not prevent the vortex from drawing nearer. She continued to run, her features contorted by the overwhelming pull. It was not difficult to imagine the catastrophic fate that awaited her should she be caught within the vortex. A hint of madness flickered in Xian's eyes as she clutched the leaf that had shielded her from the dripping sap. An incongruous thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be to possess an aircraft at this moment. With the ability to soar at speeds of over 100 meters per second, she could effortlessly escape this whirlpool. Strangely, this notion did not merely flit away. Instead, it deepened and took root within her. Xian let out a bitter smile, realizing how fanciful her thoughts were. Yet in the next moment, her pupils dilated in shock as she gasped. The leaves, those leaves in her hand, were actually soaring into the air. The broad leaves swayed like vessels amidst the tumultuous winds. They were not being pulled by a vortex, nor were they merely swayed by the breeze. They were truly, unmistakably ascending into the sky. Xian could scarcely believe her eyes. This leaf was plucked at random during her journey. She had chosen the leaf for its sturdy and broad form. Contemplating that a few might prove useful in the future, she was certain that this leaf was nothing extraordinary, merely a common leaf, albeit larger than most, devoid of any distinctive features. So why did it soar into the air? Xian found herself perplexed, yet she had no intention of dwelling on it. For there were more pressing matters at hand. Xian, without a moment's hesitation, leapt onto the leaf, grasping its edge firmly with both hands. In his heart, he silently urged, "Go." As if responding to his unspoken command, the leaf propelled him swiftly away, swiftly creating distance between him and the swirling vortex. Xian was nearly blinded by the wind, her heart brimming with joy, and her lips curved into a delightful smile. Had the moment permitted, she would have laughed heartily. Not only had she narrowly escaped death this time, but she had also ensnared both Matthew and his servant, which felt like a splendid victory. Xian was uncertain when the beast's tide would come to an end, thus she dared not call for a halt and could only allow the leaves to advance forward. It was indeed peculiar. These leaves seemed to possess a consciousness, actively avoiding obstacles and changing direction at her whim, almost like the intestinal worm within her, entirely in accordance with her desires. Just as Xian believed the leaves would carry her northward to Philadelphia, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xian suddenly felt a sharp pang of pain piercing through her head. Before she could react, the leaves that were swiftly soaring through the air lost their efficacy in an instant, causing Xian to plummet from the sky along with them. Bang! Xian fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the forest of the hazy moon was carpeted with decaying leaves. After a while, Xian rose to his feet, staring blankly at the tattered leaves not far away. Just moments ago, that was. Xian gently shook her head. Yet the dizziness caused by the intense pain lingered on. Now that she had escaped the clutches of danger, she began to recall the series of events she had just endured, the flying leaves, the sudden pain, and then the uncontrollable chaos of the foliage. A fleeting thought crossed Xian's mind as she lowered her head, her gaze fixed intently upon a desiccated, decaying leaf beside her. Once again, she silently chanted within her heart, "Fly, fly, oh fly, soar into the heavens." Yet, the withered leaf remained utterly motionless. Xian fell into silence for a moment, raising her hand to cover her face. Indeed, her thoughts about manipulating objects were excessive. However, just as she was about to lower her hand and relinquish her efforts, the decayed leaves suddenly stirred. The movement was minuscule, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked, yet Xian still managed to perceive it. Xian was momentarily taken aback, a wave of ecstatic joy surging through her. A title, nearly forgotten, surfaced in her mind: Spirit Master, also known as the Chosen One. The Spirit Master is a remarkably unique profession on the spirit martial continent. Those who ascend to this esteemed position are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, distinguished by an innate spiritual power that surpasses ordinary beings. They possess the ability to command the elements, influence the hearts of others, and some gifted masters can even comprehend the mysteries of the ages, their words manifesting reality. The term spirit martial derives from the synthesis of spirit and martial, with spirit taking precedence, signifying the elevated status of spirit masters over martial artists. While a martial artist may confront 10 foes, a spirit master can face 100. Striking unseen, the most acknowledged power on the spirit martial continent is a 9th-level spirit saint, which underscores the immense reverence for spirit masters within this realm. However, spirit masters are exceedingly rare, and high-ranking spirit masters are even scarcer. In some smaller nations, one might search the entire country and find not a single spirit master. Yet, against all odds, the Yi family has produced one, Yi Baimu. Xian softly uttered this name, her eyes shrouded in darkness. The eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Pianran's older brother, and one of the family's distinguished prodigies. The mere thought of Yi Baimu evokes a complex array of emotions within Xian. In truth, prior to the age of 8, she shared a rather amicable relationship with this remarkable scion of the Yi family, though Yi Baimu presented an exterior as cold as frost. Exuding an air of aloofness, he was particularly affectionate towards her. During festive occasions or upon his return from travels, he would always bring her a small token, a rare warmth she cherished amidst the Yi household. Xian has always believed that Yi Baimu was unlike anyone else. It was only when the news of her inability to cultivate spread that she realized the cold-bloodedness of the Yi family was a hereditary trait. Subsequently, any further news about Yi Baimu could only be gleaned from the words of others. Yi Baimu was admitted to the Dian Academy due to his exceptional talent as a spiritual master. He subsequently journeyed to the Dian Kingdom for cultivation and has yet to return. Xian suddenly found it somewhat ironic. Yi Baimu, who had distanced himself from her due to her inability to cultivate, would never have imagined that the worthless individual he looked down upon would one day transform into a revered spiritual master, holding a position of equal esteem as his own. Yi Baimu, I genuinely look forward to the moment we can meet again. Yi Xianru, with a subtle curve of her lips, cleared her mind and began to attempt to manipulate the leaves. The ability to control objects is the most fundamental and commonly employed technique of a spirit master. Should she successfully master this skill, her chances of survival in the moonlit forest would undoubtedly increase. Xian would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu gazed with wide, bloodshot eyes at the lifeless form of Matthew, whose complexion was a ghastly pallor, his expression one of madness. Young master, the heart-wrenching cries echoed through the forest, resonating like a mournful dirge. After a lengthy silence, Uncle Fu, with tears mingled with blood, spoke in a hoarse voice, Young master, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Whether it be the Thorn Mercenary Corps or Yi Si, they shall pay dearly for your demise. If it were not for Xinya's betrayal, tearing up the contract midway, he and the young master would not have been forced into separate actions, encountering the beast tide. If it were not for Yi Si's treachery with the sweet fruit, the young master would not have been lured by its fragrance, leading to the savage beast severing his wrist, resulting in his untimely demise. Remembering how he had narrowly escaped the pursuing beasts, believing he could return safely with the young master, only to turn around and find the young master's body already cold, Uncle Fu's eyes ignited with a consuming fire, yearning for vengeance. Xinya Yisi, prepare for the wrath of the Capet family. Rising to his feet, Uncle Fu cradled the already stiffening body of Matthew in his arms, stumbling towards the direction of Ye City. His solitary silhouette left behind a trail of deep footprints. Yi Qing's footsteps momentarily faltered, yet he seemed oblivious, continuing to press forward with determination. It was not until another call echoed from behind, accompanied by the disapproving gazes of his fellow clansmen, that Yi Qing was compelled to halt. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and called out, Second miss, did you summon me? Yi Pianran's brows furrowed ever so slightly, but soon transformed into a gentle smile, akin to a soft breeze caressing the face. Ah Qing has grown up. She has become distant from her second elder sister, who she used to call affectionately. Yi Pianran's tone seemed to be playful, yet it carried a hint of inquiry that reached Yi Qing's ears. Instinctively, he displayed a flurry of anxiety, wishing to defend himself. However, he was suddenly enveloped by the gentle voice of the young lady. In truth, this was her token of gratitude to me, for I am to fulfill her family's matrimonial alliance. She is grateful for my assistance and has gifted me the storage bracelet. Indeed, your elder sister Pianran shall not wed him, which is precisely why she has arranged for me to marry him instead. Remember to come and celebrate my wedding feast on the 10th of next month. Yi Qing's expression stiffened slightly, the panic on his face receding like a tide. He lowered his gaze, avoiding the scrutinizing eyes of Yi Pianran, and spoke softly. I recognize the distinction between the legitimate and illegitimate offspring of the second miss and believe that I should address her with due respect. It was my ignorance in the past that led to my offense against the second miss. I hope she can find it in her heart to forgive me. Ah Qing, have I, in any way, wronged you, causing this estrangement between us? Yi Pianran's brow was shrouded in a delicate melancholy, her voice husky, as if concealing an inexhaustible sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qing also felt a pang of discomfort. Since childhood, he had harbored a deep affection for the gentle and amiable Yi Pianran. Each time he heard others extolling her virtues, he felt a sense of pride that surpassed even his own moments of praise. Yet now, he was confronted with the disheartening realization that the idealized Yi Pianran he revered existed solely within the confines of his imagination. The authentic Yi Pianran bore little distinction from the duplicitous and cunning adults surrounding him. Reflecting on the information he had gathered in recent times, Yi Qing suppressed his turbulent emotions and silently clenched his fists. Yi Pianran deceived him. The collapse of faith brought forth an overwhelming sense of betrayal and shame. Yi Qing longed to confront Yi Pianran without reservations, to demand from her the truth of her most authentic self. Yet, he refrained, daunted by the reality of his position. As a collateral branch of the family, despite possessing some talent in martial arts, he was still eclipsed by the exceptional Yi Pianran, who hailed from the esteemed lineage. Moreover, should he provoke Yi Pianran, her formidable abilities would render him defenseless against her reprisals. The only alternative would be to follow in the footsteps of Yi, forsaking everything and betraying the family. Upon this realization, Yiqing couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Yi, whom he had always looked down upon, was, in fact, braver than he and all the members of the Yi family. His head bowed even lower as he spoke. The second young lady is truly admirable. The fault lies with me. If the second young lady has no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Please, do not go just yet, second young lady. Yiqing hurriedly walked away, his figure disappearing completely. Yi Pianran was compelled to accept the painful reality that she had indeed lost a devoted admirer. A fleeting flash of anger traversed her eyes, which were usually filled with the essence of spring, as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Where had things gone awry? Yi Pianran swiftly reviewed the events that had transpired during this period in her mind, finding no errors or omissions. However, it was inconceivable that Yiqing would arbitrarily alter his attitude towards her. There must be something she had overlooked. In a flash of realization, Yi Pianran's eyes widened in astonishment. She recalled a certain individual. You see, it was as if a gentle hand had parted the mist that shrouded Yi Pianran's eyes. At last, she comprehended the source of her misjudgment. She had been overly impatient, so much so that she lost her composure and laid bare her dark, hidden thoughts. In an ephemeral moment, Yi Pianran's countenance turned pale, only to swiftly regain its composure as a subtle curve graced her lips once more. Recognizing her misstep ahead of time ought to be deemed a fortuitous circumstance. Her brother had once imparted wisdom upon her. A strategist must possess a panoramic view, refraining from fixating on transient victories and losses. As she prepares to embark on her journey to the Yunjin Academy, a prestigious institution renowned for nurturing the elite of the Yulan Kingdom, it is imperative that she establishes herself with an impeccable image, leaving no room for even the slightest blunder, particularly one that might ensnare her in a maelstrom of public scrutiny. This time, she had faltered. There shall be no subsequent opportunity. As for Yi, the ineffectual scion, bereft of familial protection, is not worthy of her further consideration. Yi Pianran smiled faintly and gracefully departed. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the tranquil forest. Xian raised her head with lingering fear, gazing at the colossal tree merely a meter away from her. She let out a long breath, relieved that she had narrowly avoided another collision with the tree. Xian swiftly rose to her feet, stowing the leaves beneath her into a storage bracelet before nimbly ascending the grand tree. Perched upon a branch, she retrieved her water flask and took a hearty swig, absent-mindedly wiping the moisture from the corner of her mouth. She murmured to herself, pondering the rarity of spiritual masters. The mere act of manipulating objects to fly could confound countless practitioners. Ever since Xian discovered her innate talent for spiritual mastery, she had embarked on the journey of mastering object flight. Initially, she believed she had achieved proficiency in this skill, convinced that it would soon become second nature. Yet, the reality was that her longest flight distance barely exceeded 50 meters, a meager accomplishment after dedicating 2 arduous weeks to her practice. Xian speculated that the reason she could fly for an extended period on the day of the beast tide's outbreak was likely due to the eruption of her latent potential under life and death circumstances. Now, her current pace of learning seemed to her merely ordinary. She sat on a branch, sighing deeply in dissatisfaction with her progress. Xian, however, remained oblivious to the fact that if news of her ability to manipulate objects through flight had spread upon the awakening of her mental powers, it would undoubtedly leave many in utter astonishment. Countless spirit masters toil for an entire year, barely mastering the art of imbuing their mental energy into external objects to maneuver them. In contrast, Xian, without any guidance or instruction, had effortlessly achieved the remarkable feat of direct object manipulation through flight, a disparity that was genuinely humbling. Unaware of this, Xian was currently devising her training regimen. Over the past half-month, her speed of movement had diminished due to her focus on object flight. However, she remained diligent in her daily practice. She had begun to sense that she was on the verge of reaching the threshold of an intermediate warrior. It was likely that before long, she would make further progress. Thus, Xian resolved to allocate additional time to practice the cosmic energy meditation technique, eager to break through as soon as possible. Her fingers absent-mindedly tapped lightly against the trunk of a tree, thud, thud, thud. The sound was faint, yet to the nearby slumbering giant, it resonated like a thunderous roar. Suddenly, Xian's pores tightened in alarm, a chill surging upward through her. Instinctively, she braced herself against the tree, leaping away swiftly to distance herself from the immense trunk. Boom! In the next instant, the colossal tree shattered with a resounding crash, debris scattering in all directions. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off running. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent impacts resonated continuously, with debris and withered branches striking against Xian's back. At this moment, Xian felt no pain. The fighting spirit within her surged with remarkable speed, and her lips were pressed into a straight line. The experiences she had garnered over the past few months in the Misty Moon Forest were sufficient for her to ascertain that the beast before her was undoubtedly a creature of level 4 or above. Confronted with such overwhelming presence, her only option was to flee. However, her speed paled in comparison to that of the beast. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed, and Xian sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her mental energy into her body, forcing herself to move forward nearly 5 meters. Boom. Xian was hurled into the air by an immense force. It was at that moment that she finally discerned the true form of the beast behind her, and she could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was an extraordinarily robust giant python, its head shaped like a triangle, and its pair of dark brown vertical pupils glowed coldly and eerily. The rough, stone-like scales shimmered with a blood-red luminescence. Its serpentine tail swayed as it moved swiftly through the forest, leaving a path of devastation in its wake, reducing everything to rubble, with not a blade of grass remaining. Only a deep trench left behind. Such a formidable beast, it could easily be deemed the sovereign of the Misty Moon Forest, relying solely on its physical prowess. As Xian's body forcefully collided with the tree trunk, a singular thought permeated her mind. She was indeed quite unfortunate. Her current location was neither the periphery of the Misty Moon Forest nor could it be deemed its interior, astonishingly. She had encountered a dominant beast here, a stroke of ill fate, indeed. As the colossal python inched closer, Xian dug her fingers into the bark, an indomitable spirit igniting within her. She would never succumb to despair. The bloodstone python was incensed. Months prior, it had sustained grave injuries and, seeking refuge from its nemesis, had retreated to this secluded spot to recuperate. Little did it anticipate that an unwitting insect would dare disturb it, particularly one of the detestable humankind. The bloodstone python resolved to rend this audacious human apart and consume her whole. With a hiss, it lashed its tail through the air, transforming into a blur as it surged forward, its enormous eyes glinting with excitement, envisioning the human being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh beneath its tail. Just as the tail was about to strike Xian with tremendous force, it abruptly halted, suspended in midair, frozen in place. In that instant, blood streaming from her mouth and nose, Xian surged upward like a meteor from the heavens, landing directly upon the triangular head of the serpent. Then, under the dazed and bewildered gaze of the bloodstone python, Xian tightened her fists, accompanied by a howling wind, and struck down with ferocity. Bang, 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 bang. Her expression remained eerily calm, bordering on indifference, yet her fists fell like a tempest, each blow infused with all her might. With a tremendous impact, the bloodstone python's head was forcefully brought crashing down. It was only after a brief stupor that the creature realized it was being ruthlessly assaulted by a seemingly feeble human. The furious hisses erupted once more as it opened its maw, unleashing a putrid whirlwind, thrashing its body in desperation. As Xian was cast aside, her eyes were filled with profound reluctance. She expended every ounce of her mental strength to command the colossal python, securing her solitary chance to strike. However, the creature's physical defenses surpassed her expectations. Its scales were harder than refined iron. Despite shattering her own hands in the attempt, she could not fracture its skull. Would she perish here? A crescent moon flashed before Xian's eyes. It was truly a pity that she remained unaware of the precise level of the cosmic energy meditation technique. Nonetheless, she surmised that it could not be beneath the Earth rank, for it was a method crafted from the wisdom of interstellar strongmen. With a tinge of regret, Xian was about to close her eyes when a sudden ice blue light caught her attention. The appearance of this ice blue point was abrupt, causing her gaze to instinctively follow it. She then witnessed the ice blue light descend upon the colossal python. In the next moment, an overwhelming chill erupted. White frost rapidly spread from the point where the ice blue light had landed, enveloping the giant serpent entirely. In the blink of an eye, the massive python was transformed into a statue of ice. It retained the posture of a fierce roar, yet its eyes had dimmed, devoid of any trace of life. Xian gazed blankly at the colossal ice sculpture of a python before him, at a loss as to how to react. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a biting chill. Xian shuddered, her mind returning to the present as she surveyed her surroundings with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. I am profoundly grateful to the esteemed senior who has offered their assistance, she spoke. A voice, cool and crystalline like the sharpness of ice, resonated beside her ear. Do not seek me any further, young girl. It is inconvenient for me to reveal myself. Simply know that it was I who intervened to save you. Xian's heart trembled, and his expression grew increasingly respectful. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I am Xian. May I inquire about your esteemed name? You may call me Scotty, the elder replied. Scotty, esteemed elder, Xian continued. Scotty gently interrupted him. My time is limited. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you, and your reward will be your very life. Are you willing to accept this commission? Xian was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly responded without hesitation, I am willing. The meaning behind Scotty's words was unmistakable. She had no right to refuse. Xian, you are a clever young girl. Intelligent children shall be rewarded. Although Scotty's tone remained unchanged, Xian discerned an undertone of delight within it. Xian originally anticipated receiving gold coins and materials from magical beasts as remuneration. To her astonishment, her counterpart presented her with the colossal python as a reward. However, what was bestowed upon her was not a complete ice-carved serpent, but rather a suit of defensive inner armor fashioned from the python's scales. A bone knife crafted from its vertebrae, a level 6 magical beast crystal core, and a detoxifying snake gallbladder. Scotty, employing an unknown method, delivered a blue flame, which she skillfully manipulated to refine the python, completing the entire process in just 3 hours. This was Xian's first occasion witnessing the intricate process of weapon forging, and she was utterly captivated. As she grasped the freshly crafted white serpent bone scalpel and waved it through the air, her initial response was not one of joy, but rather a chilling apprehension. The serpent bone knife bore an uncanny resemblance to the bone knives she frequently employed, with hardly any discernible difference in texture. This implied that Scotty had been secretly observing her for quite some time, only intervening to rescue her in her moment of peril. Xian felt a renewed sense of vigilance within her. For someone burdened with numerous secrets, there is nothing more detestable than being observed covertly by others. Xian did not reveal any unusual emotions on her face, yet for reasons unknown, Scotty saw through her thoughts. She said, Do not worry. I shall not utter a word about you, for I am nearing the end of my days. Xian trembled all over. Is Scotty on the brink of death? Xian has already learned from Scotty that the colossal python they encountered was a 6th-tier magical beast, and that any entity capable of effortlessly slaying such a creature would undoubtedly be a formidable warrior of at least the 7th tier. Yet, how could such a powerful being find itself in a state of decline? Xian found it somewhat difficult to envision. She wished to express her thoughts. Yet Scotty did not afford her the opportunity to speak. Continue your journey northward, and you shall encounter a steep cliff. In the middle of this cliff lies a cave, which I have concealed with a massive stone engraved with a snowflake totem. Within it lies my treasure, which you are to deliver to the Beast Empire in the northern domain, where, in due time, someone shall come to guide you. Xian, you must protect him at all costs. Absolutely. Scotty's voice grew increasingly faint yet more urgent. After speaking, she did not press further, but instead quietly awaited Xian's response. At this moment, Xian is beset by numerous uncertainties. Her understanding of the spirit martial continent is limited. Yet she is aware that the continent is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern region, Southern region, Western region, Northern region, and Central region. Among these, the Central region boasts the greatest strength, while the Southern region is the weakest. The Yulan Kingdom, the Misty Moon Forest where she resides, and her next destinations, the Aslan Empire, all belong to the Southern region, while the Great Flame Academy, where Yubaimu is located, is situated in the Central region. The spirit martial continent spans vast expanses, and many martial artists spend their entire lives without ever venturing beyond their own territory. For Xian, merely traversing the Misty Moon Forest will require over 6 months. She dares not even estimate how many years it might take her to reach the northern region. Xian fell silent for a moment, contemplating before he spoke. The northern region is far away, and I cannot guarantee when I will be able to deliver it. It matters not, as long as you can ensure his safe arrival in the northern region. Very well, I give you my word. Xian regarded this task as quite manageable. It merely involved escorting an object, and there was no time constraint. Her curiosity about the spirit martial continent was profound, and she naturally yearned to traverse every corner of it. The northern region was a destination she intended to visit without fail. The assignment did not conflict with her personal plans, leaving her without any reason to decline. Xian, thank you, and I wish you good fortune. Senior Scotty? Senior Scotty? Xian tentatively called out Scotty's name several times, but received no response. She then realized that Scotty would no longer engage in conversation with her. As for whether the other party had already departed, Xian chose not to dwell on her thoughts. She carefully stored the magical crystal core of the bloodstone giant python and its serpent gall in her storage bracelet, then swiftly donned the inner armor crafted from the python scales. The bone knife, fashioned from the serpent's bones, was securely strapped to her right thigh for easy access. After completing these preparations, Xian applied some healing ointment to her hands and continued her journey northward. The treasures of Scotty remained hidden within the cave of the mountainside, and Xian believed that securing them promptly would bring her peace of mind. Having promised her esteemed elder, Scotty, she was determined to uphold her commitment. Perhaps due to the earlier ruckus caused by her battle with the bloodstone giant python, Xian encountered no beasts obstructing her path. In less than half a day, she caught sight of the mountainside described by Scotty. The cliff was steep and overgrown with weeds, and as Xian stood at its base, gazing upward, all she could see were the jagged rocks, leaving her unable to locate the stone engraved with the snowflake totem. Xian took a deep breath, then propelled herself upward with a powerful push of her feet, swiftly ascending. Her toes danced nimbly against the cliff face, and in no time, she reached the midsection of the wall. She extended a hand to grasp the trunk of a tree growing in the rock crevice, her eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. After confirming that the stone she sought was not nearby, she promptly repositioned herself. After several attempts, Xian finally discovered the stone adorned with a snowflake totem. She exhaled in relief, just as a shadow, like a bolt of lightning, lunged toward her. Xian's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly drew the bone-cutting knife, striking towards the direction from which the shadow approached. The sound of tearing echoed, reminiscent of silk being ripped apart. The black bat scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair before being cleaved in two by the razor-sharp blade, plummeting downwards. Xian looked with delight at the unblemished bone-cutting knife in her hand, nodding in satisfaction. A fine blade indeed. To her, the bone-cutting knife was akin to an extension of her own body. The reason she had opted to use her fists against the bloodstone giant python instead of her usual knife was due to her awareness that the knife's material was far too ordinary to pierce the creature's scales, and it could even inflict harm upon herself. Now, with a finely crafted bone-cutting knife in her possession, she felt as though her body had been wholly completed. She sheathed the knife back into the strap at her thigh, leaped gracefully, and effortlessly pushed aside the stone adorned with snowflake totems. As the scene within the cave unfolded before her eyes, her pupils quivered slightly, and her expression gradually stiffened. Xian, alas, why did Senior Scotty not mention that her treasure is a mere cub? She is utterly incapable of caring for a young one. Xian's expression was blank, teetering on the brink of madness. Her assertions were grounded in theoretical reasoning. In her past life, she was an orphan, residing in a welfare institution directly overseen by the interstellar authorities, surrounded by countless parentless infants. The institution employed specialized caregiving robots to attend to their daily needs, while some of the older children would assist in caring for the younger ones. Xian, however, was an exception due to her overwhelming strength. At that time, she struggled to control her immense power, often causing destruction, whether inadvertently breaking toys or toppling robots, leaving chaos in her wake. Consequently, for the safety of the infants, Xian was compelled to maintain her distance from them. Even so, her extraordinary strength had frightened the little ones to tears on numerous occasions. Now, upon seeing the golden-haired, blue-eyed child in the cave, who appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, her mind was assailed by the echoes of the infant's sobs. Ah! Her head throbbed painfully. Are you the servant sent by my mother to protect me? The little boy scrutinized Xian with earnestness, and upon noticing her sluggish response, he wrinkled his small brow in disdain. The servant seems rather foolish, not very bright at all. Is Senior Scotty your mother? Xian inquired. Of course. The boy replied with modesty, nodding slightly. You may take me away now. This cave is dark and silent, and I have long since tired of being here. Xian fell into silence for a moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. If she had previously believed only 50% of what Senior Scotty had said, now her conviction had risen to 80%. A mother, unless faced with life and death tribulations, would never entrust her child to a stranger. Xian felt as though a colossal stone had suddenly settled upon her shoulders. She leaned down to gaze into the boy's bright, azure eyes and spoke earnestly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xian, but you may simply call me by my name, or Yi if you prefer. I have indeed been entrusted by your mother to escort you to the northern region, yet I am not your servant. My sole obligation is to ensure your safety. Anything beyond that is contingent upon my disposition. Most importantly, while we are together, your responsibility is to obey and refrain from causing me any trouble. Unlike your mother, I do not possess formidable powers to shield you from all dangers. If we can come to an understanding, we may commence our journey at once. Xian was at a loss on how to interact with the young one, thus she opted to treat him as if he were an adult. The little boy, evidently encountering someone who conversed with him in such a manner for the first time, slightly parted his lips, his face betraying a look of bewilderment. Xian silently awaited his response while meticulously observing the visage of the young boy. His delicate face was pale and tender, with sapphire-like eyes that were large and expressive. A cascade of platinum curls caught Xian's attention, stirring an irresistible urge within her. She exerted considerable effort to suppress her eager hands. If what you say is incorrect, must I still heed your words? The young boy appeared to have finally gathered his thoughts and posed a serious inquiry. Certainly not, Xian replied with a smile. However, if you can persuade me and demonstrate that you are indeed correct, I would be inclined to listen. Very well, let us establish a pact, the boy declared. From some hidden recess, he produced a parchment made of sheepskin and a quill. Grasping the quill, he began to inscribe his version of the agreement in a somewhat crooked manner upon the parchment. Xian cast a glance and nearly burst into laughter. The so-called contract was merely two circles drawn on parchment, one to the left and the other to the right, with two short lines inscribed in the center of each. The young boy earnestly inscribed his name, Bru, beneath the circle on the left. Now, you should write your name here, Bru said, extending the quill to Xian. Upon receiving it, Xian inscribed his name beneath the circle on the right. The contract was thus established. Bru, puffing out his small chest, solemnly proclaimed the outcome. Then carefully stowed away the parchment, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xian. Let us depart. Very well, let us set forth. Xian initially believed that by signing a contract with the young cub, they would coexist amicably. However, to her astonishment, their friendship had not even begun to set sail before it was threatened by a potential catastrophe. She stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the stubborn cub, and helplessly withdrew her outstretched hand. Since you do not wish to be held, how do you intend to descend? The cub, tilting its small head, disdainfully replied, Of course. You shall lead me, and together we shall soar down. But could it be that I am incapable of flight? You actually cannot fly, the cub exclaimed, its eyes widening in astonishment. Xian nodded with a sense of righteous indignation. Is it so strange? One must understand that only those above the 7th rank of martial kings possess the ability to soar through the skies. She has yet to even master the art of flying with objects. You are far too weak. Why would mother allow you to escort me? You cannot even fly. When will we ever return home? Blue crossed her arms, vociferously expressing her dissatisfaction. Xian was not angry. Instead, she was filled with curiosity. Can everyone around you fly? Of course. Blue puffed out his cheeks. Flying is a fundamental skill in our realm. However, he abruptly fell silent, as if a thought had crossed his mind. With a soft sigh, he extended his hands toward Xian. Never mind, perhaps you should just hold me instead. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Xian reached out and embraced Bru's waist, lifting him effortlessly. Without allowing Bru a moment to acclimate, he leaped directly towards the mouth of the cave. The fierce rush of wind surged past their ears, as Bru clung to Xian's neck, his expression somewhat perplexed, his delicate brows tightly knitted together. Xian remained oblivious to Bru's expression as she utilized the trees on the mountainside to mitigate the impact of her descent. Upon landing, Bru, without waiting for Xian to release him, struggled to leap down. However, Xian's arm was as if forged from iron, firmly holding him in place, unyielding. His small face flushed a deep crimson, as he inexplicably felt a sense of oppression reminiscent of his interactions with his mother. He pondered silently. Was this the very reason his mother had entrusted Xian to protect him? Once Xian finally loosened her grip and set Bru on the ground, he momentarily forgot to voice his grievances about her rough embrace and, in a childlike voice, inquired, Where should we go now? Xian lifted his gaze to the direction indicated, pointing towards the north and stating, That way. Bru nodded and offered Xian a sweet smile, replying, All right. With that, he proudly lifted his little head and began to stride northward. However, after only a few steps, he was swiftly yanked back by the collar by Xian. Bru squirmed in Xian's grasp like a turtle unable to flip over, indignantly exclaiming, You see, are you planning to break our pact? Xian placed Blue behind her and gently tapped his nose with her fingertip. I do not intend to breach our covenant. This place is perilous, teeming with fearsome magical beasts, hence you must remain behind me. Those beasts are not truly frightening. I will protect you, Blue retorted. Xian stood tall, gazing down upon Blue, who barely reached her waist, the implication unmistakable. Very well, you may walk ahead, she conceded. Blue, sensing Xian's insistence, pouted slightly in reluctant acquiescence. Xian felt quite content. The young cub was not as troublesome as she had envisioned. Xian could not help but begin to feel a sense of confidence in this task. However, that confidence was soon met with a devastating blow. Brew. Xian gazed upward at the figure that had mysteriously ascended the vine, her forehead pulsing with tension. Heaven knows how panicked she became upon discovering that the young creature behind her had vanished. Brew, with both hands gripping the tendril, swayed gently in the air, her small frame giggling with delight. Brew, I shall say it once more, come down at once. Xian's expression was stern, her voice low and resolute. Yet Brew seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to dangle and sway upon the vine. Xian, filled with indignation, rolled up her sleeves and swiftly ascended, pulling him down with ease. Although Blue did not resist, his countenance revealed his displeasure, muttering inaudibly under his breath. Blue, I called you just now. Why did you not respond? Xian inquired. Blue lowered his head, replying, I did not hear you. Is that so? Even with his gaze cast downward. Blue could sense Xian's intense stare. Feeling somewhat guilty, he fidgeted with his fingers, promising, it won't happen again. You had better ensure that it does not. Xian decided to grant Brew an opportunity, thus they bypassed the topic, restoring their relationship to its former state and continuing their journey. Despite his youth, Brew possessed a remarkable sense of principle. No matter how great his interest in other matters became, he would promptly respond whenever Xian called him, returning to her side with a sense of reluctance. Furthermore, Xian no longer imposed restrictions on Brew as she had initially, for she had come to realize that there was indeed something extraordinary about him. On her path to find Brew, she encountered no magical beasts. She attributed this to the presence of the bloodstone python, yet even after they had traveled tens of thousands of meters away, they still had not encountered a single creature. A feat that was nearly inconceivable in the Twilight Moon Forest. Xian found it difficult to refrain from casting a skeptical gaze upon Blue. After several more days without encountering a single magical beast, and even lacking any mutated flora, Xian could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Blue. With a haughty lift of his chin, Blue replied, You have only just realized this? Did I not assure you that I would protect you? Xian immediately humbly inquired. How did you achieve that? A proud smile emerged on Brew's face, yet it did not linger for long, soon transforming into a look of despondency. He shook his head and replied, I cannot divulge my methods. Just know that as long as I am here, those beasts dare not approach us. Brew, you are truly remarkable. Xian was lavish in her praise. What is the most perilous aspect of the Twilight Moon Forest? Undoubtedly, it is the magical beasts. With Brew at her side, she no longer harbored fears of encountering formidable creatures. Thus, the Twilight Moon Forest transformed into her haven, a place where she could roam freely. To ensure her safety, she specifically inquired with Brew whether there were any beasts within the forest that were unafraid of him. Brew's response was a definitive no. Xian pressed his lips down repeatedly, yet they could not be restrained, curving upwards in a wild smile, his eyes brimming with joy. Blue, perplexed by the source of such delight, turned his gaze, intending to sneak away to a nearby yellow flower, only to be seized by the hand by Xian. Let us go gather herbs. Gather herbs? That sounds quite intriguing. Blue halted his attempt to escape, nodding vigorously, with a bright and cheerful affirmation, gathering herbs. Xian grasped Brew's hand, excitedly moving forward for several paces before abruptly halting. Scratching her head, she awkwardly confessed, but I do not know where the herbs are. She was aware that typically, herbs of level 3 and above were often guarded by magical beasts, yet she remained oblivious to their locations. Even if she could rely on Brew to drive away those beasts, her inability to locate the herbs rendered it futile. Just as Xian believed her plans were in vain, Brew's voice reignited her hope. Follow me, I shall take you to gather them. Brew declared with a confident wave of his small hand. After a brief moment of silence, Xian cast aside her modesty and responded with excitement. All right. The sharp whistle echoed through the forest, and suddenly, a dozen figures sprang forth from the dense thicket. Leading them was a robust man with a powerful physique who inquired, What discoveries have you made? The man to his left scratched his head in confusion and replied, Captain, it's quite strange. I have traversed this path 3 times and haven't spotted a single feather. As soon as he finished speaking, the others quickly chimed in. Indeed. We haven't encountered any magical beast at all. It isn't even winter yet, and they shouldn't be hibernating. This is rather unusual. not just unusual, it's exceedingly peculiar. Do you think there might be a high-level magical beast nearby, scaring the others away? As he spoke, the expressions of the others shifted, a hint of trepidation emerging. Clearing his throat, the captain admonished, "What are you all so flustered about? We are a large group, even if we cannot confront a single magical beast. Surely we can manage to escape." He emphasized, "Remember, we are members of the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Corps, and we must uphold our reputation." "Yes," the group replied in unison, their demeanor sharpening. Captain Barton nodded in reluctant satisfaction and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed, "Ding Wu, Qing Lu, you two have the sharpest eyes. Go search for any signs of magical beast activity in the vicinity. If you find any, determine their direction." "Understood, boss." As he watched the two disappear into the underbrush, Barton fell into deep thought. Recently, the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Corps had not received any assignments, and with time on his hands, he decided to lead his small team to the moonlit forest, hoping to capture a few magical beasts for some extra income. Initially, the plan progressed smoothly, but strangely, they had not encountered a single beast in the past 3 days. Barton found this odd, but was reluctant to abandon the venture. He resolved to wait for Ding Wu and Cheng Lu to return and assess their findings, concluding that if a high-level beast was indeed in the area, they should leave at once. It was not long before Ding Wu and Cheng Lu returned. The moment Barton saw their expressions, he knew they had made a discovery and quickly asked, "Where did you find signs of magical beast activity? Were there any traces of a struggle nearby?" The lean, monkey-like Ding Wu shook his head before raising his eyebrows and, with exaggerated tone, said, "Captain, we found no traces of beasts." "None." Barton's face darkened immediately. Cheng Lu, standing nearby, hurriedly interjected, "Boss, please let us finish. Although we didn't find any traces of magical beasts, we did discover a den of the level 4 magical beast. The gold-eating rat." "What? Are you serious? You didn't mistake it?" Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes brightened, and his comrades were equally captivated. The 4th-tier magical beast, the gold-devouring beast, is renowned for its penchant for devouring ores, and as such, its lair typically harbors a substantial cache of minerals. Additionally, wherever the gold-devouring beast resides, one can find a rare herb known as the ginseng root, also classified as a 4th-tier medicinal plant. Both the ores and the esteemed herb are treasures, naturally stirring the desires of the members of the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, Ding Wu's subsequent remarks doused their enthusiasm like a cold splash of water. Ding Wu lamented, "Cheng Lu and I have already ventured inside and confirmed that this is indeed the lair of the gold-devouring beast. Yet, we arrived too late. Someone else has already seized all the valuables, leaving behind only a few remnants of ore." As his words faded, a chorus of sighs arose around them. Barton's eyes flickered momentarily before he resolutely declared, "Let us proceed to the lair at once." Thus, Barton and his companions promptly followed Ding Wu and Cheng Lu to the den of the gold-devouring beast. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a gaping entrance nestled beneath the roots of a grand tree. The mouth of the cave appeared disorderly, strewn with rubble and grass clippings. Peering inside, they discerned a conspicuous depression at the center of the lair, surrounded by a mound of yellow earth. Barton closed his eyes to attune himself to the cave's aura and picked up a handful of debris to examine. Indeed, it bore the unmistakable scent of the gold-devouring beast. In a fit of rage, he hurled the stones to the ground, cursing under his breath. If only we had discovered this place sooner, the ores and ginseng roots would not have been pilfered by others. "Captain, look, there's a handprint," someone cried out. Upon hearing this, Barton followed the direction indicated and was taken aback. There, indeed, lay a brown handprint, and judging by its size, it was barely half the size of his own palm. "This is a child's handprint." Barton's eyes narrowed. Who would dare bring a child into the perilous depths of the beast forest? A desperate individual, he surmised almost instantly. With this realization, a glimmer of greed swiftly crossed his gaze. The earlier frustration had dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination to claim what he believed was rightfully his. The group immediately dispersed, each member fervently searching for any signs of the child's whereabouts. The treasures were destined to fall into his grasp. "This is silvery moon grass, a 3rd-tier herb that flourishes in the light of the moon, often utilized in the crafting of tranquil elixirs," Blue explained earnestly in a crisp, childlike voice, elucidating the properties of the herb. Xian obediently sat across from him, attentively observing the silverleaf grass while nodding earnestly. Brew stretched out his delicate little hand, plucking a blade of grass from the silverleaf and tossing it into his mouth, before offering the remaining silverleaf grass to Xian. Xian took the silver moon grass, examining it for a considerable time. After fully committing its characteristics to memory, he finally stored it away in his storage bracelet. Brew, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of herbal properties? Was it taught to you by the esteemed Scatty? At this moment, Xian's curiosity about Blue had reached its zenith, ever since she resolved to gather medicinal herbs. Blue not only guided her through the lairs of nearby magical beasts, but also demonstrated an uncanny ability to accurately identify the properties of each herb they encountered, no matter where their journey led them. The herbal knowledge that Xian has acquired during this period surpasses all that she learned in her previous 14 years combined. Is it common for ordinary cubs to possess such a vast reservoir of knowledge? Not entirely. A portion was imparted by my mother, while a significant part was taught to me by my kin. Blue appears to remain somewhat cautious around Xian, seldom mentioning his own lineage. Nonetheless, being still quite young, even with the utmost care, his words inevitably reveal fragments of information. Xian has discerned the presence of a formidable family behind Brew. This revelation incites a new wave of curiosity within her. The concept of family is deeply ingrained in the spiritual martial continent. If that is the case, why has the esteemed Elder Scotty suffered such grievous injuries? And what circumstances led her to wander to this place with Brew? Xian's doubt circled her lips before ultimately being swallowed down. Alas, every individual harbors secrets. Even she possesses things she wishes to keep hidden from prying eyes. Why then should she cling so fervently to the pursuit of an answer? Her sole responsibility was to escort Blue safely to the northern region, fulfilling the entrusted mission of her predecessor, Scathach. With this realization, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She raised her arm and stretched lazily, retrieving her midday meal from her storage bracelet, 2 pieces of roasted beast meat alongside a handful of succulent fruits, offering half to Blue. She then took out the special seasoning gifted by Xian, evenly sprinkling it over the roasted meat. The bright red seasoning emitted a tantalizing aroma that stirred one's appetite. Xian, quite pleased, retracted her seasonings and began to savor her lunch. Brew glanced at the heavily seasoned roasted meat before Xian, instinctively touching his lips as he recalled the fiery flavor. With a hint of disdain, he averted his gaze, opting instead for his own plain roast, nibbling on it slowly. Once their meal concluded, the two resumed their journey. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon Brew's cherubic face. He emitted a few disgruntled hums, rubbed his eyes, and, sporting a head of tousled curls, slowly sat up. After a moment, he realized that it was not Xian who had awakened him today. Turning his head, he noticed Xian had assumed a meditative posture, her knees folded beneath her, enveloped in an imperceptible aura of energy. This energy pulsated with her steady breaths, gradually seeping into her being. She is broken through. Brew's mind snapped to attention, and he took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling as he murmured to himself, "I've been gathering numerous herbs for Xian these past few days. Surely she wouldn't mind if I borrowed a bit of her energy?" With a determined nod, he reassured himself, yes, she certainly would not mind. Seemingly convinced, Brew grinned and hurried over to sit beside Xian. The abundant energy surrounding him prompted an involuntary sigh of contentment. It had been ages since he felt such a rich flow of energy. After catching himself, Brew hastily covered his mouth and cautiously turned to observe Xian. Relieved to find that he had not disturbed her, he shifted his body to find a comfortable position, then closed his eyes, engaging in quiet meditation. The energy coursed through him like a warm current, meandering within his frame. Brew was elated. The experience of cultivating alongside Xian proved to be even more fruitful than he had anticipated. Joyously shaking his head, he intended to seize the opportunity to absorb more energy when suddenly his ears perked up and his expression grew serious. 1, 2, 3, 17 individuals in total. He opened his eyes, gazing into the distance and then at Xian, uncertain of how to proceed. Xian was in the midst of a breakthrough, and forcibly interrupting her could likely result in a backlash. However, if she remained undisturbed, he, given his age, would be ill-equipped to handle those individuals. Brew was caught in a dilemma, and before he could devise a solution, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. "Boss, I found them. They are here." The excited shout nearly shattered his eardrums. Brew furrowed his small brows and unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of Xian. After making this move, he was momentarily taken aback. "Aha, got you." Martin joyfully burst forth from the thicket. Upon seeing Brew and the girl behind him, he momentarily paused, then a wave of exhilaration washed over his face. Blessed by the martial saint, he felt incredibly fortunate. It turned out there was merely a small child and a slightly older one. He was truly poised to strike it rich this time. "Little one, where are your guardians?" Why are only you and your sister here? Martin gestured for his companions to refrain from advancing and forced a smile he believed to be benevolent, directing his gaze at Brew. With a quick flick of his eyes, Brew placed his hands on his hips and declared loudly, "Humph, we are not alone. My mother and our kin are nearby. They have gone to hunt magical beasts and will return shortly." Martin's smile faltered. If other warriors were present, the situation could become troublesome. "Boss, don't believe him. He is lying. There are no signs of others in the vicinity." Cheng Lu, who had arrived slightly later, exclaimed loudly. Martin quickly regained his composure, his expression twisting into a snarl, his anger surging. He had nearly been deceived. If there truly were others, how could he have left two children here alone? Moreover, they had been following the traces left behind and had already determined that their numbers would not exceed 4. This child was lying. "Little one, didn't your parents teach you that children should not lie? Since you are being so disobedient, allow me to assist your parents in disciplining you." Martin sneered as he advanced, rolling up his sleeves. His imposing figure loomed closer, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Brew bit his lip, instinctively taking a step back, an unspoken fear flickering in his deep, ocean-like eyes. "Boss, let us have fun with the little one. Can we keep the older one for ourselves?" At that moment, a mocking voice unexpectedly rang out from the greedy wolf mercenary team. Indeed, although the girl is a bit young, her looks and figure are quite appealing. Once she matures, she could fetch a handsome price. What a pity to sell her. Let us just keep her in our team. It wouldn't cost much and could save us the expense of visiting brothels. Brother Snake is right. Heh. Actually, the younger one isn't bad looking either. I think we should keep both. Ha 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 ha. With malicious echoes rising and falling, Brew's small face flushed crimson, his eyes glaring at the crowd in a mixture of shame and anger. Though he could not fully comprehend their intentions, he could discern that their words were anything but kind. A profound sense of grievance surged within him, causing his nose to sting and his eyes to well up with tears, which he struggled to suppress. It was not yet time for tears to fall. Batten clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles audible as he deliberately slowed his pace, seeking to dismantle Brew's spirit bit by bit. Yet he was met with disappointment. From the moment Brew had taken a step back, he had not retreated any further. With his head held high, he fixed Batten with an unwavering gaze, his eyes glimmering with defiance. Batten found himself growing bored. He relished the expressions of despair and anguish on others' faces, as they provided him with a thrill. "Little one, did you hear what the uncles said? They adore you and want you to stay and play with them. What do you think?" Brew remained silent. As Batten reached out to grasp Brew's collar, he leered, "They wish to strip you of your clothing. And then, let go, let go." His words were abruptly cut off, transforming into a series of anguished cries. His features contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, as his hand was seized and twisted mercilessly. The faint sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. "Your words reek. Did your parents never teach you to behave properly? Since you lack respect for others, I shall take it upon myself to impart a lesson on their behalf." A chilling voice resonated near Batten's ear, as though it were squeezed through clenched teeth, imbued with a menacing coldness. Batten gazed in terror at the frost-faced girl, his lips forming a silent plea. "No, please." In an instant, he curled up on the ground, arms raised high, his fractured wrist revealing pale bone, blood gushing forth. The members of the greedy wolf mercenary group were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Brew pouted in displeasure, straining to pry away the hand obscuring his view. Let me see. Be good. Don't look. It's dirty," came a voice, strikingly different in tone from before, whispering in Brew's ear. Brew's struggle ceased involuntarily, and he shyly touched his ear, muttering softly, "All right then." Xian chuckled softly, grasping the small hand of Blue and placing it before his eyes, softly murmuring, "It is blindfolded now." As he lifted his gaze once more, a chilling glint of menace shot forth from his eyes, exuding an icy aura. "What are you still dawdling for? Attack together. Slay this wretched woman." Martin's furious roar roused the still-dazed members of the greedy wolf mercenary corps. They exchanged glances, and with a howl, they charged towards Xian, forming a tight encirclement. Xian let out a cold laugh, cradling Blue in her left arm, while her right hand deftly withdrew a boning knife from the side of her thigh. With a powerful push of her foot, she charged forward. The blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance, slicing through the air with lethal arcs, blood spraying in its wake. With each shadow of Xian that swept past, a mercenary fell limply to the ground. The knife in her hand resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping one life after another. In the blink of an eye, 9 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, each with a slender line of blood seeping from their throats, bubbling forth in crimson. The remaining 10 members of the greedy wolf mercenary corps huddled together, their faces pale as parchment, eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Xian, clearly paralyzed by fear. It was inconceivable. She was merely an intermediate warrior. How could she possibly slay so many? It was impossible. Barton, unwilling to accept the scene before him, felt a sharp pain radiate from his fractured wrist. Earlier, he had noticed the seemingly fragile girl breaking through to the rank of intermediate warrior. At that moment, he had dismissed it, believing that even if she succeeded, she could not pose a threat to him, a senior warrior. Yet, before he could make a move, she had swiftly incapacitated him, leaving his comrades in disarray. Barton finally realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Suppressing the hatred in his eyes, he attempted to soften his tone. "My dear lady, what has transpired before was a misunderstanding. We have offended you. We shall take our leave now and will not trouble you again." As he spoke, he quietly began to retreat with his teammates, intending to withdraw. "Did I permit you to leave?" Xian's voice remained as indifferent as ever. The footsteps of Barton and his companions abruptly halted. A flicker of irritation flashed through Barton's eyes, yet he forced a smile and said, "Miss, this time our greedy wolf mercenary corps acted too rashly. I apologize on behalf of the greedy wolf mercenary corps. Our leader, Greedy Wolf, is a 6th-level martial general who delights in forging friendships. If you could find it in your heart to spare us, the greedy wolf mercenary corps will surely regard you as an esteemed guest in the future. Vile woman, should I encounter you again, I will certainly summon our leader to strip your skin, mar your face, and sell you to the lowest of places." "The greedy wolf mercenary corps?" Xian scoffed lightly, her expression one of indifference. Her keen mental acuity did not miss the subtle shifts on Barton's face. These individuals would not feel gratitude for her mercy. Rather, they would mock her foolishness and seek vengeance. Thus, they might as well remain. Xian's powerful legs propelled him forward, his form resembling that of a cheetah as he surged towards Barton. Barton's expression instantly shifted to one of panic, without a moment's hesitation. He grasped one of his teammates and flung him forward as a shield, while he himself sprinted in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Flee in different directions." It was their only chance of survival. The members of the greedy wolf mercenary corps had long been struck with fear by Xian, and now, under their captain's orders, they scattered like frightened birds. Only the unfortunate soul whom Barton had used as a human shield was caught off guard, and, with a face full of despair, stood defiantly before Xian. Xian's expression was devoid of emotion as she swiftly severed his throat, her toes barely grazing the ground. Her form akin to a fleeting specter. She did not deliberately choose her targets. Wherever her gaze fell, that became her next victim. In no time, 7 more figures collapsed. At this moment, Xian came to a halt, casting his gaze around to locate the remaining 2 individuals. They had fortuitously chosen directions that were opposite to one another. Thus, should Xian pursue one, it was highly probable that he would inadvertently allow the other to escape. Xian hardly pondered, dashing directly to the left, where Batten was fleeing. His chest heaved violently, and he gasped like a bellows, leaving behind an unending trail of blood, due to severe blood loss. His lips were devoid of color, and his spirit felt somewhat disoriented. Yet, he dared not pause, for he understood that if he halted, he would never have the chance to run again. Suddenly, he tripped over an unseen object, tumbling awkwardly to the ground, the jagged wound scraping against the surface, eliciting a pained cry from his lips. The moment the sound escaped, regret washed over him. He feared it would attract the killer, sealing his fate. In a state of utter panic, Batten's mind blanked, and he crawled forward with desperate urgency, even as his injury became a gruesome mess, refusing to stop. "Brother Pei. Sister Yu, come quickly. There is an injured person here." A girl's melodious voice floated like a celestial hymn, causing Batten to abruptly lift his head, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, look, he is crying. How pitiful." The sight of the compassionate young girl, no older than 14 or 15, evoked a starkly different emotion within Batten. As he beheld the lovely maiden running towards him, her skirt in hand and an expression of sympathy on her face, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground, hoarsely pleading, "Help, please, I beg you, save me. Rest assured, we will definitely help you." "Where are you injured?" she responded, kneeling before Batten with a look of concern. "I have healing elixirs, though I am unsure if they will suit your needs." Su Minmin knelt in front of Batten, feeling helpless as she cast a look of desperation towards her companions, rummaging through her storage ring for commonly used medicinal supplies. "Minmin, he only has a hand injury. Rejuvenation elixirs 1 TB necessary, came a cool, clear voice from behind her. Batten struggled to raise his head, realizing that the girl named Min Min was accompanied by 4 others of similar age. Among them, the most striking was a demure young lady in a purple dress. Her demeanor as graceful as an orchid. Batten had never encountered a woman with a more noble bearing than the girl in the purple dress, and a hint of desire flickered in his eyes. His reaction was purely instinctual, but as he sensed the impropriety of his gaze and attempted to withdraw it, he met the disdainful eyes of the purple-clad maiden. Alarm surged within him. He had been discovered so swiftly. He promptly lowered his head, evading her gaze. Meanwhile, Su Minmin remained anxious about Batten's injuries. She turned to the girl in purple, saying, "Sister, his wounds are filled with sand and gravel. What should we do? Should we clean them first?" Yu Shuiying, with a calm expression, furrowed her brows as if about to speak, but the young man in black beside her interjected, "I know. We must first wash his wounds with water, then apply the medicine. Minmin, I have water. Let me assist you." Having said that, he eagerly produced a water bottle and crouched beside Su Minmin. She responded with a radiant smile, and soon they began tending to Barton's wounds. Another girl with an egg-shaped face approached from behind, chattering away. "Aren't you going to help?" He gently waved his folding fan, a smile playing on his lips. Yu Shuiying remained silent, her eyes reflecting indifference. Pei shrugged, his grin deepening. Su Minmin and the young man in black hailed from distinguished families, having been raised in luxury, thus lacking knowledge on how to treat injuries. Consequently, as they attended to the wounds on Barton's wrist, he felt as though a knife were slicing through his flesh, causing cold sweat to pour from him. Yet he bore the pain in silence, reasoning that enduring a ruined hand was far better than falling into the hands of a killer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a faint voice drifted from behind him. "I found you." Barton trembled, his heart nearly leaping from his throat, summoning an unexpected strength. He reached out with his uninjured hand and grasped Su Minmin's skirt tightly, his eyes pleading. She wants to kill me. Please, save me." He appeared utterly wretched, his injury rendering him pitiable. Seeing the tremor in his voice stirred an overwhelming sense of righteousness within Su Minmin. "Rest assured, I will protect you," she declared resolutely. Turning her fierce gaze towards Xian, she was about to accuse him when her eyes widened in astonishment. "Why is it a girl? A girl of similar age, no less." Her gaze shifted to the creature in Xian's arms. Liu had already lowered his hand that had been shielding his face, and upon noticing Su Minmin's stare, he blinked his large, expressive eyes. A sudden rush of emotion struck Su Minmin, her heart racing. So adorable. After a prolonged silence, it was Pei who broke the tension, inquiring, "We're here to find him," Xian replied bluntly, showing no inclination for pleasantries. "I am taking this person with me. Feel free to do as you wish." "No. Please, no." Barton could barely comprehend Xian's words. All he registered was the intent to take him away. He immediately began to struggle, causing the unfinished wounds to be further exposed to dirt. Don't move. Your wounds are reopening." Su Minmin was startled by Barton's actions and attempted to intervene, but he was beyond hearing her now, consumed by the fear of falling into the hands of a killer. Thus, he struggled even more fiercely, blood gushing forth once more. Su Minmin abruptly stood, glaring at Xian. "He is already in such a pitiful state. Why must you continue to frighten him?" "Frighten?" Xian found it somewhat amusing. "I merely mentioned taking him away. When did I frighten him? Can't you see he does not wish to go with you? Was it not your hand that broke his?" Su Minmin's tone was aggressively confrontational, causing the smile on Xian's face to gradually fade. She had just taken a life, her murderous aura still lingering, and in the silence that ensued, the scent of blood intensified around her. Though Su Minmin appeared somewhat slow to react, both Yu Shuiying and Pei sensed the imminent danger almost simultaneously, their expression shifting to one of wariness as their fingers instinctively moved toward their storage tools. Pei spoke. "This classmate, I apologize on behalf of my friend. She is merely blunt and has no ill intentions." "Pei Gu, be quiet." Su Minmin felt a surge of defiance, but Pei's sudden shout left her momentarily at a loss. This was the first time he had addressed her with such seriousness. As Su Minmin fell silent, the young man in black beside her began to defend her. "Pei Shuizhong, how could you yell at Minmin? She hasn't done anything wrong. This woman who suddenly appeared is clearly suspicious. I believe she is quite likely the villain. We should apprehend her at once." Pei was nearly driven to the brink of fury by these words. If not for the presence of others, he would have turned on his heel in disgust. Refusing to listen to their foolishness, he coldly reprimanded, "Fang Yu, you too, be silent." Having said that, he did not grant anyone the opportunity to retort, instead bowing apologetically to Xian. I'm sorry, they did not mean it that way. Through their conversation, Xian gleaned the identities and backgrounds of the individuals present and wished to disengage from them. Approaching directly, he intended to take Barton away. Barton clung desperately to Su Minmin's ankle, his voice piercing and shrill, threatening to shatter eardrums. No, I cannot leave. I will die. I will die. Save me. Please. Save me. Su Minmin disregarded Pei He's earlier warning and, with fury, declared, I have said I will not allow you to take him away. Su Minmin. Yu Shuiying shook her head at her. If you let this classmate take him away, he is not a good person. Sister Yu, we just met him. Why would you say such a thing? Su Minmin exclaimed in astonishment, only to be met with Yu Shuiying's disappointed gaze, as if she had come to a realization. I understand now. You are merely afraid, aren't you? Thus, you resort to such deceit. You have truly disappointed me. This is a living human life at stake. Yu Shuiying's brow twitched slightly. She was not speaking falsehoods. However, Su Minmin was no longer willing to listen. Fang Yu, meow meow, you will stand by my side, right? Su Minmin inquired. Of course. Fang Yu drew a sword, its tip aimed at Xian, proclaiming loudly, Minmin, do not fear. I will protect you. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Miao, under the intense scrutiny of Su Minmin's piercing gaze, nodded reluctantly. Su Minmin cast a triumphant glance at Pei He and Yu Shuiying, then raised her chin defiantly, addressing Xian, I tell you, we are not afraid of you. You shall not take him away today. Pei He and Yu Shuiying had abandoned attempts to persuade Su Minmin, their full attention now devoted to observing Xian's every move. Prepared to ensure the trio's retreat should a confrontation arise. Suddenly, the previously silent Brew coldly interjected, pointing at Su Minmin and shouting, he is a bad guy. If you protect him, you are a bad guy too. I am not. You are. You are. You are a bad guy, a very bad guy. La la la. Su Minmin was nearly brought to tears by frustration. She felt both wronged and disheartened that she could not even win an argument with the child. Fang Yu wished to assist but was deterred by Xian's gaze, sharp as a blade, as if it could penetrate the secrets of one's soul. He hesitated. Unable to speak, Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you truly insisting that I cannot take him away? Su Minmin, hand him over to him. Upon hearing the whispers of Pei He and Yu Shuiying, Su Minmin hesitated momentarily. However, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Barton, her resolve solidified once again. There is no need for further discussion. I shall not relinquish him to you. Pei He and Yu Shuiying felt their tension rise simultaneously, their internal energies quietly swirling, as if on the verge of erupting. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xian smiled gently. Very well, I shall not take him away. Su Minmin and the others were taken aback, unable to anticipate Xian's swift concession. After a brief pause, Su Minmin broke into a smile, saying, I never thought you could be so benevolent. Yet, before her words could fully resonate, a warm liquid sprayed across her face. Stunned, she reached up to touch it, only to find her fingers stained with bright crimson blood. As she lowered her head in shock, she beheld Barton, his eyes rolled back, a dagger plunged into his chest, directly piercing his heart. Ah! Su Minmin screamed, retreating instinctively. After stumbling back a couple of steps, her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her expression dazed. Had he truly perished? Xian originally intended to eliminate Barton directly. The reason she spoke up to request a person was merely a fleeting moment of kindness, thinking it prudent to deal with Barton at a distance, lest the noble-born young masters and ladies be frightened. Since they showed no gratitude, she no longer felt inclined to exert herself further. Xian cast a glance at Barton, confirming his demise, and turned away, cradling Blue in his arms. How can you do this? How can you murder in front of us, you cold-blooded killer? Su Minmin's anguished cries failed to halt Xian's steps. After all, they were merely inconsequential individuals. Stop. You stop right there. Fang Yu clenched his sword, furiously bellowing at Xian's retreating figure, his heart filled with shame for his earlier hesitation. However, Xian remained unresponsive, his silhouette growing ever more distant. You shall not leave. Stay here. Fang Yu shouted, blood rushing to his head as he charged towards Xian's back. Fang Yu. Pei hurriedly pursued him. Yet, the distance between Fang Yu and Xian was already minimal. Just a few steps later, they were within arm's reach, and still, Xian did not pause. Anger surged within Fang Yu, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his sword toward Xian's left shoulder. Yu Shuiying sensed impending danger as the latent power within her surged violently, colliding forcefully with Fang Yu's sword tip. Simultaneously, Pei finally caught up with Fang Yu, tossing his folding fan directly at the blade. Clang! Fang Yu's sword slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a sharp sound. Fang Yu glared at the fallen sword, biting his lip in frustration. Fang Yu, what do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten the academy's rules? Pei He retrieved his fan, scolding him in exasperation. Fang Yu remained silent, yet an indomitable spirit flickered in his eyes. It was so close. Fang Yu, you should truly be grateful to your senior Pei and that senior Yu. Xian was uncertain when she came to a halt, gazing at Fang Yu with a profound expression. After a brief moment of her gaze lingering on Yu Yingxue, she strode away with purpose. This time, her departure was swift, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Once she was gone, Lin Miao let out a long sigh, murmuring softly, finally gone. The atmosphere had been so eerie that she dared not speak aloud. Su Minmin was still in tears, though she herself could not comprehend the reason for her sorrow. As she looked at the bloodstains on her dress, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The events of the day had been terrifying in her eyes, presenting her with an unprecedented shock. Fang Yu, do you realize you nearly brought us to ruin? Pei He's expression was icy. He was known for his gentle demeanor at Xinjiang Academy, yet this was the first time he had spoken so sternly to his peers. Senior Pei, why do you always defend that woman? She just committed murder. Did you not see? Fang Yu could no longer contain his frustration and shouted back. They were clearly on the same side. Why did Senior Pei always side with outsiders? And what of it? What do you mean? I said, and what of it? Does her killing have anything to do with us? Pei He's expression was unprecedentedly cold, regardless of whether the person she killed was good or bad. Should everyone be sacrificed to spare her simply because she had taken a life? Fang Yu opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately stammering, We cannot just stand by and watch someone die. But he is already dead. Pei He scrutinized Fang Yu's face, shaking his head in disappointment after a moment. He saw no hint of remorse in Fang Yu's expression. It dawned on him that the academy's education had been overly lenient, rendering them naive to the point of folly. Perhaps upon returning, he should propose some improvements to the dean regarding their teaching methods. Yu Shuiying approached Barton, her delicate hand gliding gently across his chest. Countless monster crystal cores descended from the sky, burying Barton's body. With a frosty countenance, she pointed to a bloodied wolf-headed banner and coldly asked, Su Minmin, do you still dare to call him a good man? Su Minmin, her face streaked with tears, looked up in shock, her pupils dilating. He is from the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group? The Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group was notorious in the southern region, and their reputation was far from commendable. They were known for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, willing to undertake any task for the right price, thus earning infamy and a reputation for malevolence. On ordinary days, the mere mention of the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group would make Su Minmin feel a sense of foreboding. Yet today, she had almost saved a member of that very group. Was I mistaken? Su Minmin's cheeks flushed, as if she had been struck by several resounding slaps. She lowered her head in shame, her heart laden with bitterness and sorrow. Yu Shuiying noticed her willingness to acknowledge her mistakes, and her expression softened slightly, only to be reminded of the last words spoken by that girl. The girl had urged Fang Yu to express gratitude to Pei He and to her. The gratitude towards Pei He was understandable, as he had deflected Fang Yu's sword with his fan. However, why should Fang Yu thank her? Did she sense the spiritual energy that Su Minmin had secretly wielded? If that were the case, the girl was indeed a spiritual master. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Shuiying's eyes, but upon reflection, she felt uncertain. The girl's prowess and presence resembled that of a martial artist more than a spiritual master. It is known that the primary distinction between spiritual masters and martial artists lies in physical strength. While spiritual masters can also practice martial arts, they tend to invest more energy in cultivating their spiritual power, often neglecting the physical aspect of training. Over time, this results in their bodies being frailier than those of ordinary martial artists, though the offensive capabilities granted by their spiritual energy compensate for this deficiency. Thus, most spiritual masters can be easily identified by their physique. Although the girl appeared slender, her limbs possessed remarkable explosive power, evidenced by her speed and ferocity in combat. More crucially, Yu Shuiying sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the girl. Even her own teacher occasionally exuded a hint of spiritual energy that she could detect. The girl, however, was like a tranquil abyss, devoid of any ripples. Yu Shuiying sighed softly. The girl had already departed, and no amount of curiosity could unveil the answers she sought. She summoned Pei He, and after a discussion, they decided to return to the academy immediately. This time, they were profoundly dissatisfied with Su Minmin and Fang Yu's performance, and they developed a disdain for this excursion. For a considerable time, They would refrain from embarking on journeys with younger students. Barton's body was cremated on the spot, while Yu carefully stored the monster materials in her storage bracelet. Since the girl had slain Barton, these spoils rightfully belonged to her. Yu mused that if she were to encounter the girl again in the future, she could present these items as a means of atonement, perhaps alleviating the tension between them. On the way back, Su Minmin was unusually silent. Despite Feng Yu's attempts to cheer her up, he gradually fell silent as well. Pei He and Yu exchanged glances, reflecting that had the two of them settled down sooner, they might have avoided the ensuing troubles. They hoped this experience would impart valuable lessons, prompting them to act with greater caution in the future. Meanwhile, Xian paused in his graceful stride, exasperatedly tapping his forehead, lamenting the significant loss he had incurred. Blue tilted his head in inquiry. What's wrong? I forgot to take the storage artifact from Barton. What a waste. Recently, Brew has been greatly influenced by Xian. His little face puffed up as he suggested, shall we return now and retrieve the storage items? Xian felt a flicker of temptation, yet after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately shook her head in rejection, deciding it prudent to minimize her interactions with such individuals. Xian, born into a prominent family, faced ostracism from her relatives, particularly from her siblings Yi Pianran and Yi Pianxian. This treatment fostered a natural sense of alienation from the children of the aristocracy. Determined to sever ties with such individuals, she resolutely relinquished the storage device from Barton, retracing her steps to thoroughly scavenge the possessions of the other members of the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Corps before departing with haste. She chose not to tend to the bodies, aware that once she and Brew left, the expelled magical beasts would return to the site, ensuring that they would dispose of the remains for her. Brew remained cradled in Xian's arms, noticing her lack of intent to set him down. He did not voice any reminder, but instead shook his little head and pointed towards the north, exclaiming, "Let us venture there." I sensed the presence of herbs. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly casting aside the earlier frustration. With a rush of exhilaration, he dashed forward. Under Blue's guidance, Xian traversed a winding neighborhood. Arriving at the foot of a towering mountain, Xian gazed upward at the seemingly boundless mountains, pondering whether the medicinal herb thrived upon the rocky cliffs. Brew closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment, then opened them in puzzlement, scratching his soft golden hair. How peculiar, he mused. The herb ought to be nearby, yet I cannot ascertain its precise location. Let us search the vicinity first. Xian was taken aback. It was the first time she encountered a situation where Blue, who usually could accurately pinpoint the hiding places of herbs, was uncertain. She refrained from asking further questions and diligently searched the vicinity inch by inch. This search lasted for 2 hours. Blue also began to feel anxious. He leaped down from Xian's arms and circled around a particular spot at the foot of the mountain, muttering to himself, "No, it should be right here." Xian narrowed his eyes, casting a keen gaze that swept over every inch of Brew's standing position, before suddenly pausing. "Brew, I believe I have found it. Come over here." Upon hearing this, Brew hurriedly dashed to Xian's side, tilting his little head in inquiry. "Where is it? I don't see anything." Xian could not help but reach out to caress his head, reassuring him, "You will see it soon." She approached the spot where Brew had just stood, flexed her wrist, and then, under Brew's astonished gaze, delivered a powerful punch. Bang! First came a muffled thud, followed by the sound of fine fragments shattering. The ground suddenly gave way, creating a large hole as countless shards of stone and earth cascaded downward. When the commotion subsided, a dark, unfathomable abyss was revealed. Brew hurried to the edge of the pit and peered down, realizing, "No wonder I couldn't find it. It's right beneath us." He lifted his head, his face beaming with joy. "The herbs are just below. Let us descend." However, Xian shook her head at him, insisting, "You stay here. I shall go alone." "Why?" Brew pouted, his cheeks puffed in frustration as he glared at Xian. Xian furrowed her brow slightly. "Blue, I have an unsettling feeling about this place. I am not entirely at ease. Would you mind waiting for me here?" As the cave entrance came into view, the nerves in Xian's mind suddenly tensed. The cavern was profound and devoid of any light, instilling a sense of dread within her. Xian wished to spare Brew from peril. However, Brew's resolve was unwavering. He declared, "Do not think of abandoning me. I shall accompany you, or else I shall withhold the location of the herbs next time." This threat resonated profoundly, leaving Xian no choice but to establish a pact with him. "I shall take you down, but you must remain silent and make no sound. Should we encounter danger, you must flee at my command. Understood?" "Yes." Brew nodded vigorously. Xian once again lifted Blue with one arm. and retrieved a voluminous outer robe from his storage bracelet to wrap around him. Only then did he leap into the black hole together with him. The sound of the wind howled, and the fierce gales lashed against their faces as if they were being cut by blades. Xian shielded Bru's head with her hand, her mental energy firmly anchoring her to the ground as her eyes diligently discerned the surrounding environment. After what felt like an eternity, a resounding thud echoed, and her feet finally touched the ground. Thanks to her mental prowess, Xian was spared from any significant impact. She retrieved a fire starter to illuminate the area, revealing that they were situated within a barren cavern with only a seemingly endless path ahead. The herbs lay just ahead. Indeed, Xian nodded slightly and continued along the path. As he ventured deeper, the whisper of the wind grew ever more distinct, and occasionally, remnants of excrement could be seen upon the ground, suggesting that this place might be the lair of some magical beast. The cave twisted and turned, rising and falling unpredictably, and Xian narrowly avoided colliding with the rocky walls on several occasions. Throughout the journey, Blue remained remarkably silent, obediently clutching Xian's neck, with only the soft sound of his breathing breaking the stillness. As he rounded another bend, a faint glimmer appeared at the end of his line of sight. Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had finally arrived. Yet, instead of quickening her pace, she found herself slowing down, the bone-chilling dagger firmly grasped in her hand. As her field of vision expanded, the entirety of the cavern unveiled itself before her. The cavern, soaring to several dozen meters in height, was spacious and unadorned, with a stone platform resembling a lotus positioned at its center. In the heart of the lotus platform lay a vibrant green blade of grass, swaying gracefully with the gentle breeze. This was the stem of the stone. Bru pressed his voice low, for this was a premier herb among the fourth-tier varieties. Its worth rivaling that of an ordinary fifth-tier herb. Xian's breath momentarily faltered, yet in that fleeting instant, she resolutely decided to procure this precious herb. What are the growth habits of the stone stem? Are there any symbiotic magical beasts? The stone stem thrives in tranquility, flourishing solely within the heart of stone. As for its accompanying magical beast, Bruce pondered for a moment before responding. It is likely the rolling stone beast. The rolling stone beast is a peculiar creature, subsisting on rocks, shunning light, and dwelling perpetually in the shadowy depths of the earth. Its appearance closely resembles that of stone, and its physical defenses are nothing short of formidable. Is the rolling stone beast nearby? No, it is not. Xian felt a slight relaxation in her heart as she held her breath and approached the stone stem. With each careful step, the only sound in the tranquil cave was the soft echo of her footsteps. As Xian approached the front of the lotus platform, an unusual fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose. She concentrated her energy and, like a flash of lightning, extended her palm to grasp the stem embedded in the stone, pulling it forcefully outward. With a resounding pop, the stem was uprooted entirely. However, before she could revel in her triumph, an immense roar suddenly erupted beneath her feet, followed by a tremor that shook the very foundations of the earth. Xian's expression changed dramatically. This was bad. The cave was about to collapse. She hurriedly stuffed the stone stem into her storage bracelet and then sprinted back in the direction she had come from, cradling Blue in her arms. Cracks rapidly spread across the walls of the cave, soon followed by a swift collapse. Debris tumbled down, raising clouds of dust. Xian continually evaded the cascading debris from above, occasionally pausing to clear the obstructed passages. Strands of hair, dampened by perspiration, clung stubbornly to her forehead, lending her an air of disarray. The rumbling intensified, a cacophony of sound echoing through the mountains, resembling the furious roar of a mountain deity. Blue tightly clutched Xian's neck, his cerulean eyes betraying a profound terror. Should they fail to escape, they would be entombed within the mountain's embrace. Even if the stones did not crush them, they would be suffocated by the weight of their confinement. Regret began to gnaw at Blue. Had he foreseen such peril, he would have altered their course the moment they could not locate the cave entrance, guiding Xian away from this treacherous place. He gazed at her profile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xian failed to perceive the implicit apology in Blue's gaze. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought, the desperate need to escape from this place. Consequently, she unleashed the full extent of her physical prowess, and upon encountering a blocked exit, she resolutely resorted to breaking through with her fists and feet. With every ounce of strength, she finally returned to the cavern where they had fallen. However, neither Xian nor Blue displayed any signs of joy on their faces, for they both understood that the most arduous challenges were only just beginning. The barren cliff face offered scarcely any footholds. Despite Xian's immense strength, it was exceedingly challenging for her to ascend without assistance, especially while cradling Blue in her arms. Suddenly, a portion of the cliff face gave way with a resounding crash. The opening was narrow, and although Xian reacted swiftly, she was nonetheless grazed by the tumbling boulder, resulting in a sharp, searing pain in her arm. Before long, she felt her sleeve thoroughly soaked with the blood that flowed from the wound. Xian, Blue exclaimed in alarm. I am fine, she reassured him. Xian composed herself, concealing the pain between her brows, and gazed up at the opening above. Suddenly, she spoke earnestly. Blue, can I trust you? Blue was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. You can. His affectedly mature tone elicited a smile from Xian. Without further hesitation, she cast aside a broad leaf and, embracing Blue, leaped into the air, soaring upward. Blue watched in exhilaration as the towering cliffs around them rapidly receded, nearly dancing with joy. They were flying. At that moment, a glimmer of hope for escape illuminated his face. Just as he was about to cheer with Xian, he noticed her lips pressed tightly together, her expression grim, and her muscles taut with tension. Blue's exuberance swiftly waned as he realized the leaf beneath them was swaying precariously. Just then, a massive rock hurtled down toward them. Blue expected Xian to maneuver the leaf to evade it. However, she instead braced herself and struck the stone with her fist. The rock shattered into fragments. But the leaf was jolted, plummeting several meters before finally stabilizing. At this point, Blue dared not utter a word. He discerned that Xian's flying skills appeared rather lacking. Fearing his words might distract her, he kept silent, silently rallying his support for her. Xian indeed, as Blue predicted, was not in optimal condition. The act of flying with spiritual objects is inherently taxing on a spiritual master's mental fortitude, and with Xian also needing to divert his attention to evade falling obstacles. His mind was in a state of heightened tension, with a sharp pain already manifesting within his head. Xian understood that this was a reminder of her dwindling mental strength. However, as she gazed up at the still elusive exit, she bit her tongue sharply. Forcing herself to dismiss the pain coursing through her body, she was determined to lead Blue out of this place. Xian held an unwavering belief. The leaf supporting the two of them ascended continually, and Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale. She gritted her teeth, strands of blood seeping from her lips and tongue, while her right arm, having shielded against falling stones, became a gruesome mess. Blue was no longer the picture of cleanliness and order. He was enveloped in a thick layer of dust. His hands were clenched tightly together, his gaze fixed unwaveringly above. At last, he caught sight of a glimmer of light amidst the boundless darkness. With elation, he shouted, Xian, we shall soon be free. Hold on just a little longer. Upon hearing the words, Xian's spirit surged, and a few strands of mental energy emerged from her nearly exhausted consciousness. As they drew closer to the exit, the surrounding mountain began to crumble under the tremors, sending down clumps of earth and grass. The cave lost its only source of light, and the enveloping darkness magnified emotions. Blue was engulfed in fear. It was evident to anyone that Xian was at her limit, and faced with another boulder, she possessed no strength to resist. They were so close to escaping. Don't be afraid, hold me tightly. In the darkness, Xian's voice resonated clearly. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue tightened his embrace, resting his head against Xian's neck. The sound of their racing hearts echoed in his ears, and for a moment, Blue could not discern whether the heartbeat belonged to him or to Xian. What transpired next was beyond Blue's ability to describe. He could see nothing and relied solely on sound for information. He heard the deafening roar of explosions, the howling of the wind, and Xian's steady breaths. Then, sunlight pierced through the darkness, and he caught a whiff of the fragrance of fresh grass. We made it. We've escaped. Blue exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with delight. He called out twice, but when he received no response from Xian, a wave of panic washed over him. Xian, what's wrong? He watched helplessly as Xian closed her eyes and slowly collapsed. Her face was smeared with blood, and her arms and cheeks were marred with deep gashes, some of which exposed bone. Yet, even in her final moments, Xian extended her hand to shield Blue's head from impact. Blue was terrified. He yearned to awaken Xian, but feared hurting her. In his frantic state, a thought struck him. He hastily opened his clothing and retrieved handfuls of herbs from a small pendant hanging around his neck. Xian, don't be afraid, I will save you. Blue seemed to be speaking to Xian, yet it felt as if he were reassuring himself. He sifted through the collection of herbs, selecting those suitable for treating wounds, then crushed them in his small hands, applying the herbal paste to Xian's injuries. Soon, her wounds were adorned with a colorful array of herbal juices. Unsatisfied, he picked the brightest little flower from the herbs. Gently caressing its petals, he closed his eyes and stuffed the flower into Xian's mouth, murmuring, Xian, I've given you the flower. You must wake up quickly. Once he completed these tasks, Brew breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down heavily on the ground. His small face smudged, which only made his bright eyes stand out even more. After a brief respite, exhaustion began to envelop him, and he leaned against Xian, drifting into a deep slumber. At the periphery of the Misty Moon Forest, Abner, we have been searching in the direction you indicated for half a year. Why have we yet to discover the whereabouts of the young prince? Are you deliberately toying with me? The muscular man with golden hair seized the man in the white robe before him, glaring fiercely at his counterpart. His broad shoulders and sturdy arms radiated an air of fury, resembling an enraged lion. The man in the robe, however, remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the golden-haired man's aggression. Duke Eric, please release me. Your actions are most discourteous. Two similarly robust men, startled, hastened to mediate, simultaneously offering their apologies to the robed gentleman. My Lord Abner, please forgive Duke Eric's rudeness. He is merely overly concerned for the young prince's safety. I understand, Abner replied with a slight nod. He had no intention of quarreling with a man whose intellect seemed eclipsed by his brawn. The two mediators, witnessing Abner's calm demeanor, felt a wave of gratitude. Indeed, he was as the legends described, gentle and wise. Though Eric relinquished his grip, his gaze towards Abner was ablaze with fury. At that moment, he wished to unleash a flurry of punches upon Abner's handsome visage, testing whether the man could still retain his smile. Duke Eric, it was you who initially approached the king to accompany me in the search for the young prince. If you now wish to withdraw, you are free to do so. Abner spoke in a steady tone. You would have me depart? Abner, you claimed you could find the young prince, which is why I journeyed south with you. Now you wish to cast me aside. Tell me, were you deceiving me all along? Eric advanced angrily. Abner, standing at 6 feet tall, still had to gaze upward to meet Eric's eyes. He regarded Eric with calmness, stating, I did say I would locate the young prince, but it requires time. It has already been half a year. Eric bellowed. Do you comprehend the dangers the young prince may have encountered in that time? Duke Eric. Abner raised his hand to halt the two who were about to intervene again. I am aware. Thus we shall soon welcome the young prince back home. What do you mean by soon? Are you suggesting we will find the young prince immediately? Eric's eyes widened, akin to saucers. Abner nodded, gesturing towards the beastwood forest ahead. The divine guides us. The young prince is within that very forest. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Let us go at once to welcome the young prince. Eric laughed exuberantly, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. He took a few steps forward, but, noticing that others had not followed, quickly turned back. Extending his thick fingers affectionately to straighten the collar of Abner's robe, which he had disheveled moments earlier. Ha ha ha, Abner. I knew you were the most capable one in the realm of beasts. What I said earlier was merely in anger. Consider it as if you had not heard it at all. The two onlookers were left utterly astonished. Duke Eric's expression shifted with astonishing rapidity. Abner, however, remained remarkably composed. He had previously remarked that had he chosen to engage in a contest of wits with Eric, he would have succumbed to his vexation countless times over. Ignoring the noisy antics of Eric, he focused his gaze intently on a particular point within the ethereal moonlit forest, his eyes reflecting profound depth. When Xian opened her eyes, she found herself in a peculiar place. A vast expanse of white enveloped her, devoid of anything but the ethereal white mist. Xian was momentarily taken aback before realizing that she seemed to be within her own sea of consciousness, transformed into an ethereal mass of energy. She directed her form to drift forward, and before long, she encountered the undulating silver sphere. Attempting to approach it, she was predictably repelled. Xian, undeterred, continued to wander within her sea of consciousness, sensing that there was something elusive she sought. Suddenly, she felt her energy body being violently tugged, an irresistible force emerging from her heart. Instinctively, she glided swiftly in the direction of the beckoning pull, only to behold a swirling mass of vibrant energy floating within her sea of awareness. What could this be? A fleeting doubt flickered through Xian's mind. In the next moment, she pounced with the ferocity of a wolf. The colorful energy orb offered no resistance, succumbing effortlessly to Xian's own energy. It was akin to savoring a long-desired feast. A wave of unparalleled satisfaction surged within her. She yearned to contentedly lick her lips, only to be reminded of her current lack of lips, feeling a twinge of regret as a gentle sensation emanated from her mouth. Xian's heart trembled as she lowered her gaze, discovering that her ethereal form had solidified. She could perceive every line on her palm and each pore, an astonishing reflection of her true self. Xian instinctively sensed that this was a fortuitous event. Yet she remained utterly oblivious to its implications and the potential repercussions it might have on her. The shortcomings of her knowledge were laid bare at this moment. As Xian contemplated that upon her departure from the Misty Moon Forest, she ought to seek a place to acquire knowledge she had previously overlooked. A sharp pain suddenly erupted within her. Her vision blurred, and her consciousness instantaneously surged forth from her sea of awareness, causing her to sit up abruptly. Xian, you are awake, exclaimed Blue with fervor, attempting to approach, only to be met with Xian's stern admonition, do not come any closer. Blue stood frozen in place, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. How could he dare to shout at Xian? During this period, he had remained steadfastly by Xian's side, not daring to leave even a step, consumed by fear. It was not the fear of personal danger that haunted him, but rather the dread that Xian might never awaken again. When they escaped the cave, Xian had valiantly shielded him, ensuring that he sustained no harm whatsoever. From that moment on, he had resolved that Xian would be his eternal friend, perhaps even more than that. A pained howl escaped Xian's lips. Her forehead slick with sweat, her body curling in on itself. Waves of immense energy surged within her, colliding violently, and she felt as if her veins, bones, and flesh were on the brink of being obliterated by this overwhelming force. Xian Wuxia delved into the origin of this energy, gritting her teeth to endure the excruciating pain. She sat cross-legged, placing her hands upon her knees, and commenced the cosmic energy meditation technique, preparing to fully absorb this power and transform it into her own combat aura. Initially, the energy within her was tumultuous, rampaging wildly and utterly disregarding Xian's commands. Xian could only consume a portion of the energy within his body using his own fighting spirit, refining it before commencing its outward expansion. Clusters of energy transformed into gentle fighting spirit, continuously circulating through his meridians. As the refined fighting spirit increased in volume, the fighting spirit within Xian's body gradually swelled to its limits, and the agonizing pain once again permeated throughout his entire being. Xian's eyes twitched unnaturally, as if he had reached the brink of endurance. Bru was rendered speechless by such an unexpected turn of events. How could this be? He had given Xian a healing elixir, after all. Was it possible that he had inadvertently caused Xian's demise? The rainbow nectar, a fifth-tier herb, bore a colossal energy that was difficult for intermediate warriors to withstand. In truth, it was already astonishing that she had not succumbed to its overwhelming force. When Abner's voice pierced through the air, Bru was taken aback. He looked up at the figure beside him, momentarily stunned. After processing what was said, he wept as he clung to the man's leg. Uncle Abner, please save Xian. She is my dearest friend. Bru sobbed, guilt nearly engulfing him. All he wished was to save Xian. Do not cry, little prince. Uncle Eirik will assist you. Eirik, witnessing Bru's tear-streaked face, felt his heart melt. Poor little prince, he must have endured so much. His delicate features were taut with distress. Eirik rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but was halted by Abner. Her situation is unique. She must rely on her own strength. If you wish for her to perish, then by all means, proceed. Eirik halted his footsteps, casting a helpless glance towards Bru, whose face was filled with anticipation. Oh, Xian, please do not die. Bru's lips quivered as his sorrow deepened. Eirik hastily gathered Bru into his arms, whispering soothing words. Meanwhile, Abner's attention remained fixated on the figure shrouded in medicinal paste, the face obscured. It was remarkable for an intermediate warrior to endure the energy of a fifth-tier herb. Was her presence with Bru a mere coincidence, or was it a matter of intent? Abner's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over Xian, brimming with curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, Xian was preoccupied with the tumultuous energy surging within her. The energy within her was nearing saturation, yet vast amounts remained unabsorbed. If she did not devise a solution swiftly, she risked being overwhelmed by her own power. In a flash of clarity, Xian resolved to harness this energy to ascend to the rank of a senior warrior, for only then could she transform peril into safety. With less than a month since her elevation to an intermediate warrior, the risk of a breakthrough was exceedingly high, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Taking a deep breath, she channeled a small portion of her energy into her right arm. The hallmark of a senior warrior lies in the transformation of one's flesh into a vessel of power, akin to an indestructible form. While the notion of an indestructible form is but an exaggerated metaphor, The attainment of senior warrior status would greatly enhance her physical defenses and enable her to better control the energy within. Typically, during the breakthrough to senior warrior, one would consume a gentle medicinal elixir to safeguard the meridians and alleviate suffering, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. However, Xian had nothing at her disposal. She could only endure the excruciating pain, for failure would leave no room for a second attempt. As the energy coursed into her right arm, she felt as though it were being seared by flames. The agony surpassed even that of having her arm forcibly broken. Her right arm was instantly lacerated with countless wounds, blood mingling with medicinal fluids that surged forth uncontrollably. Xian felt a tickle in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, distorting his features into a grotesque visage. Xian, oh Xian. After much effort to suppress her tears, Bru was once again overcome as she beheld Xian transformed into a bloodied figure. She cried out, desperately wishing to leap from Eric's grasp, but he held her firmly, unyielding to her pleas despite his attempts to console her. This is a critical moment. Do you wish to endanger her once more? Abner's cold remark rendered Bru immobile in Eric's embrace. Eric shot a glare at Abner, gently patting Bru's back. Do not heed his words, dear prince. He may appear pristine, yet his heart is filled with malice. Behind them, the two figures loomed like a backdrop. Your grace, that is not what you just said. The intense pain plunged Xian's mind into a brief void, and it took a while for clarity to return. Focusing on the condition of her right arm, she was pleasantly surprised to find it faring much better than she had anticipated. Although her muscles had been torn by the fighting energy, gentle energy was swiftly seeping in from the outside, mending the damage. Seizing this opportunity, the fighting energy gradually integrated into her flesh and blood, the process proving to be relatively smooth. Xian had no time to ponder the source of the external energy seeping in. With unwavering resolve, she continued to channel her fighting spirit into her left arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, yet she had steeled herself for this moment. This time, the discomfort only caused a fleeting moment of dizziness before she swiftly regained her focus and persisted in cultivating her energy. Following her left arm, she turned her attention to her right leg, and then her left leg. Xian was enveloped in a crimson shroud, the torn skin incessantly tormenting his senses. Xian gritted her teeth, blood seeping through the gaps. She gently shook her head, forcing herself to remain alert. The surge of her fighting spirit had already been significantly depleted, leaving only the final step. This step was also the most perilous. She needed to fuse her fighting spirit with her torso and neck. The torso was connected to the vital organs, while the head housed the martial artist's most crucial sea of consciousness. Both were intricately linked to life itself, and a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Xian dared not to be careless. She cautiously guided the fighting energy to slowly infiltrate the skin of her torso. The sensation of the energy coursing beneath her skin felt akin to a slow and torturous dismemberment, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. With a crack, a small fissure erupted from her back, and as if triggered by some extraordinary reaction, countless cracks simultaneously burst open, causing blood to surge forth in an instant. Xian let out a painful howl, her consciousness seemingly seized by an unseen force, descending into the abyss of darkness. Surrender. It hurts too much. Surrender. The devil's whisper lingered in her ears. For a fleeting moment, Xian yearned to cast aside all restraint and allow herself to plunge into the boundless void. Yet, a piercing cry, emanating from somewhere, shattered the oppressive darkness, rekindling her awareness. Xian. Someone was calling her name. Xian's instinct for survival surged explosively, her eyes suddenly flinging open, the crimson veins within her gaze burning fiercely like a flame. She was determined to live. Boom. The barriers within her body shattered piece by piece, and the once unbearable fighting spirit found a new outlet, swiftly merging into her every limb and sinew. The overwhelming pain gradually subsiding like a receding tide. Xian fell back, utterly drained of strength, his chest barely rising and falling, resembling a lifeless corpse. Upon witnessing this, Bru let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xian. Has Xian passed away? Xian is dead. Bru was overwhelmed with hatred for the version of himself that had forced the rainbow flower into Xian's mouth. He wept inconsolably, on the verge of losing consciousness. She did not perish. Xian, I am deeply sorry for you, sobbing. She is not dead. Xian, have I made a mistake? Just now, someone mentioned something. He said that Xian is not dead. Blue eyes, washed by the waters, gazed pitifully at Abner. She had successfully broken through. She was merely fatigued and would soon recover with a period of rest, emerging even more formidable. Even Abner could not fathom how this individual named Xian could truly surpass the threshold of a high-level warrior amidst such overwhelming energy impact. To him, it was an astonishing feat. Consequently, his skepticism towards Xian only intensified. He despised variables that eluded his understanding. Xian slept for a full 7 days and nights. During this period, Bru would frequently approach her, placing his finger beneath her nose to check for any signs of breath. Only when he detected a faint stream of air could he return to Eric with a sense of relief. His concern for Xian was overt, prompting thoughtful reflections from Abner and Eric. When Xian finally regained consciousness, she felt an overwhelming weakness throughout her body, accompanied by an undeniable sticky sensation. She did not hasten to rise. Instead, she delved inward, examining her body. Her once dilapidated form had been restored through this prolonged slumber, her injuries completely healed, and the energy flowing through her meridians was now significantly more robust. She had a vague sense that her strength had indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement. Though this ordeal had been perilous, it also bore unexpected blessings. In high spirits, Xian attempted to wiggle her fingers, producing faint cracking sounds from her hands. "Xian, are you awake?" Bru's distinctive, childlike voice rang out. Xian's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly lifted her eyelids, only to find a small creature with a red nose anxiously gazing at her. Xian gently curved her lips into a smile, directing her gaze towards Blue. "Oh, Xian, you have finally awakened. I was so frightened," Blue exclaimed, throwing himself onto Xian, encircling her neck with his arms and weeping uncontrollably. Round, glistening tears cascaded down Blue's chin, trickling onto Xian's neck. The icy sensation deepened the softness in her eyes. With great effort, she lifted her hand and tenderly tousled Blue's soft golden locks, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I promise to protect you." As Blue's sobs subsided into hiccups, he gradually regained his composure, yet his delicate brows knit together in concern. Releasing his grip, he hesitated for a moment before softly remarking, "Xian, you smell rather unpleasant." Xian remarked that she sensed an unusual odor, which, to her surprise, emanated from her own being. She propped herself up with her hands and gradually rose, intending to find a place to freshen up. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched. Was someone nearby? Xian felt a sudden jolt of alarm, her senses sharpening as she warily cast her gaze ahead, where 4 exceptionally tall and robust men stood. With just one glance, her mind erupted in a cacophony of warnings. Instinctively, her fingers grazed the outer side of her thigh, her waist slightly bent, poised to spring into action at any moment. "Dear child, there is no need for such trepidation. Our intentions are benign." Xian's movements appeared to be executed inadvertently, however. They did not escape the keen gaze of Eric and his companions. Eric burst into a hearty laugh, his golden locks shimmering brilliantly under the sun. He held Xian in high regard, for it had been a long time since he encountered such a resilient little fellow. "Xian, they are my kin." Bru realized that Xian had merely misunderstood and hastily introduced her to Eric, Uncle Abner, and the uncles Arthur and Ollie. "Kin?" Xian blinked slowly, wondering if they too were descendants of the esteemed Scotty. "Do you know Scotty?" Abner inquired. For reasons unknown, Xian sensed a certain disfavor emanating from the man named Abner, prompting her to nod perfunctorily in response. "Yes, they have come to fetch me." Bru, disregarding the unpleasant scent surrounding Xian, grasped her hand with urgency, exclaiming, "Xian, come back with me. I cannot bear to part with you. We shall venture to the Beast Empire together, where an abundance of herbs awaits, and I shall procure any that you desire." Xian furrowed her brow slightly as she cast a glance at the 4 men, lowering her voice. "Can they be trusted?" The elder Scardy had instructed her to escort you back to the Beast Empire, assuring her that aid would be waiting there. "They are trustworthy. Eric is my uncle. The person my mother mentioned for assistance is indeed him." Bru nodded emphatically. Xian's body relaxed. Thus she had completed the task entrusted to her by her senior, Stika, ahead of schedule, allowing herself a moment of respite. "Xian, will you come with me?" "Please come with me." Bru, sensing her prolonged silence, anxiously grasped her arm, employing a charming demeanor to coax her. Xian gazed at Bru, a fleeting glimpse of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she resolutely declined his request. "Bru, I currently have no intentions of traveling to the Northern Territory. However, I promise that when the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit you in the Beast Emperor's empire. Alternatively, once I have established myself, I will write to you." and you are always welcome to seek me out. Xian had long since determined her life's ambition to become a formidable force in the spirit martial continent, to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and gaze down upon the multitude. This path was destined to be both solitary and fraught with challenges. With a distinguished background and a powerful family, her relationship with Blue would afford her ample resources within the Beast Empire, ensuring her cultivation journey would be remarkably smooth. However, this also implied that she would forfeit numerous opportunities to enhance her strength. For instance, had she not been pushed to her limits this time, she would never have taken the audacious leap to forcibly break through to a higher martial realm. The immense risk she embraced yielded abundant rewards. She had completely fallen in love with the exhilarating sensation of traversing a tightrope and could not abandon it for a life of comfort. Thus, she was destined to part ways with Blue. No, I refuse to be separated from you. Then, I shall not return to the Beast Empire. Blue's words escaped him impulsively, and upon uttering them, he felt a pang of guilt and could not bring himself to meet the eyes of Eric and the others, bowing his head in silence. Blue, have you forgotten the responsibilities you bear? Blue shuddered but remained silent. Xian turned to Abner, who had spoken, and said, I have something to discuss privately with Blue. Could you please excuse us for a moment? Of course, Abner replied, casting a deep glance at Xian before gesturing for Arthur and Ollie to forcibly escort the reluctant Eric away. Once their figures disappeared from Xian's line of sight, he adopted a serious demeanor. Blue, though you are still quite young, I have always regarded you as an adult. So I implore you to listen attentively to what I am about to say. Blue silently nodded. Senior Scotty has entrusted me with the responsibility of escorting you back to the northern domain. She wishes for your safe return to your homeland. Do you understand? Blue nodded with tears in his eyes. Moreover, you can await your return with eager anticipation. Do you wish to disappoint them? Blue shook his head, unable to suppress a sob. I knew you would be the most obedient, Blue. Seizing the moment, Xian affectionately ruffled Blue's hair. I promise, we will meet again. By then, you shall have grown into an adult, just like your Uncle Eric, and I will have to look up to speak with you. The thought of that scene brought a smile to Blue's face, as he asked, Really? Indeed, we can draft another contract. All right, let's write the contract. You must never forget me. Absolutely. After Xian had comforted Blue, he found the small stream she had passed by last time. He used the stream water to cleanse the blood clots from his body while simultaneously learning from Blue about everything that had transpired during his unconsciousness. He discovered that the surging energy within him was a result of Blue's frantic efforts to save him by administering a 5th-grade medicinal herb, while the energy that had been externally mending his wounds was the medicinal concoction she had applied. Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, no grave errors had been committed, and he naturally forgave Blue. When the two returned to their original position, Eric and the others were already waiting there. Xian and Blue exchanged reluctant glances filled with unspoken sentiments. Xian encouraged him with a nod. Blue turned back repeatedly as he approached Eric's side. A slight cough escaped his lips. Have you finished conversing with your friends, Blue? It is time for us to return. In front of Blue, Eric endeavored to display his gentlest demeanor. Blue nodded, but then a thought struck him, and he eagerly shook his head. He hurried over to Xian, lifting his little face. Xian, I have something to give you. Please lower your head. Xian bent down as instructed. Blue stretched out his small hand, clumsily placing a grass-woven necklace around Xian's neck, adorned with a pendant of an indiscernible white feather. Leaning closer to Xian's ear, Blue whispered, Xian, this necklace was a gift from my father to me, and now I bestow it upon you. Whenever you see it, it is as though you are seeing me. After a brief moment of hesitation, he continued, Goodbye, sister. The last 2 words escaped his lips softly. With that, he planted a fervent kiss on Xian's cheek and then hurriedly dashed to Eric, burying himself in his embrace. Xian touched his cheek, and, as he stood upright, could only see the dazzling back of Brooke's head. Eric, holding Brooke, nodded amiably at Xian, and with a few leaps, vanished without a trace. Xian gazed in the direction they had departed, feeling as though a piece of her heart had been hollowed out. Initially, she perceived raising a young one as a burdensome task, yet now her mind was filled with the delightful moments spent with Blue. Xian felt somewhat dejected. Rarely in a rush, she found a large boulder to sit upon, lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously caressing the feather pendant. As night descended, the sounds of insects and creatures pierced the stillness. As Xian listened to the most common sounds of the twilight moon forest, he found them strangely unfamiliar and somewhat cacophonous. When he was with Blue, no beast dared to approach him, and thus, he had not heard the vibrant sounds of life for quite some time. the beast empire, with its golden hair, azure eyes, and white feathers. Xian meticulously recorded this information, hoping that once she departed from the misty moon forest, she would uncover the true identity of Blue. As she pondered their next encounter, she wondered if her feelings for him would undergo a transformation. The dawn cast its golden light upon the earth, and the distant echoes of beastly roars resonated. As the misty moon forest reverted to its perilous former self, Xian rose to her feet, exhaling deeply as the bones in her neck cracked with a satisfying sound. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yesterday had faded into the past, and new challenges awaited her. She lifted her gaze to ascertain her direction, and with a swift motion, propelled herself forward, leaping several meters ahead. Indeed, her strength had increased, and her speed had correspondingly enhanced. What had once seemed an unattainable distance to Philadelphia now appeared strikingly within reach. Xian's figure resembled a fleeting gust of wind, traversing through the forest and stirring countless green leaves. She ran ever faster, as if soaring with the breeze. Just as Xian was about to emerge from a dense thicket, a white silhouette abruptly appeared before her, obstructing her path. Abner. Xian slowly uttered the name of the individual, his gaze turning slightly frigid. At this moment, Abner should have been en route to the Northern Territory alongside Brew. Yet here he stood, making it difficult for Xian not to feel a sense of vigilance. Xian, I hope you will cease any future encounters with Brew. Abner, strikingly handsome, wore a white robe that imparted an air of sanctity to his presence. In this instant, his tone was devoid of warmth, akin to the pronouncement of a supreme decree. Xian scoffed coldly. Her intuition had not led her astray. Indeed, this Abner harbored animosity towards her. What right do you have to utter such words? Having spent so much time in close proximity to Blue, you should be able to surmise that he is no ordinary individual. His journey towards growth will require him to navigate countless arduous trials, and your presence will only usher in greater calamities for him. If that is the case, will you still persist? Xian's pupils quivered slightly, yet her expression remained utterly unchanged. What reason do I have to place my trust in your words? Abner gestured toward his own eyes, asserting, it is precisely because of these very eyes. Xian Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively directing her gaze towards Abner's eyes. They were a pair of brown eyes, large and luminous, effortlessly captivating one's attention. At that moment, a golden glimmer flickered within them, vanishing in an instant. Xian's mind was in a daze, and in a moment of confusion, she discerned a familiar silhouette within those eyes. It was her, yet it was not. The figure was taller, drenched in blood, and the gaze was more ferocious than that of the bloodstone giant python she had encountered on that fateful day. As Xian met that penetrating gaze, an involuntary chill coursed down her spine. This was the future version of herself, forever entwined with bloodshed and violence, destined only to bring misfortune upon him. Abner's words struck Xian like a thunderclap, igniting a fierce turmoil within her. She was reluctant to accept Abner's assertion, yet the thought that she might indeed inflict harm upon Brew made her hesitate. Thus, she remained silent, withholding her voice. Abner continued, I had no intention of meddling in your affairs with Brew, yet he bears the weight of his family's legacy, leaving me no choice but to act accordingly. From his sleeve, he produced an ornate box, sending it forth with a surge of energy towards Xian. This is my apology. Xian hesitated for merely a second before gracefully extending his hand to accept the brocade box. Abner appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from further comment, offering Xian a slight nod before vanishing once more into the depths of the forest. Xian gazed at the ornate box, a flicker of enigmatic light shimmering in her eyes as she lifted the lid. Within the box lay 5 fifth-grade magic cores, a pale white herb, and a weathered tome, its pages tinged with the hues of age. Xian first picked up the book, opened to the first page, and his gaze immediately fixed upon the small characters in the opening line. Supreme Earth Grade Body Technique, Inch of Ground, 100 Turns. Could it truly be that this is a book on a supreme-level body technique? Xian's fingers clenched the book with increasing intensity. This was her first martial arts manual, yet it was acquired in a manner that could only be deemed humiliating. Xian's emotions surged within her eyes, ultimately calming down. Although Abner harbored ill intentions, the items he provided were indeed genuine treasures. Despite Xian's pride, she would never be foolish enough to return something after being openly and covertly scorned by others, for that would truly be a case of suffering losses without gain. Abner claimed she would bring disaster to Blue. Thus she resolved to diligently cultivate with the tools given by Abner, aspiring to ascend to a peak where she would fear no obstacles. At that time, All challenges would be effortlessly overcome, and with Blue by her side, none would dare to speak against her. By the clear stream, a third-tier magical beast, the stag, was drinking deeply, its gaze fixated on the water's surface, while its furry ears twitched incessantly, clearly remaining vigilant despite its thirst. A gust of wind swept by, yet the stag remained unperturbed. When it finally noticed a figure suddenly appear beside it, the intruder was already less than a foot away, causing it to panic and instinctively lunge sideways. Named for its formidable antlers, the stag's horns could effortlessly pierce through the body of its prey. However, in this instance, it found only emptiness when it charged. Before the stag could comprehend the situation, it felt a sharp pain as if struck by a heavy stone on its back. With a startled cry, sparks of fury ignited in its eyes. Another gust of wind arose, and the stag's gaze once again caught sight of the shadow. It began to stomp its hooves, a surge of azure energy swirling at its feet, propelling it forward with remarkable speed, its antlers glinting with a chilling brilliance. This was a welcome challenge. Xian let out a resounding shout. Instead of retreating, she advanced a step toward the charging stag. Just as the great antlers were about to collide with her form, she mysteriously and abruptly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading the beast. Another strike missed its target. The stag, now filled with unbridled fury, turned sharply, let out a fierce roar, and leaped forward, hurtling directly toward Xian. Xian stood her ground, unflinching and resolute, boldly advancing towards her opponent. Yet, as they drew near, she once more evaded in the opposite direction. Time and again, the formidable stag's attempts at assault proved futile, its hooves nearly igniting sparks upon contact with the ground. Suddenly, a long, piercing cry resonated through the air. The stag leapt high into the sky, and in a surprising twist, it turned away and hastily retreated under Xian's expectant gaze. Xian was momentarily taken aback, a smile escaping her lips as she shook her head, choosing not to pursue further. She settled down on the ground, kindling a fire and skewering the meat she had stored within her spatial bracelet over the flames, reflecting on her recent performance. Today, I have successfully evaded the attacks of the stag repeatedly, demonstrating a modest proficiency in my agility. Now, with all my might, I shall hasten my journey, planning to acquire some offensive martial techniques upon reaching Philadelphia. That way, I shall possess the means to protect myself in the spirit martial continent. During this period, Xian had diligently practiced the profound-level martial skill, 1 inch, 100 turns. This technique allows one to perform countless evasive maneuvers within a confined space, rendering the enemy unable to grasp or touch you, despite their vigilant gaze. Through diligent practice, Xian has now mastered the art of evasion, able to dodge 10 times within a mere span. She deems this achievement a modest success. However, given that her agility is rooted in the profound techniques of the Xian grade, even at this initial stage, Xian can effortlessly evade attacks from martial artists below the advanced tier. Coupled with her immeasurable mental fortitude and formidable physical strength, she believes she is now capable of holding her own against a 5th-level Grand Martial Master for several exchanges. In less than 6 months, she has transformed from an ordinary individual devoid of foundational skills to an advanced martial artist, a rate of progress that far exceeds her expectations. Were it not for her imminent arrival in Feiqing, she might have even considered reversing her course to return to a U.S. city, intent on trampling the Yi family's dignity beneath her feet. Xian harnessed her fortune and repressed the murderous intent that flickered in her eyes. No, she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Although the Yi family publicly appeared to have only one 5th-level martial master, the Grand Elder, who could fathom what hidden machinations lay beneath the surface, a prestigious lineage that had endured for centuries is not easily toppled. Xian ceased to dwell on the Yi family. After swiftly resolving her meal, she resumed her journey. As she drew nearer to Philadelphia, a sense of urgency enveloped her, and her pace quickened like the wind. Before long, she paused, lifting her gaze toward the left ahead. It seemed she could hear cries for help. Although Xian adheres to the principle of retribution, she is not devoid of compassion. Otherwise, she would not have fought desperately to protect Brew. She possesses her own discernment regarding who deserves saving and who does not. Thus, she hastened towards the direction from whence the sound emanated. Amidst a chaotic pile of stones, Scarlet bit her lip fiercely, feigning ferocity as she glared at the 5 men encroaching upon her, her heart a tumult of fear and anger. I shall inform you. I am the daughter of the Marquis of Andrew from Philadelphia. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go unpunished. The advancing men paused momentarily, only to burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, boss. This little lady thinks we would spare her. How utterly amusing. One jeered. Oh dear. I am the daughter of the Marquis of Andrew, as if that would intimidate us. Another mocked. Boss, we've struck gold, capturing a plump sheep. I have yet to savor the delights of a noble's daughter. Far from feeling threatened, their expressions grew more exuberant, their gazes towards Scarlet laden with lascivious intent. A chill coursed through Scarlet, her eyes brimming with wrath. This animosity was not only directed at the men who harbored ill intentions, but also at her cousin, who had lured her into the misty moon forest, drugged her, and stolen her storage ring. She had never imagined that her cousin, who had always treated her with deference, would seek her life in a bid for the position of clan leader. Regrettably, her momentary lapse in vigilance had allowed her to overlook his nefarious ambitions, leading her to this dire predicament. Scarlet's fingers dug painfully into her palm, a thin veil of fighting spirit clinging to her legs. Though the effects of the drug still coursed through her body, rendering her unable to summon her full strength, she vowed that even in death, she would not grant them an easy victory. The leader among the five was a gaunt man with an oddly large head, resembling a post with a stone on top from a distance. His gaze roamed over Scarlet as if it were a tangible entity, and he leered. Oh, those eyes are quite fiery, aren't they? Enough to ignite. Boss, this dainty lady may appear formidable, but... He paused for effect before exclaiming. She is like water, a mere poke, and she spills everywhere. The laughter that followed, laced with humiliation, enveloped Scarlet, making her feel as though she were in the depths of hell. How vile these men were to address her in such a manner. Her delicate frame trembled, wishing fervently to pour boiling water down their throats, scorching their lips, throats, and insides until they were utterly consumed. They deserved nothing less. My little beauty. Shall we engage in a game? The leader suggested with a glint in his eye. What game? Scarlet retorted, reluctant to converse yet unwilling to forfeit any potential chance of survival. I shall grant you 10 seconds to flee. After that, we shall commence our pursuit. If you manage to escape, then it would certainly be a testament to your prowess. However, should you fail to do so, well, those of us who capture you will strip you of your garments, piece by piece, until you are left entirely bare. What do you think? Before Scarlet could respond, the others had already begun to display a glimmer of desire, eager to partake in the spectacle. This plan is brilliant. Our leader truly is clever. Apologies, gentlemen, but the first article of clothing belonging to this lovely maiden shall be mine. No, that first piece is undoubtedly the leader's. Scarlet inhaled deeply, aware that this was her only opportunity. Ignoring their mockery, she fixed her gaze upon the leader and declared, I agree. Help me. The crimson hem of her dress billowed in the wind as she ran, her voice ringing out in desperation. The biting cold air pierced her throat, a chilling reminder of her plight. Faster. The instinct to survive propelled Scarlet to an unprecedented speed. Yet, even so, she could hear the jeering laughter drawing ever closer behind her. A sense of despair began to rise within her. If she were to fall into their hands, death would surely be a more merciful fate. My dear beauty, I am almost upon you. The leader's repugnant voice echoed in her ears like an insidious whisper. Scarlet's gaze swept ahead, finally landing on a jagged shard of stone. With determination etched on her face, she lunged forward, desperately reaching for the shard. Leader! She seeks her own demise. Someone shouted, their keen eye catching her subtle movement. Seeking death? That simply will not do. The leader's expression darkened as he brandished a long whip. The whip sliced through the air, coiling around Scarlet's slender waist like a serpent, then yanked her back with brutal force. Scarlet's body, propelled forward, was abruptly thrown backward, continually retreating. No, she gripped the whip tightly, striving to break free. Yet the pressure around her waist intensified, making each breath more laborious. Ignoring the invitation to drink, the leader scoffed, his arm tightening once more, drawing Scarlet closer. Why have you ceased your flight? He taunted, pinching her chin between his fingers. Scarlet shut her eyes, succumbing to despair. Choosing silence, are we? Very well. Let us see how long you can endure. The leader smirked derisively, then suddenly released his grip, his fingers playfully tracing the contours of Scarlet's flawless face. In an instant, her expression shifted from despair to fierce resolve. Her right leg shot out like lightning. Bang! Scarlet's leg collided violently with the man's arm. Thud, thud, thud. Scarlet retreated several steps before collapsing onto the ground, her entire right leg rendered numb. She stared in disbelief at her opponent, perplexed as to how they could thwart her attack, especially given their previous state of vulnerability. With such meager skills, if I couldn't defend against this, I would have perished long ago, the leader sneered. looking down at Scarlet with a mocking expression, utterly devoid of the earlier fascination. She had been deceived. A bitter taste spread across Scarlet's lips and tongue. She truly found herself without the power to retaliate. The leader, uninterested in continuing the cat-and-mouse game with Scarlet, grinned maliciously as he reached for the collar of her shirt, a savage glint flickering in his eyes. The other four stood nearby, arms crossed, each wearing a similarly lecherous grin. Disgraceful. Suddenly, a cool, piercing voice resonated alongside a tremendous roar, one following the other. Scarlet, in a daze, lifted her gaze, tracking the figure soaring through the air until it faded into the distance, until it was utterly out of sight. After a prolonged silence, a frantic scream erupted, its tone sharp enough to distort. Leader. Xian turned his gaze towards them, a menacing smile gracing his lips. Looking for your leader? Very well, I shall escort you. Boom, 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 boom. The sound roared like sonic blasts, as one figure after another was hurled into the air, vanishing into the horizon. Xian surveyed her surroundings, ensuring there were no unsightly distractions before she contentedly clapped her hands, as if to rid them of any unwelcome residue. Ah, benefactor! Scarlet, who had been engulfed in despair, was unexpectedly turned from sorrow to joy. The tears she had long suppressed finally erupted, cascading down her face like a curtain of pearls. Naturally, Scarlet possessed exquisite beauty. With her long, wine-red hair and striking features, even in her sorrow, her allure remained undiminished, invoking a deeper sense of compassion. The normally unyielding Xian unconsciously softened her tone, saying, "All right, do not weep. See, I have driven away the villains, have I not? Woo-woo, benefactor. Now that you have let them go, will they seek revenge on you?" Scarlet's voice trembled, tinged with concern. Those individuals were clearly not of good character. If they intended to retaliate, would it not bring trouble to her benefactor? Contemplating this, her heart swelled with murderous intent, silently vowing that should those individuals dare to reappear, she would ensure they met a gruesome end. That will not happen, Xian replied, brushing her nose with a hint of embarrassment, refraining from revealing that she had shattered the hearts of those individuals into oblivion. If they still sought vengeance, it would indeed be a matter of the supernatural. I trust you, benefactor. Scarlet wiped away her tears and offered Xian a grateful smile. Xian was momentarily dazzled by her smile, his gaze softened. Can you still stand up? Scarlet attempted to rise, then shook her head. No, my leg must be broken. Upon hearing this, Xian immediately knelt down to examine her, his expression grave. Scarlet was indeed correct. Her right leg was fractured in multiple places, and the injury was severe. Yet, there was not a trace of discomfort on her face. She even managed to smile brightly as she conversed with Xian. Before her, Xian envisioned the scene of the other party exerting every ounce of strength to kick, revealing the essence of a thorny wild rose. She admired the other's character, and thus took the initiative to ask, "Do you happen to have any healing remedies?" Scarlet, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pressed her lips together and replied, "No, my storage ring was stolen, and I have nothing left on me." Xian's expression momentarily froze as she turned to gaze at the horizon. Could the storage ring of her benefactor possibly be in the possession of those few individuals? Would she have to search for them again? No, my benefactor. My storage ring was taken by my cousin. It has nothing to do with them, Scarlet quickly interjected, realizing that Xian had misunderstood the situation and hastily gestured to clarify. Xian let out a sigh of relief, retrieving the herbs and stone mortar she had recently gathered from her storage bracelet. As she ground the ingredients, she said, "There is no need to call me your benefactor. Simply address me as Xian." "How could that be? You are my savior. Once we return to Philadelphia, I must repay you properly." Xian fluttered her eyelashes. Although she remained silent, her current mood was evident. "Please do not be upset," Scarlet gently implored, then cautiously continued, "May I call you Xian?" Xianmei's eyes sparkled with warmth as she nodded at her. Scarlet beamed with a radiant smile, introducing herself. "I'm Scarlet Howard, hailing from the city of Philadelphia in the Aslan Empire. My father is Andrew Howard of the Howard family. At the age of 17, I am currently enrolled at Winchester College." Scarlet, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, revealed her family background with unrestrained candor. Upon hearing the mention of Philadelphia, Xian raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous, Philadelphia indeed. Xian applied the ointment on Scarlet's wounds and gently bandaged her injuries before taking a seat beside her. "Is it far from Philadelphia?" she inquired. "Not at all. At my intermediate martial artist speed, I can reach there in just 2 days." Xian mused for a moment and said, "I am just about to embark on my journey to Philadelphia. We can travel together. Let us rest here for the night and set out tomorrow." Naturally, Scarlet had no objections, and she obediently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought struck her regarding her injured leg. By tomorrow, her condition would certainly not have improved, and she feared that she would be a burden to Xian. Nevertheless, she resolved that even if she had to hop on one leg, she would make her way back to Philadelphia. Xian would certainly not allow the injured to act alone. The following day, she gently bent before Scarlet and then patted her shoulder, encouraging her to rise. Scarlet, momentarily taken aback, vehemently shook her head, insisting, "No, it's too much trouble for you. I can walk by myself." To prove her point, she stubbornly hopped on one leg in place twice. Xian, all right, I have truly been waiting for you to leap into Philadelphia for at least half a month. Under Xian's insistent demand, Scarlet ultimately bit her lip and nestled against Xian's back. Xian's shoulders were not particularly robust, even somewhat slender. Yet they imparted an indescribable sense of security to Scarlet, causing a delicate blush to grace her cheeks. She felt steadied. Xian uttered a phrase, and with a sudden surge of power in her legs, she darted forward several meters in the blink of an eye. Scarlet's elongated, fox-like eyes widened slightly, her fingers instinctively tightening around Xian's garment. Such swiftness! In that moment, Scarlet belatedly realized that this seemingly delicate girl possessed an astonishing burst of strength within her. Reflecting on how effortlessly Xian had dispatched those 5 ruffians, Scarlet's heart surged with admiration for her. Scarlet had previously claimed that at her own speed, she could reach Philadelphia in just 2 days. Yet, after merely 1 day and night, she could already see the outline of the city from afar. Xian, look. Ahead lies Philadelphia. As they approached the outskirts of the misty moon forest, the trees grew sparse, giving way to knee-high weeds that afforded a wide view. Before them stood a city constructed from dark, massive stones, imposing and solemn, resembling an ancient beast guarding the periphery of the misty moon forest. Although Philadelphia was located in the most remote region of the Aslan Empire, it was, apart from the royal city, the most prosperous settlement, bustling daily with numerous warriors, which led many prominent merchant guilds to establish a presence there. Xian gently nodded. The situation in Philadelphia bears a striking resemblance to that of Moonlit City. Both cities are founded upon the ethereal moonlit forest, with their primary economic lifeblood stemming from the influx of martial artists and the magical beasts dwelling within the forest. Contemplating the mountain of magical beast materials nestled within her storage bracelet, a smile crept upon Xian's lips. Once she successfully offloaded them all, she would undoubtedly acquire many coveted treasures. Half an hour later, Xian and Scarlet arrived at the city gates of Philadelphia, where the ravages of time upon the city walls became all the more evident, displaying numerous claw marks and bite impressions left by magical beasts. It was clear that this stronghold had endured countless perilous battles yet remained unyielding. Noticing the intrigue in Xian's gaze, Scarlet continued to elucidate that these marks were remnants from the siege by magical beasts 2 centuries prior. During that harrowing event, Philadelphia nearly succumbed, but ultimately, it was a martial emperor who intervened, averting the impending disaster. Xian had intended to inquire about the name of the esteemed martial emperor, but she was taken aback by the astonished expression of the soldier guarding the city gate. No, to be more precise, he was gazing intently at Scarlet on her back. "Miss Scarlet, you are alive?" the sentinel exclaimed, hastily approaching, his eyes fixed upon her with an unwavering stare. Scarlet furrowed her brow. Under normal circumstances, she would have felt offended, yet at this moment, she was more concerned with his previous statement, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "Do you know me? And what did you mean by that remark? You are Miss Scarlet of the Howard family, who in Philadelphia does not recognize you," the soldier replied, attempting to ingratiate himself with a smile, before hesitantly continuing, "Yesterday, Master Brian returned covered in blood, claiming that you met your demise at the jaws of a level 4 magical beast in the moonlit forest, and he was the only one fortunate enough to escape." Scarlet's fury nearly caused her to shatter a silver tooth. "That wretched Brian, you will pay dearly for this. You have done well. You shall receive your reward from the Howard family tomorrow." "Thank you, Miss Scarlet," the soldier said, his face alight with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, relieved that his gamble had paid off. For a lowly guard like him, the ability to read the room was paramount. Although he was unaware of the internal conflicts within the Howard family, he was adept at piecing together the daily influx of news. Currently, the family patriarch, Marquis Andrew, had only one daughter, Miss Scarlet. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the vast estate of the Marquis would be inherited solely by her, a fact that could easily incite envy. Moreover, the day's events were even more perplexing. The rumor of Scarlet's demise was proven false upon her return from the moonlit forest, which naturally cast doubt on Brian's claims. What could his motives be? The soldier quickly quelled his speculations. Matters among the highborn were not for a mere soldier to meddle in. Xian, we must return to the Marquis's residence quickly. My father will surely be devastated upon hearing of my supposed death. Scarlet's heart raced with urgency. In addition to her concern for her aged father, she feared that Brian might concoct further schemes. All right. Guided by Scarlet, Xian made his way to the Marquis's residence, drawing considerable attention with their unusual pairing. On the second floor of the tavern, a middle-aged man, leaning by the window, took a sip of water. A casual glance outside nearly caused him to spew it out. Coughing, he stared incredulously at the direction in which the two had departed. Wasn't that Scarlet from the Howard family? Hadn't she perished? How could she be alive? The blue-haired man opposite him also displayed a flicker of surprise, soon replaced by a knowing smile. It seemed the Howard family was in for some excitement. What do you mean? Inquired the middle-aged man eagerly. On my way here, I saw several old fellows from the Howard family leading Brian to the Marquis's residence. The blue-haired man replied. The affairs of the Howard family were hardly secrets among the elite of Philadelphia. If Scarlet had indeed met with an untimely demise, Andrew, despite his fury, would have to consider the family's reputation. However, if Scarlet were alive, no one could predict what reckless actions Andrew, who cherished her dearly, might undertake. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Andrew, what do you intend to do? Let go. All of you, let go. I will kill him today. No one is to stand in my way. Andrew, do not go too far. Within the Marquis's residence, chaos reigned. A short, stout man clad in Marquis attire was surrounded by several elders. His face flushed crimson with rage, eyes wide and fierce. Fixated on a young man at the edge of the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Andrew, Brian has already informed us that Scarlet's incident was truly an accident. You must calm down, admonished one elder standing before him. Calm down? I cannot calm down. Scarlet is my lifeblood. Whoever caused her death shall pay with their life. Stand aside. All of you, step aside. Or else, do not blame me for my rudeness. Andrew's eyes blazed with fury, utterly disregarding the words of those around him. Upon receiving news of the tragedy the previous day, he had longed to storm to Brian's place and rend him to pieces, but was forcibly restrained by several family elders. He had spent the entire night awake in his own courtyard, and upon seeing Brian again today, the pent-up rage within him erupted. His sole thought was to send Brian down to join his beloved Scarlet in death. Andrew, have you lost your mind? Scarlet is already gone. Your most pressing concern now is to soothe her spirit. Do you wish for her to rest in turmoil even in death? Gasping for breath, Andrew gradually regained clarity amidst the chaos in his mind. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that his daughter was still outside. He needed to bring her home. Suppressing his fury, he forced his voice to emerge through gritted teeth. Brian, tell me, what happened yesterday? How did Scarlet die? It is all my fault, Uncle Andrew. Brian fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. An expression of profound remorse and regret etched upon him. Just yesterday, Scarlet confided in me that your birthday was approaching, and she wished to craft a vest from the pelt of a silver fox for you, urging me to keep it a secret. Worrying for her safety, I accompanied her into the misty moon forest, but to our dismay, we encountered. Brian's voice trembled, his body quaking as if he would faint at any moment. What did you encounter? Andrew bellowed. We ran into a clawed monkey, Brian replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Andrew stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The elders of the Howard family exchanged glances filled with sympathy. The clawed monkey, a level 4 magical beast, possessed claws as sharp as blades, moved with the swiftness of the wind, and feasted upon human flesh. Those who fell into the clutches of such a creature typically met a grim fate, their remains utterly obliterated. Oh, Scarlet could have escaped, but she chose to divert the clawed monkey to save me. Brian continued. Before she left, she entrusted her storage ring to me, instructing me to give it to you if she did not return, and to care for you until the end of my days. Brian crawled forward, presenting a bloodstained storage ring with trembling hands. Uncle Andrew, my life was saved by Scarlet. Whether you choose to punish me or not, I harbor no grievances. I can only hope you take care of yourself, so that I may not face Scarlet in shame after my death. His heartfelt words brought tears to the eyes of many elders. Andrew, shaking, accepted the familiar ring, clutching it tightly in his palm as if to draw warmth from the essence of his daughter. Oh, Scarlet, why were you so foolish? Andrew lamented. Andrew, you are aware of the circumstances. We cannot lay blame on Brian. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss how to proceed, one elder suggested. Andrew stared blankly, as if nothing could capture his attention anymore. The elders exchanged concerned glances, eventually urging Andrew to take a seat. Turning to Brian, they inquired, "Do you have anything else to say? I am at fault for Scarlet's fate. I leave my punishment to the clan's discretion. Step aside for now. We shall deliberate among ourselves before making a decision." "Yes," Brian replied, bowing his head respectfully as he retreated to wait outside, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. Inside, the eldest elder pondered before speaking. "Andrew, Scarlet's departure is indeed a cause for lamentation, especially since she was your only daughter, leaving you in solitude. In my view, given that Scarlet was willing to sacrifice herself for Brian, their bond must have been quite profound. Why not adopt Brian as your heir? This way, your marquisate will not lack an heir, and you may still enjoy the joys of family. What do you think?" Andrew gazed intently at his palm, his mind wandering far away. The elder cleared his throat, and the other elders joined the chorus of persuasion, filling the room with their varying tones of entreaty. Outside, Brian maintained a posture of humility and respect. The voices of the elders seeped through the cracks of the door, reaching his ears in fleeting whispers. He exerted immense effort to suppress any sign of unease. After years of caution, he absolutely refused to falter at the final hurdle. Yet, the clamor within grew louder, and still, Andrew's voice remained absent, igniting a flicker of anxiety in his heart. Could it be that Andrew had discerned a flaw? The thought flitted through Brian's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. This plan had been meticulously crafted based on Andrew and Scarlet's personalities. He had left no stone unturned to ensure its success, and failure was not an option. His tension eased slightly. Indeed, all he needed to do now was wait. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation rang like thunder in Brian's ears. His handsome visage drained of color as he turned in disbelief, only to be met with a stinging slap that sent him crashing to the ground. The force was overwhelming, leaving his cheek numb and a metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Yet, at that moment, pain was eclipsed by shock. His instinct was to look up. And there she was, the beautiful face he thought he would never see again. How could this be? "Scarlet, is it truly you? Scarlet, my dear girl." Like a raging bull, Andrew burst forth from the room, crashing the wooden doors apart. "Father, it is I. I have returned. I am not dead." After Scarlet slapped Brian, Xian set her down. Scarlet, limping, rushed toward Andrew and collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Andrew gently patted his daughter's back, tears streaming down his face. The elders observed the poignant reunion with a mix of emotion and confusion, their suspicious gazes involuntarily drifting toward Brian. Kneeling on the ground, Brian covered his face and bowed his head, leaving others to wonder what thoughts coursed through his mind. After a prolonged embrace, Scarlet lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, and accused, "Father, it was Brian who harmed me. He deceived me into the Misty Moon Forest, drugged me, and stole my storage ring." "What? It was truly him? I knew that scoundrel was no good." Andrew, consumed by rage, cautiously evaded Scarlet and lifted his foot, intending to kick Brian. A dark, yellowish energy swiftly coalesced around his leg. As a level 5 grand martial artist, a single strike from him could leave Brian either dead or severely crippled. However, he was prevented from executing the kick by the intervention of the clan elder, Old Ivan. Andrew shouted in discontent. With a solemn expression, Old Ivan responded, "Andrew, I will provide you with an explanation, but first, we must ascertain the truth." "The truth?" "The truth is that Brian harbors ill intentions and seeks to harm Scarlet. That is merely Scarlet's one-sided narrative. My daughter would never lie. If we are to investigate, let it commence now. Both Brian and Scarlet are present. Let them confront each other. If Brian has indeed harmed my daughter, he shall not escape my wrath." Andrew had long suspected something amiss with Brian, and despite the elder's attempts at persuasion, he remained resolute. Now, having heard his daughter's words, he had already sentenced Brian in his mind. Old Ivan sighed heavily. "Brian, do you have any defense to offer?" "I do." Brian finally lifted his head, his pale skin accentuating the ominous purple bruises on his face. He gazed sorrowfully at Scarlet. "Scarlet, it was your suggestion to venture into the moonlit forest, and you entrusted me with the storage ring to give to Uncle Andrew." Slapping her tingling palm, Scarlet's gaze turned fierce. "Brian, do not underestimate my intelligence. You were the one who provided the information about the silver foxes lurking near the outskirts of the moonlit forest, weren't you? Luring me, there was not enough for you. You sought to have me killed. When they learned of my identity, they were utterly unfazed. You think your scheme is flawless, but should one wish to investigate, clues will inevitably surface. Save your acting skills for a future life. Andrew's restraint was the reason the elder intervened. However, if Scarlet were to unleash her fury, everyone would turn a blind eye, for with her current strength, she could merely knock out a few teeth while preserving lives. Moreover, the elders were astute. Even without solid evidence, Scarlet's mere presence lent her words more credibility than Brian's. After a prolonged silence, Brian finally cast aside his facade. Scarlet, why did you return? Hatred coursed through him. He had been so close to grasping the title of patriarch of the Howard family. His cheeks swollen. His once captivating eyes now reduced to mere slits, radiated malice. Scarlet, do you realize I have waited 6 long years for this day? 6 years. I spent every last coin I had accumulated over the years to ensure you remained in the moonlit forest forever. Why, then, have you returned? Why? Brian's demeanor grew increasingly deranged as he pointed at Scarlet, cursing. What do you possess that can compare to me, aside from a father of noble rank? And you are but a woman. How could a woman inherit a title? If you were gone, all of this would rightfully belong to me. With that, he threw his head back in a laugh, his voice brimming with hatred and indignation. Scarlet's brows furrowed in defiance. Father, help me lift him. Certainly. Andrew cast a triumphant glance at the clan elders, his expression practically proclaiming, Did you hear that? Scarlet has commanded me to act. It is not of my own volition. He hoisted Brian as if he were a mere chick, presenting him before Scarlet. Scarlet, undeterred, rolled up her sleeves and unleashed a series of merciless slaps. As she struck, she berated him. What are you, to even compare with me? So what if my father is a marquis? If you have the capability, summon your father to earn you a title. And what of being a woman? A woman can still bring you to your knees. I see nothing but jealousy in you. A small-minded, treacherous wretch, go die. With each slap, the elder's eyes twitched in response. Even Xian, who had been silently observing from the corner, was left astounded. Wow. Brian was left dazed and ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with several white teeth. Scarlet exhaled deeply, finally relieving the pent-up frustration in her heart. Is this all? Should I deliver a few more slaps? Andrew seemed somewhat unsatisfied. That will suffice, father. Let us leave him to the elders. I trust they will provide us with a satisfactory resolution, will they not, Grandpa Ivan? Scarlet winked at the elderly Ivan. Ivan, still hearing the sharp sound of slaps echoing in his ears, nodded solemnly, though his emotions were quite complex. In truth, had Scarlet struck with greater force, the matter might have been resolved more easily. Now that she entrusted Brian to them without a fair resolution, it was certain that Andrew and his daughter would not acquiesce. Furthermore, the Howard family had long since diminished in stature, and Andrew was now their most distinguished member. It was imperative not to offend him, thus sealing Brian's grim fate. Andrew, Scarlet, we shall take him away and provide you with a resolution within 3 days, Ivan announced, leaving with the others, rendering the vast marquee considerably emptier. Scarlet, linking arms with Andrew, prepared to enter the main hall. After a couple of steps, she suddenly felt as though she had forgotten something, hesitatingly turning her head back, only to meet a pair of enigmatic eyes that seemed to smile. Benefactor! Scarlet exclaimed in surprise. Her face flushed with embarrassment at the realization that Xian had witnessed her earlier display of aggression. To divert Xian's attention, she quickly introduced her father. Father, this is my savior, Xian. She is the one who rescued me. Upon hearing this, Andrew immediately reached out, grasping Xian's hand with fervor, shaking it vigorously. Xian, I cannot thank you enough. You have not only saved my daughter, but also my own life. Please, do stay a few more days so that I may express my gratitude properly. Andrew, short and stout with a broad face and a prominent nose, exuded an air of sincerity and warmth. Besides his shock of wine-red hair, he bore little resemblance to the exquisite and radiant Scarlet. Yet, his love for her was selfless and unreserved, a sentiment that even the unfamiliar Xian could perceive. It must be said that Xian had developed a fondness for Andrew and his daughter, and since she had already intended to stay in Philadelphia, she graciously accepted Andrew's invitation to reside at the Marquis's estate after exchanging pleasantries. That evening, Andrew arranged a sumptuous welcome feast for her and had the small courtyard adjacent to Scarlet's residence tidied up, providing the finest bedding within it. He even sent 2 maidservants to attend to Xian, though she politely declined their assistance. That night, Xian enjoyed a peaceful sleep, free from dreams. A rare and refreshing experience. The following morning, she lay on the soft, expansive bed, turning to gaze at the sunlit windowsill, feeling utterly relaxed. After a brief moment of rest with her eyes closed, she finally rose at a leisurely pace, tidied herself, and stepped outside. As she crossed the threshold, the cheerful voice of Scarlet greeted her from just beyond the courtyard gate. Xian, you're up too. What a coincidence. Scarlet sat in a wooden wheelchair, beaming up at Xian with a radiant smile. Xian's gaze glided over the dew-kissed adornments in Scarlet's hair, and with a smile, she nodded in acknowledgement of the delightful coincidence. Come, let us dine first, and afterward, I shall take you on a stroll through Philadelphia. I assure you, there are numerous delightful places to explore. Scarlet, refusing Xian's assistance, spoke as she deftly maneuvered her wheelchair toward the dining hall. Along the way, Xian observed that the thresholds within the Marquis's residence had all been partially removed, allowing for seamless access for the wheelchair. In the dining hall, a portrait hung prominently on the wall, and Xian immediately noted the striking resemblance between the beautiful woman depicted in Scarlet, sharing nearly 70% of her features. Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling fortunate that Scarlet had perfectly inherited her mother's beauty. Had she resembled the Marquis of Andrew, it would have been quite another story. She shook her head, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. After their morning meal, Xian and Scarlet departed from the Marquis's residence, accompanied by a butler named Neil, whom the Marquis had insisted they take along, claiming he could assist them. The wooden wheels rolled over the cobblestones, producing a cheerful clattering sound. Scarlet, like a jubilant little bird, chattered away, enthusiastically introducing Xian to the shops lining the streets. Xian quietly listened, occasionally drawing comparisons with US City. Perhaps it was due to Philadelphia's proximity to the central domain, but it undeniably appeared to be more prosperous. The scale of the shops here was significantly larger than those in US City, and the streets were broader, ample enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side. As she traversed 2 streets, an extraordinary building captured Xian's attention. It was a magnificent 7-story structure, grand in design, with a pair of colossal battle axes crossed above its signboard. The Mercenary Alliance. Xian's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. One of her purposes for traveling to Philadelphia was to acquire the warrior rank badge from the Mercenary Alliance and to register as a mercenary, to assess a warrior's level. Beyond gauging their aura, the most straightforward and effective method is to observe their warrior rank badge. During her encounter in the Misty Moon Forest, Xian proactively engaged in trade with the Thorns mercenary group upon noticing the 4th-level warrior badge adorning Xian's chest, which assured her that the other posed no threat. Wearing such a badge alleviates numerous unnecessary complications and proves invaluable at critical moments. Moreover, registering as a mercenary has become a customary practice among warriors on the Spirit Martial continent. Virtually every warrior opts for registration after participating in the rank assessment. This is primarily because registration is entirely free of charge and devoid of any coercive measures, and additionally, the Mercenary Guild frequently issues special tasks accessible solely to mercenaries, rendering it an opportunity most warriors are reluctant to decline. Xian shared his plans with Scarlet, who was initially taken aback but soon regained her composure. Very well. I shall accompany you. At the entrance of the Mercenary Alliance, 2 armored guards stood sentinel. As Xian and his companions approached, the guards immediately bowed and addressed Scarlet. Miss Scarlet. She nodded in acknowledgement, and as her wheelchair glided towards the hall, a thought struck her. She halted and turned to the man on her right. Has Master Morris returned? Master Morris has not yet returned. Very well. Please ensure that someone informs me at the Marquis's residence upon his return. Certainly, Miss Scarlet. Once inside the hall, Scarlet explained to Xian, Morris is my classmate. We both study at Winchester Academy. I am returning to Philadelphia with him during this vacation. As the head of the Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance is his aunt. Winchester Academy? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Xian's mind. She had long sought an opportunity to learn, and attending the academy presented itself as an excellent method. The age requirement for enrollment typically ranges from 14 to 20, and she found herself perfectly within that range. Xian promptly incorporated her journey to the academy into her forthcoming cultivation plans. Scarlet? Not far away, a spirited middle-aged woman clad in light armor caught sight of Scarlet. Her eyes lighting up as she strode confidently towards her, concern etched upon her face. You're injured? Why aren't you resting at home? Are you here to find Morris? Yet, he recently embarked on a hunt in the Misty Moon Forest with the Shadow Mercenary Group, and it will be at least another half-month before he returns. Aunt Luna, Scarlet replied with a sweet smile, I'm not here to find Morris. I'm accompanying my friend. This is Xian. She wishes to participate in the martial arts level assessment. Aunt Luna casually glanced at Xian, noting her youthful features, and assumed she was a novice martial artist who had just begun to channel her energy. Without further inquiry, she cheerfully said, I see. Then follow me. I happen to have some free time and can accompany you. Thank you, Aunt Luna. Haha, no need for such formality with Aunt Luna. By the way, when do you and Morris plan to set off? Next month. I still have a few matters to attend to. Xian took a step back, listening to the conversation between Scarlet and Luna. It turned out that Luna was the head of the Philadelphia Mercenary Guild, as Scarlet had just mentioned. Luna guided them to the third floor, where they encountered numerous members of the guild. Upon seeing Luna, they immediately paused to bow respectfully, their eyes discreetly glancing at Scarlet, who was being assisted by Neil in a wheelchair. Clearly, recent rumors regarding Scarlet had stirred quite a buzz in Philadelphia. As they ascended the staircase, even before entering the grand hall on the third floor, the sound of lively chatter could be heard from within. The hall was spacious and bright, filled with people yet not overcrowded. The most striking feature was the 7 jade pillars, each standing 3 meters tall, positioned in the center of the hall. Most of the attendees were gathered around these pillars, engaged in animated discussions. At that moment, it was as if a splash of water had been thrown into boiling oil, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment. Goodness, a 14-year-old intermediate warrior. Philadelphia is about to gain another prodigious talent. The Selwyn family is on the rise. Young Master Vincent's talent is truly enviable. A flicker of surprise crossed Luna's eyes as she glanced down at Scarlet. A 14-year-old intermediate warrior, just as old as you were when you reached that level. Scarlet let out a light huff. A 14-year-old intermediate warrior is not uncommon in Philadelphia. But in Winchester, they're a dime a dozen, nothing extraordinary. Scarlet, after such a long time, you still have that infuriating manner of speaking. If a 14-year-old intermediate warrior means nothing to you, then what does that make the rest of us? Janet, it's been a while. Your hearing is still as poor as ever. I merely stated that 14-year-old intermediate warriors are quite common in Winchester. Surely, you must know that? Oh, I forgot. You don't study at Winchester Academy, so it's understandable that you're unaware of the situation there. Never mind, I want to hold it against you, even from a distance. Scarlet could discern the voice of her arch-rival. She raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips, laced with subtle mockery. Scarlet, what are you so proud of? Let me tell you, my brother Vincent will soon be joining Winchester Academy too. You better watch out. Don't be defeated by him. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a path opened up, revealing a young girl in an extravagant dress, her expression one of thinly veiled anger, her gaze towards Scarlet filled with envy and provocation. Scarlet shrugged nonchalantly. Even if your brother were to win against me, what difference would it make? After all, it is I who will be joining Winchester Academy, not you. You. Janet clenched her fists in anger, her eyes nearly ablaze. The humiliation of losing to Scarlet in the competition for admission to Winchester Academy was a stain upon her life that she could never erase. Ever since that moment, every argument with Scarlet would inevitably bring this failure to light, plunging her into despair. It had become a veritable demon haunting her. Sister, a momentary setback is nothing to dwell upon, the young man behind Janet reassured her, before turning his piercing gaze towards Scarlet. Scarlet, your victory over my sister was merely a stroke of luck. You cannot expect to be so fortunate forever. Little brother, children who boast often become quite unlikable. My entry into Winchester was indeed fortunate, but your admission is based on merit? Do not jest. One cannot apply double standards in life. Scarlet suppressed a laugh at the antics of the sibling duo. One was defiant in spirit, while the other was equally obstinate in speech. Truly, they embodied the essence of the Selwyn family. In their previous contest for admission, Scarlet had only narrowly bested Janet by a mere 0.3 of a point in the comprehensive assessment. This year, the sole admission to Winchester Academy remained, yet regrettably, she had not encountered a formidable rival. Vincent smirked, feigning disappointment. Vincent, I hope you maintain this confidence once you enter the academy. Truly, Scarlet replied with sincerity. Rather than harboring resentment towards Vincent's aspirations for Winchester, she wholeheartedly supported him. All believed that Winchester Academy, hailed as the foremost institution in the southern region, was a cradle for the strong and a sanctuary for martial arts. However, only those who truly studied there understood the brutal reality that lay beyond its facade. Take Scarlet herself. Once celebrated as a prodigious talent in Philadelphia, she soon discovered that within the walls of Winchester, genius was but the most commonplace of existences, overshadowed by unimaginable monsters. Indeed, her confidence had been ruthlessly shattered from her very first day at the academy. Throughout the first month, Scarlet had not enjoyed a single restful night, often regretting her decision to pursue her training at Winchester. Now, she eagerly anticipated witnessing Vincent's disillusionment and loss of confidence. It promised to be quite entertaining. "I will," Vincent declared proudly, tossing those words into the air. Scarlet nodded appreciatively at him, then turned her attention away from the pair, focusing instead on Luna and Xian beside her. "Aunt Luna, Xian, shall we proceed with the testing?" "Yes, let us go," came the reply. With the assistance of the crowd that parted to create a passage, Xian and his companions swiftly entered the interior, arriving beside an unoccupied jade pillar. This particular jade column served as the station for the Vincent family's martial artist level assessment, surrounded by members of the Selwyn family and onlookers. These individuals had just witnessed the intense confrontation between Scarlet and Janet and were now brimming with excitement upon seeing Scarlet's group preparing for the martial arts test. "Look, Miss Scarlet is about to undertake the martial arts evaluation. Has she perhaps transcended to the advanced martial artist level? It seems improbable. She has only been a mid-level martial artist for 2 years. Surely, such a breakthrough cannot occur so swiftly? Who knows? Isn't Winchester Academy renowned for nurturing prodigies? No. You are all mistaken. It is not Miss Scarlet who will be assessed, but rather the young lady beside her." The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Janet and Vincent exchanged uneasy glances. They had just mocked Scarlet, and if she had indeed advanced to the rank of an advanced martial artist, it would be a slap in their faces. Inwardly, they fervently hoped that the test would not be conducted by Scarlet. When they saw Xian step forward to stand before the jade pillar, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, though it was swiftly followed by furrowed brows, as they did not recognize him. Could he be a classmate of Scarlet at Winchester Academy? To be training there, he must at least be a mid-level martial artist. Many martial artists shared the same line of thought, eagerly anticipating the emergence of yet another prodigy. "Xian, you may commence the assessment. Place your hand upon the circular disc below, and then channel your fighting spirit. Remember, do not hold back. You must summon all your energy during this process. Whatever you do not remove your hand until I say to conclude." "Understood." Xian followed the instructions and approached the jade pillar, placing her hand upon the circular disc as guided by Luna. The disc was cool to the touch, and Xian felt her thoughts begin to clarify. "Luna, are you ready?" Xian nodded. "Very well, let us commence the transmission of your fighting spirit." Xian's spirit stirred as the fighting energy within her body was directed to her palm, and then transmitted to the disc. A powerful suction erupted from the disc, and Xian felt her internal energy being frantically drawn outward. Simultaneously, a silver square illuminated beneath the jade pillar, and beside it, a golden number 1 appeared. The square symbolizing a novice warrior glowed. The number shone brightly. There was no need for haste. This was merely the beginning. Indeed, shortly after, the second square also lit up, followed by the illumination of the number 2, a mid-level warrior. It was unmistakably a mid-level warrior. She must be a student of Winchester Academy to possess such prowess. A young mid-level warrior like her holds immense potential. Envious voices echoed from all directions. Most of the onlookers were mid-level and advanced warriors, yet they were significantly older than Vincent and Xian. Witnessing 2 exceptionally young mid-level warriors in quick succession had left a profound impact on them. Vincent tightened his lips. He listened as the crowd, who had previously praised him, began to extol another girl of similar age, suddenly recalling Scarlet's words to him. The disdain he had felt moments ago inexplicably transformed into concern. Are the people from Winchester truly that formidable? At this moment, the gaze of the majority in the hall was focused on Xian. They sought to learn more about her, hoping to have something to boast about in the future. Consequently, when the third square illuminated, the entire hall fell into a brief silence, soon followed by an overwhelming wave of exclamations. "What? The third square has lit up? An advanced warrior. She is an advanced warrior. By the holy warriors, I have never seen such a young advanced warrior before. This is terrifying. What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve this?" Aside from Scarlet, who was already aware of the situation, others could hardly believe their eyes. Vincent became a mid-level warrior at the age of 14. They envied and felt jealousy. But if mid-level warriors were replaced with advanced warriors, they could only feel admiration. After all, the gap was too vast, and they were self-aware. It truly is a case of comparison begets despair. One thinks highly of another only to find someone greater. Initially, they believed Master Vincent was impressive, but it became clear that Scarlet's words held true. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. And in the presence of this 14-year-old advanced warrior, Vincent's mid-level status seemed paltry indeed. In the midst of the crowd, a sudden exclamation arose, resonating with the hearts of many. They had witnessed the exchange between Scarlet and Jeanette, which had ignited from Scarlet's remark that a 14-year-old intermediate warrior was inconsequential. At that moment, some had deemed Scarlet excessively arrogant. However, in hindsight, it appeared she merely spoke a truth that their limited perspectives failed to grasp. Upon hearing the remark, Jeanette turned to observe Vincent's expression, only to find him with a darkened countenance, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his eyelids hanging heavily. Devoid of any trace of his earlier defiance, a wave of pity surged within Jeanette. Her brother had always been intelligent and self-assured. When had he ever displayed such a timid demeanor? All the blame rested on that wretched Scarlet. Why had she not perished in the Misty Moon Forest? Why had she returned to inflict pain upon her brother at the moment of his greatest pride? Jeanette's resentment rekindled, and she cast a gaze at Scarlet that was unmasked in its coldness. Scarlet, sensing the animosity, brazenly met her gaze with a provocative look before Jeanette could avert her eyes. Despite being at the bottom of the Winchester Academy, she remained an object of admiration among her peers. Jeanette had always fallen short in comparison, and the chasm between them only widened. If Jeanette insisted on humiliating herself, she was more than willing to oblige. However, to Scarlet's disappointment, Jeanette seemed to regain her composure and deliberately avoided her gaze, leaving Scarlet feeling let down. Meanwhile, the third digit, 3, illuminated brightly. The prowess of Xian, the advanced martial artist, has finally been thoroughly validated, and Luna's gaze towards her has subtly transformed. As the head of the Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance, upon encountering such a remarkably young advanced martial artist, her first instinct was to contemplate whether to recruit her into the alliance. It is essential to understand that while becoming a mercenary and being a member of the Mercenary Alliance may seem similar, they are, in fact, two entirely distinct concepts. Members of the Mercenary Alliance enjoy privileges and access to resources that ordinary mercenaries may spend their entire lives striving to attain. Presently, there are no more than 20 true internal members within the Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance, highlighting the rarity of such positions. Consequently, Luna hesitated, refraining from making an immediate decision. As she pondered whether to engage with Xian for a longer duration to ascertain her background before reaching a conclusion, the fourth square was unexpectedly illuminated. Luna's pupils trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Not merely an advanced martial artist, but a martial master? A level 4 martial master? Luna experienced a moment of dizziness, swiftly followed by exhilaration. She could even feel her nerves dancing with joy. Such a talent must be courted. The hall was now eerily silent, as everyone, overwhelmed with shock, found themselves at a loss for words. A level 4 martial master under the age of 18? This was nothing short of a legendary figure, and to their astonishment, they were witnessing her in person, an incredible phenomenon. At this moment, no one dared to mention Vincent again. All felt that comparing the young woman to him was an affront, a desecration. Even Vincent himself slumped, his shoulders drooping and his complexion ashen. How could he even compare? He was clearly not on the same level, and it was better not to embarrass himself further. He even found himself gripped by a sense of trepidation towards Winchester Academy. Did the Academy only recruit such prodigies? Could he possibly stand out among them? Vincent was engulfed in confusion. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Xian raised her eyebrows in surprise, unable to fathom that she had illuminated the fourth square. Her comprehensive prowess had long surpassed that of a high-level martial artist. Yet she had only recently transitioned into the blood-gold body, becoming a high-level warrior. It appears that the criteria for the judgment of the Jade Pillar extend beyond mere fighting spirit, perhaps intertwining with her physical or mental strength. However, while the Jade Square acknowledged Xian's capabilities, the golden numeral signifying a fourth-level warrior did not reflect its approval, remaining dark for an extended period. Xian thus confirmed that the numerical value is determined by the manifestation of one's fighting spirit. And as she is unable to project the fighting spirit indicative of a fourth-level martial master, the number 4 will remain unilluminated, no matter how much longer she persists. Consequently, she inquired of Luna, "May I lower my hand now?" "Not yet. Please wait a moment longer." Luna declined Xian's request. Despite being of the same age, there remains a significant distinction between advanced warriors and martial masters. The better Xian performs today, the more resources she can secure for herself. Thus she hopes Xian can endure a little longer. In stark contrast to the hopeful Luna, Xian appears utterly disinterested. She feels she has persevered long enough, even sensing that her fighting spirit is nearly depleted. Moreover, she is acutely aware of her own circumstances, unless she experiences a breakthrough. Her status as a high-level martial artist will remain unchanged. After waiting a while longer and seeing that Luna was still unwilling to concede, she simply withdrew her hand. "Why did you pull your hand back?" Did I not tell you to remain still? Luna exclaimed anxiously. I am out of fighting spirit. Xian replied, her demeanor indifferent. Luna, pricked by Xian's frosty attitude, suddenly realized that her previous actions had elicited distaste in Xian. She promptly offered an apology, expressing regret for her misjudgment. The test can conclude now. Your martial arts level is that of a senior martial artist. Ah, why is it merely a senior martial artist? All 4 squares illuminated. Indeed. Lady Luna, should we not reconsider the test results? We demand a retest. Yes, a retest. Under the persuasion of the crowd, Luna began to waver. In truth, she hoped that Xian's martial arts level could be classified as a 4th-level martial master. If so, by successfully recruiting Xian into the Mercenary Alliance. The Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance under her stewardship would be granted superior resources. However, the Mercenary Alliance enforced strict regulations regarding martial arts level assessments. And Xian's situation evidently did not meet the established standards. There is no need for deliberation. Please issue me the badge of a senior martial artist. Xian discerned Luna's intentions and swiftly interjected, quelling her thoughts. She could not fathom why Luna was so invested in her achievements. Yet it seemed that there were expectations placed upon her. Consequently, she felt compelled to reject Luna's overtures with even greater resolve. Moreover, she held a preference for the esteemed identity of a senior warrior, one that commanded respect without inciting excessive trepidation, a perfect balance. Luna regarded Xian with a profound gaze, internally lamenting her disappointment, yet she maintained a facade of cheerfulness as she replied, no problem, but prior to issuing the badge, we need to fill out some personal information. Please follow me. With that, Luna stepped forward, leading the way, while Xian and Scarlet followed closely behind. As they passed by Janet and Vincent, Scarlet deliberately paused, addressing Vincent with a teasing tone. Vincent, I'll be waiting for you at Winchester Academy. Do make haste. Vincent clenched his jaw but refrained from responding. Once the figures of Scarlet and her companions faded from view, he darkened in countenance and murmured to the individual behind him. Find out everything about that woman named Xian. I want her complete profile. Yes, young master. Janet stood in a daze, her eyes fixed ahead. Her expression one of desolation, lost in her thoughts. Please take a seat, Luna invited, ushering Xian and her companions into her office. After inviting Xian to sit, she promptly produced a form. Xian took the form and glanced at it. It was rather simple, merely requiring her name, gender, and other basic information. Grasping the pen, she swiftly filled in the initial blanks with fluidity, pausing only briefly at the last line before inscribing 3 characters, U.S. City. At the tender age of 14, she truly embodied the notion that heroes emerge young. When Luna accepted the form, her gaze lingered momentarily on Xian's age before swiftly shifting away, the smile at the corner of her lips unconsciously deepening. At that moment, her mind was already racing with plans on how to extend an invitation for Xian to join the ranks of the Mercenary Alliance. 14? Is it possible that Xian is only 14 this year? Scarlet gasped in surprise, her alluring, fox-like eyes filled with bewilderment. She could discern that Xian's age was indeed youthful, but she had not anticipated that Xian was 2 years her junior, after all. She had always regarded Xian as an older sister in her mind. Scarlet surveyed Xian anew with a sense of curiosity, only to discover that while Xian's features were cool and composed, her contours were soft and rounded, revealing a lingering innocence. Yet, the aura she exuded deftly concealed this fact, making it all the more elusive. So it turns out I am the elder sister. Xian is the younger sister. Scarlet covered her mouth and chuckled softly before adopting a serious demeanor, stating, Xian, from now on, it shall be I who protects you. Xian gazed at her for a few moments, then reached out to gently ruffle her hair, offering no response. Scarlet, with utmost seriousness, grasped Xian's hand, exclaiming, Xian, I truly mean it. Yes, I am aware. Whether heartfelt or feigned, Xian prided herself on her ability to discern such nuances. Thus, she refrained from contesting Scarlet's assertion of wanting to protect her, even if she felt no such protection was necessary. Luna observed their interaction, inexplicably sensing a slight ache in her back molars. The manner in which young people communicated was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Diverting her gaze, she unexpectedly caught sight of the butler, Neil, behind them, gazing at the intertwined hands of Xian and Scarlet with a look of heartfelt admiration, his eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Luna thought, how unfortunate, I can no longer comprehend the youth, nor even my contemporaries. Fortunately, a resounding voice from outside alleviated her discomfort. Oh, dear Luna, I have heard that a young, esteemed warrior has arrived here, a striking beauty no less. Do introduce us." The door swung open abruptly, revealing a stunning woman with long hair and a fiery demeanor. Luna's initial delight quickly transformed into a frown. "Hera, you really ought to knock." My apologies. I forgot. I promise to remember next time." The woman named Hera uttered her apologies, yet her eyes roamed the room restlessly, ultimately landing on Xian with a fiery gaze. Xian glanced back at Hela, her demeanor serene, neither flinching nor evading. "Haha, little beauty. You must be the esteemed warrior they speak of outside. Greetings, I am Hela, the commander of the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps. Would you be interested in joining my band of mercenaries?" Hela took 2 swift steps to stand before Xian, her words a warm invitation. "Xian, the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps? I have not heard of it." Hela was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter. "Haha, my apologies. I just forgot to introduce it. The Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps is one of the 3 major A-level mercenary groups in Philadelphia, consisting of 67 members. Within the group, there is 1 6th-level Marshal General, 7 5th-level Grand Marshal Masters, and the rest are at least advanced warriors. If you are willing to join our Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps, I can offer you the position of Deputy Leader." Hela's demeanor was sincere, devoid of the casualness she had displayed while joking with Luna earlier. Consequently, Xian adopted a more serious tone and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not have any plans to join a mercenary group at the moment." Hela, however, was undeterred, asking, "When do you plan to join? I can wait for you." After a moment of contemplation, Xian shook his head, expressing that for the foreseeable future, he would not entertain the idea. He intended to seek a scholarly institution for a period of cultivation, and perhaps upon the completion of his training, he might contemplate the prospect of joining a mercenary group. Xian did not perceive her intention to attend the Academy for Cultivation as a matter worthy of secrecy, and thus did not conceal her thoughts. To her surprise, before Hela could utter a word, Scarlet and Luna were already brimming with excitement. "Xian, why don't you join me at Winchester Academy?" "Xian, have you considered Winchester Academy?" The 2 of them astonishingly proposed the same institution. "Xian, hasn't the application period for Winchester already closed?" Just now, she heard Vincent mention that he had secured a place at Winchester College, a spot earned through rigorous examination. Wouldn't her sudden appearance at Winchester jeopardize Vincent's opportunity? You need not worry about that. Although Winchester allocates only 1 admission slot per city each year, it also releases a number of special quotas annually, which can be obtained through internal recommendations and other means. In essence, as long as you possess a letter of introduction and pass the assessment of Winchester College, you too can gain entry. Coincidentally, I happen to have an introduction letter in my possession, Luna said with a smile. I wonder if you would be interested? Heaven has truly favored me. For words flashed through Luna's mind. She had been pondering how to win over Xian when an opportunity presented itself so fortuitously. The introduction letter from Winchester College held both significance and insignificance for her. After all, such a letter commands an exorbitant price in the outside world, and it is indeed a rare treasure. However, if she could exchange this letter for Xian's enrollment, she considered it a most advantageous transaction. Years later, Luna would look back on this day, forever grateful for the exceptionally wise choice she made. "What do you require of me?" Xian did not believe in the existence of a free lunch in this world. It was prudent to negotiate terms in advance. Luna maintained her smile as she said, "Xian, I have great faith in your potential, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the inner circle of the Mercenary Alliance, becoming a senior member of the Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance." Upon hearing Luna's words, Scarlet and Hela exchanged glances, their expression shifting with surprise, while Hela seemed to hesitate, as if struggling to find the right words. Luna continued, "Joining the inner circle of the Mercenary Alliance comes with numerous advantages, such as priority access to mission postings and the opportunity to accept tasks ahead of others, as well as receiving confidential information in advance. You may even exchange certain resources through special channels for advanced martial techniques. Of course, these privileges require a price. For instance, when the Mercenary Alliance holds events, your attendance will be expected, and you may not refuse unless in exceptional circumstances. There are also other aspects that you will only come to know once you join the inner circle, but rest assured, the terms will not be overly burdensome. If you have doubts, you may consult Scarlet. Her father, Marquis Andrew, is also a senior member of the Mercenary Alliance." Xian turned to Scarlet, who nodded silently. "I need some time to consider. Of course, there is still a month and a half until the commencement of Winchester Academy, and you may reach out to me at any time before then." Luna felt assured at this moment and did not urge her. She believed that once Xian comprehended the introductory letter of Winchester Academy and the benefits of joining the Mercenary Alliance, she would surely not decline this opportunity. She placed the form in a drawer and summoned a high-level warrior badge of the Three Swords to present to Xian, personally escorting her and her companions out of the Mercenary Alliance. During this time, Hela had remained closely by Luna's side, silent throughout. As soon as Xian and her companions departed, Hela immediately pulled Luna aside to a secluded spot, frowning as she whispered, "How could you think to invite her to join the inner circle? She is still just a child." Luna's expression was enigmatic. "Then why did you invite her to join the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps? That is different," Hela replied, her demeanor one of obvious conviction. "I make the decisions for the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps. I invite whomever I please, and who would dare to object? But you are in a different position. Those old men are always watching for your mistakes, waiting to bring you down. You are handing them leverage against you." Hela had always perceived Luna as calm and composed, the perfect foil to her own fiery temperament. Yet today, Luna seemed uncharacteristically impulsive in her decision, stirring both curiosity and concern within Hela. As a senior member of the Mercenary Alliance, she understood the immense pressure her friend faced. Just because Luna lacked a certain advantage, she would need to exert even more effort to persuade those with ulterior motives. Hela found this absurd and lamentable, which was precisely why she had founded the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps. Legend had it that Dragon Slayers were all men, and bards sang of the beautiful tales of knights and princesses. But who could guarantee that only sword-wielding knights could vanquish evil dragons, rather than sword-bearing princesses? Did princesses truly need knights for protection? Hela did not believe so. She was determined to prove to everyone that strength knows no gender. Hela acknowledged that this path would be fraught with challenges, yet she was fortunate to have like-minded friends by her side. Luna had lent her a hand during her most difficult times, and she did not wish to see her friend suffer the ire of those elder men due to a momentary lapse in judgment. One could never predict the unscrupulous tactics they might employ. Hela often presumed the worst of such individuals, for they were deserving of it. "Hela, do you trust my instincts? They tell me that regardless of the cost, we must win over Xian. She harbors boundless potential within her, and she will bring unimaginable surprises to all of us." Hela felt the intensity of her grip on her wrist intensify, a twinge of jealousy flaring within her. "It appears you truly care about Xian. Indeed. She has just turned 14 this year, yet her strength is already approaching that of a 4th-level martial artist. Do you comprehend what this signifies? She is a prodigy. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, she is destined to become a level 7 martial king, or perhaps even a title martial king. Hela, if I were to have the backing of a title martial king, do you think those old fellows would still dare to target me?" Luna concluded her thoughts with a hint of derision. "Of course not," Hela exclaimed without hesitation. "Those individuals are most adept at shifting with the winds, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Even if they harbor disdain for her and Luna, they would only dare to employ their schemes in secrecy. If they were to learn that Luna had the support of a title martial king, they would undoubtedly submit without a word of dissent." Hela turned a corner and understood why her friend placed such significance on Xian. Luna was now a bold gambler, wagering half her fortune on Xian, hoping for returns that far exceeded her investment. "Luna, I have a premonition that you will find your desires fulfilled. Let us hope so." The two exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding flowing between their gazes. Winchester Academy, the foremost martial arts institution in the Yaslan Empire, boasts a principal who is an 8th-level martial emperor, a figure renowned throughout the southern region. A long-standing adage in the southern region states that while not all strong individuals emerge from Winchester, those who do are undeniably powerful. This underscores the formidable reputation of Winchester Academy. Xian set aside the materials that her steward, Neil, had procured for her and began to idly manipulate the prestigious badge in her hand. She had already resolved to pursue her studies at Winchester Academy, however. The prospect of accepting the olive branch extended by Luna remained a matter of contemplation. Her understanding of Luna and the Mercenary Alliance was still superficial, leading her to harbor a sense of caution. Having recently distanced herself from the Yi family, she was reluctant to plunge into another perilous situation. She rubbed her throbbing temples and sighed once more, lamenting the scarcity of her sources of information. "Xian, may I come in?" A sudden knock echoed, and Scarlet's figure was reflected in the window. Xian stepped forward to open the door, and Scarlet stood outside, offering her a gentle smile. "Xian, I would like to discuss matters concerning Winchester and the Mercenary Alliance with you." Xian nodded slightly, turning to allow her entry into the room before closing the door. Once inside, Scarlet immediately articulated her purpose. "Xian, I am not here to act as a negotiator for Aunt Luna, but I sincerely urge you to accept her proposal, as both matters present more advantages than disadvantages for you at this juncture." After returning to the Duke's estate, Scarlet contemplated for some time before deciding to discuss the matter with Xian in person. She did not wish for Xian to miss this opportunity. Only those who truly understand the formidable nature of the Winchester Academy and the Mercenary Alliance can appreciate the terrifying existence of these two organizations, particularly the Mercenary Alliance, which spans the entire continent, harbors powers that are beyond the imagination of the average person. Of course, Scarlet also had her own ulterior motives for persuading Xian. She hoped that Xian would join her in attending Winchester Academy to significantly diminish the arrogance of those so-called geniuses. Indeed, Scarlet referred to the prodigies of Winchester Academy as monsters, based on her observations of Xian during this time. She was certain that Xian was a being even more extraordinary than those monsters, and her presence would undoubtedly disrupt the existing dynamics of Winchester. Currently, Winchester resembled a stagnant pool, and it was time for it to come alive. You should have already reviewed the materials Uncle Neil provided. So let me share the details about Winchester Academy. With Xian's tacit approval, Scarlet began to recount the circumstances surrounding the academy. Founded 6 centuries ago, Winchester Academy is structured into 5 grades, each comprising 4 classes, one of which is quite unique as it only admits spirit masters. This particular class typically has the fewest students, yet possesses the strongest capabilities. Each semester, students undergo 3 assessments, at the time of enrollment, midterm, and final. The Academy ranks students based on their performance in these assessments, distributing various rewards accordingly. While those who fail to meet the standards in all 3 assessments will be advised to withdraw. Most of the instructors at Winchester Academy are warriors of general rank, with occasional visits from kings of martial arts to impart their knowledge. The Academy teaches fundamental techniques and martial skills, and successful students may have the opportunity to acquire advanced techniques and skills, if fortunate enough to catch the eye of a particular instructor. They might even become a disciple under close mentorship. Consequently, Winchester Academy is highly sought after by young warriors in the southern region, with many going to great lengths to secure a place. Those fortunate enough to obtain a letter of recommendation would even risk everything they possess. Scarlet gazed earnestly into Xian's eyes and said, Xian, you are exceptionally strong, and thus, you require a powerful platform to showcase your abilities. Winchester Academy is an exemplary choice. Xian nodded slightly, choosing not to further discuss Winchester Academy with Scarlet, but instead inquiring about the Mercenary Alliance. I heard from Senior Luna that your father, Marquis Andrew, is also a senior member of the Mercenary Alliance. What responsibilities does he undertake for the Alliance each year? Compared to Winchester Academy, Xian was far more eager to understand the intricacies of the Mercenary Alliance. The Academy offers a 5-year program. While joining the Mercenary Alliance could very well be a lifelong commitment, the disparity between her own strength and that of the Mercenary Alliance was akin to that of a mayfly against a mighty tree. Thus, she had to contemplate this matter with utmost caution. A misstep could ensnare her in a quagmire from which she could not extricate herself. The second matter I wish to discuss pertains to the Mercenary Alliance. Scarlet sat upright, explaining that senior members of the Alliance are also referred to as core members. Core members receive protection from the Alliance while simultaneously being obligated to uphold its interests, due to the confidentiality agreements held by the Mercenary Alliance. My father has not divulged much information to me. However, I can share that Andrew Ka was a 5th-level Grand Martial Artist for a full 18 years before being recommended to become a core member of the Mercenary Alliance. The following year, he successfully broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the rank of 6th-level General. Scarlet cast a significant glance at Xian. Are you suggesting? Xian's eyes flickered with curiosity. Scarlet nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, that is precisely what I mean. To my knowledge, the head of the Selwyn family applied to become a senior member of the Mercenary Alliance several years ago, yet his application remains unapproved, despite him also being a 5th-level Grand Martial Artist now. Each city has a limited number of core member slots, making the criteria exceedingly stringent. Although Aunt Luna has invited you to join, your acceptance will require consensus from other core members. I advise you to initially accept the proposal and secure the Academy's letter of introduction. As for your potential inclusion within the Mercenary Alliance, that remains uncertain, so there is no need to overly concern yourself with it for now. Having said this, Scarlet looked at Xian expectantly, awaiting her response. However, Xian merely gazed back at her in silence. Unable to restrain herself, Scarlet touched her face, wondering if something was amiss. After a pause, Xian finally spoke. Scarlet. Thank you. Xian is not a person devoid of discernment. She can perceive that Scarlet's words are entirely from her perspective, considering her feelings and alleviating her inner doubts. When she initially rescued Scarlet, it was an act of convenience, and Xian never anticipated receiving any form of recompense, let alone the blossoming of a friendship. Scarlet was momentarily taken aback. Then, belatedly realizing her flushed cheeks, stammered, "And no, it's nothing. You have helped me as well, Haven to you? How infuriating. Why is her face so hot? How embarrassing. I will give serious thought to what you said today. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You ponder it further." She replied. Scarlet hurriedly propelled her wheelchair toward the door, and in her fluster, the wheels got caught on the threshold, nearly causing her to stumble. Xian initially intended to step forward and offer assistance, but was halted by Scarlet's firm voice. "No, don't come over. I can manage on my own." After uttering these words, she forcefully lifted the stuck wheel over the threshold and swiftly departed. Xian shook her head with a smile. Suddenly realizing that this continent harbored many splendid existences, such as Scarlet and also Brew. Previously, her obsession had been merely to survive in the spirit-martial continent. Later, upon the unsealing, her ambition transformed into becoming a formidable force within this realm. Now, she has discovered a new purpose in life. This sensation is rather delightful. Xian touched the upward curve of her lips and turned to return to her chamber. For the sake of these beautiful existences, she knew she must strive even harder. On the following day, Xian instructed the staff of the Marquis's residence to send word to the Mercenary Guild, informing Luna of her acceptance of the proposal. That evening, a letter bearing the emblem of Winchester Academy arrived at the Marquis's residence, accompanied by Luna's message. She had sent word to Xian, stating that her application for membership had been submitted, and now all that remained was to await the outcome. Under Scarlet's reminder, Xian had prepared herself psychologically. Thus she did not dwell on it, but instead focused her energy on her cultivation. A month later, she would embark on a journey to Winchester Academy to participate in the entrance examination alongside Scarlet. Although Scarlet asserted with unwavering certainty that Xian would undoubtedly pass the assessment, Xian still aspired to approach it in a more impeccable state. For a fortnight, other than conversing with Scarlet, Xian seldom ventured outside her room, even partaking in her meals within the confines of her sanctuary. This routine persisted until Scarlet presented her with an invitation to an auction hosted by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Xian perused the invitation in her hand, puzzled as to why they would think to extend an invitation to her. Having recuperated from her injury after 2 weeks of rest, Scarlet now perched beside Xian, her legs crossed, and with a beaming smile remarked, "Ah, Xian, your recent seclusion has left you unaware that your name has already spread throughout Philadelphia. Many wish to meet you. And the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce is merely the first to boldly extend an olive branch." Xian was taken aback. She had heard of the esteemed Golden Dragon Merchant Association, a powerful consortium with numerous branches scattered across the continent, including a stronghold in Crescent Moon City. The association was most renowned for its auctions, held every 2 months, showcasing a diverse array of luxurious and costly items. The mere entry ticket to these auctions commanded a staggering price of 100 gold coins, yet throngs of people still flocked to attend. "Ah, Xian, you have been cooped up in your room for far too long. Why not seize this opportunity to take a breath of fresh air?" Scarlet gently urged, noticing Xian's apparent disinterest. "Moreover, I have heard that this time, the Golden Dragon Merchant Association will feature a unique and unparalleled treasure as the grand finale. People from neighboring cities will also come to partake in this grand event. How could you possibly miss such a spectacle?" During this period, Scarlet had finally witnessed what it meant to be outshone by someone who also worked diligently. Xian seldom ventured beyond her doorstep, remaining confined within the 4 walls of her room, which left her friend, Scarlet, increasingly concerned for her well-being. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Scarlet sought to encourage Xian to unwind and breathe a little, recognizing the pressure that came with befriending someone so exceptional. To Scarlet's surprise, Xian readily acquiesced to the proposal. "Very well, I shall accompany you to the auction on that day," she affirmed. Xian was not particularly interested in the rumored treasure. Rather, her thoughts drifted to the plethora of magical beast materials she had collected from the Misty Moon Forest, which remained unexchanged due to her lack of time. Seizing this opportunity, she planned to sell them all. Additionally, she hoped to discover a martial skill at the auction that would resonate with her aspirations. Currently, she possessed only the CUND by Xian, a single evasive technique, which was woefully inadequate. Should she encounter a seasoned warrior in battle, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage. Scarlet, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wonderful! Then it is settled." As time flowed by, the day of the auction arrived swiftly. Scarlet declined her father, Marquis Andrew's, invitation to accompany him to the event, eagerly dragging Xian away from the estate early. Along the way, she couldn't resist voicing her frustrations. "I refuse to attend the auction with my father. After Brian's disgrace, many believe my family has overstepped. At the auction, they will surely feign sympathy before my father. I cannot be bothered to engage with their insincerity." A few days prior, after repeated urgings from Marquis Andrew, the Howard family finally rendered a verdict on Brian. His martial arts were revoked, he was expelled from the clan, and he was forever barred from stepping foot in Philadelphia. This punishment, while not fatal, was nearly tantamount to a death sentence. The revocation of his martial arts meant he would never again become a warrior, and his expulsion signified the loss of family protection. It was akin to casting Brian from the heights of glory into the depths of despair. It was said that on the day the verdict was announced, Brian fainted from shock. That same day, Marquis Andrew, elated, indulged in an extra 2 bowls of rice. Although Scarlet felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, the thought of Brian's future hardships brought her some solace. However, this did not mean she cared about the opinions of others in the clan. In her youth, many had suggested her father remarry due to her being a girl, and some even sent suitors directly to the Marquisate. Ultimately, her father had expelled such individuals. Yet Scarlet could not forget their disdainful expressions. Since they held no affection for her, why should she concern herself with their feelings? Were it not for her father's lingering ties to the family, she would have preferred to uproot her own household and establish a separate lineage to avoid entanglements with them. With a heavy sigh, Scarlet exhaled deeply. Xian deeply empathized with Scarlet's feelings. Although her experiences were not akin to Scarlet's, both shared a profound disdain for their families. She opened her mouth, intending to offer some comforting words, but Scarlet had already regained her composure. Pointing excitedly ahead, she exclaimed, "Ah, Xian, look, there lies the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Let us hasten there." With that, she grasped Xian's hand and eagerly strode forward, her face adorned with a carefree and radiant smile. Xian chuckled softly, tightening her grip on her companion's hand as they quickened their pace. It appeared that she required no consolation whatsoever. Outside the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, a throng of people had gathered, creating a bustling atmosphere. The arrival of Scarlet and Xian did not draw much attention from the crowd, as they mingled with those waiting to enter. The rumors and gossip swirling around them were anything but tedious. The line advanced swiftly, and soon, Xian and Scarlet found themselves at the entrance. The ticket inspector, upon seeing Scarlet, paused momentarily before smiling and bowing respectfully. "Miss Scarlet, what brings you here alone? How is Lord Andrew? Please extend my regards to him." Scarlet waved her hand dismissively and pointed to Xian beside her. "You might as well wait to greet him in person. I am here with a friend today. Look. Here is her invitation." The inspector cast a puzzled glance at Xian, finding her somewhat unfamiliar. Nonetheless, his smile remained intact as he reached out for the invitation in Xian's hand. "Ah, so it is this esteemed young lady. I beg your pardon for not recognizing you at once." His words faltered when he opened the invitation. He blinked rapidly, the smile fading into a more respectful demeanor. "Miss Xian, it is a great honor to finally meet you. Your private room has been prepared. Please follow me." He summoned a younger gentleman to take over his duties and then personally escorted Xian and Scarlet into the chamber. The moment they departed, the crowd outside erupted into a flurry of conversation. "Did you hear that? Xian just referred to Miss Xian. Could she be the one from the legends?" "Absolutely. Did you not notice? Standing beside her is none other than Miss Scarlet of the Howard family. They say they are quite close." "Goodness. I never imagined the rumors were true. She is astonishingly young. She looks no older than 18. 18? I have done my homework. She is merely 14. A 14-year-old high-ranking warrior." "What? Just 14? How is that even possible?" "Miss Yi, my master has heard of your remarkable deeds and holds you in high regard. Might it be possible for you to grant him an opportunity to make your acquaintance after the auction?" The gentleman named Xian, quite the conversationalist, introduced himself and began to advocate for his master. Xian inquired, "Is your esteemed family head the leader of the Philadelphia Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" "Indeed, Miss Yi," came the reply. "Very well. After the conclusion of the auction, I would appreciate it if you could facilitate an introduction for me." Xian hardly pondered further and readily agreed. The head of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce holds a considerable position in this city, and she saw no reason to offend him. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with the Golden Dragon Chamber could only benefit her, especially since she wished to dispose of all the items within her storage ring, and the chamber represented an excellent opportunity. "It is my honor," she replied. Upon hearing Xian's response, Xian was even more delighted, and the sincerity of his smile deepened. He led the way, guiding Xian and Scarlet to a secluded booth on the second-floor platform before coming to a halt. Xian opened the door to the booth and introduced it to the two ladies. "Ladies, this is a seat specially prepared for Miss Yi by my master. From here, you can easily overlook the exhibits below while being shielded from outside view, thus ensuring you are not subjected to any unnecessary disturbances. Additionally, knowing that Miss Yi and Miss Scarlet are friends, I have arranged for the Howard family's seating in the adjacent booth on your right, facilitating communication between you two. Although it seems that may no longer be necessary." As Xian stated, the booth's privacy was excellent, with high walls on three sides obstructing any potential prying eyes. Directly in front was a half-wall, allowing those seated in the booth to enjoy a panoramic view of the auction hall. Xian was quite pleased with the partition, and thus expressed her gratitude with a smile. Xian briefly introduced the time and method of the upcoming auction to Xian and her companion, then discreetly withdrew. As soon as the door was closed, Scarlet eagerly began to share her knowledge about the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce with Xian. "Xian, do not be deceived by Xian's courteous demeanor. He is, in fact, a smiling tiger, and many in Philadelphia harbor a fear of him." "Oh, is that so?" Xian raised an intrigued eyebrow. Indeed, the master that Xian had just mentioned was Long Jio, the head of the Philadelphia Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and he was the most capable assistant under Long Jio. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce had numerous affairs that he handled discreetly, with his hands stained by the blood of many. Scarlet pouted, seemingly harboring a dislike for Xian. Xian reflected on the refined young man she had just encountered, sensing an inexplicable air of familiarity emanating from him. It seemed that the weight of countless slaughters had left an indelible, sanguine essence that could not be washed away, no matter the effort. She held no particular grievances against Xian, for her hands were stained with blood no less than his. It is worth noting that during her time in the Misty Moon Forest, she had been ambushed by creatures far beyond mere beasts. However, observing the lack of enthusiasm in Scarlet, she deftly shifted the conversation to inquire about Long Jio, the head of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Scarlet, resting her chin in thought, shook her head after a moment. "Mr. Long Jio is quite enigmatic. I have never laid eyes upon him. However, my father has mentioned that he seems to share a special relationship with the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber, which is why no one in Philadelphia dares to covet the chamber's interests. The president of the Golden Dragon Chamber is a 9th-level martial emperor, a superlative powerhouse renowned throughout the spirit martial continent. Naturally, with Long Jio's connections, there are few who would dare to offend him, allowing the Golden Dragon Chamber in Philadelphia to flourish remarkably well within the Aslan Empire, encountering scarcely any setbacks." Xian nodded, finally forming a vague impression of the person in charge of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As she conversed with Scarlet, the auction venue gradually became lively. Before long, she discerned voices emanating from several adjacent booths, among which Andrew's voice was the most prominent. It was not merely that Xian recognized Andrew among the speakers, rather, his voice was so resounding that even through the door, she could hear him distinctly. "Frank, it's been quite a while. I hear your youngest son has successfully passed the entrance examination for Winchester Academy. Congratulations. When I get the chance, I shall certainly inform Scarlet, so she may take good care of him. Ha ha ha." Following Andrew's booming declaration, a series of dull thuds resounded. Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Andrew was patting the shoulder of a man named Frank. Judging by the force of the gesture, it seemed capable of knocking the breath out of him. Frank, likely discomforted by the encounter, took a while before responding in a sarcastic tone. "Andrew, Vincent does not require Scarlet's care. I have heard that Scarlet is at the bottom of her class in Winchester. I fear Vincent may be led astray by her." Bang! Scarlet, incensed, slammed her hand on the table, her gaze sharp and unwelcoming. Outside, Andrew's voice remained unabated. What if she is at the bottom? At least when Scarlet steps out? Everyone knows she is a student of Winchester. Unlike some, who couldn't gain admission to Winchester and are relegated to obscure martial arts academies, yet still claim to be hidden gems of the sea, utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, both Frank and the woman behind him, Janet, simultaneously shifted their expressions. "Andrew, do not overstep your bounds," Frank exclaimed. "It was you who mocked my daughter first." The animosity between the two families was palpable, each side glaring fiercely at the other. Tensions soaring. Just as Scarlet was preparing to rush out to support her father, another voice interjected. Andrew, Frank, this is not your territory. If you must argue, do so outside, so as not to disrupt the auction hosted by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Luna, leading the mercenary alliance, stepped between the two families. Her gaze sharp and her tone authoritative. Typically, the two families had their share of conflicts, and bickering was not uncommon. Luna often mediated to minimize discord. This, however, was the first time she had spoken to them so sternly. Recognizing Luna's subtle admonition, Andrew and Frank understood they had crossed the line today. The Golden Dragon Chamber was not a venue for their antics. Curse that wretched Andrew and Frank. The two shot each other a glare before leading their respective clans back to their partitions. Luna sighed, rubbing her forehead. It was exasperating that two men, each over a century old, still indulged in petty squabbles like youths. Inside the partition, Scarlet heard the commotion outside gradually subside, yet her expression remained somewhat sullen, clearly still troubled by Frank's earlier remarks. Suddenly, she turned to Xian. Xian, I truly envy your remarkable talent and unwavering diligence. Unlike me, it seems I will never be able to work as hard as you do. Scarlet's eyes dimmed with melancholy. For the first time, Xian observed a sense of desolation upon her radiant visage. From the very moment Scarlet embarked on her martial journey, countless voices resonated in her ears, proclaiming her a prodigy capable of effortlessly achieving feats beyond the reach of others. And indeed, as those voices suggested, she was perpetually a step ahead, even outshining the equally lauded Janet, who could never quite match her brilliance. At that time, she was proud and self-assured, practicing her craft with an unencumbered spirit, convinced that success would come naturally, rendering arduous effort unnecessary. She reassured herself thus until her arrival at Winchester, where she came to realize that even among geniuses, significant disparities existed. In the throng, she was no longer the fastest to advance nor the most conspicuous. She began to blend into the crowd. Panic ensued, prompting Scarlet to engage in exhaustive training through the night. Yet, whether it was due to her prolonged comfort making her ill-prepared for the rigorous demands of training, or a shift in her mindset, her relentless efforts yielded increasingly disappointing results. Her ranking perpetually lingered among the lowest echelons of her class, never falling below the passing mark, yet perpetually teetering upon it. There were even those who mocked her, claiming that as long as they found their names above Scarlet's, they could be assured of a satisfactory performance in the assessments. Scarlet endured pain, struggled, and wandered in uncertainty. Now, she has learned to disregard the external whispers and rumors. Yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards diligent and disciplined talents like Xian. Unlike her, who, despite being hailed as a genius, finds her reality falls woefully short of that title. After listening to Scarlet's heartfelt confession, Xian stroked his chin and inquired, So, your greatest challenge lies in your inability to settle your mind for cultivation? Scarlet nodded and then shook her head, clarifying, It is not that I cannot calm my mind, but rather that I struggle to maintain prolonged focus on my training. It is as though I have imposed a constraint upon myself, dictating that I may only practice for 2 hours each day. After that duration, my thoughts inevitably begin to wander, and I cannot find tranquility, no matter how hard I try. With her head bowed, Scarlet hesitated to meet Xian's gaze, fearing she might glimpse disdain etched upon his features. Deep down, she longed to exert herself, yet felt utterly incapable of doing so. Xian smiled gently. This issue is quite manageable, Scarlet. Do you trust me? Scarlet was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Aside from her father, Xian was the one she trusted most. Very well, once the auction concludes, I shall train alongside you and help identify the root of your difficulties, ultimately resolving them. Is that true? Can it really be done? Scarlet exclaimed, clutching Xian's hand with exhilaration. She had previously explored numerous methods, even investing substantial sums to hire a 5th-level martial master to oversee her training. Yet all her endeavors had ended in failure. Despair had begun to envelop her. Yet, Xian's words rekindled her hope. Perhaps it is possible? After all, he is Xian. He might possess the solution. Indeed, however, during our training, you must adhere to my guidance and cannot treat it lightly. I can do that. Scarlet replied enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling, her flowing wine-red hair shimmering with an enchanting luster. No one wishes to remain stagnant. Everyone desires to become the finest version of themselves. Very well, leave it to me. Xian maintained an air of composure, her tone remarkably nonchalant, as if she deemed the matter at hand to be far from challenging. Scarlet was taken aback by her demeanor, and within her heart, a newfound confidence began to blossom. Subsequently, a smile graced her lips, banishing the melancholy that had lingered due to Falkland's earlier remarks. Upon witnessing this, Xian felt a subtle sense of relief, as his mind began to devise a training regimen for Scarlet. In no time, various training methods had already taken shape, eagerly awaiting implementation upon Scarlet. Meanwhile, the auction organized by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce commenced in earnest. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, a figure donned in crimson, whose androgynous features rendered gender indistinguishable, ascended the auction stage. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction hosted by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I am Feng, the auctioneer for today's event. We have over 100 treasures up for bidding, and I assure you, you shall not leave disappointed. I hereby declare the auction officially open. Ah, why is it a man? Voices erupted in the hall. What sort of operation is this at the Golden Dragon auction? Why have they chosen a man as the auctioneer? Where is Rose? Why is she not hosting today? We demand Rose. As Feng's words resonated, a cacophony ensued throughout the hall. Scarlet, her eyes wide and sparkling, turned to Xian and exclaimed, "He is so beautiful." Her tone was pure, imbued solely with admiration. Xian's gaze rested upon Feng's exquisite visage, and with a nod of agreement, he affirmed the undeniable beauty. Alas, it was a pity that few could truly appreciate it. Feng's brow slightly furrowed as she reached for the small hammer before her, gently tapping it against the table. Bang! Xian was taken aback, her entire being trembling as if struck by the resonant sound of bells and drums. She gazed in astonishment at the figure on the auction stage, and after a moment, a flicker of unusual color flitted through her eyes. It seemed she had overthought the matter. The individual in question did not require her sympathy. The auction hall was eerily silent, with many attendees lost in a trance, staring vacantly into space. Feng appeared oblivious to the bizarre atmosphere below the stage, as he picked up the first item for auction, presented by his assistant, and began his introduction. Esteemed guests, please behold the first item, a second-tier weapon known as the Rakshasa Blade, forged from. His voice was steady and unvarying, reciting the introduction as if reading from a script, devoid of any inflection. Gradually, the crowd in the auction hall regained their senses, their expressions complex yet hesitant to utter a word. They could only listen in silence to his presentation. The starting bid is 1,000 gold coins. Please place your bids. Below the stage, a profound silence lingered. Feng squinted slightly, scanning the audience. Was no one willing to bid? I bid 1,100 gold coins. At last, someone timidly raised their bidding paddle. They froze for a moment after doing so. The desire for the Shura blade was genuine, yet the terrifying presence of the auctioneer named Feng rendered them apprehensive about bidding. They had resigned themselves to the belief that they would miss out on this treasure, when suddenly, Feng's gaze fell upon them. In that instant, a powerful longing surged within. They must acquire the Shura blade, and thus they raised their hand once more. Very well, the current bid stands at 1,100 gold coins. His voice remained flat and devoid of emotion. Yet, this utterance was akin to a droplet of water falling into a hot pan, instantly reigniting the excitement within the auction hall. I bid 1,200 gold coins. 1,003. 1,003. I bid 1,005. Do not compete with me? The bidding war escalated, each offer louder than the last. The previous lull seemed as if it had never existed. Ha ha, Xian. Look at Qin Feng's face. Ha ha, how utterly amusing. I knew letting him be the auctioneer would lead to unexpected scenes. Indeed, my prediction was spot on. In a private room on the third floor of the auction hall, a youthful man with a cherubic face laughed uncontrollably. Xian stood behind him, her tone laced with resignation. My lord, young Master Qin Feng does not appear pleased. Long Jiao waved his hand dismissively. To each their own, it is his own inadequacy that led him here. Not my fault. Xian could only cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Feng before retracting her gaze, continuing, My lord, I have met Miss Xian and arranged to have lunch with you both after the auction. Xian? Long Jiao pondered for a moment, his interest piqued. Is she the 14-year-old high-level warrior? Indeed. Is she truly that young? Yes. With a jubilant clap of his hands, Long Jiao declared, All right. Let us summon Qin Feng when the time for dining arrives, lest he think I am merely boasting. I have long asserted that prodigies can emerge not only from the royal city but also from Feiqing. However, Missy was not a native of Feiqing. Upon hearing this, Long Jiao cast a sharp glance at Xian. Although she hailed from elsewhere, she had nonetheless made a name for herself in Feiqing, thus qualifying as a sort of honorary resident. What you say is indeed correct. Xian submissively acknowledged Long Jiao's words, refraining from any rebuttal. as the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. Content. Long Jiao shifted his gaze back to Qin Feng, who was elucidating the auction items, erupting into fits of thunderous laughter intermittently. Fortunately, the private room on the third floor had been specially crafted by Xian, who understood Long Jiao's temperament, ensuring excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, his laughter could have startled half the auction hall. On the stage, Qin Feng exhibited the 19th auction item, a fragment of an ancient weapon, with a starting price of 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins? For merely a shard of a weapon? This is extortion. The crowd within the auction hall collectively voiced their outrage internally, yet their lips remained sealed, fearful of incurring the auctioneer's wrath. Qin Feng was not particularly surprised by this reaction. Upon first seeing the bidding price for the weapon fragment, he had found it to be preposterous as well. However, the pricing of all auction items was determined by the Golden Dragon Commerce Guild, and he held no authority to dispute it. Thus, after surveying the audience and confirming that no one wished to place a bid, he prepared to declare the item unsold. 2,100 gold coins. Came a voice from the second floor, causing Qin Feng to pause momentarily. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound, speaking in a calm manner. The VIP room number 6 has bid 2,100 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? To his astonishment, someone had indeed placed a bid. Could they truly be mad? It was a bid from the second floor. Was it possible that this fragment was genuinely a treasure? How could that be? Did they not notice the silence from the other rooms? Although this ancient weapon may have once been magnificent, it was now in such a decrepit state that it was worth less than a chunk of prime ore. On the second floor, Andrew and Luna recognized the voice of the bidder, their expressions subtly shifting. Was this bid a spontaneous whim, or was there a deeper reason behind it? On the third floor, Yichun gazed at Long Jiao in astonishment. My lord, someone truly has placed a bid for that fragment. As an insider of the auction, she was well aware of the fragment's origins, which only heightened her surprise. Indeed, it was disconcerting that a fool had made a bid. It stirred a sense of unease within her. Long Jiao delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear, slowly tracing circles with his finger, his gaze profound. The fragment of this ancient weapon was, in fact, a treasure he had placed for auction, but the price was not arbitrarily set. Upon receiving a tip-off about potential treasures buried somewhere within the moonlit forest, he dispatched a considerable number of men to search for it. However, instead of uncovering treasures, they stumbled upon this fragment. As a competent merchant, Long Jiao was unwilling to incur losses, thus he contemplated auctioning the fragment, hoping that a Navi bidder might take it off his hands, preventing him from suffering a total loss. Despite his lack of confidence and diminished hopes, the moment someone placed a bid, he was unexpectedly engulfed by discomfort. A merchant's intuition stirred within him, igniting a feeling that the treasure might be snatched away from him. Yichun. Long Jiao suddenly raised his voice. Sir? Yichun replied, puzzled. He initially intended to instruct Yichun to send someone to secure the fragment, even at a higher price, rather than allowing it to fall into another's possession. Yet, as the words reached his lips, he hesitated, asking, who is the guest in booth number 6? It is Miss Xian, whom I mentioned previously. Ah, her. Long Jiao exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair, his expression shifting. Sir, what were you about to ask me to do? Why did you suddenly stop mid-sentence? Yichun pressed. Confused, Long Jiao cast a weary glance at Yichun. You wouldn't understand. With sincerity etched on his face, Yichun replied, Sir, if you share it with me, I shall comprehend. Long Jiao was momentarily taken aback. He simply did not wish to divulge that he might miss out on a priceless treasure due to a fleeting moment of greed. If this were to leak, he would be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, without ascertaining the fragment's provenance, even if it were truly a treasure, possessing it would be no different from holding scrap metal. Most importantly, the prospective buyer he was eager to befriend was Xian, and he did not wish to create any rift with her. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the thought of seizing the fragment. Yet, a sense of unwillingness lingered within him. Long Jiao pressed his hand against his chest, his expression pained. Observing this, Yichun felt reassured. His master was, after all, known for his capricious nature. Such a demeanor was thus deemed normal. The crisis had been averted. In booth number 6, Scarlet exclaimed, Ah, Xian, that must be a treasure, right? It certainly is a treasure. Upon hearing Qin Feng announce a bid of 2,100 gold coins, her elongated fox-like eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing Xian nod in affirmation, she immediately sighed in relief, exclaiming with delight, I knew it had to be a treasure. What is its origin? How remarkable that a mere fragment can fetch 2,000 gold coins. Scarlet was indeed filled with curiosity. However, What Xian uttered next nearly left her breathless. Origin? What origin? I am unaware of it. Xian blinked innocently, genuinely unaware of the origins of this fragment. Unaware? Yet you still purchased it? It is merely a shard. Do not be deceived by that allure. Has he ensnared you with his charm? You must not fall into his trap. Xian, she can understand being deceived, but why does it have to be tied to her being lured by beauty? Is she truly such a superficial person? Xian straightened her chest with dignity, casting a discreet glance at Qin Feng's breathtaking visage, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Surely, she could not be such a superficial person? Rest assured, while I may not be able to articulate its origins, I am certain it is indeed a precious artifact. As for its potential applications, further exploration will be necessary once it is in my possession. Xian gazed at the fragment of the weapon, her eyes shimmering with profound depth. This was indeed her first encounter with an object capable of stirring the silver orb within her consciousness. At the moment the fragment manifested, the silver orb within her mind quivered violently several times, instantly capturing her attention. However, after this brief tremor, the orb swiftly returned to its usual state. The interval was so fleeting that had Xian not allocated a portion of her mental energy to monitor the orb's fluctuations, she might have remained oblivious to the underlying significance. Upon confirming that the orb's reaction was incited by the fragment, she resolutely decided to purchase it. The price of 2,000 gold coins was not exorbitant for her. If this acquisition could indeed elucidate the origin of the silver orb, it would be worth its weight in gold. Xian was initially apprehensive about the possibility of competition, yet fortunately, events unfolded seamlessly. After capturing the remnants, Xian proceeded to photograph several auction items, primarily a potion designed for energy replenishment and wound healing. These potions boasted superior efficacy compared to their commonly found counterparts, commanding a higher price, which warranted their inclusion in the auction. Xian is no longer constrained by financial concerns and thus pays little heed to the prices. Throughout the event, Scarlet did not raise her bid. According to her, the items up for auction failed to pique her interest. We have now reached the 78th item on the auction block, a low-grade Xian-level offensive martial technique, the Phantom Stab. This close combat skill, complemented by weaponry, possesses the capacity to take lives invisibly, showcasing an exceptionally high level of offensive power. A low-grade Xian-level martial technique. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as her body instinctively leaned forward. At last, she had encountered the coveted item she had long desired. The technique known as the Shadow Piercer seemed to complement her bone-cutting blade remarkably well. Should she master this skill, her combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. With this thought in mind, Xian unconsciously licked her lips, her gaze intense and fervent. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold coins. 110,000. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, an eager bidder raised their paddle, their expression filled with fervor. 120,000. I bid 150,000. 200,000. Within a mere few seconds, the auction price for the Shadow Piercer soared rapidly. From above, Xian could only see the various placards raised high in the corners of the grand hall. The intensity of the infernal sting far exceeded her expectations. At that moment, she suddenly grasped why powerful families could endure through the ages. Advanced techniques and martial arts were indeed the very foundation of their legacy. 300,000 gold coins. The authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, causing many to despondently lower the placards they held. The exorbitant price had surpassed their means. After a moment, someone hesitantly raised their bid. 310,000 gold coins. 350,000. The individual who had bid 310,000 wore a bitter smile, reluctantly relinquishing his hold. The esteemed guest from booth number 7 placed a bid of 350,000 for the first time, and then a second time at the same amount. Xian spoke softly. 360,000. Qin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the second floor, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes as he calmly stated, "The guest in booth 6 has bid 360,000. Upon hearing the bid from the adjacent room, Andrew in booth 5 immediately set down the paddle he was about to raise. "Patriarch, why have you given up?" An elder from the Howard family inquired with surprise. Just moments ago, Andrew had seemed eager to bid after hearing Frank's offer. What had caused such a swift change of heart? Was he no longer inclined to compete with the Selwyn family? This is something Xian desires. I shall not contend with her. As a prominent family in Philadelphia, the Howard family possessed their own inherited techniques and martial skills. And Andrew truly did not regard the infernal sting, a low-grade mystical technique, with much importance. His initial intention to bid was purely out of disdain for the Selwyn family, wishing to vex them. However, now that Xian had spoken, He could not disrupt the proceedings, lest he undermine his own kin. The members of the Howard family then realized that the individual in the adjacent booth was Xian, their expressions varying in response. They had initially assumed her fortune had merely allowed her to rescue Scarlet, leading Andrew to treat her as an esteemed guest. Now it appeared her own strength was not to be underestimated. 400,000. 410,000. Almost immediately after the previous bid was uttered, a second voice rang out. In booth 7, Frank frowned, pondering the significance of booth 6, wondering why he had never heard of such a figure in Philadelphia. Frank was certain he had never encountered this voice before. Where had this person suddenly emerged from? The typical value of an ordinary low-grade mystical technique ranged from 250,000 to 300,000 gold coins. Frank was willing to bid up to 400,000 because the technique aligned well with the cultivation method of his youngest son, Vincent, and he intended to acquire the infernal sting as an entrance gift for him. However, an unexpected rival had appeared. Frank glanced at his son, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, gritted his teeth, and continued to bid for 150,000 gold coins. For 160,000. The unhurried voice from the neighboring booth echoed, causing Frank's expression to darken instantly. He could discern the nonchalance and ease in the other party's tone, devoid of any sense of urgency in the bidding. Frank even felt that no matter how high he raised his offer, the other side would continue to increase it. Her financial resources were unfathomable. After a moment of hesitation, Frank finally looked at Vincent apologetically and said, "Vincent, I will prepare another entrance gift for you. Let us forego the infernal sting." "Father." Vincent felt the pitying gazes of others upon him, clenching his lower lip in defiance as he implored Frank with his eyes. He genuinely yearned for the abyssal stab. Since the day of the martial arts assessment, his life had undergone subtle transformations. His peers, who once regarded him with envy and jealousy, maintained their demeanor, yet whenever his name was mentioned, another name invariably surfaced, accompanied by expressions of regret. This left Vincent with an indescribable discomfort, casting a shadow over his spirits. Attending the auction, he had finally encountered a martial skill that captivated his heart, only to be forced to relinquish it. The pent-up grievances within him could no longer be contained. "Father, I truly desire it. Is there no way?" Frank coldly interrupted. "Vincent, be more understanding. We are here for the grand treasure. We cannot squander our funds on this. You must prioritize the family." Clenching his fists, Vincent lowered his head silently under Frank's gaze of implicit reproach. "Yes, father. Once we return home, I will seek another martial skill for you," Frank said, satisfied with Vincent's acquiescence, offering a word of comfort. "Very well." No one noticed the flicker of irony that passed through Vincent's downcast eyes. Bang! "Congratulations to guest number 6 on the successful auction," Xian Feng declared decisively. As the abyssal stab was secured by Xian, Xian's gaze followed the phantom stinger as it was taken away by Xian Feng's assistant, reluctantly retracting it only when it was no longer in view. All auction items would be settled and delivered after the conclusion of the event, leaving Xian with no choice but to wait until the auctions end to scrutinize the phantom stinger in detail. The appearance of the phantom stinger had propelled the auction into a small climax, while the subsequent items, though not fetching prices comparable to the stinger, still saw a slight increase from their standard trading values. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Long Jiu beamed with delight. After this auction, he would once again reap substantial profits, alleviating much of the sorrow from missing out on a treasure. Finally, as the auction approached its conclusion, the final highlight item was introduced. "Esteemed guests, we present the last item of this auction, the 4th-ranked spirit tool, the 9-leaf iron fan." "What? A 4th-ranked spirit tool?" exclaimed the crowd. "The Golden Dragon Trading Company is making quite the statement. Surely, I must be dreaming. It truly is a spirit tool. No wonder so many distinguished figures have gathered. They have come for this 4th-ranked spirit tool." Many individuals in the hall abruptly rose to their feet, their eyes fixated on the tray held by Xian Feng, specifically on the black iron fan that rested upon it. The 9-leaf iron fan, cloaked in a deep, shadowy hue, was comprised of 9 equally sized, intricately carved fan blades. At first glance, it exuded an air of chilling intimidation, causing onlookers to feel a sense of trepidation. This 4th-ranked spirit tool was forged by the renowned master craftsman, Master O, with each blade infused with substantial amounts of phantom iron. The blades could be disassembled and reassembled, also serving as concealed weapons. Most importantly, it could seamlessly integrate with the spirit master's mental energy, allowing for movements as precise as an extension of one's own limbs, with intentions flowing effortlessly through it. The starting bid is set at 1 million gold coins. Let the bidding commence. The price of 1 million gold coins extinguished the fervent desires of the crowd like a splash of cold water, bringing a palpable silence to the hall. Xian, composed and unperturbed, refrained from attempting to invigorate the atmosphere, quietly biding his time. He understood that, under the allure of a fourth-tier spiritual weapon, any words would be rendered impotent. Many had journeyed great distances solely for this final piece d'assistance at the auction. This was also the reason why Long Jiu had entrusted such a novice as him to preside over this auction, unafraid of potential mishaps. Before long, the bidding began to reverberate from the second-floor booths, followed by a fervent exchange of offers. The price escalated rapidly, soon reaching the astronomical sum of 1,800,000. The voice declaring this figure belonged to Frank from booth number 7. Inside his booth, a tense silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by Frank's labored breaths. His fingers dug into the seat beneath him, his face flushed with excitement. The sum of 1,800,000 was a substantial amount, even for the Selwyn family. Nevertheless, Frank was resolute in his determination to secure this fourth-tier spiritual weapon. With it, he could establish a connection with spiritual masters, potentially advancing the Selwyn family's standing. Thus, he was willing to risk everything for this opportunity. Many others shared his sentiments. The price of 1,800,000 did not deter them. 1,900,000. It was Luna's first formal bid from booth number 1. Her purpose for attending was also to acquire this fourth-tier spiritual weapon. Unlike ordinary weapons, the key distinction of a spiritual weapon lies in its creator, who must also possess significant mental prowess. This criterion alone eliminates 99% of forgers. Moreover, to enhance the weapon's capacity to channel spiritual energy, the forger must continuously infuse their own mental strength into the crafting process. Consequently, spiritual weapons often command prices that exceed those of equivalent-grade weapons by over 5 times, and should they originate from a master craftsman, the price can soar dramatically. Though 1,900,000 was steep, it did not reach the ceiling for a fourth-tier spiritual weapon. Before Frank could finish his bid, Andrew's commanding voice abruptly overshadowed him. 2 million. For a fleeting moment, Frank's expression contorted, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce determination as he growled through clenched teeth. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. After several rounds of intense bidding, with participants gradually withdrawing, only Luna from booth number 1, Andrew from booth number 5, and Frank from booth number 7 remained in contention. President Luna, the Selwyn family must obtain this spiritual weapon. I sincerely hope you would consider parting with it, Frank implored, gratitude evident in his tone. Frank regarded Luna as his most formidable rival. Should she be willing to withdraw, his chances of acquiring the 4th-level spirit artifact would significantly increase. Thus, he did not hesitate to lower his pride and show vulnerability. Chief Frank, I apologize, but the Mercenary Alliance is also quite interested in it. However, to his dismay, Luna declined his request. He discerned the underlying message in her refusal. She was not acting on a personal basis, but rather on behalf of the Mercenary Alliance, making her retreat impossible. Each party could only rely on their own abilities. Frank, if you lack the funds, you might as well leave. When did auctions become a venue for favors? Andrew's triumphant voice pierced Frank's ears with irritation. In a fit of anger, he glared at booth number 5 and coldly shouted, 3 million. I bid 3 million. Gasps filled the hall. Frank had raised the price by 400,000 directly, a rare occurrence in the auction house. Even the instigator Andrew could not help but inwardly gasp. This time, Frank was truly committed. 3 million gold coins were enough to cause significant distress to the Selwyn family. Andrew hesitated, uncertain whether to continue bidding. This price had already surpassed his psychological threshold, and forcing a bid could lead him into a trap set by Frank. In booth number 1, Luna also hesitated. Though she represented the Mercenary Alliance in the auction, if the price soared far above market value, even if she were to bring the 4th-level spirit artifact back, she would not receive accolades from her organization and might even face penalties, an unworthy trade-off. For a moment, both formidable competitors fell into silence. Frank, feeling anxious, could not help but urge, Xian, the auctioneer, they are silent. You may proceed with the final price confirmation. In truth, had he not feared being ousted by the Golden Dragon Merchant Association, Frank would have leapt onto the auction stage, seizing the gavel to set the price himself. The anticipation was unbearable. Xian sensed that the 3 million price had reached its limit, so he raised the auction hammer. 3 million, first call. 3 million, second call. 3 million, third and final call. The voice, almost enchanting, resounded once more. Frank's eyes turned bloodshot, his veins bulging as he crushed a corner of his seat in rage. It was her again. Had booth number 6 just bid? He had thought they were uninterested in the 4th-level spirit artifact. But it seemed they were poised to catch everyone off guard. Who exactly was from booth 6 possessing such wealth? 3 million gold coins, and they did not even blink. Not only the individuals within the hall, but also all the compartments on the 2nd floor were engrossed in discussions about Xian. Luna raised her eyebrows in surprise, only to shake her head and chuckle. She had anticipated that Xian would bring her delight, yet she did not expect such a surprise to arrive so swiftly. After a moment of astonishment, Andrew burst into hearty laughter. Bravo! What he cannot possess, Frank shall not obtain either. The elders of the Howard family exchanged glances, bewildered. The girl named Xian was even more enigmatic than they had imagined. Scarlet, by a stroke of serendipity, had inadvertently befriended someone truly remarkable. What fortune it was! Amidst the renewed wave of discussions, Xian remained composed, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her spirits soared. She had been diligently seeking ways to enhance her combat prowess. With the combination of the shadow piercer and her bone-cutting blade, coupled with her agile and fluid movements, she could significantly bolster her close-quarters combat abilities. Consequently, ranged attacks had become her Achilles heel. However, with her mental fortitude, Xian felt little concern. Already contemplating whether to seek out a master craftsman to forge some concealed weapons for her defense. The emergence of the 4th-tier spiritual artifact, the 9-leaf iron fan, felt as serendipitous as finding a pillow upon which to rest one's head after a long day. Does Xian lack money? Indeed, she does, yet she does not. Currently, she possesses a scant amount of gold coins, but her storage bracelet is overflowing with an abundance of items, including 3rd and 4th-tier herbs gathered alongside blue. It can be said that even she cannot accurately estimate the wealth she currently holds. She is simply aware of her affluence. However, her desire to acquire a 4th-tier spiritual artifact is not a trivial endeavor. Xian was in no hurry at all. Scarlet rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xian. How remarkable she is! Not only is she exceptionally gifted and diligent, but she is also beautiful and possesses a delightful personality, truly a paragon of perfection. Scarlet resolved to be Xian's lifelong friend. In booth 7, members of the Selwyn family hesitated to speak. Their emotions were tumultuous, angered by booth 6's sudden bid while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Not everyone supported Frank's decision to utilize the family's entire funds to purchase a 4th-level spiritual artifact, which they had no practical use for. However, Frank was accustomed to acting unilaterally, and his actions, albeit controversial, were indeed for the family's benefit, which deterred anyone from opposing him. But the current situation was different. Upon hearing the tone from booth 6, they realized the other party would not easily relent. Consequently, the price of this 4th-level spiritual artifact was bound to escalate to an unbearable height for the Selwyn family. If Frank stubbornly proceeded to secure this 4th-level artifact, the entire Selwyn family would find themselves in an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. The members of the Selwyn family found themselves inevitably swayed. Compared to the nebulous future, they preferred to maintain their current stable existence. Be quiet. Is this for my own sake? I am doing this for the entire family. What is 3 million? As long as we can connect with a 4th-level spiritual master, there will surely be more 3 millions in the future. Frank shouted towards his kin, then turned to the auction stage and bellowed, 3,500,000. The Selwyn family will secure this 4th-level spiritual artifact. Father, clan leader. The members of the Selwyn family were nearly rendered speechless by Frank's declaration. That was 350,000 gold coins, a sum that would require selling the entire Selwyn family to barely assemble. Madness. The clan leader has lost his mind. Insanity. Frank has gone mad. Andrew shook his head vigorously, overwhelmed with disbelief. The Howard family and the Selwyn family had been bitter rivals for many years. If Frank had indulged in an extra piece of meat at lunch, by evening, Andrew would already receive word of it. He could never have anticipated such a reckless move from Frank, who was now gambling the entire family's future. Yet, Andrew couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. If Xian were to withdraw midway, wouldn't that spell bankruptcy for the Selwyn family? Oh, what a delightful prospect. Ichuan, am I hearing this correctly? Did someone just bid 350,000? Longjio rose to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he rubbed his hands together. This price even shattered the highest record at the Philadelphia Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction. This was all his achievement. Ichuan confirmed, My lord, you heard correctly. It was Frank, the clan leader from booth 7, who placed the bid. It seems the Selwyn family is wealthier than I had imagined. Excellent. Next time they participate in an auction, let us arrange their booth closer to the front. There are esteemed guests. Indeed. On the surface, each one appeared composed, yet internally he harbored discontent. It remained uncertain whether the Selwyn family would be present at the next auction. Xian, this price is exorbitant, he remarked. Scarlet, her earlier joy dissipated, now bore a clear expression of anxiety in her eyes. For her, 3.5 million was an unfathomable figure. Xian offered her a reassuring smile, and without hesitation raised his bid. 3,501,000 gold coins. Bang. Chief, please, do not act rashly. Quickly stop him. Father, please remain calm. A cacophony of thunderous roars, anguished cries, and even piercing screams suddenly erupted from the seventh compartment. Xian could discern the situation without the aid of mental scanning. She could not help but shake her head. Frank, as the leader of his clan, should not be so impetuous. Qin Feng paid no heed to the commotion in Box 7. After making 3 bids without any response from the crowd, he decisively brought down the gavel, a rare smile gracing his lips as he congratulated the distinguished guest in Box 6 for securing the final auction item. I hereby declare the auction concluded. Before departing, Qin Feng cast a glance towards the 6th floor box, then left gracefully, leaving behind a crowd still brimming with excitement. Xian rose from her seat, preparing to retrieve her auction items from the back hall, when suddenly the door to the compartment was forcefully slammed. Bang, bang, bang. The person knocking showed no restraint, causing the entire door to visibly shake. Scarlet furrowed her brow, grasped Xian's hand, and shook her head, urging her not to go out just yet. It was undoubtedly someone from the Selwyn family. We shall wait for my father to arrive before we make our appearance. Xian did not voice any objections, and soon she heard Andrew's voice. Frank, what are you doing? Get away. Andrew, this is none of your business. You'd better keep your distance. Frank turned around with a menacing glare directed at Andrew, his face a ghastly shade of pale, twisted in fury. Andrew was momentarily taken aback by his expression, but quickly dismissed it with a scoff. Frank, look at yourself now. You are truly a disgrace to your family. It's one thing to be outmatched, but to resort to childish tantrums? This is not your Selwyn family's territory, and no one is going to indulge you. I am quite curious to see what you will do if I refuse today. Fine. Andrew, you have brought this upon yourself. Frank, consumed by rage, summoned his internal energy, breaking free from his kin's restraint, and thundered forward toward Andrew. Andrew snorted, his brownish-yellow energy enveloping him like armor, boldly advancing to meet Frank with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Both of you are esteemed guests of my Golden Dragon Association. Let us avoid any discord. Just as their figures were about to collide, a silver-white energy suddenly manifested before them, halting their advance. The crowd turned their attention toward the source of the voice, and they saw Xian briskly approaching from around the corner, a smile that felt like a breath of spring adorning his face. Upon seeing Xian, Andrew immediately lowered his raised fist and greeted him with a hearty laugh. Manager E, you didn't see it, but I had no intention of causing trouble. It was this Frank who initiated the confrontation. I was merely responding in defense. Indeed, it was the Selwyn family that made the first move. Manager E, I must say, they clearly do not regard your Golden Dragon Association with any respect. Exactly, they are far too arrogant. The members of the Howard family chimed in, their words dripping with disdain. Naturally, the Selwyn family would not concede, and they shouted their retorts in response. The heated uproar drew the attention of everyone on the 2nd floor. They paused in their departure, gathering at their respective doorways to witness the spectacle. And it was at this moment that Xian pushed open her door. However, few noticed her arrival amidst the commotion. Xian interjected, Patriarch Andrew, Patriarch Frank. Both of you are prominent figures in Philadelphia. If there is any misunderstanding, let us sit down and discuss it. Do not let this disrupt the harmony between our families. I have no objections, but I wonder if Patriarch Frank is willing to extend this courtesy to the Golden Dragon Association, Andrew remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Frank. Frank took several deep breaths to suppress the anger bubbling within him and replied darkly, Manager E, this matter was instigated by Andrew. I merely wish to ascertain who resides in compartment number 6, yet he is making a scene, as if he has some unspeakable relationship with the occupant of that room. Relationship? Ha ha ha, of course there is a relationship. Andrew laughed heartily, waving toward compartment 6. Scarlet, come here and greet Uncle Frank, so he can see for himself what our connection truly is. Very well, father. Scarlet fluttered through the crowd like a nimble butterfly, making her way from the door of booth 6 to Andrew's side. She linked her arm with his and flashed a sweet smile at Frank. Uncle Frank. Scarlett sends her regards. Frank's pupils constricted as he gazed at Scarlett in disbelief, then immediately turned to scrutinize booth 6. His eyes swept past Xian before finally locking onto her. It was her. She was the one from booth 6. How could she be with Scarlett? What connection did she have with the Howard family? Father, she is Xian, the 14-year-old senior martial artist, Janet quietly remarked behind Frank, having recognized Xian. Frank glanced at Vincent, but all he could see was the back of his lowered head, a bloodthirsty intent flickering in his eyes. Xian, he articulated slowly, the name resonating ominously. So it was her. Frank, who had once dismissed fate, now firmly believed that this Xian was the bane of his Selwyn family. Ever since her appearance in Philadelphia, she had brought misfortune upon them. Frank thought to himself that she should not exist. The fleeting murderous intent emanating from Frank did not escape the notice of those around him. Many regarded him with a sense of disdain and disapproval. Yet, when their gazes shifted to Xian, they transformed into expressions of astonishment and curiosity. The emergence of Xian had rendered her quite enigmatic in their eyes. They speculated that she might be the heir of some affluent family, young, accomplished, and wealthy. Such a person was one they would be cautious to befriend for fear of rejection, and they certainly dared not offend her, as not everyone was as thoughtless as Frank. Thus, Xian received numerous friendly gestures, to which she responded with nods and smiles, her expression turning cold as she addressed Frank. Patriarch Frank, I have arrived. What guidance do you have for me? I dare not presume. I merely wish to discern the nature of booth 6, and indeed, you are extraordinary. My curiosity has been satisfied. I shall take my leave now. Frank cast a deep glance at Xian, seemingly intent on etching her likeness into his memory, before sweeping his sleeve as he departed with the Selwyn family. Frank is a narrow-minded individual. I fear he may harbor a grudge now, Andrew remarked. His smile fading as soon as Frank exited. He lowered his voice to Xian. Is he a level 5 grand martial artist? Xian inquired. Indeed. He has been a grand martial artist for many years, and he is but a step away from becoming a level 6 martial general. Andrew's eyes were tinged with concern. It must be said that the Selwyn and Howard families are natural arch-rivals. As the heads of their respective families, their strengths were originally comparable. Had it not been for his earlier decision to join the mercenary alliance and become a core member, he would not have achieved a faster breakthrough, thus gaining an advantage over Frank. Nevertheless, Frank's prowess should not be underestimated. In half a month's time, Xian would journey to the royal city alongside Scarlett. And should they encounter an ambush from Frank en route, their fate would undoubtedly be perilous. Andrew's thoughts raced as he devised a plan to escort Scarlett and Xian to the royal city. A 5th-level martial master, indeed, Xian whispered softly. As if lost in contemplation, Andrew cast a surprised glance her way. He detected not a trace of concern in her tone. Was she audaciously bold, or did she possess some hidden assurance? Xian did not allow Andrew further time for reflection, extending an invitation to Xian. Miss Yi, the items you are auctioning have all been prepared. Since this is your first time participating, might I accompany you to retrieve them? Xian gladly consented, and Andrew and Luna immediately expressed their desire to accompany her. The rest of the family, not to be outdone, joined the procession, with Xian leading the way, followed by a grand entourage. Upon their arrival at the back hall, the staff were taken aback, but upon seeing Xian, they quickly composed themselves and averted their gaze. With Xian overseeing the proceedings, there was no need for them to worry about any disturbances. When they reached the area designated for collecting auction items, everyone humbly deferred the opportunity to Xian. Xian did not decline and stepped forward to hand the staff the numbered plate inscribed with the number 6. The staff, somewhat anxious, accepted the plate, verified it, and respectfully announced, "Greetings. You have successfully bid on 7 auction items, with a total value of 432 million gold coins." Upon hearing the price that Xian was required to pay, many people gasped in astonishment, for they might never earn such an amount in their entire lifetime. Xian nodded slightly. "May I use an alternative form of payment?" The staff member glanced awkwardly at Xian. The auction rules stipulated that transactions must be conducted solely in currency, prohibiting barter. Xian stepped forward and smiled. "Miss Yi, you may exchange your items for gold coins at our guild before proceeding with the settlement." "Very well. Shall we find a more spacious location?" Xian observed the throngs of people encircling her, both within and beyond. "There is no need," she proposed. No, Miss Yi. "We shall promptly clear the area for you." A voice rang out from the crowd, preempting Xian's intervention. Upon uttering this, the individual gestured for the others to step back, creating a substantial space for Xian. This was an invaluable opportunity to witness Xian's prowess, and they were unwilling to let it slip away. Xian turned to Xian, who hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yet, in the very next instant, Xian found himself regretting the decision. In the back hall, the crowd gazed in astonishment at the towering pile of materials before them. Among the assembly were numerous clan leaders and heads of various organizations, all of whom had encountered countless materials from magical beasts and herbs. However, the accumulation before them was not composed of the most commonly encountered low-tier materials. Rather, it comprised items derived from third- and fourth-tier magical beasts, alongside an array of herbs that even they had rarely seen. How many magical beasts must have been hunted, and how many lairs eradicated, to amass such a treasure? At that moment, the assembly began to comprehend the source of Xian's confidence. Were they to possess such wealth? Acquiring not just a few auction items, but even every single item at this auction would pose no challenge. The gazes directed towards Xian gradually turned imbued with a sense of reverence. In their hearts, a singular thought emerged. This individual was not to be trifled with. Xian, Xian, could you assist me in appraising this? Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Xian, momentarily taken aback by the formidable financial prowess displayed by Xian, quickly regained composure and summoned all the appraisers for a collective evaluation. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce employs specialized appraisers responsible for assessing the value of items for sale. Upon hearing of Xian's affairs, they hurriedly arrived, scarcely pausing to marvel before embarking on their meticulous work. The entire process lasted a full hour. During this time, no one felt the tedium. The onlookers were captivated as the appraisers extracted item after item from the mountain of goods, estimating their worth while occasionally whispering and engaging in discussions. Xian refrained from participating in the appraisal, instead engaging Xian in conversation. Several times, he subtly attempted to probe into her background, but each inquiry was deftly deflected by Xian with casual elegance. Not only Xian, but even Andrew and Luna found themselves reevaluating their perceptions of Xian. Just when they believed they had grasped her essence, she would shatter their preconceived notions, revealing astonishing facets of her character. Luna, in particular, became resolute in her desire to recruit Xian into the Philadelphia Mercenary Alliance, her eyes glinting with determination. Miss Xian, we have completed the tally of your items. The total appraisal amounts to 55,090,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied with this valuation? Xian, having received the report from his subordinate, felt his pupils constrict slightly before smiling warmly at Xian. 55,090,000 gold coins. A profound silence enveloped the entire back hall. That is acceptable. Xian was uncertain whether the price was justifiable, as she had presented an overwhelming amount of items. Nevertheless, she held the belief that the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, renowned throughout the spirit martial continent, would not resort to deception in such matters. Xian's smile brightened even further as he graciously extended a golden card. Miss Yi, this is a gold card established in collaboration with various major chambers of commerce, which can be utilized across all cities. After deducting the 4,322,000 gold coins spent on your purchases, you still have 50,077,000 gold coins remaining in your card. Upon receiving the gold coin card, Xian was promptly presented with all the items she had auctioned by Xian. In the presence of others, Xian cast a cursory glance to ensure everything was in order before she tucked them, along with the gold coin card, into her storage bracelet. Miss Yi, I wonder if you are available at the moment, as my esteemed master wishes to invite you to lunch. Xian did not respond immediately, but turned to gaze at Scarlet. With a smile, Scarlet waved her hand and clasped Andrew's arm, saying, Xian, you go ahead. I shall return with my father. Very well, I shall seek you out upon my return. Xian did not forget to mention her intention to assist Scarlet in focusing on her cultivation. After bidding farewell to Scarlet and her father, as well as Luna, she proceeded with Xian to the 4th floor of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, where she finally encountered the renowned President Long Jiao of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Philadelphia. Upon encountering Long Jiao, Xian finally comprehended the reason behind Long Jiao's infrequent public appearances. Who could have anticipated that the formidable president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, renowned in Philadelphia, appeared to be only a few years older than herself, with a charming, youthful visage that exuded an undeniable warmth. It was difficult to conjure any sense of intimidation in his presence. Moreover, to Xian's surprise, The room housed not only Long Jiao, but also an individual she had recently met, the exceedingly beautiful auctioneer, Qin Feng. Miss Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Long Jiao from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and this is my dear friend, Qin Feng. Long Jiao, much like his appearance, displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm towards Yi Xian, eagerly stepping forward to greet her and introducing Qin Feng. Yi Xian, it is a delight to make the acquaintance of both of you. Yi Xian smiled in return, and as she lifted her gaze, her eyes inadvertently collided with Qin Feng's. Humph. Qin Feng let out a muffled grunt and abruptly stepped back 2 paces, his expression shifting slightly. Qin Feng? Long Jiao looked at him in surprise. Qin Feng shook his head. I am fine. After speaking, he averted his gaze from the seemingly amused look opposite him, his fingers curling inward ever so slightly. Long Jiao seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes darting between Yi Xian and Qin Feng, but he could discern nothing unusual and could only feign that nothing had occurred. Smiling as he invited Yi Xian to take a seat, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, many of which Yi Xian could not name. Yet this did not hinder her from indulging in a hearty feast. Long Jiao had initially intended to use this opportunity to draw closer to Yi Xian, but for some reason she evaded his several attempts at camaraderie, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor. Long Jiao could only cast a glance at Qin Feng, hoping he would mediate, yet this time, the usually attuned Qin Feng seemed oblivious to his signals, remaining silent throughout the meal. By the time lunch concluded and Yi Xian took her leave, the relationship between Long Jiao and Yi Xian had failed to progress. As soon as Yi Xian departed, Long Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, his irritation directed towards Qin Feng. What was that about? Aren't you usually adept at reading people's hearts? Why did you remain as silent as a gourd with a sod mouth, missing this excellent opportunity? After a prolonged silence, Qin Feng finally replied. You should abandon any attempts to win her over. Why? Long Jiao asked, astonished, while Yi Chun cast a puzzled glance in his direction. With a bitter smile and a frustrated rub of his brow, Qin Feng confessed, I just tested her with my mental power, but she noticed it and deflected my probing. She likely wishes to sever ties with both of us now. What? Qin Feng, how could you commit such an impolite act? Long Jiao exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. His friend, whose extraordinary beauty had often brought him distress since childhood, had become increasingly reclusive after awakening his spirit master abilities. The few friends he could converse with could be counted on one hand. Despite his aloof demeanor, he had never previously encountered issues in social interactions. Why then? Had he behaved so unusually by probing a stranger with his spirit? I can't say, Qin Feng lamented, feeling quite vexed by his own lapse in judgment. During the auction he chaired, he had developed a curiosity for Yi Xian, which only intensified upon meeting her. Unbeknownst to him, his mental energy had inadvertently overflowed. To this day, he regretted not having controlled that unwarranted impulse. What a pity, Long Jiao muttered, pacing restlessly. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something. Exclaiming in astonishment, wait a moment, you just said that your mental power was deflected by Yi Xian. Could it be that she is also a spirit master? That is impossible, isn't it? In the realm of Linwu, it was not uncommon for individuals to practice both spiritual and martial arts. Many formidable spirit masters also excelled in martial prowess, typically favoring mental energy with martial energy as a supplement. It was widely acknowledged that, at the same level, spirit masters possess significantly greater combat capabilities than martial artists. Only when their mental energy was fully tapped out and unable to be enhanced did they redirect their focus towards martial arts. However, during that phase, both their physical and mental states would be in decline, rendering substantial achievements unlikely. Long Jiao had received word that Yi Xian was a high-level martial artist, specifically a quasi-4th-level martial master. This indicated that she must have devoted considerable energy to martial arts, thus rendering her potential as a spirit master exceedingly slim. Even if Yi Xian had acquired a 4th-level spirit artifact, Long Jiao had never entertained such a notion. Yet, Qin Feng's words compelled him to reconsider. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. I cannot be certain. Her reaction was too swift. If she is also a spirit master, then she is at least a 4th-level spirit master. The ranks of spiritual masters correspond to those of martial artists, classified into 9 levels: novice spiritualists, intermediate spiritualists, advanced spiritualists, level 4 spiritual masters, level 5 grand spiritual masters, level 6 spiritual generals, level 7 spiritual kings, level 8 spiritual emperors, and level 9 spiritual saints. Currently, Qin Feng occupies the rank of advanced spiritualist. Xian can sense his mental strength and counterattack in an exceedingly brief moment, indicating that her mental prowess must indeed surpass his. A 14-year-old level for spiritual master? The thought sent a chill through Qin Feng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Jiu firmly dismissed the notion, his expression grave. It must be that Xian possesses a treasure capable of warding off mental probes, thus successfully repelling your attempts at testing her. Such treasures, though rare, would be easily attainable given Xian's background. It has to be so. She cannot be a spiritual master. Not even that esteemed individual could reach such heights. She certainly could not. Mentioning that individual caused Qin Feng to straighten his posture. Perhaps that is the case. Long Jiu's conjecture was quite reasonable. And Qin Feng himself was reluctant to accept that Xian was a spiritual master, yet for some inexplicable reason, the thought had taken root in his mind. Impossible to dispel. Qin Feng? Qin Feng? Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng abruptly returned to reality, suppressing his restless emotions, and shifted the topic. No matter. When do you plan to return to the royal city? They have urged you several times. If you do not return soon, the next visitor may not be me. Long Jiu's expression fell, and he plopped down beside Qin Feng, his hands cradling his head as he lamented, "The joyful moments are all too fleeting. If I could, I would never wish to return." Qin Feng remained silent. Long Jiu had not anticipated a response from him. He merely wished to voice his grievances. Perhaps in a month, once I have settled all matters here. Very well. Qin Feng thought that upon his return, he would no longer need to worry about this issue. Xian, I cannot go on any longer. May I take a brief rest? On the training ground, Scarlet struggled to evade the incoming wooden sword, breathlessly uttering her request. Xian remained silent, merely wielding the wooden sword with increasing velocity. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Scarlet bit her lower lip, compelled to summon her dwindling fighting spirit to evade the strikes. Beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks, with a few inadvertently falling into her eyes, causing a stinging discomfort. She dared not wipe them away, for even a moment's distraction could lead to the wooden sword landing upon her. Though it was merely an unremarkable wooden sword, its impact was enough to elicit grimaces of pain, leaving her averse to a repeat encounter. Outside the training ground, Andrew and the butler Neil concealed themselves behind a wall, quietly observing Xian and Scarlet's rigorous training. Noticing Scarlet's flushed complexion and disheveled hair clinging to her face, appearing quite disheveled, Andrew's paternal heart raced with concern, his fingers pressing against the wall as his lips trembled. He had always cherished Scarlet as a precious gem, and witnessing her endure such hardship was heart-wrenching. Butler Neil, sensing Andrew's distress, suggested, "Perhaps you might intervene and coax Missy to allow Miss Scarlet a brief respite?" At this, Andrew shot Neil a reproachful glance. "Nonsense. They are in the midst of training. I cannot interfere. Moreover, I lack the resolve to intervene. It is better to let someone with the necessary firmness assist Scarlet." This is ultimately beneficial. Though Scarlet had not confided in Andrew about her struggles, his genuine affection for his daughter made him acutely aware of her plight. He had contemplated numerous strategies to help her adjust her mindset, yet all had failed for one reason or another. Now that Xian was available to assist, he certainly could not hinder her progress. That said, Andrew could not escape the pangs of concern. After witnessing Scarlet being struck by the wooden sword once more, he gritted his teeth and turned away, unwilling to watch any longer. Butler Neil observed the impressions left by Andrew's fingers on the wall, shaking his head in resignation as he followed suit. After their departure, Xian cast a glance toward the door, a silent smirk gracing her lips, before adopting a stern demeanor once again. "No slacking off. Continue." For 7 or 8 consecutive days, Scarlet endured Xian's rigorous training regimen. Aside from moments for rest and nourishment, she found little time to herself. Such an intense regimen posed a formidable challenge to both her body and spirit. She contemplated surrender numerous times along the way, yet each time, Xian's resolve quelled her inclinations to yield. Xian's method of suppression was remarkably straightforward. She wielded her formidable strength to subdue any dissent. While Andrew might exhibit compassion, Xian remained unyielding, her wooden sword devoid of mercy. Scarlet had come to understand this truth all too well, and as a result, she refrained from pleading for mercy or indulging in whims beyond the initial days. Once again, the bright moon hung high in the night sky. Scarlet, dragging her weary legs, returned to her chamber and gazed upon the inviting softness of the bed, yearning to collapse into slumber. However, the ache in her body, coupled with Xian's parting words, compelled her to muster her resolve. She settled cross-legged upon the bed, silently forming seals and reciting incantations, summoning intangible energy that surged forth. Her parched body reveled in the nourishing influx of power, every cell rejoicing in song. Scarlet stifled the muffled groan that threatened to escape her lips, along with the elation swelling within her, focusing intently on absorbing the energy, her delicate visage radiating determination. As time swiftly passed, when Scarlet eventually reopened her eyes, dawn had broken. In disbelief, she gazed out the window at the morning light, then glanced at her palms. Had she truly practiced throughout the entire night? Without distraction or laziness, she had completed a full night of cultivation? Scarlet felt an overwhelming urge to scream and shout. But ultimately, her fingertips brushed against tears. She had indeed conquered her mental barriers. It was as simple as Xian had said. "Ah, Xian, you have saved me once more," Scarlet whispered silently, a mixture of tears and laughter adorning her face. In the Selwyn family estate, the patriarch, Lord Eddie, had replied. Frank sprang to his feet, hastening to greet the short man entering the hall. "Is it true? What did Lord Eddie say?" The short man hastily bowed to Frank before turning to close the door. At Frank's impatient urging, he grinned and announced, "Lord Eddie has agreed to your request and will depart in 3 days to meet you outside Golden Sun City." "Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid, splendid." In his excitement, Frank repeated the word splendid thrice. Golden Sun City lay on the direct route from Philadelphia to the Royal City, surrounded by vast forests, making it an ideal location for sinister deeds. Reflecting on recent events, Frank's expression darkened ominously as he coldly remarked, "Xian, a level 4 spirit artifact is not easily acquired. If you dare to reach for it, be prepared for the consequences." He was resolute in not allowing Xian to continue her escapades. "Patriarch, we have yet to ascertain Xian's origins, and if the Howard family learns of our intentions, they will undoubtedly intervene. Should we reconsider our course of action?" The short man's tone reflected uncertainty. Xian was merely an ordinary warrior. Had she been so, the Selwyn family would undoubtedly not have obstructed Frank. However, the crux of the matter lies in Xian's unwavering demeanor, which unequivocally indicated that she was no mere pawn. To eliminate her could potentially unleash a myriad of troubles. The short man perceived Frank's actions as somewhat reckless. Do you truly believe I am such a fool, oblivious to the ramifications?" Frank's expression bore a mocking smile as he retorted, "Remember, it was Eddie who committed the act, and the 4th grade spiritual artifact is in Eddie's possession. As long as we clean up the aftermath, we will have no ties to the Selwyn family." Frank was executing a strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he employ Eddie to eliminate a significant threat, but he could also forge a connection with him. In truth, Xian had inadvertently aided him in this endeavor. Initially, he had intended to acquire that 4th grade spiritual artifact as a gift for Eddie, thus naturally establishing a link with him. Now, however, he had achieved the same connection without incurring any cost. The clan leader is indeed astute. The short man's eyes sparkled with admiration as he lavished praise upon Frank. For a moment, the hall resonated solely with Frank's arrogant laughter. Outside, Jeanette hesitated, her hand poised to knock before she instinctively covered her mouth, her pupils trembling. "I must leave this place." The thought surged through Jeanette's mind, compelling her to turn and retreat to her room. Yet, after only a few steps, an arm suddenly reached out, grasping her own and pulling her into a corner. Jeanette bit down hard on her lip, nearly crying out in fright. Once she discerned the identity of her captor, her heart, which felt as though it might leap from her throat, began to settle. She whispered, "Vincent, you scare me to death." "Sister, you didn't hear anything just now, did you?" Vincent's voice emerged, chilling and devoid of any light in his eyes. Jeanette paused, realizing that he, like her, had undoubtedly overheard the conversation within the room. Why, then, did he urge her to deny her awareness? A slight confusion clouded her gaze. "Sister." Vincent tightened his grip. The pain jolted Jeanette's muddled mind into clarity, and she stared blankly at Vincent before nodding earnestly. "Yes, I heard nothing." Upon uttering these words, she felt the constriction on her arm loosen. A tremor coursed through her. She had guessed correctly. "Sister, I know that within the Selwyn family, you are the only one who truly cares for me. It is quite late now. You should rest well and have sweet dreams." Jeanette watched as Vincent's silhouette gradually faded from view, her eyelids drooping, her expression inscrutable. This is the emblem of a core member of the Mercenary Alliance. It appears to bear little distinction from an ordinary warrior's insignia. Scarlet carefully cradled the badge, her gaze intent as she murmured in bewilderment. In her hand was a standard 3-sword emblem, a symbol of esteemed warriors from the spirit martial continent. Scarlet possessed an identical badge, and to her, The two seemed indistinguishable. Andrew, seated nearby, also focused on the emblem in Scarlett's grasp. Reflecting on the distinction between the badges of core members and those of ordinary members, the difference lay not in appearance, but in material. He instructed Scarlett to hold the badge under the sunlight and continued to elaborate. Look closely. When illuminated, the edges of the badge will shimmer with a gentle silver glow. Indeed, exclaimed Scarlett, her face alight with wonder. After several more glances, she delicately returned the badge to Xian. Xian chuckled softly as he accepted the badge, remarking that there was no need for such caution, for it was merely a badge. However, this was no ordinary emblem. It symbolized your status as a core member. Scarlett furrowed her delicate brows in disapproval and countered, that is not the case. Andrew interjected, Xian, possessing this badge will facilitate your endeavors within the mercenary alliance significantly. It is prudent to keep it safe, for its loss would bring considerable trouble. Xian nodded in gratitude for Andrew's guidance. Recalling the events that transpired earlier that day at the mercenary alliance as she stored the badge back into her spatial bracelet. In the early morning, she received a message from Luna requesting her presence at the mercenary alliance. Upon her arrival, she was promptly ushered into the conference hall, where a dozen individuals were already seated. As soon as Xian took her place, Luna announced her successful completion of the core member assessment and proceeded to bestow upon her the distinguished badge. Xian observed that although many present were verbally congratulating her, their eyes betrayed a complex array of emotions. After the meeting concluded, Luna summoned Xian privately to elucidate some fundamental aspects of the mercenary alliance. As Luna had previously indicated, joining the mercenary alliance would not impose excessive restrictions on her. Moreover, the alliance bestows certain rewards annually based on rank. The only obligatory requirement is that if an S-rank or higher special mission is issued by the alliance, core members must participate. Luna, sensing Xian's potential concerns, reassured her that such special missions are infrequent and, when they do arise, they typically signify significant events. At that juncture, Xian's status as a high-level warrior would hold little weight and would not adversely affect her. Xian has accepted Luna's letter of introduction, and with Luna's sincere demeanor, she has seamlessly embraced her new identity. In her joy, Luna does not forget to inform Xian of another significant matter. Although Xian has successfully passed the assessment of the core members in Philadelphia, she must still travel to the royal city, the headquarters of the mercenary alliance of the Aslan Empire, for an additional verification of her identity. This measure is also to prevent Philadelphia from fabricating information about core members in order to expand their numbers. Xian was originally set to travel to the royal city to participate in the assessment at Winchester Academy, and she did not mind making a detour to the headquarters of the mercenary alliance. Thus, upon returning to the Marquis's residence, she found herself in possession of a unique badge and a new mission. As matters in Philadelphia were drawing to a close and the commencement of the term at Winchester Academy approached, Xian and Scarlett began their journey to the royal city. Under the blazing sun, a caravan of carriages moved slowly along the broad avenue. Scarlett lifted the curtain and slipped into Xian's carriage, where she found Xian engrossed in a detailed exploration of martial arts fundamentals. Pouting, she swiftly snatched the book from Xian's hands. What is the matter? Did you have another quarrel with Morris? Xian reluctantly tore her gaze away from the book and replied with a wry smile. Morris, Luna's nephew, attended Winchester Academy alongside Scarlett. The two shared a good rapport, but due to their similar temperaments, they often found themselves embroiled in disputes, each claiming victory at different times. Scarlett's visit to Xian to vent her frustrations clearly indicated that she had come off worse in their latest confrontation. You have no idea how insufferable that guy Morris is. Just because he happened to encounter a 5th-level magical beast when we ventured into the moonlit forest. He stopped bragging about it. He didn't even slay it himself. It drives me insane. It's just a 5th-level magical beast. What is so impressive about that? Humph. One day, I will also be able to defeat a 5th-level magical beast. Xian concurred. Indeed, you can certainly do it. Xian, you are so dismissive. Am I no longer your closest friend? Scarlett gazed at Xian with tear-filled eyes, her rosy lips pouting even higher. Xian felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, having exerted herself to coax a smile from the other person. Her eyes, which had grown somewhat sore from prolonged reading, gradually returned to their normal state. Upon noticing that Xian's eyes were no longer as red, Scarlett handed her the book and earnestly said, Xian, it is essential to balance work and rest in your studies. Do not overexert yourself. Xian replied, I understand. I just find this book quite fascinating. I shall be more mindful in the future. Xian was true to her word. After receiving the book, she did not peruse it but set it aside. Scarlet blinked in surprise at this revelation. The Fundamentals of Martial Arts is renowned throughout the spirit martial continent, regarded as an essential introductory text for aspiring martial artists. A book that every practitioner possesses. It was indeed astonishing that Xian had never laid eyes on it. However, as she pondered further, it occurred to her that perhaps Xian's family had access to superior texts on martial arts, rendering this particular book unnecessary for their collection. Such a scenario was not uncommon. Thus, she promptly dismissed the thought from her mind and continued her conversation with Xian. When the caravan halted for a respite, she finally departed from Xian's carriage and sought out her father, Andrew, for a chat. Indeed, Andrew, concerned for their safety, had accompanied them along with the household guards. He would only feel at ease once he witnessed them safely enter Winchester Academy. Both Andrew and Scarlet believed that the Selwyn family would be dissuaded from any hostile intentions upon noticing Andrew's presence. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. On the 7th day of their journey, with less than 3 days remaining to the royal city, Andrew was seated at the carriage's front, explaining to the rear carriage, where Xian was, that they would soon pass through a forest leading to Golden Sun City. He spoke of a delightful fruit wine crafted from a special recipe, noting its exquisite flavor, suggesting they purchase a considerable amount to enjoy during their travels. As Xian was about to respond, her brow suddenly arched, and she leapt down from the carriage, urgently commanding, "Stop." Her voice carried a hint of defiance, causing the lead horse to tremble in fear, rendering it immobile. What prompted such an abrupt halt? Scarlet and Morris emerged from their respective carriages, perplexed and eager to investigate the situation. Andrew, who had been seated on the carriage's yoke, upon hearing Xian's command, also dismounted with haste and strode over to her, his expression grave. "What have you discovered?" Over the course of their acquaintance, Andrew may not have fully understood Xian, but he recognized that she was not one to jest lightly. The sudden cessation of the carriage indicated an unexpected revelation. "There are individuals lying in wait ahead of us." Xian paused momentarily before adding, "More than 20 of them, members of the Selwyn family." "It is indeed them. Those wretched scoundrels." Andrew clenched his fists, cursing through gritted teeth, yet exhibiting no doubt regarding Xian's words. Raising his right arm, he signaled to the guards trailing behind, who promptly unsheathed their weapons, encircling Scarlet and Morris for protection, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Realizing the unfolding crisis, Scarlet and Morris also drew their weapons, their faces resolute. Under the scorching sunlight, a sheen of perspiration glistened on everyone's cheeks as an air of anxiety permeated through the ranks. Even the restless lead horse fidgeting nervously with its hooves. Xian could sense the gaze of doubt directed from behind. However, the Howard family adhered to strict regulations, and no one dared to question Andrew's decision. Xian refrained from providing an explanation, for she could not disclose to the guards that she had perceived the Selwyn family members lying in ambush within the forest using her mental prowess, as that would inevitably reveal her identity as a spirit master. Moreover, she was convinced that the Selwyn family would soon succumb to impatience and initiate their plan, particularly since they were accompanied by a trump card whose temperament appeared rather volatile. Indeed, as Xian had anticipated, Eddie, concealed among the trees, finally lost his patience and leaped down. As he strode out of the forest, he grumbled impatiently, "Chief Frank, I have long asserted that we could resolve this matter without ambush. Your disbelief in my capabilities is quite vexing, as my time is exceedingly precious." Frank hurriedly trailed behind with his kin, attempting to assuage Eddie's ire. "My lord Eddie, I undoubtedly trust in your prowess. I merely considered that this approach might mitigate unnecessary complications." "An exercise in futility," Eddie retorted, lifting his chin haughtily. "In a moment, I shall occupy that 6th-level grand martial artist, while you deal with the remaining adversaries. Once they are vanquished, you may assist me." "Very well. We shall act according to your directives," Frank acquiesced, inwardly cursing Eddie with fervent disdain while maintaining a facade of ingratiating smiles. Eddie was the sole 4th-level spirit master within his reach, and under no circumstances would he dare to offend him. Furthermore, he relied on Eddie to eliminate Howard's family and Xian, rendering him even less inclined to oppose his wishes. Thus, he had no choice but to join Eddie in fully exposing their presence before the convoy. "Frank, it truly is you. What are your intentions?" Andrew exclaimed upon spotting Frank, his forehead veins protruding, his face contorted with loathing. "Andrew, at this juncture, can you still not fathom my intentions?" Frank's cold gaze bore down on Xian. "Surprised to see us meet so soon? Quite frankly, it is hardly unexpected." Xian smiled faintly. Your depravity is indeed as I had surmised. Frank's expression turned ashen. Is she the audacious woman who dares to contend for the fourth-level spiritual artifact with me? Eddie's gaze swept over Xian, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips as he called out to her. You possess a modicum of beauty. Would you consider becoming my personal attendant? His tone was flippant, clearly laced with ulterior motives. Lord Eddie. Frank was drenched in cold sweat from Eddie's words. He had resolved to ensure that none of the individuals across from him would leave this forest alive, particularly the enigmatic Xian, who eluded his understanding. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he could not ignore the unsettling dread she inspired within him. It was as though a monstrous entity lay dormant within her, ready to break free and devour him whole. He wished to avoid such peril. Thus, he resolved to strike first. To this end, he devised meticulous plans. Yet the one variable he had not anticipated was Eddie's sudden interest in Xian. How could this be permissible? However, Eddie merely cast a fleeting glance at Frank, his eyes hinting at a warning. Frank could only suppress his growing anxiety, glaring furiously at the source of his troubles, Xian. Seeing that Xian did not respond, Eddie, believing her ignorance of his capabilities, boasted, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Eddie, a fourth-level spiritual master and the chief instructor at Cornell Academy. You shall not regret following me." Hearing the term fourth-level spiritual master, Andrew's pupils constricted sharply, sensing impending trouble. He had been curious about the assistance Frank had summoned to ambush them, but had not anticipated it would be a fourth-level spiritual master. It is known that spiritual practitioners excel in combat against opponents of a higher tier. Though Eddie was only at the fourth level, his combat prowess would not pale in comparison to Andrew, a sixth-level martial general. Coupled with Frank and the Selwyn clan members, they had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament. Andrew regretted not bringing along a few more clan elders for support, as they might have delayed the confrontation. A fourth-level spiritual master? Xian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Eddie. What are you to deserve my servitude? The moment her words left her lips, both Eddie and Frank's expressions shifted dramatically. Eddie's countenance darkened with fury, while Frank's transformed from rage to elation. Inwardly, Frank mocked Xian, astonished that the seemingly astute individual could be so foolish as to offend Eddie at such a critical juncture. Eddie, infuriated, retorted, "Very well. If you refuse, then embrace your demise. Attack. Kill them." With a single command, the Selwyn clan surged forth, their diverse auras shimmering in unison. "You all retreat. I will cover for you." Andrew let out a thunderous roar, his foot striking the ground with tremendous force, akin to a clap of thunder, as he charged directly toward Frank and Eddie. A heavy, earthy aura surged forth from him, with each step causing the ground to tremble violently. "Eddie, I entrust him to you," Frank remarked with a smirk, disregarding the rapidly approaching figure, and dashed toward Xian's position. "Stop." Andrew's eyes widened in fury, his fist, enveloped in the yellow aura, struck down with the might of a tempest, hurtling toward Frank. "Your opponent is me." Eddie's voice suddenly reverberated, and Andrew felt as though invisible hands were forcibly redirecting his body, causing his punch to miss its target. Realizing his strike had failed, Andrew swiftly turned to intercept Frank once more, only to be ensnared again by the unseen force, helplessly watching as Frank closed the distance to Xian. "Damn it!" Andrew roared in rage, his eyes bulging with fury, unable to fathom the consequences of the impending confrontation. "Xian, run!" Though Scarlet was shielded within the throng of people, she remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. Seeing her father impeded and Xian poised to face Frank's assault alone, she screamed and recklessly dashed toward Xian's direction. "Don't go, it's dangerous." Morris, quick as lightning, grasped Scarlet's arm tightly. His bond with Xian was tenuous at best, and in comparison to Xian's safety, his concern lay more with Scarlet. Thus, regardless of her struggles, he refused to release his grip. "Xian, prepare to die." A fierce wind whipped across Frank's face as he narrowed his eyes, and uncontrollable malice and ferocity etched upon his features. The aquamarine aura coalesced in his palm, the atmosphere around him becoming imbued with a gentle warmth. "Water dragon wave," Frank bellowed, and the aquamarine energy in his hand transformed into a colossal blue dragon. Its maw agape as it lunged toward Xian. The members of the Selwyn family gazed at the dragon soaring above, their faces alight with excitement. This was Frank's signature technique, the low-grade mystical skill known as Water Dragon Wave, renowned for its formidable power. Frank had once employed this very attack to mercilessly obliterate a fourth-level martial artist, reducing him to mere blood mist. Xian was merely a high-level martial artist, incapable of putting up any resistance. Many had slowed their pace, awaiting the spectacle of Xian's demise beneath the colossal dragon. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Xian remained utterly still in the face of the beast, seemingly stunned into silence. As the dragon approached within 5 meters of her, Xian finally raised her head slowly. Her hair was tousled by the fierce winds, yet her striking features revealed no trace of fear. Frank paused momentarily, a flicker of mockery crossing his brow, as he observed her pretentious bravado in the face of impending doom. Xian clenched his right fist tightly, taking a deep breath before unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the formidable dragon, emanating an overwhelming aura, disintegrated into a mist before it could even emit a cry. Then, a fleeting shadow darted past them, and before they could comprehend what had transpired, anguished screams echoed through the sky. Frank rolled several meters away before finally coming to a halt. He could not afford to assess his injuries. His eyes fixated on the slender figure before him, filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could he, a 5th-level grand martial artist, fail to withstand a single punch from Xian, who was merely a 14-year-old advanced martial artist? Frank could scarcely believe the reality he had just experienced. Yet, the pain radiating throughout his body served as a grim reminder of the truth. He had lost, succumbing as a 5th-level grand martial artist to a mere child of 14. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, he attempted to rise. However, as he moved his arm, he realized that his right arm had been completely shattered in the earlier collision, sending sharp agony coursing through him at the slightest motion. Even more terrifying was the fact that his chest armor had been cracked under the force of the impact. This armor had been forged by a renowned master at great expense, and even 5th-level grand martial artists would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Yet, someone had shattered it with a single blow. What manner of monster was this? Frank trembled violently, sensing that the fear within him was about to manifest. Gulp! Someone swallowed nervously, shattering the eerie silence. Eddie's face no longer bore the arrogance of before. He appeared solemn, concealing his thoughts. The members of the Selwyn family stood rigidly in place, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Frank, the clan leader, it seems your strength does not align with your ambition. Xian shook her numb palm, curling her lips into a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic as she gazed down upon the disheveled Frank. This marked her inaugural encounter with a 5th-level martial master. To be candid, she too was taken aback. The prowess of the 5th-level martial master was not as formidable as she had anticipated, and one might even describe it as feeble. Was it due to her innate divine strength, or perhaps her formidable mental fortitude that rendered her so? Xian has yet to fully comprehend the distinctions involved. However, this has become inconsequential. What matters most now is her ability to retaliate fiercely against these audacious miscreants. The first target of her retribution is, of course, the instigator of the entire incident, Frank, the patriarch of the Selwyn family. The murderous intent in Xian's eyes was unmistakable. Frank instinctively recoiled under his gaze, then desperately turned to Eddie, exclaiming, "My lord Eddie, please help me." Eddie's lips twitched as his fierce glare pierced through Frank like a dagger. Frank feigned ignorance, continuing to shout, "My lord Eddie, I have been acting solely on your instructions. You cannot abandon me." Eddie was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Had it not been for Frank informing him about the 4th-level spirit weapon, would he have rushed from the royal city to entangle himself in this predicament? And now, to have the audacity to turn the tables. Eddie longed to extricate himself from the situation, yet with so many predatory gazes fixed upon him, his pride would not permit such a demeaning retreat. He forced a strained smile and addressed Xian. "My dear lady, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us." "I wonder." Xian spoke coldly, offering Eddie no opportunity to continue. With a twist of her wrist, a bone-cutting knife, as white as jade, fell into her palm. As she lifted her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of icy light flashed. Frank felt as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, every pore in his body screaming in alarm at the imminent danger. "Lord Eddie, save me!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Xian's figure had abruptly vanished from sight. "Damn it!" Eddie's brow furrowed tightly as he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an invisible wave of energy toward Xian. Others could perish, but Frank could not. The fluctuations of psychic energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, were laid bare before Xian. Her dark pupils flickered slightly as she abandoned the thought of resisting with her mental strength and instead willingly immersed herself in the tide of his psychic energy. The unfamiliar psychic force enveloped her entire being, akin to being mired in a quagmire, rendering her unable to move. Moreover, Xian's consciousness was also under siege by an insidious invasion of psychic energy. Xian's eyes grew increasingly luminous, revealing a novel application of mental prowess. Her serene visage transformed with an exhilarating hue as she gathered her strength, defiantly stepping forward with her right foot despite the formidable constraints. Boom! A profound footprint materialized beneath her. Eddie's eyes widened, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Boom! 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 Xian's aura surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he advanced several steps forward. Eddie, taking a sharp breath, seized the moment while everyone was still in astonishment. Channeling his mental energy into his feet and propelling himself towards the forest like a cannonball, he fled without a care for the consequences. Eddie, you coward who fears for your life. What a spineless wretch. This infuriates me. Among those present, Frank was the most enraged. It is worth noting that in order to persuade Eddie to take action, he not only promised a fourth-level spiritual artifact but also bestowed a significant portion of the Selwyn family's wealth upon him. When accepting the riches, Eddie had vowed to protect the Selwyn family. Who could have anticipated that a distinguished fourth-level spiritual master would treat such a promise with utter disdain? Eddie successfully replaced Xian, becoming the object of Frank's deepest ire. Marquis Andrew, I leave these individuals in your capable hands. At this moment, Xian's attention was entirely focused on Eddie. Upon witnessing his escape, she managed to utter a brief word to Andrew before sprinting after him. Xian. Andrew initially intended to dissuade her from the pursuit, knowing well that a fleeing spirit master is exceedingly difficult to capture. However, by the time he spoke, both Xian and Eddie had vanished into the depths of the forest. Resigning himself to the futility of persuasion, he withdrew his gaze, only to lock eyes with a pair filled with trepidation. Andrew was momentarily taken aback, a predatory smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Frank, it seems our long-standing grievances must come to a close. Cursed fate, what a futile endeavor this has been. In the forest, Eddie navigated the trees with agility. His expression darkened. Yet, the thought of the substantial sum of gold coins nestled within his storage ring slightly eased the tension in his tightly pressed lips. It could be considered a modest gain. Who exactly is this Xian? She is nothing short of a humanoid monster. I nearly met my demise this time. Fortunate for my swift escape. With his head bowed, Eddie muttered to himself, still haunted by a lingering fear. He had heard she was merely 14 years old. If she were to mature, a shiver ran down his spine, and he promptly resolved that upon returning to the royal city, he would resign from Cornell Academy and seek refuge in another country, never to return. Lost in these thoughts, a sudden whoosh of air pierced through behind him. Eddie's complexion shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his psychic energy to propel himself upward, soaring 10 meters into the air. Bang! A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a cold, white blade embedded itself deep within the tree trunk, leaving only a quivering hilt exposed. Phew! That was a narrow escape. Xian furrowed his brow and let out a light click of his tongue. Indeed, slaying a spirit master was no simple task. Xian, I am the chief mentor of Cornell Academy, a member of the Spirit Masters Guild. Should you dare to take my life, you will undoubtedly invoke the wrath of both organizations. I advise you to reconsider this path to self-destruction, Eddie declared from atop the crown of a towering tree. His tone a facade of bravado. The Spirit Masters Guild? Xian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, discreetly noted the organization. Yet a mocking smile flickered at the corners of her eyes. Then I must express my gratitude for providing such an apt location for silencing you. Here, should I take your life, no one would be the wiser. Eddie felt a sharp pang in his chest, an overwhelming tide of regret flooding his heart. Realizing that Xian had firmly resolved to keep him, he ceased his attempts to flee, clenched his teeth, and once more focused his mental energy to strike at her. Even if he could not bind her, delaying her for a few seconds would significantly enhance his chances of escape. Xian let out a cold laugh and directly unraveled the bindings of his spiritual sea. The psychic energy within him surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against Eddie's mental force. The invisible power collided fiercely in the air, creating ripples of energy. Eddie was utterly unprepared for the backlash of spiritual energy and had channeled all his psychic strength into his attack. Given that a spiritual practitioner's physical resilience is inherently low, he was swiftly overwhelmed by Xian's formidable assault. The force of the impact sent him flying several dozen meters, ultimately crashing into several large trees before coming to a halt. Coughing, he managed to utter, "You are also a spiritual master." Eddie lay sprawled on the ground, his face pale as parchment, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. and a large pool of viscous fluid mixed with fragments of his internal organs lay before him. His vision was obscured by a haze, and his ears rang with a cacophony of buzzing sounds, each breath requiring immense effort. These symptoms were a dire reflection of his severely damaged internal organs. After expelling another mouthful of blood, he trembled as he spoke a few words with great difficulty, his eyes widening in desperate anticipation for an answer. Yet, his hopes were destined to be in vain. Xian had no intention of answering his question. With a casual flick of her fingers, the bone-picking knife, embedded in the tree trunk, vibrated and swiftly returned to her grasp. Her brow arched slightly as she exerted force with her wrist. With a soft thud, blood splattered. Eddie's pupils dilated, filled with intense resentment as he drew his last breath. In order to ensure that Eddie possessed no further means of defense, Xian employed his mental prowess to repeatedly hurl the corpse against the ground, confirming the complete demise of his adversary before proceeding to search his person. Eddie bore few possessions. Aside from a few ostentatious trinkets, there lay a storage ring and an emblem intricately engraved with 4 scepters. Upon contemplating Eddie's status as a level 4 spirit master, Xian formed a rough conjecture regarding the origin of the badge. After a moment's reflection, she decided against discarding it, opting instead to tuck it away within her storage bracelet, for it might prove useful one day. Subsequently, Xian delved into Eddie's storage ring with her mental energy, and in the next instant, her breath caught slightly. Is it true that spirit masters possess such wealth? Within Eddie's storage ring, in addition to the usual coins, herbs, and an abundance of monster materials, there lay numerous weapons of various sizes, exquisitely crafted antique gems, and a plethora of potion vials. Suddenly, Xian's eyes brightened as she retrieved a slender tome. Mental Cage, a mid-tier Xian-grade spiritual technique, constructs a cage with mental energy to trap adversaries. When mastered, it can seal an enemy within for as long as 10 years. Remarkably, this is indeed a mid-tier Xian-grade spiritual technique. Xian tightly gripped the manual, her fingers instinctively exerting more force. What she currently lacked most were various attack techniques. The value of this book in her eyes surpassed that of all the items remaining in her storage ring. Eddie, you are a kind soul. Xian gazed at Eddie, whose eyes remained stubbornly open even in death, and sincerely remarked upon the situation. Not only had he aided her in comprehending the strength of her mental fortitude, but he had also bestowed upon her such a substantial and weighty gift. In a gesture of gratitude, Xian cremated his body on the spot and subsequently buried it, ensuring he would not fall victim to the ravenous beasts. After meticulously clearing the remnants of battle in the vicinity, Xian retraced his steps to reunite with Andrew and the others. Meanwhile, the conflict on the other side had also reached its conclusion. The Selwyn family, including Frank, had suffered the demise of all 23 members, while several guards from the Howard family were gravely injured, albeit not fatally. Andrew, overseeing the aftermath, stood atop a massive rock, gazing into the distance with a peculiar expression, a half-smile playing on his lips. Father, why hasn't Xian returned yet? Could something have happened? Scarlet had unknowingly appeared beside Andrew, tugging at his sleeve with concern. During the encounter with the Selwyn family, Scarlet had not even had the chance to engage in battle before it concluded, leaving her initially disheartened. However, the realization that Xian was still absent rekindled her anxiety. After all, he was up against a level 4 spiritual master. Andrew, waving dismissively, replied, "Do not worry. Even if something were to happen to me, Xian would be unharmed. Scarlet, you have underestimated him in the past." This statement was, in essence, a reassurance to himself. He recognized Xian's extraordinary talent. Yet in his eyes, a prodigy who had not yet fully realized their potential could not be deemed a true powerhouse. Given the multitude of gifted individuals in the spiritual martial continent who had met untimely ends, Scarlet too had faced a similar predicament. Thus, Andrew had always treated Xian with the demeanor of an elder towards a younger. However, the events of the day had irrevocably altered his perception. He now understood that Xian's prowess was beyond measure. He was acutely aware of Frank's formidable strength, yet Xian had dispatched him with a mere punch. After vanquishing Frank, Andrew had taken a moment to examine his injuries, noting that even the protection of armor could not prevent the indentation of his sternum. While Andrew marveled inwardly, he adjusted his attitude, no longer viewing Xian as a junior, but rather as an equal. He even contemplated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next name to resonate as a martial saint would surely be Xian. Father, I have never underestimated Xian. He is the most formidable of all. Scarlet retorted with a pout, her displeasure evident. Just as she was about to voice more, Andrew pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, Xian has returned. Where? Where? Ah, it truly is Xian. Upon her return, Xian was greeted by Scarlet, who was joyfully waving at her. She smiled back at Scarlet before gracefully leaping several times to land in front of Andrew and Scarlet. Have Frank and the others been dealt with? Indeed. Not a single soul was spared. Andrew replied with an earnest grin, though an unspoken ferocity lingered in his tone. Xian nodded slightly. Since the Selwyn family harbored intentions to ambush them, they must bear the corresponding consequences. That eating, Andrew hesitated to speak further before departing. Xian spoke in a calm and vague tone. After a moment of hesitation, Andrew ultimately refrained from inquiring about the specific nature of the farewell that Xian alluded to. After offering a few comforting words to Scarlet, Xian proposed to Andrew, Marquis Andrew, the journey ahead should be devoid of further mishaps. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent for you to return prematurely, as there are numerous matters awaiting your attention in Philadelphia. The last words spoken by Xian were profound. Andrew cast a lingering glance at Xian before turning his gaze to the bewildered Scarlet standing beside him. He couldn't help but marvel at how, despite her youth, she possessed a remarkable shrewdness. Deep within, he had already contemplated his return journey. With Frank's demise, the Selwyn family was left without a leader, presenting him with a prime opportunity to absorb them. Should he delay until news of Frank's death reached them, the Selwyns would undoubtedly brace themselves, leading to countless complications. Thus, he had to seize this moment and hasten back to Philadelphia. Yet, before he could even voice this thought, Xian had already anticipated it, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. He wiped his face with determination and said earnestly, Xian, I entrust Scarlet to you. Please take good care of her. Xian smiled gently, declaring, Scarlet is my friend. I shall assist her. Andrew placed a reassuring hand on Scarlet's shoulder, advising her, should you encounter insurmountable challenges in Winchester, seek Xian's aid. Do not bear the burden alone, understand? I understand, Father, Scarlet replied, entwining her arm with Andrew's and casting a shy glance at Xian, twisting nervously like a piece of dough. Andrew smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Scarlet had made a friend like Xian brought him a sense of peace. The royal city, capital of the Aslan Empire, was a hub of the nation's finest academies, trading guilds, and markets, with the daily influx of carriages surpassing even the population of a small town. Xian sat within the carriage, her eyes flitting over the bustling shops that lined the streets, and she could not help but exclaim in her heart, truly, this is the imperial capital. It is undoubtedly more vibrant and lively than any other city I have visited. As they entered the royal city, the pace of the carriage slowed considerably. After nearly half an hour, it finally came to a halt at a street corner. Monsieur, you may disembark now. Xian dismounted from the carriage, and at first glance, she beheld an endless procession of vehicles. In addition to the most commonplace horned horse-drawn carriages they occupied, there were also unicorns, rhinoceroses, and even the rare winged beasts pulling carriages. Xian, every year during the enrollment period, the streets outside the academy become so congested that not a single drop of water can pass through, forcing us to enter on foot. Scarlet explained as she approached Xian. Xian nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Scarlet turned to the butler, Uncle Neil, who was following the convoy, and said, Uncle Neil, we have arrived at the entrance of the academy. You may return now. Travel safely. Neil hesitated for a moment, glancing at the composed Xian and recalling the head of the household's instructions before departing. He nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall return today. Please take care, Mrs. and Master Morris. With that, Butler Neil prepared to leave with the guards. Observing this, Morris promptly instructed his own guards to accompany Butler Neil, ensuring that the two convoys could look out for one another on the road. Scarlet let out a soft huff, wrinkling her nose in irritation. She was still miffed about the day Morris had prevented her from assisting Xian. Morris, however, seemed unfazed, playfully winking at Scarlet, which only heightened her annoyance. The three of them walked together down the street, and Scarlet pointed to a large stone wall at the back of the alley, introducing it to Xian. Xian, this street is called Academy Street. Behind this stone wall on the right lies Winchester Academy, while to the left is the territory of Cornell Academy, the second-ranked institution in the Aslan Empire. Cornell Academy? Is that the one? Although Xian's words remained unfinished, Scarlet could grasp her meaning. She nodded emphatically. It was indeed that Cornell. Xian raised an eyebrow, finding the coincidence rather intriguing. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, the esteemed chief mentor of Cornell University had long since turned to ashes. Even if Cornell possessed extraordinary capabilities, they would be unable to reach her now. With the top two academies of the Aslan Empire situated in this vicinity, Xian felt certain that his forthcoming academic life would be anything but dull. Although the streets were lined with carriages, this did not impede the passage of pedestrians. The trio continued along the street for a while longer, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Winchester Academy. Interestingly, the Grand Gate of Winchester Academy faced directly opposite the entrance of the neighboring Cornell University, with the decorations of both gates bearing a striking resemblance to one another. Just as Xian was about to inquire about the matter, a sharp and acerbic male voice suddenly pierced the air. "Scarlet, it's been a while since we last met. I can't believe you arrived so early. Have you finally grasped the notion that diligence can compensate for lack of talent? And are you planning to take flight ahead of the duller birds?" Xian furrowed her brows and turned to the direction from which the voice emanated, only to see a tall youth clad in finery striding towards them. As for his appearance, Xian could not discern it clearly, for he held his chin high, leaving her with naught but a view of his two prominent nostrils. "Vit, do refrain from being excessively rude," Morris interjected, glaring indignantly at the boy named Vit. "Morris, I am conversing with Scarlet. What business is it of yours? Am I not merely speaking the truth?" Vit retorted haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Scarlet. "Isn't that right, bottom of the class?" Scarlet bit her crimson lip, her chest heaving with rapid breaths, rendered speechless. Vit was her classmate, who took delight in mocking her, for he excelled both academically and in martial prowess. She typically avoided him, and when avoidance was futile, she feigned ignorance. Once he grew bored, he would soon abandon her. Scarlet yearned to disregard his presence as she had in the past, yet this occasion was different. Xian was by her side, and she was reluctant to reveal her weakness. Nevertheless, Vit's words left her with no room for rebuttal. She despised her own feebleness. At that moment, Xian suddenly spoke. "Are you Scarlet's instructor?" Vit was taken aback. "Of course not. Then did you pay for Scarlet's tuition?" Xian pressed on, her gaze unwavering. Vit, perplexed, frowned in distaste. "What are you talking about? Why would I pay her tuition? She has no connection to me. Does Scarlet's attendance at the academy not concern you?" Xian countered. Vit stammered, then quickly added, "Though Scarlet and I are not related, we are classmates. I merely wish to show concern for her. Besides, her poor grades reflect poorly on the entire class." Xian raised her hand to interrupt him, her expression cold. "There's no need. You should focus on your nostrils instead. Remember to clean them before you look at others. It's quite disgusting." "You." Upon hearing this, Viter's face turned crimson, instinctively covering his nostrils with his hand. Uffed. Scarlet could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Morris, however, was more straightforward, laughing like a goose, showing no intention of sparing Viter's dignity. "My lady, your behavior just now was exceedingly rude. Mocking others in public is hardly the conduct befitting a lady." Suddenly, a petite and delicate young girl stood behind Viter. Her age was similar to Xian's, her skin as white as snow, and her demeanor elegant. Even while admonishing others, a perfectly measured smile graced her lips. Viter, recalling Xian's earlier words, suppressed the urge to look up and proudly introduced the trio. "This is my cousin Claire. Do not be deceived by her mere 14 years. She is already a senior warrior, and her father is a 7th-level martial king. It was he who secured her letter of introduction to Winchester, and she will soon join this year's new students at the academy." Claire smiled gracefully at Xian and her companions, every strand of hair radiating confidence. Viter assumed that upon hearing of Claire's status, Scarlet would feel inferior and unable to hold her head high. To his surprise, Scarlet merely lifted her lips, revealing a radiant smile. "What a coincidence. Our Xian has also received a letter of introduction. She will soon be a new student at Winchester Academy as well." Scarlet cheerfully linked her arm with Xian's, her eyes sparkling. "Her?" Viter scrutinized Xian, smirking derisively. While her appearance was passable, her sharp tongue indicated she was not of noble lineage. Such a person was worthy of entering Winchester Academy? Viter found Scarlet's optimism utterly absurd. "Miss Scarlet, your jest is rather unamusing," Claire retorted coolly, her gaze never lingering on Xian. "I would never joke around like your cousin." Scarlet rolled her eyes. "Believe it or not, it matters not. You will soon see for yourselves." The first task upon entering Winchester Academy would certainly involve presenting their letters of introduction to the teachers for admission assessments. The two groups would inevitably cross paths, and then Viter and his companions would come to understand Xian's prowess. Scarlet had never considered that Xian might fail the assessment, her expression radiating unwavering confidence, which made Viter waver slightly. Could it be that this woman truly intended to participate in the Academy's assessment? Since when had the threshold for Winchester Academy been so low? That was somewhat dissatisfied, but upon reflection, he realized that having a letter of introduction meant little. If one could not pass the assessment, they would merely return in disgrace. As he pondered this, he noticed Scarlet and Xian preparing to enter the Academy's gates and called out to them. "Hey, Scarlet, how about a wager?" Scarlet turned, her expression laced with curiosity. "A wager? On what?" "Let us bet on whether the person beside you can pass the Winchester Academy's assessment." Vit smirked with ill intentions. "If you lose, you shall henceforth refer to yourself as the tail end of the crane in my presence." Scarlet's expression shifted slightly. "Bored now?" "I have no interest in your wager." It wasn't that she lacked faith in Xian. Rather, she was reluctant to use Xian as a stake. "What? Are you frightened?" "I told you, he is merely a country bumpkin from a remote village. How could he possibly be compared to my cousin? Perhaps you should send him back to the fields, ha ha ha." Vid's demeanor was one of arrogance, his voice devoid of restraint. Initially, his quarrel with Scarlet had drawn some attention, but now, as he brazenly provoked them, students from both academies stopped in their tracks, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Sensing the subtle gazes of the crowd, Vit grew even more audacious, declaring that trash belonged with trash. Vit. Scarlet was thoroughly incensed by his final remark. Her fists clenched as she prepared to confront him, only to be halted by Xian's hand. Xian shook his head at Scarlet, standing on the steps and looking down at Vit. "Scarlet does not wish to wager with you. I shall take her place." Upon hearing this, Vit instinctively wanted to decline. In his mind, Xian, being a mere countryman, lacked even the standing to challenge him in a bet. However, noticing Scarlet beside him, her expression filled with urgency as she seemed eager to interject, he swallowed his initial refusal and, with keen interest, inquired, "Then what do you propose as a wager?" "I must make it clear that if the stakes are too trivial, I shall have no interest in participating." Xian pondered for a moment and spoke deliberately. "If I fail the assessment, I shall kneel at the Academy's entrance and publicly confess that I am inferior to your cousin." With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Viter found this wager quite appealing. "However, should you lose, you must kneel at the Academy's entrance and proclaim thrice that I, Viter, am indeed the last in line. What say you? Do you dare to accept this bet?" Xian's expression was inscrutable, yet anyone could discern her earnestness. Originally, Wit intended to erupt in anger, but for reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. "Wit, why are you hesitating? Challenge her. Indeed, do you not doubt her ability to pass the assessment? What is there to fear?" The crowd, eager for excitement and ever keen on stirring up drama, consisted solely of spirited youth. With the rare opportunity to witness an intriguing wager, they naturally sought ways to facilitate it. At that moment, Wit finally comprehended the meaning of being caught in a dilemma. Were he in solitude, he might have contemplated his options, but now, before such a multitude, he was reluctant and unable to retract his words. Moreover, he remained unconvinced that the woman could genuinely succeed in the assessment. Gritting his teeth, he declared loudly, "Very well, I accept, but I have an additional condition." "Agreed." Xian responded readily. Wit's unease deepened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Why do you not inquire about my condition? What if I declare that you must serve me as a servant for 3 years should you lose?" Scarlet raised an eyebrow, poised to retort, yet Xian interjected, "Such are merely impractical fantasies. Why would I fear agreeing?" Her tone was calm and composed, yet it radiated a formidable confidence that was palpable. Many who initially doubted Xian began to shift their allegiance. Such an imposing presence was not something ordinary individuals could possess. "Cousin." Claire felt the situation slipping beyond control and anxiously bit her lip. Wit leaned down to reassure her. "It's all right. Do you not trust your cousin?" "Of course I do. But there are no buts, Claire. Perform well and help your cousin make them regret their actions." Wit had already begun to place his hopes on Claire, contemplating that should the opponent possess any skill, they would undoubtedly be overshadowed under Claire's influence, potentially faltering, thus allowing him to achieve his goal. "Yes, cousin. I shall not disappoint you." Having made a wager, Xian, along with Wei Te and others, entered Winchester Academy in search of instructors for their assessment. The students of Winchester Academy, intrigued by the commotion, abandoned their own reports and eagerly followed in their wake. Meanwhile, the students of Cornell Academy sighed in resignation, deciding to inquire with familiar acquaintances about the final outcome at a later time. Their group, grand and imposing, swiftly attracted the attention of the faculty. Upon understanding the situation, A teacher regarded them with a peculiar glance before warmly guiding them to the assessment square. At that moment, more than a dozen youths were already engaged in their evaluations, and they stood astonished and bewildered at the sudden influx of newcomers. The teacher who had led Xian and her companions approached a stern-looking middle-aged man and whispered an explanation of the circumstances. It was then that Xian felt a piercing gaze settle upon her. Xian lifted her gaze and offered a smile to the middle-aged man. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by the deepening of furrows upon his brow, which rendered him even more imposing. The two students about to undergo the assessment approached. Xian and Claire stepped forward together. This individual is the teacher responsible for the entrance examination. You may refer to him as Teacher Who. He will now guide you on the necessary procedures. After introducing the two, the leading teacher retreated to the side, remaining present, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding events. Teacher Who, Xian and Claire greeted in unison. Hu Yin-ning responded with a curt nod, instructing, first, present your introduction letters to me. I must forewarn you, should I discover that your letters are counterfeit, no matter how exceptional you are, do not entertain the thought of stepping foot into Winchester Academy. Winchester does not accept students with moral blemishes. Neither Xian nor Claire was intimidated by Hu Yanning's words. They each produced their letters of introduction and presented them to him. After Hu Yanning received them, he scrutinized the documents carefully, his expression subtly softening. He placed the letters into a box nearby and pointed with his right hand towards a black leather sandbag hanging from a horizontal bar not far ahead. That is your first assessment. There are no restrictions on the method. As long as you can make the sandbag rotate around the bar once, you will pass. Is it really that simple? Although Claire refrained from voicing her question, her gaze clearly reflected her skepticism. Hu Yanning offered no explanation, instead inquired, who will go first? I will, Claire declared eagerly, stepping forward with an expression brimming with anticipation on her delicate, rosy face. Although the assessment was vastly different from her expectations, this only served to bolster her confidence. Xian shrugged nonchalantly. If someone was willing to serve as a template, she had no objections. Seeing that Xian had no dissent, Hu Yanning led the two towards the sandbag, instructing Claire to begin. Although Claire was young, her demeanor was far more composed than that of her cousin, Wei Te. As the assessment commenced, she did not rush into action but circled the sandbag, observing it closely. Then, she scrutinized the reactions of the other youths who had already participated in the first assessment, gradually gaining confidence. Channeling her energy, a pale light emanated from her palm. Huh, Claire exclaimed, her delicate hand seemingly striking the black sandbag with effortless grace, simultaneously stepping back. A resounding thud echoed across the square as the sandbag was struck, spinning backward at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. Claire's eyes dimmed slightly. What material was this sandbag made from to be so heavy? Fortunately, the rotation was not swift, completing a full circle around the horizontal beam before returning to its original position. The assessment was passed. Claire smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief within. Success. Ha ha ha. I knew Claire could do it. Wei Te laughed jubilantly. Each year, Winchester Academy's entrance examination varied in content. Yet one consensus remained. Completing the first assessment significantly increased the chances of admission to 70%. Wei Te's cousin performed admirably and appeared to have more energy to spare. It was said she was the daughter of a martial king, likely inheriting her father's martial prowess. Although the first assessment seemed straightforward, it served as a stepping stone. Her success suggested that subsequent evaluations would pose little challenge. The students of Winchester Academy possessed discerning eyes, and passing the initial assessment was sufficient for them to gauge Claire's strength. They were generous with their praise in the presence of capable warriors. Wei Te's smile broadened, pride swelling within as he cast a sidelong glance at Scarlet. However, Scarlet's expression remained unchanged, her radiant smile irritating him further. He thought maliciously, laugh now, but soon enough, you won't be able to smile. Claire's outstanding performance instilled a sense of urgency among the other participants, their gazes towards her tinged with wariness. You go, Hu Yanning gestured towards Xian with a nod. Xian followed her instructions and stepped forward, while Claire stepped aside, walking past Xian without casting a glance. Xian paused before the sandbag, gently pinching her wrist, her eyes shimmering with a barely noticeable glimmer. Hitting a sandbag, what a nostalgic pastime. In her previous life, before venturing into the interstellar battlefield, she had an abundance of raw strength with no outlet, and her favorite activity was to craft a sandbag and seclude herself in her room, expending her energy through strikes. However, as she matured, her strength grew beyond what a mere sandbag could endure, leading her to gradually abandon this pastime. After many years, The sight of a sandbag reignited a spark of excitement within her. She licked her lips and suddenly turned to Xian, asking, "Teacher Hu, if I were to burst the sandbag, the academy wouldn't make me pay for it, would they?" Xian, the crowd. "Hey, what kind of joke is that? You think you can actually burst a sandbag? That's laughable." After a brief silence, Veet's sharp voice cut through the air. He crossed his arms, his eyes and brows brimming with disdain. He suddenly found his earlier concerns rather amusing. This woman before him was merely a show-off. Indeed, those who could associate with Scarlet were all inept. Out of a sense of ladylike decorum, Claire refrained from mocking her, merely curling the corners of her lips. At this moment, the students of Winchester Academy regarded Xian with looks of contempt and disappointment. Xian's previous performance led them to believe he was a formidable individual. However, it now appears otherwise. Xian shares a similar sentiment, his brows furrowing in irritation as he coldly remarks, "If you truly possess the ability to obliterate it, the Academy would not only absolve you of any compensation but would also bestow a reward upon you." It's worth noting that not even the Academy's instructors would dare to boast about their capability to demolish this sandbag. If Xian were truly capable of such feats, it might even astound the Dean of the Academy. Yet, is this truly plausible? Aside from Scarlet and Morris, the consensus among all others was one of skepticism. However, they were soon proven wrong. With a sudden thrust of his right foot, Xian propelled his arm with such swiftness that they could scarcely discern the motion. Boom. Unlike the muffled thud produced when Claire struck the punching bag, Xian's impact resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air. All present were taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the sound. Even students from the neighboring Cornell Academy paused in their activities, speculating on the source of the tremendous noise. Following the initial roar, a sound reminiscent of fabric being torn asunder echoed, though it was so faint and fleeting that only a few perceptive souls took notice. Then, under the watchful gaze of the faculty and students of Winchester Academy, the black punching bag erupted with a resounding blast, sending fragments and sand soaring through the air. As if a tempest of black rain had commenced, Xian had long anticipated this outcome, and thus, before the sandbags erupted, he leaped outward. Xian, fortified with his own energy, remained impervious to the shards of black sand. The sole individual affected was Claire, who stood dazed and unable to evade the impending chaos. As the wind and sand swirled, a shadowy figure emerged in the square, amidst the disarray that lay scattered across the ground. Xian cast a somewhat bashful glance at Claire, whose features had become indistinct, before offering a dry smile towards Teacher Hu. "Teacher Hu, you mentioned that the Academy would take responsibility. That should still hold true, right? If Claire is seeking trouble, it should be directed at the Academy. And I am merely fulfilling the requirements of the assessment." Xian attempted to respond but found her throat parched. How could the other party stir up such a commotion while maintaining an innocent facade? Why hadn't the sandbag exploded in her face earlier? For the first time, Xian truly grasped the essence of shamelessness. Was this still human? Perhaps it had transformed into a beast. It was utterly terrifying. Did you notice that she didn't even summon her fighting spirit? She merely relied on her physical strength to obliterate the sandbag. Goodness, if I stood before her, would I also be crushed with a single blow? The onlooking students were nearly agape in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly slender girl possessed such astonishing strength? Just recently, they had thought she was jesting. At that moment, the one paling the most was Vito. His arrogant demeanor belied his intelligence. He was no fool. While Claire could merely strike the sandbag, Xian had the ability to completely shatter it, a stark contrast in capability. This meant that Xian's admission to Winchester Academy was virtually assured. What of the wager he had made with Xian? Vito's form wavered. His once proud head now bowed, his countenance obscured in shadow, alternating between shades of pallor and green. Just then, the cheerful voice of Scarlet chimed in his ear. "Oh dear, our dear Xian is simply too exceptional. Some people have such lowly perspectives, and now they are being served a well-deserved dose of reality." Vito's eyes burned with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. How could this be? Merely a country bumpkin. How could she triumph over his cousin? Even as Vito struggled to deny the truth before his eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. After gathering her composure, Xian felt a modicum of tranquility. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Leaning forward instinctively, she nodded intermittently. Xian's ears twitched, attempting to catch the faint thread of spiritual energy in the air, but after a while, she reluctantly gave up. "Teacher Emma, I leave the remaining entrance examination to you. I shall take her to the dean's office." Xian's words once again elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. This was the first time a newcomer had garnered the dean's attention even before officially enrolling. Everyone realized that Xian had already secured a ticket to Winchester Academy, her future brimming with limitless potential. In that fleeting moment, Xian became the recipient of numerous envious and jealous glances. Xian disregarded the gazes directed at her, signaling Scarlet with a gesture, obediently trailing behind Huyaning as they made their way into the academy. As she passed by Claire, she noticed that Claire remained frozen in a rigid stance, motionless, leaving one to wonder whether she was merely frightened or if there was another reason behind her demeanor. Ah, such remarkable strength. Along the way, Huyaning suddenly spoke up. Xian smiled shyly, expressing gratitude for the teacher's praise. Huyaning remarked, "He is not actually complimenting her, is he?" Her understanding of Xian's audacity deepened, prompting her to abandon any pretense and directly inquire, "Is your strength innate? Or have you practiced a unique martial arts technique?" "Innate," Xian replied readily. However, her response was only half the truth. While it was true that her strength exceeded that of an average person, it fell short of the exaggerated claims. To achieve such feats, she also relied on cosmic energy meditation techniques and mental fortitude, details she preferred to keep secret, attributing her abilities solely to her physical constitution. Huyaning, having witnessed the entire scene, harbored no doubts. Xian had not demonstrated any signs of channeling energy, leading him to lean towards the belief that this was a manifestation of her natural talent. What an enviable gift it is! A flicker of admiration crossed Huyaning's eyes as he unconsciously quickened his pace. Xian did not ponder much, assuming that Huyaning was merely concerned about the dean waiting for too long, and thus endeavored to match her pace. In the conference room, the silver-haired dean sat resolutely at the head of the round table, remaining unperturbed even as several of his elderly colleagues nearly descended into chaos beside him. "This girl is mine. None of you are permitted to contest her." "What do you mean by contesting with you? We shall rely on our own merits." "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak. I have observed the stars and discerned that this young woman is remarkably fated to be my closed-door disciple." "Nonsense!" A cacophony erupted among the elderly individuals, whose ages appeared to surpass a century, with one irascible matron even rolling up her sleeves, poised for confrontation. "Ahem. Our guest is arriving shortly." The dean cleared his throat, and in the next moment, the four elderly figures were seated back in their places, their expressions composed, betraying no sign of the earlier discord. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in." The door swung open, and the gaze of the five individuals in the conference room immediately shifted to Xian, who stood behind Huyaning. Xian felt a sudden prickling sensation on her back, as though something had burned her. "Dean, Vice Dean, esteemed elders, I present to you the newcomer Xian, who is here to partake in this entrance examination." Xian lowered her head slightly, greeting one by one as per Huyaning's instructions. "Xian, is it? Come. Step forward and share with us in detail how you managed to burst that sandbag. It is no ordinary sandbag, after all." Upon hearing the words, Xian turned her gaze towards the elderly woman who had spoken. The woman, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor, smiled warmly at her, radiating a sense of familiarity and affection. Xian let out a silent sigh of relief from the demeanor of the other party. She could ascertain that her summons this time was likely not for any ill purpose. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she rubbed her nose and remarked, "It was merely a matter of exerting a bit of force, and the sandbag burst on its own." Huyaning's lips twitched slightly. Why did he always feel an urge to strike someone whenever he heard Xian speak? "Ha ha ha, quite right. Clearly, you are a sincere and good-hearted child." Came the laughter of the elderly lady, who further praised Xian. Huyaning endured the discomfort, but ultimately could not help but close his eyes in torment. "Deputy Dean, how could you also be deceived by Xian?" he thought. "Xiaohu, why don't you step outside for a moment? We, the old fellows, wish to have a chat with this young one," the dean said, perhaps sensing Huyaning's unease, gesturing for him to leave. "Understood." As Huyaning departed, he felt a twinge of reluctance. It was not that he sought to eavesdrop on their conversation, but rather he was simply curious about what audacious remarks Xian might utter next. Alas, he would not have that opportunity. After leaving the conference room, Huyaning did not wander far but leaned against the corridor just outside, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. When he observed the five most esteemed elders of Winchester Academy convening within the meeting room, he had already begun to surmise what was about to unfold. Xian's physical prowess is nothing short of formidable, and coupled with her identity as a high-ranking warrior, she is undeniably a born fighter. How could five venerable elders, who are passionate about teaching and nurturing talent, not be captivated by such a promising prodigy. What piques their curiosity even further is which master Xian will ultimately choose to follow. It is noteworthy that each of these 5 individuals holds a distinguished status. A mere stamp of their foot could reverberate through the royal city. Even the imperial family of the Aslan Empire must show deference in their presence. Xian mused that if such an opportunity were to fall upon him, he would likely be left in a state of indecision, his scalp tingling in anxiety. However, he was mistaken, for Xian swiftly made her choice regarding her mentor. The simultaneous invitations to apprentice from the 5 elders indeed left her astonished. After discerning their respective skills, Xian bowed respectfully to each of them, and then performed a deep bow to the dean, expressing her desire to follow him in her cultivation and earnestly requesting his consent. Xian's decisiveness took everyone by surprise. The vice dean, somewhat reluctantly, inquired, Xian, with so many esteemed teachers, why did you specifically choose the dean? The answer was evident. It was because the dean, like her, was a spirit master, while the other elders specialized solely in martial arts. However, this rationale was not one that could be candidly articulated. Xian pondered for a moment, intending to concoct a suitable excuse to smooth things over. However, the dean, with a beaming smile, interjected on Xian's behalf. Naturally, it is my advanced age, superior martial prowess, and my striking affinity with her that have led to this. This young prodigy is now my student, so I suggest you cease your lingering thoughts. Xian looked gratefully at the dean, only to find the dean discreetly winking at her. Xian was taken aback for a moment, only to find it rather amusing. Her new teacher turned out to be more intriguing than she had anticipated, and it seemed that the other party had also discerned her identity as a spiritual master, willingly offering her protection. Xian felt an inexplicable closeness to the dean. Having missed out on a promising disciple, the 4 elders were already in a state of discontent. Now, witnessing the dean's beaming smile, which resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, their irritation flared even further, prompting them to take their leave. Before departing, they remarked to Xian that should he find any dissatisfaction with the dean, he was always welcome to seek them out. The dean nearly lost his composure at their words, but fortunately, Xian swiftly declined, preserving the dean's dignity. Outside, Xian observed the 4 elders exiting the conference room and understood the outcome, even though he prided himself on having weathered countless storms with unruffled composure. The revelation stirred a tinge of envy within him. The dean's full name was Green Murdoch, and aside from being the head of Winchester Academy, he was more widely recognized by the moniker Dream Demon, renowned for his ability to weave dreams with his mental prowess, achieving lethal outcomes without shedding blood. Undoubtedly, Dean Green also possessed profound martial arts skills, being a rare dual level 7 expert in both spiritual and martial arts, thus making Xian's choice understandable. Within the conference room, Dean Green and Xian exchanged silent glances, neither initiating conversation. This standoff persisted since the departure of the 4 elders. Ultimately, it was Xian who could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence by asking, "Teacher, do you have anything you wish to discuss with me? You mischievous child." That question should rightly be directed at me, Dean Green chuckled, shaking his head. Then, with a tone of admiration, he remarked, "I have never encountered such an unusually peculiar little one with mental abilities. You are truly the first." Xian felt a tremor in her eyelids. The dean had indeed uncovered her secret. "I can sense a robust and vigorous spiritual energy concealed within you, yet my attempts to investigate further yield nothing. I shall not inquire into your reasons. I require but a single answer. Are you a spiritual master?" Dean Green had listened to Xian's self-introduction without once mentioning his own spiritual energy or the term spiritual master, yet he trusted his intuition. His words brought a measure of calm to Xian's troubled heart. Although Xian has chosen her companion, she would never divulge any of her secrets, particularly regarding the golden orb within her sea of consciousness and the cosmic energy meditation method, until she has thoroughly understood the nature of the other person. Noting that Dean Green had no intention of probing into her secrets, she let out a quiet sigh of relief and nodded emphatically, affirming her intent. She wished to learn the spiritual techniques of the spirit masters, and thus her identity could not remain concealed for long. It would be more straightforward to be candid, as it would likely endear her to the dean. "Ha ha ha, I knew I was not mistaken," Dean Green remarked, his facial creases deepening upon hearing Xian's response. "You are already an advanced martial artist. Do you know what level you have attained in the realm of spirituality?" "I do not know," she replied. Xian was indeed unaware, nor had she undergone any tests in this regard, yet her mental fortitude undoubtedly surpassed that of a fourth-level spirit master. Dean Green furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing. It was not a significant issue. He suggested that when the time came to visit the Spirit Master Guild, he would take her for an assessment. In the meantime, she should follow the instructors at the academy for her training. He advised her to return when she felt the moment was right, making sure she understood. The student comprehended. Dean Green's words were somewhat ambiguous. In truth, he had set a trial for Xian to observe whether she could adapt to the life at the academy and to evaluate if her performance would meet his expectations. Xian's response indicated her acceptance of this challenge, and she indeed requires time to familiarize herself with Winchester College. After leaving the conference room, Xian was escorted by the long-waiting Xian to the freshman registration office to register her information. By the time Xian received her assigned key and made her way to her dormitory, the news of the strongest freshman this year had already spread throughout Winchester Academy. In the residential area of Winchester Academy, within a solitary house, a silver-haired youth, exuding an aura of chilling detachment, curled his lips in disdain. The title of the strongest freshman? It was an accolade he had not even achieved upon his entrance to the school. How utterly vexing. A dangerous glint flickered in his deep-set eyes, quickly transforming into mockery. Surely, others had received the news as well. He would soon witness whether this so-called strongest freshman lived up to her reputation. If she were merely the subject of exaggerated rumors, she would quickly come to experience the nurturing and education from her seniors, and would henceforth refrain from uttering such laughable statements. The silver-haired youth ambled up to the third floor, arriving at the attic window, from where he could overlook the entire freshman residential area. The spectacle would soon unfold. With the key in hand, Xian followed the directions, arriving at the exterior of the accommodation area, repeatedly confirming the information before believing she had not made a mistake. Who could have anticipated that within the accommodation zone of Winchester College stood independent villas, one after another? Each of these was several times larger than the dilapidated courtyard she had previously inhabited at the Yi family residence. The thought that she would be living here for the next few years brought her an undeniable sense of joy. As she entered the residential area, searching for her future abode according to the house number, she soon sensed a few unfriendly gazes directed her way. Xian furrowed her brow slightly and turned to face that direction. Indeed, there stood several young men, their gazes fixed upon her with an utterly disrespectful intensity. The one at the forefront even displayed a blatant provocation. Have I offended you in some way? Xian abandoned her plans to search for accommodation and turned to gaze at the leading youth, who stood nearly 2 meters tall. With ebony skin and muscles glistening with an unusual sheen, resembling a movable iron tower. Are you the strongest newcomer? You don't seem particularly formidable. Huh? Strongest newcomer? That's not me. You must have mistaken someone else. During the dissemination of public opinion, Xian had either been with the dean or handling her enrollment procedures, completely unaware of having been bestowed the title of the strongest newcomer. Thus, she denied it without a second thought. What? You're not? My apologies. We must have the wrong person. Rhea was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush unexpectedly surfacing on his dark features, though it was not easily discernible due to his complexion. He muttered an apology to Xian, then turned and slapped the back of the head of the youth behind him. Idiot! How could you mistake someone? The youth, nursing his head, looked back at Xian with a puzzled expression and uncertainly remarked, No, I'm sure I didn't misidentify her. Boss. Ask her if she's the one who exploded the sandbag today. Still defiant. With her thin arms and legs, how could she possibly burst a sandbag? I think your eyesight is the issue. Rhea, known for his volatile temper and stubborn nature, preferred to trust his own judgment over his subordinate's words. He raised his arm, preparing to deliver another couple of strikes to awaken the youth. Unexpectedly, a voice drifted through the air, causing his arm to freeze mid-motion. Oh, you mean that sandbag? I did explode it. So it turns out the strongest newcomer you speak of is indeed me. Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Boss, see? I told you I didn't mistake the person. The younger brother's innocence was vindicated, and he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly shed tears of joy. Is it really you? Leia gazed at Xian in disbelief. Upon hearing the news, he had conjured an image of Xian in his mind. Given that he could obliterate a sandbag, he must possess the same robust physique, muscular and exuding a certain aesthetic of strength. However, it was evident that the frail Xian, seemingly so delicate that a mere gust of wind could topple him, did not align with any of his expectations. Leia was infuriated. He felt deceived. Stepping forward, he declared loudly, I, Leiotan, hereby challenge you. You may choose to decline, but should you do so, you shall no longer claim the title of the strongest newcomer, for you are unworthy. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, and Xian could distinctly sense an increase in the number of curious gazes around them, with several students already emerging from their residences, making their way toward their direction. At this moment, Xian remained unaware of the profound impact that the title of the strongest newcomer would bestow upon her. She was still marveling at how the students of Winchester Academy appeared rather leisurely. What year are you in? Do you not feel a twinge of embarrassment challenging a mere freshman? Xian is not mocking Leia. She genuinely wishes to understand the other's thoughts, as this may aid her in swiftly grasping the essence of the Academy's style. The strong do not fear any challenge. Leia's gaze is resolute. I am a third-year student. Yet I issued a challenge to a senior during my freshman year and emerged victorious. Therefore, you should not dismiss me. Survival of the fittest? Xian seemed to understand how to navigate her existence at Winchester Academy. She smiled gently and accepted the challenge. State your name. Xian, she replied. Rei's tone grew grave as his muscles tensed, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Remember what I previously stated. Should you lose, you will forfeit all your prestige. The corners of Xian's mouth curved upward, assuring me that I would not be defeated. Boldly, he challenged, Come, take my punch. Leia practiced a martial art primarily focused on enhancing physical strength. As he swung his fist, the force of his blow tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Within the attic on the third floor, a silver-haired youth let out a peculiar laugh. He had anticipated that Leia, whose mind was solely occupied with muscles, would be unable to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, the other party was undeniably the most suitable candidate. Xian, renowned for her astonishing strength, has made quite a name for herself at the Academy, while Leia is equally celebrated for her immense power. When two such formidable individuals collide, who will ultimately emerge victorious? Meanwhile, in another residence within the community, this topic is fervently debated. I believe Xian will prevail. She possesses a unique quality, asserted one. Oh no. It must be Leia. Just look at his muscles. They are simply captivating. Another retorted. The final victor will undoubtedly be Xian, a sweet-faced girl with chestnut hair declared. Casting a discontented glare at the boy beside her, George, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Why do you always contradict me, George? Are you envious of Leia? Why would I envy him? George replied calmly. Lillian, you ought to confront your own feelings. Xian is a true powerhouse. Let us wait and see, George. You will soon realize that you are mistaken, Lillian asserted confidently. George shrugged, acknowledging that his sister could be as stubborn as that fellow named Leia at times. Xian could not hear the conversations of the crowd. However, even if she could, she would remain indifferent, for all her attention was fixated upon Leia. The opponent's speed appeared swift, yet to her, it unfolded like a slow-motion replay. Thus, she did not evade, allowing the other party to draw nearer. A flicker of confusion crossed Leia's eyes, but it was swiftly transformed into indignation. Xian's refusal to dodge was perceived by him as a provocation. Instantly, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered across his dark skin, and the energy within him surged once more, approaching its zenith. The sound of wind howled. Leia's eyes widened. Did he miss? Did Xian evade it? Wow, did you all see that? When did she move? It was so swift that I couldn't even catch a glimpse. The speed is utterly astonishing. It wasn't just Leia who was wide-eyed. Everyone assumed that Xian would confront the blow head-on, but to their surprise, she dodged it with remarkable agility. Her footwork is truly impressive. The nonchalance on the silver-haired youth's face dissipated, replaced by a serious expression tinged with disbelief. As someone who excels in agility himself, he could discern how Xian evaded the strike at the last possible moment. He pondered within himself. If he were in her position, he would likely only be capable of achieving a similar feat. Xian not only surpasses ordinary individuals in martial prowess but also exhibits remarkable agility. The silver-haired youth had to concede that he had previously underestimated Xian while overestimating himself. Perhaps the other truly deserves the title of the strongest newcomer. Lillian, am I not correct? George remarked with a gentle smile. This is merely the beginning. We have not yet reached the conclusion, Lillian asserted, her voice unwavering. Though her fingers clutched the curtain tightly, aware that Rei would not easily let her off the hook. George shook his head, for in his eyes, the outcome was already quite evident. The title of the strongest newcomer is well-deserved. Rei, having missed his strike, did not hesitate to pivot his body and launched another punch towards Xian. In a brief exchange, he unleashed a series of attacks. Yet each time, Xian deftly evaded with precision. What infuriated Ray even more was that while Xian skillfully dodged, he maintained a distance of an arm's length, unable to even graze Xian's clothing. This sensation of being tantalizingly close yet utterly unreachable was exceedingly frustrating. Xian, is evasion all you are capable of? If you have the ability, face me head-on. Ray gasped for breath, his voice a furious roar, his right arm striking his chest with a resounding clang akin to the clash of metal. Xian tilted his head, feigning curiosity as he inquired, if you were to engage in a life-and-death battle with an adversary, would you permit them to relinquish their advantages and confront you in a fair duel? Leia's expression stiffened momentarily, and she stammered, This is different. To me, there is no distinction. Xian's demeanor darkened abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, admonishing her not to seek excuses for her inadequacies. Leia felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling. Above, in the loft, the silver-haired youth squinted slightly, muttering to himself, her cunning and strategies are impeccable. Winchester has yet another monster. How could she speak of Leia in such a manner? This was utterly outrageous. Lillian's sweet smile faltered, and in her indignation, she tugged at the curtain. In her fury, she failed to notice the hint of fear mingling in her gaze directed at Xian. It was as if the sensitive spot struck was not Leia, but rather herself. George, well acquainted with his twin sister, recognized her wavering thoughts and chose to remain silent, his expression reflecting an uncharacteristic composure and wisdom for his age. After experiencing a tumult of shock, embarrassment, and guilt, Leia's mind became unexpectedly lucid. Xian, I retract my previous statement, and I apologize. From this moment forth, I shall unleash all my strength. Prepare yourself. Her voice was low, yet within her eyes, a tempest seemed to brew. In the face of Leia's declaration of war, Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. Leia's ability to swiftly recalibrate herself after a setback and her readiness for self-reflection granted her a psychological advantage over many. Finally, she comprehended why the optimistic and cheerful Scarlet was so easily subdued here. Indeed, students of Winchester are anything but ordinary. Bring it on. Xian retreated a few steps, creating distance from Leia, while simultaneously leaning forward slightly, adopting an offensive stance. A rival who exerted himself to the fullest was deserving of her utmost seriousness. Leia flashed a grin, his fists clenched tightly, and the inky depths of his fighting spirit flickered ominously at the surface of his body. Swamp of the earth, he bellowed, his foot striking the ground with ferocity as the dark energy swiftly penetrated the earth beneath him. In an instant, the once solid ground transformed as if infused with an ocean, becoming damp and pliable. Meanwhile, Xian felt her feet sink, ensnared by the earth beneath her. Seizing this opportunity, Leia surged forward, charging directly at Xian. It was Leia's signature martial technique, the swamp of the earth. This newcomer proved formidable, compelling Leia to unleash such a move. The last time he did so was during the exchange match with Cornell Academy. Now, Xian found herself unable to move, left with no choice but to confront Leia head-on. The surrounding students widened their eyes in excitement, eagerly anticipating the most thrilling moment to come. Xian attempted to move, but the immense force of attraction kept her feet firmly planted. Abandoning her plan to shift, she channeled her energy into her palms, gazing intently at the approaching Rhea, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. In truth, she possessed the strength to break free from the ground's confinement, but after evading long enough, she now wished to experience the true might of Rhea. As Rhea's fist drew near to her face, Xian slowly struck out. The two fists collided fiercely in midair, one dark and robust, the other fair and delicate, creating a striking contrast that captivated all onlookers. Bang! The dull thud of their impact reverberated in the ears of the gathered crowd. They then witnessed a dark figure hurtling backward. Rhea? Someone exclaimed in shock. As the spectators redirected their gaze, they found that the other combatant remained steadfastly planted, not having shifted an inch. After flying several meters, Rhea regained her balance with the aid of her energy, her feet digging into the ground, carving a deep trench before finally coming to a halt. Gazing at the furrowed earth and then at the figure before her, Rhea concealed her fractured arm behind her back, her head bowing in bitter resignation. She had lost. With but a single punch, the outcome was determined. Though Rhea's voice was barely a whisper, the astute students present could not possibly overlook it. The fact that Rhea had been bested by a mere newcomer sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Even within the walls of Winchester Academy, renowned as a cradle of talent, there existed a strict hierarchy. Rhea, famed for her defense and strength, belonged to the upper echelon of students at Winchester. The students had even bestowed upon Rhea and her equally illustrious peers the moniker the Five Oddities of Winchester. However, following today, this title may well evolve into the Six Oddities of Winchester. The gazes directed at Xian were imbued with respect, envy, and a complex, unspoken jealousy. It could be said that from her very first day at the academy, Xian had carved her name into legend through her remarkable debut. Xian was unaware of their thoughts. She nodded at Leia and turned to continue her search for accommodation. The onlooking students, upon seeing Xian approach, hastily stepped back to clear a path, their gazes fixed on her retreating figure. Once she had departed, the murmurs among the crowd began to swell, centering around Xian. "Boss, are you all right?" The subordinate who had previously trailed behind Leia did not join the discussion, but hurriedly ran over to Leia. Concern etched on his face as he scanned him from head to toe. Leia, with a forlorn shake of his head, replied, "I am fine. Please, do not call me boss anymore. I have lost. I am unworthy of that title." "Boss, how can you say such a thing?" The boy who had been struck on the head by Leia frowned in displeasure. "We call you boss not because you are the strongest, but because you have protected us in every task. No matter how formidable Xian is, she is not our boss." "Exactly. If we only followed the strongest, why wouldn't we just ally with Senior Carol? She is widely recognized as a powerhouse in Winchester." "Agreed. Senior Carol is indeed far more powerful than our boss." "Yes. I wonder who is stronger between her and that new student." "It should be Senior Carol, as she is already a fifth-year student and will soon graduate from the academy." Leia's expression darkened with each passing moment, and finally unable to endure their increasingly wayward chatter, he raised his uninjured left hand and delivered a sharp slap to the back of each of their heads. "Silence. You fools, you can't even comfort someone properly. Enough. Take me back. My hand is broken." "Ah, boss, why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, let's help carry you." "Boss, you should lie down." Hands. Don't touch my hand." The silver-haired youth watched the raucous group of boys as they moved further away, scoffing softly, "What a bunch of fools." "Ah, Xian, do you know? You have become famous. Everyone is talking about you." "Oh my, it's truly remarkable." Within Xian's accommodation, Scarlet nestled beside him, clutching a cushion, her countenance awash with a dreamy expression. She recognized Xian's remarkable prowess, yet she could hardly fathom that on his very first day at school, he would stir such tumultuous waves. Even the monstrous youth who had loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain succumbed to Xian, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Indeed, one of the five prodigies of Winchester, Leia, shared her grade, consistently securing the top position on the leaderboard, while she languished at the bottom. Her invitation for Xian to join Winchester Academy was subtly imbued with the hope that he might temper the arrogance of those around them. With remarkable ease, Xian accomplished this feat. Scarlet's wavering confidence, shaken by her return to school, was once again fortified. She reminded herself internally that she was a friend of Xian and could not be a hindrance to her. "After my departure with Teacher Who, did Vite fulfill our wager?" In the face of Scarlet's effusive praise, Xian was already accustomed to it. What she was more curious about was what transpired after she left the entrance examination square. "Ah, I almost forgot about that." Upon recalling the incident, Scarlet immediately erupted with indignation, reporting to Xian that shortly after her departure, Vite had taken his cousin away, claiming they were going to change clothes. And then they never returned. He must be trying to renege on the bet. After Xian left, Scarlet remained in the square to witness Claire complete the remaining assessments. She did not stop Vite when he took Claire away, as she did not believe Claire would abandon the entrance examination. To her surprise, Claire truly vanished without a trace, and Vite was nowhere to be found. It was only during her search that she learned of Leah's challenge to Xian, which ultimately resulted in Leah's defeat. Overjoyed, she promptly cast aside thoughts of the Vite siblings and eagerly sought out Xian. Now, prompted by Xian, she recalled that the wager had yet to be fulfilled. Xian observed her flushed face, unable to suppress a chuckle, and offered words of comfort. "Vite can escape for a moment, but he cannot elude forever. If he truly intends to evade responsibility, then in the future, he shall have to avoid you, never daring to raise his voice in your presence again." Isn't that rather splendid? Scarlet reflected on Xian's words, envisioning the once arrogant Vite reduced to a humble demeanor, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. Prompting a light laugh, she cast aside the cushion in her hand, linked her arm with Xian's, and affectionately rested her head on his shoulder, softly declaring, "Ah, Xian, how is it that you are so wonderful? To be your friend is undoubtedly the greatest fortune of my life." Xian was utterly captivated by Scarlett's playful charm, her heart nearly melting. Who could resist the allure of a sweet and delicate girl? Certainly, she could not. With a knowing smile, she complimented Scarlett. And just as Scarlett's spirit soared, she withdrew her arm and coldly declared, "All right, the break is over. It is time for you to train and strive to advance to a high-level warrior within the week." Scarlett's radiant visage immediately fell, and she gazed at Xian with a pitiful expression, hoping for a little more leniency. Xian shook his head indifferently. Scarlett let out a soft "oh," drooping her head as she walked outside. After taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly turned back, her excitement bubbling over as she declared, "Xian, I will stay here with you today and cultivate together." Certainly. Each residence at Winchester Academy is equipped with an expansive training room, ample enough to accommodate both Xian and Scarlett in their practice. Scarlett, having long been accustomed to training under Xian's watchful eye, found her restless spirit gradually calming as she entered the training room, fully immersing herself in the art of cultivation. Xian contentedly withdrew her gaze and commenced her daily practice of the cosmic energy breathing technique. On the following day, taking advantage of the time before school commenced, Xian, under the guidance of Scarlett, familiarized herself with the various locations within the academy. En route to the cafeteria, they encountered an acquaintance. Upon seeing them, Vincent appeared as though he had encountered a specter, hastily turning away and retreating with an unsteady gait. Scarlett was somewhat astonished. Why did he seem so frightened of us? Could it be that he has learned of his father's demise? Perhaps so. Xian cast a perplexed glance in the direction of his departure before continuing toward the dining hall. Scarlett, relinquishing her thoughts, hurried to catch up. Initially, her disputes with Vincent were merely trivial exchanges, not escalating to a point of irreconcilable enmity. Moreover, with Frank deceased, the Selwyn family would no longer pose any threat to the Howard family. As long as Vincent refrained from provocation, she would not seek to trouble him. Furthermore, Vincent's forthcoming days were unlikely to be tranquil. As a fellow freshman, should he find himself unfortunate enough to be placed in the same class as Xian, Scarlett could only envision the tribulations that awaited him. As she had previously stated, Winchester Academy was not easily accessible. Only true gems could radiate their unique brilliance within its halls. On the other side, Vincent leaned against the wall, drenched in perspiration, his pupils trembling. He closed his eyes, replaying the encounter with Xian in his mind. After confirming that he had not detected any malice in Xian's eyes, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Only to belatedly realize a metallic taste in his mouth, he had bitten his lip in his anxiety. With a brooding expression, Vincent wiped the blood from his lips, unable to quell his unease, for he was acutely aware of his father's plans. To avoid entanglement in this matter, he had deliberately departed from home a few days early to report to the academy, biding his time in anticipation of news. Yet, just yesterday, he had received no word from home, only to hear Xian's name. He could not believe that there were two students named Xian at Winchester Academy. Thus, the Xian who had earned the title of the strongest freshman must certainly be the same one who had once made him feel utterly powerless in Philadelphia. Xian is not dead, however. His father, Vincent, dared not delve deeper into this thought. Yet, the fear within him was insurmountable. This trepidation reached its zenith upon encountering Xian in person today. Will Xian's anger be directed towards his father? Vincent has already inferred the answer from Xian's earlier reaction, yet he cannot help but feel a profound sense of dread. The thought of spending a full 5 years in this academy with Xian causes his breath to quicken, leaving him gasping for air. He even finds himself regretting his decision to enroll in Winchester Academy. Any other institution, even the most dismal one in the Aslan Empire, would undoubtedly be a far superior choice. Were it not for the academy's policy against voluntary withdrawal, Vincent would already be packing his bags, eager to distance himself from Xian as much as possible. What should he do? What course of action remains for him? Nervously biting his nails, he perceives a bleak future ahead, shrouded in darkness, with no visible path forward. According to the customs of Winchester Academy, an orientation ceremony is held on the first day of the academic year, taking place in the academy's largest square. Upon arriving at the square, Xian and Scarlett parted ways to seek their designated positions according to their respective grades. When Xian arrived at the area reserved for freshmen, she found it already populated by numerous youths. Their faces radiated brilliant smiles, as brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming life at the academy. However, these smiles quickly faded upon noticing Xian, the corners of their mouths gradually smoothing out. Is she truly the strongest freshman? She appears so young, utterly contrary to the rumors. Xian feigned ignorance to the hushed whispers surrounding her, casually choosing a spot to stand, her eyelids gently lowered to conceal her vacant gaze. Last night, Scarlet finally transcended her limitations, emerging as a high-ranking martial artist. Xian harbored concerns about unforeseen events, thus vigilantly keeping watch throughout the entire night. Although a sleepless night would pose no detriment to her current health, her long-standing habits compelled her to yearn for a brief respite. Greetings, are you the esteemed Xian? I am Harry, a resident of La City. Just a couple of days ago, upon my arrival at the academy, I heard of your remarkable feats. It is truly impressive that you managed to defeat a third-year senior. When did you embark on your journey into martial arts? Xian helplessly lifted his eyelids, letting out a melancholic sigh as he turned to glance at the familiar youth beside him, Harry. Harry stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. With fair skin and a slightly plump physique, his cheeks adorned with a constellation of brown freckles. At this moment, noticing that Xian finally regarded him with attention, he grew increasingly animated, chattering incessantly without affording Xian a moment to respond. How bothersome, you gluttonous boy, could you perhaps quiet down? Ahead of Xian and Harry, a girl clad in a flowing black robe abruptly turned, admonishing Harry with a fierce voice. The wide-brimmed had obscured half of her face in shadow, revealing only a smooth chin and vibrant red lips, rendering her expression inscrutable. However, Xian keenly observed that although her words were directed at Harry, her gaze was fixed upon him. Xian furrowed her brows in irritation, perplexed by the situation, for she had uttered not a single word. The girl clad in black spoke with cutting words, yet Harry did not respond with anger. Instead, he maintained his composure and offered an apology. I apologize. I was just so excited to see my idol that my voice got a bit loud. I will be more mindful. Everyone here is a newcomer. Yet you are so eager to fawn over someone, she retorted, her disdain palpable. You are both rotund and foolish, clearly a person of no ambition, a pitiful wretch. Harry's concession did not elicit any understanding from the girl in black. She fixed her gaze upon him and mercilessly belittled him, rendering him utterly worthless. Not only Harry, but even Xian found her words grating. Harry struggled to contain the fury surging within him. Hey, are you not going a bit too far? I have already apologized. And what of your apology? Who said that just because you apologized, I must forgive you? If I were to slap you twice and stab you, would you forgive me then? This is sheer sophistry. Harry was nearly ensnared in her convoluted reasoning. How had he become the one at fault when it was she who was being unreasonable? You fat fool, when you can't best me in argument. You accuse me of sophistry. How pathetic. The girl in black curled her crimson lips into a mocking smile. She could not abide those who could only extol others. Clearly, we all gained admission to Winchester Academy through our own merit. Why should that one named Xian be deemed superior? It makes no sense. The scolding was self-inflicted. Classmate, we are all in this together. Some matters are best left unexamined. Indeed, I perceive that classmate harbors no ill intent. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. I propose we all take a step back. After all, we shall be coexisting for the next 5 years. At that moment, the opening ceremony had yet to commence, and the newcomers were clustered in small groups. Due to the argument, nearby students had gathered around, offering words of consolation. Xian stood quietly amidst the crowd, refraining from engaging in futile efforts. If persuasion could truly resolve this conflict, the earlier incident would not have occurred. Do you comprehend anything? Did you hear what he just said? He declared that Xian is his idol, and we, a mere entourage, exist solely to highlight the brilliance of Xian, the blossoming flower. I have come to Winchester Academy to learn how to become a formidable individual, not to serve as an accessory for others. While you may endure this indignation, I cannot. The words of the girl in the black robe immediately silenced the freshmen, who had been poised to offer their own counsel. Indeed, they were all prodigious youths hailing from various esteemed families and regions, deserving of admiration. Why should they be looked down upon their arrival at Winchester Academy? Even if Xian possesses remarkable prowess, it cannot extinguish their radiance. I did not say that. Harry's entire face flushed with embarrassment as he frantically gestured to the crowd, attempting to clarify. But you never mentioned it. The girl in the black robe interrupted him with righteous indignation, her tone aggressive. Did you not just declare that Xian is formidable, your idol, someone you have never encountered before? I did say that, but I meant no other implications, Harry stammered, nearly on the verge of tears as he noticed the hostile glares directed at him. He truly had not harbored such thoughts. He simply admired Xian's abilities and wished to befriend him. How had the situation spiraled into this? I am addressing you. Yes, the one who lurks in the shadows. If you have grievances, direct them at me instead of making things difficult for others. If you aspire to be strong, that is commendable. If you do not wish to be a mere backdrop, that is also understandable. Yet, I implore you to demonstrate your strength rather than engage in slanderous discourse. True strength is not merely proclaimed through words. Xian felt indifferent towards Harry, yet she did not wish to witness him suffer unjustly due to her presence. Particularly concerning was the black-cloaked girl's words, which had effectively positioned Harry in opposition to the new students. Should she remain silent any longer, Harry's future in the academy would be exceedingly bleak. Although the chubby boy spoke excessively, his faults hardly warranted such hostility. Xian, I am speaking of him. What business is it of yours? Stay out of it. Upon hearing Xian's interjection, the black-cloaked girl briefly displayed a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Though her tone remained assertive, didn't you claim he regards me as an idol? Then he is under my protection. If you have any issues, you may address them directly with me, and I shall resolve them. As Xian's words resonated, Harry distinctly sensed the atmosphere around him shift. The gazes directed at him becoming intricately complex. In addition to the earlier hostility, there now lingered numerous expressions of envy and admiration. Even Harry himself could not suppress an expression of profound astonishment. Xian's illustrious reputation had long resonated throughout Winchester College. If one could remain in his proximity, the opportunity for growth and enrichment would undoubtedly abound. The regret stemming from his earlier indiscretions had been largely washed away by Xian's words, and within his heart, a subtle sense of relief began to blossom. Xian is indeed a formidable figure worthy of admiration. The girl in the black robe, concealed beneath the brim of her hat, cast a fierce glare at Xian, exclaiming, I have nothing to say to you. Upon uttering those words, she felt them to be a desperate attempt to salvage her pride from the fear she felt towards him, prompting her to hastily add, but do not be too arrogant. The Winchester Academy is teeming with skilled individuals, and your triumph shall not last long. In response to the girl's provocation, Xian merely parted his lips to utter a single word. Oh. What was she to make of this? Did he not comprehend her previous statement? Infuriated, the girl felt as if she might vomit blood, yet Xian had already shifted his gaze, seemingly uninterested in further engagement. The girl felt as though her punch had landed on a cushion, leaving her in a state of discomfort. She nearly yearned to march up to Xian, seize his collar, and demand that he exhibit the demeanor of a true stronghold. Just then, the opening ceremony commenced, and the new students returned to their respective places, the earlier commotion dissipating into the breeze. Boss, thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I truly would not have known how to handle that situation. Harry whispered his gratitude to Xian as the principal delivered his speech. Xian cast a fleeting glance at him and softly replied, There's no need to call me boss. I was merely speaking casually just now. That simply won't do. Harry, caught in a moment of urgency, raised his voice slightly. Only after he spoke did he realize his folly, covering his mouth in chagrin, and continued in hushed tones, Once a boss, always a boss. I am bound to you. So do not even think of abandoning me. Xian, why does that sound so awkward? She had intended to say something further, but upon noticing Dean Green on the podium addressing the crowd, she immediately fell silent, feigning attentiveness to the speech. Harry, interpreting Xian's silence as tacit approval of his earlier remarks, contentedly closed his mouth and redirected his focus to the opening ceremony. The commencement ceremony at Winchester Academy bore no distinction from that of an ordinary institution. After the dean's address, several other prominent figures from the academy delivered their speeches. However, when Xian glanced up again, she noticed a silver-haired youth had joined those on the podium. He stood illuminated by the light, his hair casually cascading behind him. With an elegant nose and deep-set eyes that concealed an alluring charm, yet he emanated an aura of chilling aloofness. His mere presence incited a stir among the crowd. Xian's expression turned serious as she sensed a kindred spirit in the other. It was Signorine. It must be said that Harry possessed a remarkable talent for gossip. Having swiftly gathered information about the prominent figures within the academy just days after his enrollment, he explained to Xian, the individual standing on stage is Signorine, a fourth-year student, reputed to be a level 4 spirit master with unfathomable strength. He is recognized alongside the one you defeated, Leia, as one of the infamous 5 oddities of Winchester. After a moment of contemplation, Harry scratched his head in confusion. However, the information I received earlier indicated that it was not him delivering the speech on behalf of the senior students, but rather Senior Carroll from the 5th year. By the way, do you know Senior Carroll? Yes, Xian nodded, having learned of Carroll's name from Scarlet. She was the foremost among the 5 oddities of Winchester and had never suffered a defeat since her enrollment. Scarlett idolized this senior Carol within the academy, and due to the frequent mentions, Xian harbored a fondness for her as well. The fact that it was supposed to be senior Carol delivering the speech, now replaced by someone else, left Xian feeling a tinge of regret. Senior Ian seemed adept at handling such occasions. His voice was crisp, his tone steady, and his demeanor composed, not a single mistake evident in his conduct. As he bowed and exited the stage, his gaze inadvertently met Xian's for an instant before swiftly averting, so quickly that it felt like an allusion to Xian. With Senior Yin's address concluded, the opening ceremony was approaching its end. Just as Xian anticipated the dispersal of the gathering, her name unexpectedly resonated from the high platform. Now, let us welcome the freshman representative, Xian, to the stage for her address. Xian appeared utterly bewildered. No one had ever mentioned this segment to her. Boss, they're calling for you, hurry up, Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if the summons were directed at him. Others nearby also turned their gazes toward Xian, among them the dark-robed girl, whose gaze burned with an intensity that seemed capable of scorching the very soul. Xian, feeling helpless, lifted her foot and walked towards the high platform. Upon reaching the base of the platform, she looked up at Dean Green, who offered her a meaningful smile. Is this also a test? Xian exhaled softly, her expression tranquil as she ascended the high platform, where she could survey the scene below in its entirety. The crowd exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet at this moment, they all held their breath, their attention riveted upon her. A surge of warmth quietly blossomed within her heart, coursing through her meridians and meandering throughout her being. Greetings, everyone. I am Xian, one of the new students this year. On stage, Xian spoke eloquently, her tone neither arrogant nor anxious. Dean Green nodded in satisfaction. His decision to summon Xian was not a mere whim, but rather an assessment of her ability to think on her feet and a study of her composure. Observing that she remained humble despite her burgeoning fame brought him joy, and he couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at the Vice Dean and others nearby. The Vice Dean and his colleagues, however, turned their heads in disdain, though their hands, concealed beneath the table, nearly tore the tablecloth in frustration. What a promising talent, yet she had been snatched away by that old fool. Such a waste. Below the stage, the students' expressions subtly shifted after Xian's speech. They had initially presumed that the first day of entrance assessments would involve her demolishing sandbags, and that the Xian who had defeated Rhea would certainly possess a character as fierce and audacious as her performance suggested. However, the Xian who spoke from the platform imparted an entirely different impression. Had it not been for numerous witnesses to those events, they might have doubted the veracity of the rumors. Upon seeing Xian, Rhea felt a familiar ache in his bandaged arm. Yet, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her presence. Xian defeated his opponent with astonishing speed, his movements crisp and decisive, a stark contrast to his outward appearance. This left a profound impression on Leia. As he watched, he felt a warmth creeping to his ears. When Xian stepped off the stage, his gaze lingered on her figure until she vanished completely. Reluctantly, he retracted his gaze, subconsciously letting out a sigh, only then realizing he was somewhat flustered. His ears felt slightly heated, and his heart raced unevenly. He touched his ears and then pressed a hand against his chest, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart. Wide-eyed in panic, wondering if he might be unwell. Boss, I never expected that fierce girl to appear so delicate. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Fierce girl? Leia's attention was immediately diverted. Yes, that Xian, she possesses such strength that we brothers have given her the nickname Fierce Girl. One of the younger members replied nonchalantly. What a ridiculous nickname. It sounds dreadful. Do not call her that. Her name is Xian. Leia felt an inexplicable surge of anger, glaring at them and commanding them not to refer to Xian in such a manner. The younger members, though confused, obediently retracted their necks in compliance. Boss, I see your name here. You're in Class A. Let me search for mine. Oh, I found it. I'm in Class B. What bad luck. Not being in the same class as you. After the opening ceremony concluded, the new students were kept behind, where teachers informed them of the start dates and necessary procedures. Their first task was to head to the school bulletin board to check their assigned classes. Xian, without needing Harry's reminder, noticed her name prominently displayed on the first line beneath the inscription of Class A. Upon discovering her name, Xian did not immediately depart. Instead, she meticulously scanned all the information displayed on the bulletin board, ultimately pausing her gaze at the list of Class C. lingering momentarily on the name Vincent. As Scarlett had previously introduced to her, Winchester comprises 4 classes for each grade, designated as S, A, B, and C. Class S, which exclusively admits spiritual masters, has a smaller cohort, while the other 3 classes boast approximately 20 students each. Although the bulletin bore no particular distinction, several newcomers had already discerned its underlying implications. This seemingly straightforward class division list subtly served as a covert ranking of martial artists. The freshmen assigned to Class A brimmed with joy, their chests puffed out with pride, while those relegated to Class C wore expressions of discontent, their spirits visibly dampened. The sole individual in Class C who could muster any semblance of happiness was the timid Vincent, who cowered amidst the crowd. As long as he could avoid any association with Xian, he felt a profound sense of relief. His once inflated ego had been thoroughly deflated in her presence, and now he merely wished to navigate his 5 years at the academy in obscurity, striving to remain as far removed from Xian as possible. Ideally never to cross paths again throughout his lifetime. Xian observed the expressions of those around him, and could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. The competitive spirit of Winchester Academy had evidently permeated the hearts of all. Under the invisible yet palpable pressure, every student would endeavor to enhance their own competitiveness. Those who could not adapt to the established norms would inevitably face elimination from the institution. Is it cruel? Perhaps it is indeed harsh. Yet it is also replete with challenges, is it not? Xian looked up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. Dean, I am grateful for your trust. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you this time. Teacher She. As you know, this is the final opportunity. I hope you can follow through on your promises. Yes, I will return to organize the lesson plans immediately. The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving the conference room in a brief silence. Unable to contain his curiosity, the vice dean finally set down his pen, furrowing his brow as he turned to the dean. Green, what are you truly thinking? I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend your rationale. Dean Green smiled faintly. Karen, it seems you are not entirely in agreement with this decision? Of course, Vice Dean Karen replied earnestly. I do not deny that She is an exceptional martial artist, but he is not a good teacher. For years ago, he was reported by the entire student body for verbally abusing and physically punishing students, resulting in his demotion to a logistical position. He has since adapted to that role. Why would you transfer him back to teach first grade, particularly as the principal instructor for Class A? Are you not afraid of history repeating itself? Recalling the events from 3 years prior, Vice Dean Karen's expression darkened. Had it not been for timely intervention, the esteemed reputation of Winchester, built over centuries, could have been irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, Class A comprises the most promising martial arts talents among the new students. Any mishap would be heart-wrenching for her. Regardless of Green's intentions, she vehemently opposed risking those children. Karen, those children are not as fragile as you imagine. You should grant them more confidence, Dean Green reassured her, continuing. I received news yesterday that She has ventured into the Xian. Thus, this is his last chance. What? He dares to do such a thing? It was indeed a mistake to keep him, Vice Dean Karen exclaimed, fury flashing across her usually gentle features. For years ago, there had been discussions about expelling She. Yet Dean Green, considering She's lengthy service and the injuries he had sustained for the academy, had chosen to retain him. Little did they expect him to show such ingratitude and harbor ulterior motives. Vice Dean Karen was tempted to apprehend him immediately, subjecting him to severe interrogation to unveil the puppet master behind his actions. No, since you have grasped his weaknesses, how could you allow him to remain in the academy? That is not your style. Vice Dean Karen suddenly sensed something amiss, her eyes narrowing as her sharp gaze scrutinized Dean Green. Having worked alongside him for many years, she understood that he was no fool, merely adept at feigning wisdom and profundity. Ha ha ha. I knew I couldn't deceive you. Even a useless pawn can be of use. What do you think of employing him as the first whetstone for Class A? Vice Dean Karen was momentarily taken aback, and the more she contemplated the idea, the more she found it exceedingly commendable. However, her meticulous nature led her to harbor some concerns. What if those children failed to recognize the challenge, and instead fell victim to She's torment? Would that not result in a double loss? Impossible. Have you forgotten who resides in Class A? Dean Green proudly lifted his sparse white eyebrows. You mean Xian? Vice Dean Karen exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, have you not observed Xian's temperament during this time? She possesses a unique ability to torment others. Yet no one can inflict suffering upon her. If She continues employing his old methods against the students of Class A, I assure you, this time he will face an even more disastrous fate than 4 years ago. It is even possible that he may bring about his own demise without our intervention. As Dean Green concluded, a sense of self-satisfaction nearly overflowed from his eyes. He prided himself on his wisdom for devising such a clever, twofold strategy. No wonder there is an old saying about the cunning of age. You truly have gained profound insight, he remarked. Vice Dean Karen's previous apprehensions dissipated entirely, and she sincerely praised Dean Green. Although he did not perceive her words as flattery, it did nothing to diminish her joy. She found herself fervently wishing for the day of the new semester to arrive swiftly, as she was eager to witness She's downfall. Meanwhile, She, having just exited the conference room, also eagerly anticipated the commencement of the school year. Upon returning to his residence, he did not engage in the lesson planning he had previously mentioned. Instead, he retrieved a jet black, gleaming teaching rod from the iron cabinet in the basement. His fingers glided over the rod, revealing a glimpse of madness in his eyes. Suddenly, he seized the rod and swung it rapidly through the air. The rod sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a sharp whistling sound. She closed his eyes in ecstasy, for after 4 long years, he had finally awaited this day. This time, he would not foolishly leave behind any incriminating evidence. Class A's little imbeciles, prepare to face your great demon. As time passed, the day of the new semester soon arrived. As Xian stepped out of his dormitory, a plump boy approached him briskly. Harry, with a beaming smile full of flattery, eagerly extended his hand to take the book bag from Xian. Boss, since it's the first day of classes, allow me to accompany you to the classroom. As Xian beheld Harry's exuberant demeanor, she was inevitably reminded of Scarlet, who, in her own time of trepidation about departing, had also lingered by the door, awaiting her turn. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Scarlet's voice echoed from afar. Ah, Xian. As Scarlet approached, slightly breathless yet radiant with joy, she exclaimed, How wonderful! You haven't left. I was so worried about missing you. Oh, Xian, you look truly splendid today. Today, Xian is adorned in the uniform issued by Winchester College. The predominant color of the attire is white, embellished with dark cloud patterns intricately embroidered around the collar and various areas of the chest, creating an illusion of flowing clouds under the sunlight. Designed for ease of movement, the uniform is tailored closely to the body, featuring cinched cuffs and ankles. Xian was in the midst of her development, her figure slender and elongated. Clad in a white uniform, she appeared even more graceful, accentuating her slim waist and long limbs. Indeed, the leader looked exceptionally stunning today. I had never encountered anyone more beautiful than her. The arrival of Scarlet ignited a powerful sense of crisis within Harry. It turned out that he was not the only one vying for the leader's favor. He must defend his position and ensure that no one eclipsed him. Thus, he hastily echoed Scarlet's words, lavishing praise upon Xian. At that moment, Scarlet finally noticed Harry's presence. Just as Harry felt a sense of wariness towards her, she too couldn't help but harbor a strong aversion upon seeing him. Ah, Xian. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Is he a new friend of yours? Scarlet inquired, intertwining her arm with Xian's, feigning curiosity, while her gaze towards Harry brimmed with palpable provocation. Humph, do you see? I am Xian's best friend. Harry felt a surge of frustration. If he dared to approach in such a manner, he would surely be sent flying by the leader's swift hand. However, he possessed an advantage that the other lacked. With a quick thought, Harry took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, Senior. I am Harry, a fellow freshman alongside the leader. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Scarlet, having come from the senior residential area and not having encountered him during the class division, was certainly not a freshman of this cohort. Given her close relationship with the leader, her time spent with her was likely no less than his own. Thus he felt compelled to remind her not to be overly self-satisfied. Ha, well said, Scarlet replied, sensing the underlying malice in his words, her lips curling into a dry smile. However, her irritation quickly dissipated as Xian introduced her. This is my good friend, Scarlet. She is a third-year student. Scarlet's confidence surged instantly, and she cast a triumphant glance at Harry. Hello, Senior Scarlet, Harry obediently greeted, resolutely determined to win her favor. Xian did not notice the subtle interplay between the two, and, seeing that everyone had arrived, promptly strode towards the classroom. Harry and Scarlet exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively positioned themselves on either side of Xian, each claiming a place. The classrooms for each grade were not clustered together, and after a short distance, Scarlet had to part ways with the two. As she walked away, her face was filled with reluctance, glancing back 3 times, leading Xian to believe that Scarlet was concerned about her ability to adapt to life at the academy, which touched her heart slightly. The classrooms for the first-year classes A and B were situated in the same vicinity, but in different locations. Xian originally intended to separate from Harry, but Harry expressed a desire to see the classroom where Xian would be attending, so they decided to accompany one another to Class A's classroom. Class A's classroom was set within a spacious hall, furnished with over 20 desks and chairs, each engraved with the name of a student. By this time, it was getting late, and most of the desk owners had already seated themselves, thus the entrance of Xian and Harry immediately drew their attention. Xian, come over here. Your seat is right in front of me. A girl with short hair suddenly stood up, pointing to an empty desk ahead while calling out to Xian. After speaking, she blinked her eyes and looked at Xian with eager anticipation. Thank you, Xian replied, not wanting to disappoint her, expressing her gratitude politely. No, it's my pleasure, the short-haired girl said, satisfied as she sat back down. Her hands clasped under the desk in excitement, thinking to herself that she had finally taken the first step towards making a friend. All right, I've seen the classroom. And you should head back now. Boss, I'm leaving. I'll find you after class, Harry declared, not waiting for Xian's response, and happily dashed off. His loud call of boss made Xian feel the gazes upon her more intricately. Ignoring the penetrating stares, she made her way to her seat. As soon as she sat down, the short-haired girl behind her gently poked her with a finger. Hello, I'm Bonnie, 15 years old, a senior warrior. May I befriend you? Xian turned around, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand. At the tender age of 14, she was already a proficient martial artist. In that instant, her mind raced with thoughts of Bonnie. If her memory served her correctly, Bonnie ranked 4th on the list of Class A. This indicated that according to the standards set by the instructors at Winchester Academy, Bonnie's true combat prowess positioned her 4th among the 3 martial arts classes, a remarkable achievement indeed. Furthermore, with Bonnie taking the initiative to befriend her, Xian found no reason to withhold her response. Bonnie eagerly grasped Xian's hand, a look of relief washing over her face as she exclaimed with an endearing naivety. Xian, I can't believe I've become friends with you so quickly. You're far more amiable than I had imagined. Xian found herself at a loss for words, compelled to maintain her smile. Fortunately, as they engaged in conversation, the classroom had already filled with students. Subsequently, a middle-aged man strode confidently to the front of the classroom, alleviating Xian's discomfort. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, with a shock of crimson hair and a serious demeanor, he wielded a teaching baton, exuding an air of authority. The students within the classroom fell silent at his presence, prompting Xian to retract her hand and sit upright in her seat, her brow twitching with a hint of unease. This teacher did not inspire a favorable impression. Students, I am She, your main instructor for Class A. You may address me as Teacher She. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall accompany you over the next 5 years, he announced, his stern expression softening somewhat, revealing a more approachable demeanor than before. The tension among the students of Class A began to dissipate, and they instinctively turned their gazes toward Xian, waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. Xian felt the gaze of the crowd upon her and, unperturbed, placed her hands on the desk, preparing to rise. However, She suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the curly-haired boy in the last row on the right, and declared, You shall begin. Xian's movements faltered momentarily, his hands retreating silently as he turned to glance behind him. Me? The curly-haired youth, upon hearing his name, paused in surprise. Instinctively, he looked towards Xian, and upon noticing that Xian was also gazing at him, without any sign of displeasure on his face, he stood up and offered a brief self-introduction. Once he had completed his introduction, the girl beside him rose to speak. Soon, 19 students introduced themselves in succession from back to front, leaving only Xian and the boy to his right. I am Payne, 15 years old, hailing from the Merlin family in the royal city, and I am a senior martial artist. After Payne took his seat, the attention of the other students once again converged upon Xian. Xian had previously established a certain authority in their minds, leading them to naturally pay attention to him and regard him as a benchmark. Even though Xian had already introduced himself at the opening ceremony, out of respect for the strong, they still wore expressions of earnest attentiveness. However, what transpired next took them by surprise. She bypassed Xian entirely and commenced lecturing them on classroom rules, not even casting a glance in Xian's direction. It was only then that someone realized that when Xian attempted to introduce himself, She had not been oblivious. Rather, he had deliberately interrupted Xian, clearly intent on silencing him. But why? The students of Class A were engulfed in profound shock and bewilderment. Shouldn't an exemplary student like Xian be cultivated with utmost care? Was this perhaps a unique training method employed by Winchester Academy, aimed at honing Xian's resilience? Yet, that too seemed implausible. Bonnie, unable to fathom the rationale, felt a strong sense of camaraderie with Xian and resolved to speak on behalf of her friend. Thus, she raised her arm, eager to voice her dissent. "Ah, I see someone has raised their hand. I shall now announce the first rule. Do not raise your arm unless the teacher has permitted it. Such an action will only be perceived as a provocation towards the instructor. The consequences of provoking the teacher are severe, and I do not wish to witness such irrational behavior from you. Do you understand, Bonnie?" She cast a cold glance at Bonnie, his pointer lightly tapping in hand, producing a rhythmic sound. To Bonnie, that sound felt as though it were striking her very heart, sending chills throughout her body, causing her raised arm to tremble and retract involuntarily. Internally, she screamed in terror. This teacher, She was truly formidable. She's words not only intimidated Bonnie but also the other students in Class A. Thus, when She proclaimed several more stringent rules, no one dared to challenge him. Each student wore a solemn expression, and the classroom seemed shrouded in a pall of gloom, the atmosphere dismal. Xian observed everything before him. His posture slightly relaxed as he leaned back against the chair, his head bowed slightly, and a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. What a truly cliché tactic. Xian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Truly, she had not anticipated encountering such a subpar instructor at Winchester, the so-called premier academy of the southern region. No, it would be more fitting to refer to him not as a teacher, but as a charlatan. His only aim seemed to be to undermine her in order to establish his own authority, a tactic Xian had witnessed all too frequently in her previous life. Although she was part of the logistics department of the Interstellar Alliance, where there are people, there are inevitably disputes. The title of Beast Butcher, though it may sound somewhat disreputable, is a coveted accolade sought after by numerous meat cutters, and thus, Xian had faced her share of targeting in private. However, these incidents occurred when she had just joined the logistics department. After that, no one dared to act so brazenly, unless they were prepared to be carried out like their predecessors, with broken limbs. Those who opposed her were merely driven by conflicting interests, which Xian could comprehend. Yet, it was unfathomable to her that a teacher like She would harbor such narrow-mindedness. Even more difficult for Xian to accept was She's attitude towards his students. He appeared less interested in nurturing their growth and more in training them to become his obedient subordinates, unconditionally submitting to his every command. Such a morally bereft individual had no place at Winchester. Nevertheless, this was not the moment to confront him openly. Since Dean Green had appointed She as their principal instructor, there must be a deeper reasoning behind it, and as for whether it aligned with her own speculations, Xian felt she needed more time to ascertain that. Another reason was that she did not wish to be embroiled in rumors of fighting with a teacher on the very first day of school. After all, she was genuinely here to cultivate her skills at Winchester Academy. As for the petty acts of subtle bullying, as long as she remained indifferent, they would inflict no harm upon her. In fact, she even hoped that She would exert more effort and employ more cunning tactics, so as not to render her experience too monotonous. Xian's thoughts were beyond She's comprehension. He remained immersed in the exhilaration of standing once again within the classroom. This time, he had learned from past teachings, resolving to forego corporeal punishment as a means of intimidating his students, and instead intended to employ a strategy of setting an example through the punishment of a scapegoat. Xian was undoubtedly the meticulously chosen chicken of his carefully selected monkey. He felt that his return was a serendipitous favor from the heavens, as Winchester Academy had never before seen a champion universally acknowledged by all new students. In order to instill fear among the students by suppressing one individual, that student must first hold the highest esteem within the crowd. However, the fresh entrants at Winchester Academy all considered themselves paragons of excellence, reluctant to concede the superiority of any competitor. Thus, in the past, if She had attempted such a tactic, its efficacy would have been significantly diminished. It can be said that Xian was the epitome of perfection for this purpose, and She believed that Xian should take pride in this distinction. The curriculum for Class A that week was originally intended for She to impart foundational knowledge of martial arts, a transitional course designed for newcomers. However, throughout the class, he barely managed to convey much in terms of martial arts knowledge, instead incessantly instilling the principles of respect for teachers and reverence for the way. After he departed, The classroom of Class A remained enveloped in silence, with the expressions of the students reflecting their discontent. Most of the students hailed from esteemed families, and they discerned the flaws in Xian's approach to some degree. Yet, due to their respect for his prowess and their trust in the academy, they harbored their grievances internally, revealing only subtle hints of their disquiet on their faces. While they remained in a state of uncertainty, Xian had already gathered her belongings and strode out, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Later that evening, while meditating in the training room, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Rising to open it, she displayed a look of surprise upon seeing her visitors. "What brings you both here?" The unexpected guests were none other than Harry and Scarlet. "Xian, we've heard about what happened today. Are you all right?" Scarlet inquired cautiously, her tone rife with concern as she scrutinized Xian's expression. Beside her, Harry also wore a look of anxiety. Xian turned to the side to allow the two individuals to enter the room. "I'm fine, boss. Rest assured, both Scarlet and I have inquired on your behalf. This is not your fault. It is that Professor She who poses a significant issue," Harry exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice as he plopped down onto a chair. It was at that moment that Xian realized why the two had come to visit at such an hour, as she felt a surge of emotion. Curiosity also stirred within her. What issue could possibly concern teacher She? In the past, he had resorted to corporal punishment when confronted by a defiant student. And in a fit of anger, whether through rage or an unrestrained hand, he nearly inflicted fatal harm upon the student. It was only due to Senior Carroll's intervention, who could no longer bear to witness such cruelty, that the situation was brought to a halt. However, at that time, Senior Carroll was merely a fresh entrant to the academy, and in her attempt to restrain She sustained severe injuries that required a lengthy period of recuperation before she could fully recover. Consequently, teacher She was reassigned to a position in the logistics department and never returned to teaching. This incident has since become a scandal within Winchester Academy. The institution later mandated that students refrain from disseminating information about it, yet Scarlet devoted considerable effort to uncovering the truth. Thus, it was revealed. Xian appeared to be contemplative, yet inwardly, she felt no surprise. From the moment She made her entrance, she had noticed the teaching staff's baton in the latter's grasp, undoubtedly worn down through countless lashes, resulting in a substantial patina. It was all too apparent who had borne the brunt of such punishment. "I truly fail to comprehend why the institution would allow such an individual to continue in the role of educator. Is this not a form of endangerment?" Since learning of this matter, Scarlet's brow had remained furrowed in consternation. Among the trio, she had spent the longest duration at Winchester Academy and held a deeper understanding of the pivotal role teachers play in the lives of students. Although Xian possessed remarkable talent, without the guidance of a distinguished mentor, 5 years could easily be squandered. It was she who had initially invited Xian to join Winchester Academy. She could not bear to witness Xian descending into despair. Suddenly resolute, Scarlet rose from her seat. "No, I must seek out the dean and demand an explanation for Xian. I will accompany you." Harry also stood up. "Very well. Let us go at once." Upon uttering these words, Scarlet turned to stride toward the door, only to be halted by Xian's voice. "Scarlet, please sit down. Harry as well. Both of you take your seats. It is best that you refrain from intervening. I already have a plan in mind." Xian felt that if she did not speak up to clarify, the two would indeed end up before Dean Green. At that point, the matter would remain unresolved, inadvertently drawing She's attention to them, which would be undesirable. Xian, have you already devised a plan? I knew you would not remain idle." Scarlet's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Harry seized the opportunity to flatter. "Boss, your wisdom and prowess are unmatched. This trivial matter is surely no challenge for you." "What a sycophant!" Scarlet muttered under her breath. Harry feigned ignorance, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "All right, I am well aware of what to do. Your involvement is unnecessary. Over the next few days, do not worry about any news you may hear. It won't be long before this issue is resolved." If Xian had previously harbored some uncertainty after receiving news regarding She was now resolute in her convictions. She would undoubtedly not remain at Winchester Academy, and all that was needed now was a catalyst. She believed it would not be long before this catalyst would be delivered into her hands. A 6th-level marshal general was indeed an opponent she had never faced before. Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. Scarlet and Harry, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. Xian's demeanor assured them that she would not be easily bullied. However, at that moment, they could not have imagined that the solution proposed by the boundary would be so shockingly straightforward. When the news eventually reached their ears, they were once again struck by an unimaginable impact. A week later, in the expansive training grounds, Xian stood at the forefront of Class A's formation, exuding an air of authority. Today marks your inaugural practical combat lesson. To gauge your preliminary abilities, you will pair up and engage in mutual sparring, striking only to the extent of contact. Yes, Pain, you shall team up with Rancho, you with Bonnie. As anticipated, Xian was once again left alone. While her classmates paired off to face each other, she remained in her original position, an outsider in their midst. This scenario had become all too frequent over the past week. Yet, in this outdoor setting, Xian's figure appeared particularly solitary and desolate in the eyes of her peers. Consequently, many cast furtive glances of pity, their expressions complex. They deemed Xian utterly innocent, unfairly targeted by the teacher due to her excellence. Simultaneously, however, they harbored an indescribable disappointment. Throughout this period of various injustices, Xian had chosen to remain silent and accept her fate. This was in stark contrast to her previously exhibited boldness and fearlessness. The aura of the strongest newcomer was gradually eroded by repeated disappointments. Xian did not overlook the students' gazes. He was thoroughly pleased with the scene he had orchestrated. He contemplated that perhaps, after some time, he could begin the process of reforming Xian. If the transformation proceeded smoothly, she would become his most loyal and vicious hound, enabling him to exert control over the entire class merely by manipulating her. As he pondered this, he felt a surge of excitement that nearly overwhelmed his violent impulses. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the visage of Principal Green flashed before him, prompting him to grip his teaching staff tightly and suppress that rising desire. Everyone, prepare. Just as he was about to announce the commencement of the practical exercise, a cool, clear female voice suddenly interrupted him. Mr. Xian, I still lack a combat partner. As her words fell, all the students turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice. Xian, who had not uttered a word since Mr. Xian entered the classroom, had spoken at last. Had she finally reached her breaking point against such neglect and coldness? Bonnie clenched her fists, her face alight with surprise. She had been waiting for this moment, for she never believed that Xian would remain silent indefinitely. Pain bit his lip, mentally urging, Xian, my only recognized rival, do not let me down again. Xian momentarily appeared taken aback, before an odd gleam flickered in his eyes. You certainly made me wait. Xian, I have previously stated that under circumstances where the teacher disallows it, you are prohibited from engaging in any unnecessary actions. Are you, dear student, questioning the authority of the teacher? As Xian spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, a terrifying pressure swiftly enveloping the square. The students of Class A instinctively recoiled a step, their faces filled with astonishment. Yet, Xian appeared oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere. She smiled calmly and said, I am not questioning the teacher. I merely wish to express my uncertainties, hoping the teacher might illuminate my queries. Of course, should the teacher find it beyond their capacity to answer, I would understand, for it seems the teacher's gaze has not been particularly favorable from the very beginning. Xian's tone was remarkably tranquil, devoid of significant fluctuations. However, others discerned an undercurrent of profound sarcasm. The disparity was utterly striking. The students were left bewildered by Xian's inconsistent demeanor. Disrupting classroom order and showing disrespect to teachers, you are the most abysmal student I have ever encountered. Xian's expression darkened as he stepped forward with great force. Crack! The ground erupted instantaneously, fissures spreading like a spider's web beneath his feet. Under the imposing presence of a sixth-tier martial general, the air seemed to thin, rendering breathing a laborious endeavor. Xian's internal energy flowed silently, and her mental fortitude surged instantly as she articulated, what a coincidence, Teacher Xian, you are the most inept instructor I have ever encountered. Xian, I had initially intended to let you off the hook, but not only have you shown no remorse, you have repeatedly spoken disrespectfully. As your principal instructor, I shall now enlighten you on the principles of honoring one's teacher and valuing the path of knowledge. Xian twisted his neck, revealing a chilling smile. And then with a sudden push of his foot, he appeared before Xian like a flash of lightning. At that very moment, the teaching rod in his hand, imbued with a crimson gale, lashed towards Xian's right arm. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Xian's speed was ghostly, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet Xian had already locked onto him with her mental prowess. As Xian moved, her foot silently shifted to the left. Swish! The teaching rod struck the air with tremendous force. A flicker of surprise crossed Xian's eyes. He had not anticipated Xian's response to be so astoundingly swift. No wonder she had secured the title of the most formidable newcomer upon entering the school. She indeed possessed remarkable talent. However, in the face of absolute power, such prowess was trivial. Suddenly, the crimson energy enveloping the teaching rod erupted, and the trajectory of his assault was swiftly altered. Xian's pupils constricted. Since evasion was futile, she chose to confront it head-on. An invisible surge of fighting spirit and mental fortitude swiftly enveloped her right fist, imbued with a fierce aura. As she struck violently toward Xian's heart, boom! The two equally formidable forces collided fiercely in the air, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept outward, causing the very fabric of space to warp dramatically. Xian let out a muffled groan, her body swiftly retreating until she reached the edge of the plaza, where she barely managed to come to a halt. She lifted her pale visage to gaze upon the figure standing before her, her eyes shimmering as a sigh escaped her heart. Indeed, with her current strength, enduring the onslaught of a level 6 martial general was quite a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly effortless demeanor of she concealed a tempest of turmoil within. How could Xian possess such formidable strength? She is merely a freshman who has just enrolled. It is worth noting that even the most esteemed student, Carol, in the minds of the faculty and students at Winchester Academy, did not come close to Xian's current prowess during her early days. Considering that Carol's abilities have now reached a level comparable to Xian's, she found himself utterly unable to gauge the heights Xian might ultimately achieve. Rather than being unable to predict, it was more a matter of disbelief. After all, his intention had been to suppress Xian in order to maintain control over the other students. Given Xian's current performance, it seemed that his plans would soon be rendered futile. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. In a flash of malevolent thought, dark intentions began to fester within him, gradually consuming all of Xian's focus. If he could eliminate Xian, everything would return to normal. Slowly, Shi closed his eyes, a surge of ferocious energy seeping from every pore of his body, enveloping him in a crimson aura akin to armor, leaving only his eyes, resembling black holes, exposed. The aura of battle. Teacher Shi was truly prepared to engage seriously. How could matters have escalated to this extent? Would Xian be in danger? The students of Class A watched in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Once a martial artist breaks through the 4th level, they can manifest their battle aura externally. Forming a layer of energy armor around the body is a hallmark of a 5th level martial master. Summoning this battle armor enhances both defense and offensive speed, making it frequently employed in duels among martial experts. Yet, in the eyes of Class A students, the confrontation between Xian and Shi could only be described as one-sided bullying. Given such an overwhelming advantage, Shi's summoning of battle armor was regarded with contempt. Gazing at the fiery figure before her, Xian's cold eyes ignited with determination. With a swift motion, she drew a bone-white dagger into her palm. This time, defying expectations, she did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, she summoned her battle aura and charged forward. Such overconfidence. Shi sneered, opting to remain stationary, waiting for Xian to approach. As she closed the distance to less than 10 meters, he suddenly sprang into action, his hand curling into a claw aimed at her left arm. Should this strike connect, it could very well tear her left arm from her body. With such a close-range attack, evasion was nearly impossible for Xian, especially since she had no intention of dodging. The frantic circulation of her battle aura heightened her senses. A wild smile spread across her face as she swiftly swung her right arm, thrusting forward at an acute angle towards her left arm. It was indeed a scheme of mutual destruction, a gamble of life and death. She showed no intention of ceasing his assault in the face of Xian's threats. In his eyes, Xian's attacks were incapable of breaching his battle armor, let alone inflicting any harm upon him. Thus, when a sharp pain radiated from his wrist, he failed to react. It was only after Xian's foot struck his chest, propelling him backward, that he finally emerged from his stupor of shock. Blood dripped incessantly from his fingertips, blooming into a crimson flower at his feet. Shi lowered his head slightly, obscuring his expression. Meanwhile, the students of Class A stood at a distance, at a loss for words to convey their emotions, their mouths agape in silence. Xian's performance today has utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Who would have imagined that Xian possessed such formidable strength? Strong enough to engage in a direct confrontation with a 6th level martial general, and even inflict injury upon him. Although it may be attributed in part to Shi's underestimation, Xian's capabilities cannot be overlooked. Why did they previously perceive Xian as weak? It was entirely an illusion. Now, their concerns have shifted from whether Xian might sustain injuries to how Shi will manage to establish his footing within the school. All the prestige he had previously built has been irrevocably dismantled. Their first impression of him will now be that of a volatile and incompetent teacher who cannot even best a mere freshman. Xian retreated to a distance of 10 meters, remaining vigilant despite her successful strike. The art of the shadow piercer relied on the element of surprise, and her recent ability to breach her opponent's battle armor stemmed from her mental acuity, which allowed her to pinpoint the weakest spot in the opponent's defense. Now that She was on guard, it was nearly impossible for her to land another hit. Thus, she stowed her bone-piercing knife back into her storage bracelet. Her gaze icy as she regarded her adversary. She could not fathom that She would simply concede. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. Xian, you have successfully ignited my rage. She lifted his head expressionlessly, his cold words laced with a profound menace. A closer look revealed the emergence of fine blood vessels in his eyes, rendering him a veritable bloodthirsty demon. This isn't right. We should call for help. Bonnie's voice trembled significantly. Her senses were sharper than most, and she could subtly perceive the volcano of fury brewing within She. This was no ordinary conflict. It threatened to escalate into a battle for survival. Not wishing to witness any misfortune befall Xian, Bonnie hesitantly suggested seeking assistance. Payne, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately turned to find other teachers for support. However, in the next moment, he felt a chilling aura of death lock onto him, rendering his body rigid with fear. As She withdrew his warning gaze and turned towards Xian, his expression contorted with rage. At that moment, all reason and composure were cast aside. He was consumed by a singular thought. He wanted Xian dead. Starfire ignites the prairie. With a thunderous shout, She swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest. Invisible energy surged towards him, the temperature rising steadily. As a spark the size of a grain of rice began to coalesce in his palm. Although the students of Class A were still unfamiliar with their main instructor, it was evident that he was unleashing his signature technique. Even from afar, they could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Bonnie's complexion turned pale. This is bad. Can Xian withstand this strike? The scorching waves of heat crashed against Xian's cheeks, her eyes narrowing as beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. In a realm unseen by outsiders, the flow of her battle energy accelerated to an astonishing degree. Her meridians were being fiercely tugged, with sharp, piercing pain washing over her nerves like a relentless tide. Yet, in the throes of extreme exhilaration, she felt no pain, only the thunderous rhythm of her heart pounding fiercely. Thump, thump. Gradually, Xian became oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. It seemed that the only sound reverberating through the vast expanse was the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. Unbeknownst to her, the pulsating frequency of the silver orb within her consciousness began to synchronize with her heart. At the moment they achieved complete harmony, wisps of mist began to emanate from the silver sphere, merging seamlessly into Xian's mindscape. A warm surge of energy coursed through her body once more, and she felt all traces of fatigue dissipate, entering a state of unprecedented bliss. In that instant, she harbored the illusion that she could vanquish She. Scatter! She sneered, thrusting his palm outward. A spark the size of a grain of rice shot forward, expanding rapidly in the wind, soon igniting into a sea of flames. The dazzling blaze painted half the sky crimson. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of the faculty at Winchester Academy. In the principal's office, Dean Green lifted his gaze to the fiery glow on the horizon. Astonishment etched across his face as he murmured to himself, "Have we truly been driven to this point? Green, why are you still sitting there? We must go see." No sooner had he spoken than a figure burst through the door. Vice Dean Karen, upon seeing Dean Green calmly seated, could not help but frown and approached him to urge him to rise. Dean Green complied without resistance, following her to the square, where they beheld the sight of the inferno surging toward Xian. Vice Dean Karen tightened her grip, the immense force nearly fracturing Dean Green's arm. He winced and quickly extricated himself. Just as he was about to soothe his aching arm, he noticed Vice Dean Karen gesture to raise her hand, prompting him to swiftly grasp her arm, shaking his head in protest. "Do not interfere. Green, are you out of your mind? Xian will perish." Vice Dean Karen stared at him in disbelief, every wrinkle on her aged face etched with concern for Xian. She felt he had lost his senses. She too was on the brink of madness, regretting her acquiescence to Green's reckless scheme from the very beginning. Xian is but a mere 14-year-old child. She should not be burdened with such trials. "Karen, I implore you to trust not only me, but also Xian." Dean Green's countenance was grave. "For I will not jest with the lives of my students. Should Xian falter under the weight of this ordeal, he possesses the confidence to safeguard her life. Moreover, he firmly believes that Xian is capable of navigating this crisis, as she harbors a reservoir of energy that even he finds astonishing. Under Dean Green's steadfast insistence, Vice Dean Karen ultimately relinquished her intentions of intervening, yet her furrowed brow remained unyieldingly tense. Meanwhile, many of the students in Class A had closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending calamity. Among all present, only She could find amusement, laughing with a wild and triumphant glee. This is the consequence of defying him. The crimson flames, propelled by the winds, surged forth like an unstoppable inferno. Xian's figure had long been engulfed by the surging sea of flames. Just as She and all the students of Class A believed Xian had perished in the inferno, an invisible surge of fighting spirits suddenly erupted from the fire, akin to a sword descending from the heavens, cleaving the fiery expanse in twain. Then, a white figure appeared, exuding an unmatched and domineering presence, captivating everyone's attention instantaneously. This white apparition materialized like a specter, vanishing just as swiftly. She felt a jolt at his brow, a foreboding sensation surging from the depths of his heart. He instinctively retreated hastily. At that moment, the majority of the teachers from Winchester Academy and the nearest first-year students had arrived at the square. Upon their arrival, they bore witness to a scene that would later be recounted by countless Winchester students and faculty. The figure representing Xian had mysteriously appeared above She's head, and then she unleashed a powerful kick downward. In that instant, She felt as though a seventh-level demon lord had crushed his head beneath a foot. His mind went blank, and his body uncontrollably plummeted downward. Boom! Dust and debris erupted. Half of Winchester Academy trembled from the immense shockwave. Everyone stood frozen in place, their expressions blank. What had just transpired? Was it merely an illusion? Harry gaped, dreamily tugging at his classmate's sleeve, his face a mask of bewilderment. A cloud of dust hung over the square, obscuring their view. Thus, that astonishing scene replayed vividly in their minds. If they had not misjudged, it appeared that a figure resembling Xian had indeed stomped another person into the ground, actually into the ground. How brutal! However, who could that unfortunate soul be? As curiosity mingled with confusion, they couldn't help but recall recent rumors circulating in Winchester, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it truly be the person they were speculating? Amidst an eerie silence, the dust gradually settled. A colossal pit abruptly emerged in their sight, the striking visual impact rendering them speechless. Where was Xian? Someone scanned the surroundings, suddenly realizing that another protagonist was conspicuously absent from the square. It dawned on them that the area surrounding the fissured pit was entirely devoid of life. Could it be that she too was within that deep abyss? Uncertain who uttered the words, everyone exchanged glances and hurriedly rushed forward, slowing their pace only upon reaching the periphery of the deep pit. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they beheld the scene within. Indeed, two figures lay within the abyss, the protagonists of this fierce battle, She and Xian. Yet, while both found themselves in a similar plight, their conditions diverged starkly. She was partially submerged in the earth, his upper body obscured by a gruesome mixture of mud and blood, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. In contrast, Xian, though appearing somewhat disheveled, bore no visible wounds. Her countenance remained serene, as if she were merely slumbering. Xian, Harry, Bonnie, and others hastily descended into the pit, gathering around her to assess her condition. While the more wretched She lay forgotten in the shadows. Even as the two deans made their appearance, She remained buried in the soil, his fate uncertain. Vice Dean Karen cast a disdainful glance at She before addressing the teachers who had come to witness the commotion, instructing, "Drag him out. If he is not dead, take him for treatment." With such clarity in her command, the teachers, though unfamiliar with the preceding events, understood that their colleague had undoubtedly crossed the dean's threshold of tolerance, ensuring he would not enjoy the same fortune as before. Moreover, She's reputation at Winchester Academy had long been tarnished by his own actions, leaving no one to plead on his behalf as they forcibly extracted him from the ground. Indeed, they exerted considerable effort in pulling She free, gaining a deeper appreciation for Xian's formidable strength, particularly Yaning, who had been responsible for guiding Xian through her enrollment process, felt immense relief that he had not overtly expressed his disdain for her at that time. Otherwise, he might very well have found himself buried in the earth alongside She. If Xian were aware of Yaning's thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim her innocence. She is not one to resort to violence indiscriminately. After enduring an entire week, she finally rose in defiance when she realized her adversary was resolute in their unilateral actions. Moreover, she never anticipated that such an outcome would ensue. Her only hope was for a result that would leave both parties wounded. She was carried away in a near-lifeless state, while Xian was directly transported to the Academy's infirmary by Dean Green using his mental prowess. And he even summoned the most skilled apothecary in the royal city to attend to her injuries. Now, the entire Winchester Academy is aware that Xian has captured the Dean's attention, promising a future of boundless potential. Coupled with her numerous remarkable achievements since her enrollment, Xian has swiftly become the focal point of interest at Winchester, with many expressing concern for her condition and speculating on when she might awaken from her slumber. In the infirmary, Dean Green's expression was peculiar as he hesitated to inquire again. "Are you certain she is merely asleep?" Apothecary Michao closed his medicine box and calmly nodded, confirming that her health was robust, with no injuries. It appeared that she had merely exhausted her stamina and would awaken once she had rested sufficiently. "Is it possible that her consciousness has been harmed?" Dean Green inquired, not willing to give up. Michao paused in his task, regarding him with a bemused smile. Dean Green, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze. As a level 7 spirit king, he was unable to probe into Xian's consciousness, but he could still discern her overall state to some extent. Xian's sea of consciousness is now exceedingly vibrant, utterly unlike the reaction of one who has sustained injury. As Dean Green breathed a sigh of relief, an irritable feeling welled up within her. While everyone else was deeply concerned for Xian, she alone slept soundly. Yet, after the initial anger subsided, the smile on Dean Green's face became impossible to conceal. Xian's performance far exceeded his expectations, and he had resolved to commence formal instruction upon Xian's awakening. Many proclaim that Winchester Academy is the foremost institution in the southern region. However, few acknowledge that, despite its acclaim, Winchester has yet to secure a position among the top 5 in the annual inter-regional academy competitions held in the central region. Last year, under the leadership of Carol, Winchester achieved its best result in history, placing 6th in the competition. Yet, Dean Green was not satisfied. It is worth noting that for that particular contest, Winchester had devoted nearly all its resources to rigorously train its participants. They did not aspire to win the championship, but merely hoped to penetrate the top 4. Alas, disappointment ensued. Dean Green had thought he would never see his wishes fulfilled until the extraordinary Xian appeared, reigniting his hopes. The most formidable freshman, Xian, who displayed remarkable talent upon entering the academy, paired with the most accomplished senior, Carol, who had led Winchester to its finest achievement, imagined the potential of such a powerful alliance. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Dean Green, as he envisioned a radiant future for Winchester. Mishu observed the dean's fluctuating emotions, from anger to tremors of laughter, shaking his head in bemusement as he prepared to depart with his medical kit. At that moment, Dean Green suddenly regained his composure and called out to him, inquiring about She condition. Mishu had only attended to Xian's room and had neglected to check on She, only now remembering to ask. He lowered the hand that held the medical kit and sighed. She's condition was precarious, as the immense impact had nearly crushed his skull, leaving him clinging to life. However, there remained a possibility of recovery if a healing potion of 7th rank or higher could be procured. Dean Green scoffed at the notion, questioning whether She was deserving of such a high-grade potion. After all, he had nearly caused the student's death. And in an effort to placate the students and their families, Winchester had previously provided a 7th-grade bone revitalizing pill. Now, fully aware of She's repeated transgressions, he believed it was time for him to face the consequences of his prior misdeeds. Mishu, an old friend of Dean Green, was privy to the situation surrounding the bone revitalizing pill, which had been acquired through his connections from other pharmacists. Thus, he refrained from mentioning She further and, after exchanging a few more words with Dean Green, took his leave. As Xian regained consciousness, she did not immediately open her eyes. Instead, she languidly stretched on the bed. Then, she delved into her body, and upon observing the flowing energy within her meridians, now somewhat more robust than before, she smiled with satisfaction. It could be said that she had turned misfortune into fortune, having not only triumphed over her inept instructor, but also experienced an enhancement of her strength. With this thought in mind, she hurried to examine her sea of consciousness. Within it, the silver sphere pulsated slowly, showing no signs of change. Could it be merely an illusion of mine? Xian murmured in confusion, recalling that day when she distinctly felt a warm current flowing from her sea of consciousness. It was precisely akin to the sensation she experienced in the Misty Moon Forest when she was captured by the Tiger Brother and inadvertently broke the seal. Xian was certain of her instincts, so she retrieved an ancient fragment from her storage bracelet, cradling it gently in her palm. This was the very piece of antiquated weaponry she had acquired at the auction. It was the sole object capable of drawing forth the silver orb within her, prompting Xian to dedicate considerable time to its study upon its acquisition. However, her efforts yielded no valuable insights. To her astonishment, this time, in the absence of the fragment, the silver orb exhibited a peculiar transformation. Xian reminisced about the events of that day, harboring some conjectures that she intended to verify when the opportunity arose. She retrieved the fragments and rose from her bed, pacing around the room. This was not her residence. It was likely a recuperation room at the academy. She couldn't help but wonder how She was faring. She had exerted nearly all her strength that day. And even if her opponent had not sustained severe injuries, it was certain that he would not be in good condition. Xian approached the door and pushed it open. After taking just a couple of steps, she spotted a familiar figure heading towards her. Teacher Hu. Xian blinked in surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Hu was even more astonished at the sight of her. Xian? Remarkable. Her recovery has been quite swift. She is already able to walk after merely 7 days. It seems that Director Green, likely to preserve Xian's dignity, had refrained from informing everyone that she was not in a deep coma but merely replenishing her energy through sleep. Everyone assumed that Xian had sustained severe injuries. So Hu was somewhat incredulous to see her so lively and vibrant before him so soon. However, considering Xian's formidable physical constitution, Hu found it somewhat understandable. I slept for 7 days? Xian pondered in a daze. Indeed, just 7 days. Can you believe how fortunate you are? Hu jested. Xian offered a bitter smile, unable to believe that she had slept for such an extended period. It felt as though only a mere afternoon had passed. I would like to inquire about something, Teacher Hu. How is Teacher She faring? Has the Academy announced any course of action regarding us? When you have so grievously harmed someone, how can you still refer to him as a teacher? The expression on Hu Yaning's face was quite peculiar as she uttered this remark. Xian remained composed, responding with conviction, what else should I call him? I cannot possibly refer to him with such a derogatory term. Hu Yaning was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Xian remained as forthright as ever. He was no longer a teacher at Winchester Academy. The institution had conducted an investigation and made public all of his transgressions. Everything he had endured was a consequence of his own misdeeds, and there was no need for her to bear any responsibility. Upon hearing this, Xian couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile. Thus, her conjecture was not amiss. The Academy's decision to transfer She to Class A as the principal instructor was indeed a strategic maneuver to utilize her in addressing the situation. With She's departure, who would subsequently assume the role of the principal instructor for Class A? After Xian posed her question, she observed Hu Yaning pointing to herself, which startled her. Is it you? Indeed, it is I, Hu Yaning replied, filled with sentiment. Initially, the Academy had appointed him as the primary instructor for Class A. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the entrance examination for this cohort of freshmen. However, the dean suddenly changed his mind and delegated his responsibilities to She, leaving him quite disheartened for some time. Only now did he grasp that the dean had intended this all along, using a seasoned 6th-level martial artist as a sharpening stone for the new students, and ultimately succeeded. What complicated his emotions further was that he had reaped some benefits from this situation. In the past, when he led classes, he often struggled to temper the arrogance of freshmen, typically spending an entire semester molding their characters. Yet upon taking over Class A, he discovered that the students were remarkably obedient. Far from being arrogant, they addressed him with utmost respect and courtesy, embodying the essence of exemplary students. Regrettably, among these model students was none other than the most obstinate, Xian. Xian, I shall be your principal instructor from now on. So I hope you will show some leniency, Hu Yaning said, his tone seemingly playful, yet his expression conveyed earnestness. Xian awkwardly touched her nose and said, Teacher Hu, you truly enjoy jesting. I, Xian, am indeed the most obedient to my teachers, I assure you. You may inquire in Class A. Had it not been for Jean Shifei's insistence on confronting me, I would certainly not have resorted to violence. Upon hearing this, Hu Yaning forced a polite yet awkward smile, dismissing Xian's words as mere nonsense. The most obedient to teachers, indeed? When she actually inquired, the students of Class A claimed that Xian was merely pretending, deliberately provoking She at the square, and it was said that her insults were quite harsh. It was only much later that Xian discovered this rumor, and she finally understood why Hu Yaning had regarded her with such peculiar eyes at that moment. Misinformation had led her astray. Nevertheless, believing she had reached a mutual understanding with teacher Hu, she smiled amicably, causing Hu Yaning to feel a shiver down her spine. After advising her to attend class as usual the following day, she hastily found an excuse to take her leave. Xian did not require any convalescence. Thus she did not linger in the infirmary, instead making her way towards her residence. As she traversed the path, she suddenly halted, casting a sweeping glance around her. The students who had been furtively observing her immediately averted their gazes, their eyes darting anxiously in all directions, nearly colliding with those beside them. Xian, hey, aren't you being a bit too obvious? After Xian departed, the students suddenly clutched their chests, gasping for breath. How terrifying. They nearly got caught. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest newcomer, her senses remain remarkably acute even after sustaining severe injuries. The only other person who could escape unscathed after thrashing a teacher is Senior Carol, and now Xian joins her ranks. Speaking of which, both of them targeted the same individual. Indeed, it seems that teacher She has offended the wrong people. Why choose to antagonize them both? As the conversation veered into strange territory, news of Xian's recovery spread like wildfire throughout the academy. When Leah received the news, she sprang to her feet, staring intently at the messenger. Is it true? Someone actually saw her? Boss, I swear on your character, it's absolutely true. Her subordinate raised 3 fingers earnestly. Leah never doubted her own integrity, and thus her dark brows shot up, her hands instinctively rubbing together in excitement. Leah, why are you so thrilled about Xian's recovery? Lillian leaned forward, propping herself on the table, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing Leah suspiciously. Leah's expression stiffened. She waved her subordinate away and chuckled awkwardly. I am not happy, just curious. Yes, curious. Curious how she recovered so quickly, considering she fought against a 6th-level martial general. Initially, Leah had merely concocted an excuse, yet the more she spoke, the more convinced she became, almost deceiving herself in the process. Really? Lillian pressed again. Really? Leah nodded emphatically, avoiding Lillian's gaze and hastily turning her attention to the silver-haired youth lounging with his legs propped up on the table. Silver. I think we should invite Xian to join us. Her strength is completely on par with ours. Not just on par, she outright defeated you, didn't she? Lillian leaned back in her chair, coolly remarking. George shook his head disapprovingly at her, but she ignored him completely. Leah had embarrassed her in front of George last time, and now she found every opportunity to jab at him. So what if she did? If you think you're stronger than me, then go challenge Xian. Leah retorted defiantly, raising her chin. With She as an example, she no longer felt ashamed of losing to Xian. Lillian fell silent. She wasn't foolish. Xian's apparent strength was already equivalent to that of a 6th-level martial general, while she and George could only match up evenly against a 5th-level grand martial artist. The disparity was glaringly obvious. Upon this realization, Lillian couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Xian, having just entered the academy, was already strong enough to contend with the instructors of Winchester. What was the point of her attending the academy? She could simply graduate right away. Indeed, Xian was exceptionally powerful. Silver slowly began to speak. As he did, both Leah and Lillian fell silent, attentively watching him alongside George. With Carol absent, Silver held the most authority within their small group. Indeed, the quintet known among Winchester students as the 5 Oddities had privately formed a close-knit team. However, due to their infrequent gatherings and rare collective actions, most students remained unaware of this fact. Carol was the core and leader of the group, while Silver often served as her right-hand man, assisting her. Leah and the others dared not underestimate him, for they profoundly understood the cold and ruthless nature that lay beneath his handsome exterior. Given her formidable strength, we ought to proceed with caution. Let us first make contact with Xian privately. Once Carol returns and has met Xian, we can then decide whether to extend an invitation. Carol would certainly not refuse. She greatly admires individuals of Xian's caliber, murmured Lillian softly. Silver cast a cold glance at her, causing Lillian to promptly close her mouth. Shifting his gaze to George, he said, George, you should go. Why not let me go? I have at least exchanged names with Xian, George interjected, eager to express his opinion. Before he could finish, Leah, feeling somewhat displeased, asserted that he was the most suitable candidate. Upon uttering his thoughts, he sensed a sudden drop in the room's temperature, a chilling sensation creeping up his ankles. A shiver coursed through Leah, prompting her to straighten her posture and declare loudly, Let George go. He is the most fitting choice. As her words echoed, the enveloping chill swiftly dissipated, and Leah felt a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. That was close. She almost found herself frozen again. George had no objections to Silver's decision. He nodded gently. Very well, I will seek an opportunity to engage with her. His curiosity about Xian was piqued, eager to uncover the true character of this legendary figure. Surely, she could not be too dull. George had initially anticipated that he would soon connect with Xian, only to discover that she seemed to have vanished from the academy. Apart from attending classes, Xian was nowhere to be found after lessons. He had staked out her route back to the dormitory several times, yet failed to encounter her. He couldn't help but wonder if Xian was aware of his intentions and was deliberately avoiding him. However, the reality was that since resuming her regular classes, Xian had received a message from Dean Green, instructing her to report to the dean's residence for guidance after every class. Xian absorbed knowledge from his teachers and the dean with the fervor of a sponge, utterly oblivious to those around him. In the spacious training room, Xian stood respectfully, hands clasped, before the fuming Dean Green, whose brow furrowed with incredulity. After all these years of cultivation, you remain oblivious to your own fighting attributes? How have you managed your training all this time? Dean Green suspected that Xian was jesting with him. In recent days, he had meticulously assessed Xian's abilities and crafted a flawless training regimen, ready to implement it starting today, only to be confronted with a significant dilemma beforehand. Each martial artist is categorized according to their physical constitution into various attributes, the most common being the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside rarer attributes such as lightning, ice, and wind. The initial step for any martial artist embarking on the path of martial arts is to select an appropriate technique based on their inherent attributes. It is utterly unbelievable that Xian, capable of cultivating to the rank of a high-level martial artist, remains oblivious to his own attributes. Xian, in a state of distress, scratched her head, uncertain of where to begin her explanation. From the very outset, she possessed a physique deemed unfit for cultivation, rendering her incapable of discerning her own attributes. Subsequently, when the seal was lifted and she was able to absorb energy, the technique she employed for her cultivation was derived from the cosmic energy meditation of interstellar origins, further complicating any potential analysis. As Xian reminisced about her initial experiences with the cosmic energy meditation technique, recalling the vibrant spheres of multicolored light she had absorbed, she hesitantly inquired, "Master, is there a constitution on the spirit martial continent that possesses no elemental attributes?" It seemed as though she could absorb energy of any property without being confined to a singular attribute. No elemental constitution? How could that possibly exist? Dean Green, who had been fuming moments before, experienced a notable shift in expression upon hearing Xian's words. Gazing at her anew, he was suddenly illuminated by a piercing brilliance in his eyes. He retrieved a smooth, rounded jade stone, roughly the size of a fist, from his storage ring and handed it to Xian. Suppressing his excitement, he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor as he instructed, "Hold it firmly. Then channel your fighting spirit." Xian took the jade stone and followed the instructions as directed. Moments later, the dull gray stone suddenly radiated a luminous, gentle light, akin to the moonlight cascading upon the earth at night, devoid of any blemish. Dean Green was utterly transfixed, blinking vigorously to confirm his eyes were not deceiving him. He could not help but burst into hearty laughter. It was no wonder Xian's growth had been so astonishing. She possessed the legendary saint physique. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a treasure this time. After laughing for an extended period, Dean Green finally composed himself, fixing a serious gaze upon Xian, and cautioned, "Do not disclose what has transpired today to anyone. Should anyone inquire about your fighting attributes in the future, simply state that they are of the light attribute. Do you understand?" Understood. Xian had already discerned the underlying issue from Dean Green's demeanor. With a solemn nod, he awaited the dean's satisfied acknowledgement before softly inquiring, "Teacher, you just mentioned the legend of the sacred body, which describes an individual born with a complete balance of the 5 elements. This person can absorb all attributes of energy and practice any martial arts without hindrance, progressing at an extraordinary pace, akin to 1,000 miles in a single day. This physique is deemed most likely to attain sainthood, hence it is referred to as the sacred body. Before encountering you, I had always thought it was merely a myth. The world is vast and brimming with wonders. Indeed, my perspective was narrow." Previously, Dean Green had regarded Xian with the admiration one typically reserves for a promising apprentice. But now his gaze reflected the astonishment of discovering an unparalleled treasure. What delighted him further was that, despite Xian's considerable prowess, his understanding of martial arts was still remarkably rudimentary, akin to an unrefined piece of jade. The prospect of personally honing this exquisite gem filled Dean Green with such pride that he could scarcely contain his joy, almost driven to flaunt Xian before a group of venerable elders. However, the rarity of Xian's physique posed a significant concern. Its revelation could incite overwhelming envy from countless individuals. Thus, he reluctantly suppressed his thoughts and decided to abandon his previous plans. Initially, he intended to seek out a high-level martial technique tailored to Xian's unique constitution, but he had now resolved to alter his approach. Although Xian did not explicitly state it, Dean Green had already surmised that she possessed a remarkable and more suitable martial art that resonated with her essence. Otherwise, she would not have remained oblivious to her attributes until now. Given this understanding, any further interference on his part could potentially yield counterproductive results. There is no need for you to change your martial arts. They will remain as they are. However, your mastery of martial techniques is still insufficient. Starting tomorrow, you shall practice martial skills and spiritual techniques under my guidance. Which aspect would you prefer to focus on first? Xian was still in a state of astonishment from the revelation of the sacred body. Upon hearing Dean Green's words, she pondered for a moment and replied, I wish to cultivate spiritual techniques. Her initial choice of Dean Green as her mentor was motivated by her desire to master the more elusive spiritual arts. She felt that her mental prowess had yet to be fully realized, and if she could thoroughly command her psychic abilities, she believed her strength could experience a significant transformation. The awe inspired by the sacred body had already faded into the background. It could only dictate her starting point, not her ultimate destination. Xian has traversed countless life and death crises. The pursuit of strength remains her eternal belief. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, she is unwilling to cease her relentless progress. Dean Green, upon hearing Xian's response, felt no surprise, yet could not help but feel a sense of wistfulness within. Xian not only possesses a physique that even she would envy, but she also exhibits remarkable talent and mental fortitude, complemented by her innate divine strength. Even Dean Green finds it challenging to identify her shortcomings. Once such an individual matures, the heights she could potentially reach are simply unimaginable. Dean Green feels fortunate to have secured Xian for himself, vowing to dedicate all his efforts to cultivating her into the most outstanding student at Winchester Academy. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you shall study spiritual techniques under my guidance. Yes, teacher. Thus, Xian embarked on her days in Class A while dedicating her nights to practicing spiritual techniques under Dean Green's tutelage, leaving her perpetually occupied. For half a month, Scarlet could only exchange a few hurried words with Xian before they parted ways. One day, Scarlet could no longer contain her discontent and decided to voice her feelings to Xian. She tugged at Xian's sleeve, her face a picture of grievance. Xian, it has been ages since we last dined together or strolled the streets. With the Academy's break tomorrow, let us venture to the royal city for a day of exploration. Do not forget, you also promised Aunt Luna that you would report to the mercenary guild in the royal city. It has nearly been a month since then. Xian was taken aback. She had indeed forgotten about this matter. Since entering Winchester Academy, an array of events had transpired, diverting her attention to the extent that this particular issue slipped her mind entirely. Moreover, her relationship with Scarlet had noticeably become more distant during this period. Thus, with an apologetic smile, she acquiesced to Scarlet's invitation. Scarlet was overjoyed, and the very next morning, she eagerly sought out Xian, only to be unexpectedly interrupted along the way. Scarlet, where are you off to so early? Harry inquired, peering out from the roadside with a mischievous grin. What are you doing here? Scarlet's smile faltered upon seeing Harry. In her eyes, he was merely a sycophant vying for Xian's attention, and it was hardly a joy to see him. I was right beside you when you spoke with the boss yesterday, so I heard everything. You're going shopping today. Take me along. Absolutely not. Scarlet retorted without a moment's hesitation. She had finally secured an opportunity to be alone with Xian and was unwilling to let anyone disrupt that. Come on, Scarlet. Just agree to it. If you do, I'll cover all your expenses with the boss today, and I promise to follow your lead. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it, even if it's just carrying bags or running errands. Harry had no intention of persuading Xian directly. Instead, he aimed to convince Scarlet first. He was confident that once he swayed her, the boss would be no issue at all. Scarlet, upon hearing his words, indeed hesitated. Harry's proposition was far too enticing to dismiss. Noticing her wavering resolve, Harry pressed on. Besides, I don't have many friends at Winchester. Only the boss is willing to hang out with me. Just let me join you. When Xian finally stepped out, She was met with the sight of a regretful-looking Scarlet and a beaming Harry. "Boss, Scarlet and I have already made plans. I'm joining you for shopping today. You don't mind, do you?" Harry said with a cheerful grin. Xian turned to Scarlet, who bit her lip in frustration and nodded slightly. Upon seeing Scarlet's agreement, Xian did not voice any objections, and the trio exited Winchester Academy together. No sooner had they departed than George and his companions received the news. Seizing a rare opportunity, George promptly resolved to venture to the royal city, orchestrating a chance encounter. Lillian trailed behind him, declaring her intent to join. George paused, turning to face her. Lillian playfully tossed her hair and promised, "I vow not to cause any trouble." With a resigned sigh, George acquiesced, "Very well. But do not forget what Silver said that day." I know. Let's hurry," Lillian replied dismissively, tugging at George to hasten their departure. Anxious not to miss Xian and the others, the streets of the royal city bustled with life, radiating prosperity at every turn. Though Harry was also a newcomer like Xian, he had traversed the royal city countless times before, thus he eagerly accompanied Xian, providing her with insights about the local customs and culture. It must be noted that Harry possessed an innate talent for gathering information, surpassing even Scarlet's extensive networks. As they continued their interactions, Scarlet found her initial reservations towards Harry gradually dissipating. Taking advantage of their rare outing, Xian chose not to rush to the mercenary guild, instead meandering leisurely through the streets, pausing intermittently to explore the shops that lined the way, embodying a relaxed demeanor. By noon, under Harry's guidance, Xian and Scarlet ventured into a quaint, somewhat dilapidated eatery. Initially, Scarlet had her reservations upon entering, but after sampling a couple of dishes, her opinion shifted dramatically, leading her to commend Harry's culinary discernment highly. By the time they finally arrived at the Mercenary Guild, it was already afternoon. The guild was situated along the main street of the royal city, visibly bustling with mercenaries entering and exiting with regularity. As Xian and his companions entered, the guard merely cast a fleeting glance at them before diverting his gaze. Though Scarlet shared a close bond with Luna from the Mercenary Alliance in Philadelphia, they had no acquaintances within the Mercenary League of the royal city. Thus, as Xian surveyed the hall, preparing to inquire about the situation from a member of the Alliance, he suddenly noticed a group descending the staircase. Leading the procession was a young man who appeared to be no more than 30 years of age. Initially wearing a stern expression, he strode purposefully toward the exit. However, upon reaching Xian and his companions, he inadvertently swept his eyes across their faces, causing him to halt abruptly. The two lovely ladies seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Was this their first visit to the Mercenary Alliance? He wondered if they required any assistance. The young man's lips curled into a charming smile, his gaze imbued with a subtle, teasing allure. Xian, Scarlet, the completely disregarded Harry? Ladies, please do not misunderstand. I bear no ill will. You may call me Victor. After a brief pause, Victor continued, "The leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Otto, is my father." Initially, Xian intended to ignore Victor and leave. But upon hearing his next words, she promptly altered her decision. "Xian, are you truly willing to lend your assistance?" "Certainly. It is my honor to help the two young ladies." Victor smiled with a charming grin. Those accompanying him had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, standing like wooden posts behind him, utterly motionless. Xian smiled faintly. "That is wonderful, Mr. Victor. Could you kindly introduce me to your father? I have something important to discuss with him." Victor struggled to maintain the smile on his face, nearly faltering as he discreetly rubbed his ear. Had he misheard? The strikingly beautiful young lady before him had made a request to meet his father as her first demand? He glanced back at his companions, only to find their expressions mirroring his own astonishment, which compelled him to accept that he had indeed heard correctly. Thus, when he turned his gaze back to Xian, it was laced with a hint of disdain and contempt. "Humph, my father is the head of the Mercenary Alliance. He is not someone whom just anyone can meet. Some individuals ought not to let their fleeting beauty lead them to entertain such fanciful notions, for they might find themselves taking a misstep and falling into ruin." He regarded Xian as a young woman seeking to seduce his father, foolishly dreaming of an effortless ascent to grandeur, and did not hesitate to voice his derision. At the same time, a surge of inexplicable anger bubbled within him. How dare she, upon encountering him, not seek to entice him but instead set her sights on his father? It was truly despicable. Upon hearing these words, Xian was momentarily taken aback. The gentle smiles that adorned his face vanished instantly, and a chilling coldness enveloped his gaze. "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to me immediately," he demanded. "Indeed. With such a wretched mouth, Do you not know how to speak properly? Harry and Scarlet were on the verge of exploding with rage. It seemed Victor's brain served merely as decoration, as he audaciously slandered others based on his own imagination, displaying a profound disrespect. Victor, too, was incensed, feeling ridiculed. Observing the audacity of his opponents, he pointed a finger at them and growled, "What? Are you indignant because I have seen through your thoughts?" He continued, "Your presence here sullies the territory of my mercenary alliance. Someone, expel them at once, and ensure they never set foot here again. Otherwise, I shall deal with them every time I encounter them, until they are no longer standing." Victor's background spoke volumes about his standing within the mercenary alliance. At his command, mercenaries nearby began to gather, their expressions dark as they cast disapproving glances at Xian and his companions. "Victor, you must think this through. Should you dare to lay a hand on us today, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear," Xian remarked coldly. "Huh? You dare to threaten me?" Victor scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of statements. "You ought to inquire around. Few in the royal city would dare speak to me in such a manner. I lay down the law here, unless you both bow and apologize, admitting your faults, and accompany me for a few nights. From this day forth, you shall not remain in this royal city." In truth, Victor was not entirely devoid of intelligence. Although his father held considerable sway in the royal city, he was not omnipotent. There were still many formidable figures he dared not provoke. However, these influential individuals seldom appeared publicly, and they were well aware of the company one kept, leaving no room for misrecognition. Thus, in Victor's eyes, Xian and his companions were insignificant figures devoid of backing. Even if they were to be killed, he surmised that their families would not dare to voice their grievances. He cast a glance at the crowd, crossed his arms, and prepared to watch with derision as Xian and his companions were unceremoniously ejected from the mercenary alliance. "Young Master Victor, why are you so angry today? Such fury can be detrimental to your health," came a cheerful male voice just as the tension in the air reached its peak. Xian's ears twitched slightly as he turned his head, and indeed, he beheld a familiar visage. "Longjio? What brings you here? Did you not travel to Philadelphia?" Victor, upon noticing the newcomer, exhibited a semblance of surprise. Yet his countenance did not improve significantly. It was well known throughout the majority of the royal city that he and Longjio of the Golden Dragon Trading Association had always been at odds. The news of Longjio's departure from the royal city to willingly venture to Philadelphia had initially filled him with a sense of triumph that lingered for quite some time. Now, encountering him once more only deepened the discontent that already clouded his mood. However, Longjio wore a radiant smile, cheerfully waving at Xian. "Xian, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" Xian was unaware that shortly after her departure, Longjio had also set off for the royal city. Thus, encountering him unexpectedly now took her by surprise. Upon hearing Longjio's inquiry, she raised an eyebrow with a hint of meaning, expressing her gratitude for the president's concern. "I was faring quite well recently, but now." Longjio seemed to just grasp the situation, exclaiming exaggeratedly, and then sincerely addressed Victor. "Master Victor, this is my friend. It seems there has been some misunderstanding between you two. For my sake, let us put this matter to rest. Do you know each other?" Victor's gaze swept back and forth between Xian and Longjio, his previously resolute thoughts wavering. Longjio was known for his self-interest. The fact that he was willing to speak on behalf of this woman hinted at her extraordinary background. "Indeed, I met Xian in Philadelphia. She is one of my esteemed clients." Longjio's response appeared innocuous, yet it revealed a crucial detail. He and Xian had crossed paths in Philadelphia. Victor's mind quickly raced through the familial powers in Philadelphia, and his wavering resolve solidified once more. So she hails from the countryside of Philadelphia. No wonder she aspires to ascend the social ladder. Moreover, this woman was acquainted with Longjio, making her an enemy by association. He could not confront Longjio directly, but surely he could make a move against his friend. He doubted Longjio would dare to confront him for the sake of a woman. Feigning regret, Victor gestured apologetically to Longjio. "Young Master Long, it's not that I disregard your face. It is simply that this woman is too promiscuous. She even attempted to seduce my father, and I cannot tolerate such a person remaining here." He concluded with a cold glance around the crowd, "So I must apologize. But I assure you I will come to personally make amends in the future." With that, he cast a disdainful look at the surrounding mercenaries. "What are you waiting for? Move." Longjio's expression darkened, yet inwardly he scoffed. It had been a long time since he last saw Victor, who remained as foolish as ever, easily manipulated by mere provocation. Let the chaos ensue, the louder, the better. He was curious to see how Victor would ultimately resolve this predicament. With Victor's directive, the mercenaries cracked their knuckles and advanced menacingly towards Xian and her companions. You would do well to leave now, or else when the fighting begins, we shall not be able to restrain ourselves. Look at you, so delicate and tender, you clearly won't withstand a fight. While we have yet to act, I suggest you vacate willingly. Enough of this idle chatter, just throw them out. Don't keep Master Victor waiting. Faced with the mercenaries' intimidation, Scarlet and Harry felt a tremor in their pupils, instinctively overwhelmed by a sense of fear. However, the presence of Xian, who could easily defeat even a 6th-tier martial general, rekindled their resolve. From the very beginning, this situation had been Victor's fault, even if matters escalated. They had Xian and the academy to back them up, and thus, they felt no fear. Scarlet, Harry, stand behind me, said Xian. Xian stepped forward, standing before the two with an impassive expression. Scarlet and Harry, sensing the gravity of the moment, nodded obediently instead of putting on a brave front. At such a time, who would dare to play the hero and face grandfather's wrath? A mercenary, sporting a full beard, observed Xian's audacious decision to confront them alone with a quizzical smirk, then clenched his fist and charged at Xian with determination. The others, unwilling to be outdone and fearing the loss of their chance to shine, sprang into action as well, their varied energies flickering throughout the hall. Xian coldly observed the scene until the bearded mercenary began to falter. In a swift motion, she drew a nearly 2-meter-long iron rod from her storage bracelet and swung it with precision towards his body. The sound of flesh colliding with iron echoed ominously, accompanied by the crisp snap of bones breaking and the wretched cries of anguish that arose almost in unison. To the onlookers, it seemed as if something had flashed by, and the bearded mercenary was hurled backwards. In his trajectory, he collided with 2 other mercenaries, the sheer force of his impact sending them sprawling as well. The mercenaries who witnessed this spectacle were struck with astonishment, yet it was too late for them to retreat. Xian smiled faintly, then unleashed the iron rod in a swift arc, leaving a blur in its wake. Cries of terror and confusion filled the air, with shadows of fleeing figures everywhere. Long Jiu was so overwhelmed that he didn't know where to direct his gaze. Meanwhile, Scarlet and Harry watched Xian with wide, admiring eyes, their expressions brimming with reverence. On the other side, Victor trembled, having unwittingly distanced himself nearly 5 meters from Xian. If he still failed to recognize the foolishness of his actions at this moment, he would truly be a mere buffoon. Rather than reflect on his mistakes, he again placed the blame squarely on Xian, believing that had she been clearer, he would not have misunderstood. However, with the situation having escalated to this extent, it was nearly impossible for him to salvage it. Victor's eyes darted anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before he could devise a solution, a furious shout echoed from above. Who dares to wreak havoc in my mercenary alliance? Are you tired of living? Victor recognized the voice, and his expression changed dramatically as he prepared to intervene. Uncle Hai. No, before he could finish his warning, the newcomer appeared before Xian, raising a hand to strike her chest with ferocity, his aged face marked by a fierce intensity. Be careful, Long Jiu exclaimed, startled by Uncle Hai's sudden emergence. Seeing the viciousness of the attack, he furrowed his brow in concern. Uncle Hai had appeared with astonishing speed, and Xian could not react in time to defend with the iron rod, so she opted to extend her left palm to meet his hand in a thunderous clash. Uncle Hai, over 90 years of age, had originally been a servant of Victor's family and had trained under Victor's father, Otto, now a 5th-level grand martial artist. He was tasked with guarding the mercenary alliance to prevent disturbances. However, due to his advanced age and diminishing energy, coupled with the rarity of troublemakers, he had just awakened from a nap disturbed by the sounds of combat below and rushed to the scene. Fearing repercussions for the aftermath, he had launched a lethal strike, intending to subdue Xian completely. Yet, upon the collision of their hands, he realized his plans had gone awry. Boom. After a violent collision, Xian took a step back to alleviate the force. Uncle Hai's figure staggered backward for several meters before finally coming to a halt against the wall of the mercenary alliance. As the thunderous noise subsided, the entire hall of the mercenary alliance fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the chaotic scene within the hall, their expressions blank and bewildered, utterly at a loss. Even Long Jiu, who initially intended to merely spectate, could not help but be awestruck. This visit was indeed worthwhile. At this moment, Victor's mind was a complete blank, and he had forgotten even the carefully crafted words he had devised moments ago. How could he have mistaken such a formidable woman for a delicate flower? She was evidently a man-eating plant. In his mind, Xian had transformed into a monstrous entity, poised to devour him whole with its gaping maw. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a stern and imposing middle-aged man strode in, seemingly oblivious to which member of the mercenary alliance had offended whom, thus inciting such calamity. I, Otto, extend my sincerest apologies in advance. Father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Victor felt a surge of confidence, straightening his back considerably. Otto offered no reply, but shot him a fierce glare. Although he remained unaware of the circumstances, the scene before him was telling enough. It was undoubtedly his rebellious son who had stirred up trouble once more. Regardless, an apology was in order. Are you the head of the Royal City Mercenary Alliance? As Xian began to speak, Otto's attention was immediately drawn to her, and he felt an involuntary thump in his brow. What a fierce presence she exuded. He was astonished within, yet his face betrayed none of his feelings. It is I, but may I inquire who you are? Xian thrust the iron rod he held into the ground and smiled. Mr. Otto, I too am a member of the Mercenary Alliance. My name is Xian. As for the events that transpired today, they stem from your young master's actions. Perhaps you should inquire with him first? Victor's smile faltered, immediately freezing on his face, particularly upon sensing his father's authoritative gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. He forced a nervous laugh and said, "It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. My lord, it has nothing to do with the young master. It is solely this woman's excessive arrogance. To dare commit violence in broad daylight within the Mercenary Alliance. We implore you to take action on our behalf." Uncle Hai approached, clutching his chest and limping, glaring fiercely at Xian. Victor, momentarily distracted by the interruption, nearly succumbed to tears. Uncle Hai, indeed, was growing old. Unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, instead of seeking resolution, he continued to stoke the flames. At that very moment, a number of mercenaries whom Xian had previously bested, aggrieved and unwilling to accept defeat, began to voice their grievances. Directing their ire squarely at Xian, a glint of coldness flashed in Xian's eyes. Had she known this would transpire, she would have held back no longer. You slander us, yet it is your esteemed young master who first cast aspersions, subsequently inciting you to resort to violence. Lacking skill, yet casting slurs upon others, how shameless. Indeed. How can those from the Mercenary Alliance be so unreasonable? Do you presume to bully us simply because of our youth? Harry and Scarlet stood behind Xian, their heads peeking out as they indignantly voiced their grievances. Lord Otto, you must administer justice impartially, Dragon 9 suddenly interjected. Although Otto was initially angered, he had not given the matter much thought. At worst, he could suppress the rebellious son and offer a casual apology to the trio, thereby bringing the incident to a close. However, upon witnessing the congenial demeanor of Dragon 9, an inexplicable irritation welled up within Otto. How is it that Dragon 9 is here as well? If he has witnessed the events that transpired, word could spread throughout the entire Aslan Empire by tomorrow. Otto's gaze flickered as he feigned seriousness. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. He then pointed at Victor and barked. Speak quickly, what exactly transpired? Victor, trembling, lifted his head, eager to recount the events as they occurred, yet he received a subtle directive from his father's eyes. Momentarily taken aback, his words twisted on his tongue, transforming into, "Father, you have finally returned. You must stand up for me." These three unknown individuals burst in, shouting threats. They must surely be sent by another organization to sow discord. Otto's expression darkened immediately. Is that so? Indeed. We all witnessed it. If you do not believe me, just ask them. Victor exclaimed, gesturing toward the surrounding mercenaries, seemingly emboldened by his desperate claims. Precisely. This has nothing to do with the young master. That woman is nothing but a lunatic. My lord, they are here to cause trouble. Drive them out. The mercenaries, seasoned veterans of peril, could discern the shifting tides. Recognizing Otto's intent to absolve the Mercenary Alliance from blame, they promptly voiced their support. As Otto's gaze turned towards Xian and her companions, it brimmed with palpable hostility. What are your intentions? Who sent you here? Scarlet's brows furrowed in indignation, appalled that they would audaciously distort the truth before their very eyes. Xian raised his hand to halt Scarlet, then cast a knowing smile towards Otto. Is Mr. Otto so easily swayed by their words that he would hastily condemn us? Is this the manner of conduct one would expect from the esteemed leader of the Mercenary Alliance? Xian's affection for the Mercenary Alliance stemmed entirely from Luna of Philadelphia and the leader of the Thorn Mercenary Corps, Xian. Her initial willingness to become a core member of the Alliance was largely due to Luna's enthusiastic invitation, which she found difficult to decline. However, it now appears that the Mercenary Alliance may not be worth her efforts to join. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to dictate. I see your youth and will grant you an opportunity. If you choose to walk away now, I shall let you go unscathed. Otherwise, prepare to be cast out. Otto, determined to swiftly resolve the matter, aimed to dismiss Long Jiao without tarnishing the reputation of the mercenary alliance through his actions. During Otto's conversation with Xian and the others, a number of individuals from the mercenary alliance arrived, including several formidable 5th and 6th tier warriors. Xian understood that if they continued to entangle further, they would not gain the upper hand. Moreover, with Scarlet and Harry by her side, she could not allow them to come to harm. Xian and Otto exchanged a frosty glance. Then she retrieved a high-ranking warrior's badge from her storage bracelet and cast it before him. Since the mercenary alliance does not welcome us, we shall never set foot within its bounds again. I return this badge to you. With that, she turned and strode towards the dilapidated entrance. Scarlet shot a glare at Otto and the others before hastening after her, accompanied by Harry. Uncle Hai, feeling discontented, wondered if they would truly let them go so easily. Otto, his eyes cold, remained silent. Uncle Hai trembled slightly, lowering his head, too afraid to speak further. Meanwhile, Victor stepped forward to pick up the badge. A look of incredulity spreading across his face. He examined it repeatedly, and finally, holding it aloft, he stammered, "Father, look." Otto cast a casual glance at it, but his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? The girl named Xian actually possessed a badge from the core members of the Mercenary Alliance. Xian? Xian? Xian. Otto finally recalled why this name seemed somewhat familiar to him. It was listed among the new core members sent from Philadelphia not long ago. He immediately understood the purpose of the visit. What was initially intended as a familial recognition had now devolved into chaos, instantly losing interest in parleying with Long Jiao. He shot a furious glare at Victor and swept out in a huff. Ah, isn't that the emblem of your core members? Wasn't it stated that it was sent by rival forces to cause disruption? Yet here we are, a flood sweeping through the Dragon King Temple, with family failing to recognize family. Unbeknownst to him, Long Jiao had already sidled up to Victor, exaggeratedly raising his eyebrows. Victor, feeling guilty, clenched the emblem in his hand and denied, "You must be mistaken." Long Jiao chose not to argue but continued to exaggerate, saying, "In truth, I believe there may indeed be a misunderstanding between you. That girl named Xian is currently studying at Winchester, and it is said she holds significant favor with the dean, having been taken in as a closed-door disciple." What? A closed-door disciple? Victor's eyes involuntarily twitched. The prestigious emblem in his palm pressed painfully against his heart. The Dean of Winchester was precisely one of those formidable figures he dared not provoke. But why had he not heard that the dean had recently taken in a closed-door disciple? He realized that he had been preoccupied with another matter lately and had indeed paid little attention to news from Winchester. The thought of possibly offending such a promising warrior due to his own lustful desires made Victor nearly weep. Long Jiao laughed heartily and patted Victor on the shoulder. "This is merely hearsay, but you must now deal with the aftermath. I shall not disturb you further. We can drink together another time." With that, he clapped his hands and departed. Before leaving, he glanced back at the disheveled hall, a smirk of mockery playing at his lips. His nonchalant exit left Victor in a state of deep unease. The Golden Dragon merchants had countless channels of information, and there was an overwhelming likelihood that this news was true. Grabbing a nearby individual, he whispered in their ear, "Go and find out any recent news concerning Winchester Academy, particularly anything related to that woman from earlier." Huh? The person caught off guard blinked for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes, I will go at once." Victor watched the retreating figure, lost in thought for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Scarlet, having left the mercenary guild, was still seething with indignation. How could they act in such a manner? It was simply too much to bear. I must write a letter to Aunt Luna. Scarlet, upon reflecting that it was she who persuaded Xian to join the mercenary alliance and insisted on her attendance for today's review, took upon herself the entirety of the blame, feeling utterly despondent. However, the aggrieved party, Xian, had already quelled her anger. After all, she had vented her frustration by striking back earlier, and in fulfilling Luna's favor while avoiding membership in the mercenary alliance, the outcome was not particularly unfavorable for her. Consequently, she turned to console Scarlet alongside Harry, which only deepened Scarlet's sense of injustice on her behalf. It was at this moment that George and Lillian appeared before them, oblivious to the happenings within the mercenary alliance. They had been resting at a nearby tavern and had chosen an unremarkable moment to serendipitously encounter them. "Scarlet, what a coincidence. Are you here for shopping as well?" Lillian greeted, momentarily leaving Scarlet momentarily taken aback, before she managed to muster a strained smile in response. Yes. In truth, Scarlet had only exchanged a few pleasantries with Lillian, and their relationship was not particularly close. Were it a typical day, and she were to encounter one of the 5 oddities, Lillian, she would have responded with exuberance. However, after having recently endured such a disheartening incident, her enthusiasm for conversation had waned considerably. Thus, after uttering those 2 words, she fell silent, leaving Lillian uncertain on how to proceed. Scarlet, I am George, Lillian's brother. It is a pleasure to meet you, he introduced himself. George bore a striking resemblance to Lillian. Yet he exuded an outgoing vivacity while she remained more composed and reserved, showcasing 2 distinctly contrasting personalities. His warm smile and sincere gaze made it feel almost erroneous to reject him. Scarlet mustered her spirits, replying, George, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. This is Xian, and this is Harry. They are both first-year students. George and Lillian simultaneously sighed with relief, finally redirecting the conversation toward Xian. Lillian, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, Ah, she is the formidable new student. Xian? How impressive. She surpasses our prowess back in the day, doesn't she, George? As she spoke, she nudged George with her shoulder. George nodded, his gaze intense. Indeed, both he and Lillian had made their mark as newcomers at Winchester. Unlike Xian, George and Lillian, being twins, shared a profound telepathic connection, and their martial arts practices complemented one another, enabling them to become a formidable duo within Winchester. Technically, their rankings bore the suspicion of having been influenced by unfair means. However, due to their individual strengths, few dared to question their achievements. Xian raised his head and met George's gaze, feeling that the latter's eyes were clear and bright, as if one could see to the very depths of his soul with a single glance. The doubts in Xian's heart were somewhat alleviated, however. When her gaze fell upon Lillian, who stood beside George, she found herself rendered speechless. Lillian, with her large, expressive eyes, gazed intently at her, revealing an unreserved curiosity and scrutiny. Xian found it difficult to doubt the authenticity of the words spoken by the other party. This was no chance encounter. It was evident they were approaching her with a purpose. Scarlet, where are you headed next? Why don't we join you? Lillian said enthusiastically, unaware that her intentions had been seen through. Scarlet hesitated. She truly lacked the spirit to continue shopping and longed to return to Winchester Academy to write a letter to Aunt Luna. However, declining an invitation felt impolite, and her relationship with the Lillian siblings was not close enough to overlook such details, leaving her uncertain about how to respond. It was Xian who stepped forward to graciously decline for Scarlet. I'm sorry, Lillian, but we suddenly remembered some matters we must attend to back at the academy. So we shall not disturb you any longer. Perhaps Scarlet can invite you another time. With an apologetic smile, he guided Scarlet past them. George, are you just going to let them walk away like that? We haven't even had a chance to speak with Xian, Lillian exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. George calmly watched them depart, his voice steady. Your eagerness is too apparent, and our timing today is quite unfortunate. After much deliberation, we still chose a rather inopportune moment. Unfortunate? Why? Lillian did not question how she had been discovered. She likely realized her performance had not been particularly discreet. Their expressions made it clear enough. Perhaps next time they would find a better opportunity. Though George felt a tinge of regret, he understood that some matters could not be rushed. They were all at Winchester Academy, and there would be future chances. Suddenly, black leaves sliced through the air, creating a series of sharp, whistling sounds. The leaves then converged like shooting stars, forming a fan shape in the sky. Gather. Xian's fingers gently curled, and the 9-leaf iron fan spiraled gracefully through the air before swiftly returning to her hand. The fan felt icy to the touch, emanating a refreshing chill akin to its exterior. Indeed, not far away, Dean Green wore a smile, offering a commendation. Within less than a week, she had mastered the manipulation of this 4th-tier spiritual artifact. Xian's innate talent surpassed his expectations. Xian smiled gently, crediting her esteemed teacher. Although her words bore a hint of flattery, they were sincere. It was only after she entered Winchester Academy that she comprehended why this place was a coveted sanctuary for countless martial artists. The guidance of renowned instructors can significantly spare practitioners from unnecessary detours. Moreover, the intense and aspirational competitive atmosphere, along with the finest training facilities, are dreams cherished by innumerable martial artists, yet remain elusive. Xian, while at Winchester Academy, feels a steady progression in his abilities each day. Have you recently had a conflict with the Mercenary Alliance? They have been reaching out to me through various channels. Upon hearing Xian's words, Dean Green initially smiled with satisfaction, only to shift the conversation abruptly to the topic of the Mercenary Alliance. Xian was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head dismissively. It's nothing, merely trivial matters that have long been resolved. The other party likely discovered that she was a student of Dean Green, hence their desire to seek reconciliation. It would be quite absurd for Xian to entertain their overture. Dean Green, evidently unconcerned, remarked, "Well, if you have wronged them, that is one matter. However, do ensure that no one dares to impose upon you, lest my reputation be tarnished." I understand, Professor. After spending some time with Dean Green, Xian has gained a certain understanding of his character. Although Dean Green appears to be exceedingly serious and upright on the surface, he is, in fact, quite protective of those close to him. No matter who is bullied, it is certainly not permissible for anyone to target his own. Xian expressed her profound support and deep gratitude for this. Dean Green offered a few more pointers to Xian, highlighting the shortcomings she displayed while manipulating the spiritual artifact, which Xian diligently noted. Just as Xian thought the day's lesson had concluded and was preparing to bow and take her leave, Dean Green called her back, saying with significant implication, "You need not come for the next few days. There is an event next week, so prepare yourself in advance." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xian's eyes. "What event?" "You'll find out in due time," Dean Green replied enigmatically, refusing to divulge any details. However, the following day, upon arriving at classroom A, Xian received the news. A newcomer exchange event? Xian raised an eyebrow. Bonnie nodded with enthusiasm, affirming that every year, during the freshman enrollment, Winchester and Cornell engage in an exchange activity. This year's event was scheduled for 5 days hence, to be held at Cornell University. Payne approached, his calm demeanor betraying a hint of uncontainable excitement. Although termed an exchange, it was essentially a competition between the freshmen of the two colleges. Each institution would select 5 students, competing in a best-of-5 format. "Ah, only 5 participants? I am surely out of the running," Bonnie lamented, counting on her fingers, her face falling into despair. It had been over a month since their enrollment, and the students had a good grasp of each other's abilities by now. Among the first-year students, the strongest was universally recognized to be Xian. Following him were 3 spirit masters from Class S, with Payne ranking second in Class A, barely making it to the 5th position in the entire year. Thus, it was certain that Xian would secure a spot, and there was a chance for Payne, while Bonnie had no hope whatsoever. Nevertheless, Bonnie maintained an optimistic outlook, quickly reviving her spirits. "It's all right. Even if I cannot represent the college in the competition, I can still cheer for you all. Payne, you must not disappoint me." Payne merely huffed, declaring that as long as Xian was not his opponent, he had no fear of anyone else. Indeed, after class, Huyaning announced the upcoming freshman exchange activity and publicly revealed the list of representatives for the college, which included both Xian and Payne. After class, their classmates from Class A surrounded Payne, cheering him on, which only served to annoy him. "Why are you all crowding around me? Why not go and talk to Xian?" The group turned to glance at Xian before quickly averting their eyes and resuming their chatter with Payne. They were not foolish. Xian hardly needed their encouragement. If anything, they would have warned him to hold back and not injure the students from the other college, as the students from Cornell were not necessarily as seasoned as those from Winchester. The news of the exchange activity quickly spread throughout the school. Upon returning to his residence that evening, Xian encountered Harry and Scarlet waiting outside. Since their last outing to the royal city, their relationship had softened considerably. While they were not yet inseparable, their previous animosity had dissipated. They had come specifically to share the information they had gleaned. "Xian, you needn't feel pressured. In nearly a decade of these exchange activities, except for one instance where Winchester lost with a score of 2-3, we have always emerged victorious. Especially last year. With Lillian and George on our side, Cornell only managed to win a single round, nearly leaving with a total defeat. That's old news, boss. I heard that Cornell is bringing in some formidable individuals from elsewhere to redeem themselves this time. While they likely won't match your prowess, I think we should remain vigilant. They might resort to underhanded tactics." Scarlet's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that so many people were present? Harry shrugged, pondering who could possibly know. After the last debacle that Cornell University faced, they were surely keen on redeeming themselves, yet one could only speculate on the lengths they might go to. Harry was not one to underestimate others. After all, Cornell and Winchester had been rivals for numerous years, and they would not tolerate being overshadowed by Winchester. They simply would not dare. Xian gently shook his head. It was not a matter of daring or not. Rather, this upcoming freshman exchange event would unfold under the scrutiny of faculty from both institutions. Even with their grand ambitions, Cornell would not risk overt deception. For being exposed in such a manner would be far more humiliating than defeat itself. Have you gleaned any information on formidable individuals from Cornell University attending this time? Scarlett inquired. With a resigned sigh, Harry admitted that the Cornell side had proven too tight-lipped, yielding little in the way of useful intelligence. Though it was evident that some formidable characters were indeed in attendance. This was precisely the source of his concern. Cornell had evidently taken measures to ensure discretion for this exchange event, indicating that their intentions were far from benevolent. Xian stood up and stretched lazily. Since the outcome was uncertain, she decided to let things unfold naturally. When the time arrived, they would surely make their appearance. For now, she would anticipate the surprises that Cornell had in store. At Cornell University, David, Nightingale, and Donald, your mission this time is to defeat your opponents at any cost. Do not betray the trust that the students have placed in you. Yes, Dean. Remember, victory is imperative. Otherwise, the promises made to you by the school will become void. Understood. After leaving the dean's office, David halted first, crossing his arms defiantly as he provocatively glanced at the two behind him. Dare to place a bet with me? A bet on what? Donald inquired eagerly. Nightingale cast her gaze downward, remaining silent but not departing. David raised his chin. Of course. We wager on the results of this exchange competition. The one who loses must humbly bow before the other two and admit his failure. All right. I agree. Donald responded almost without hesitation, his demeanor radiating pride. Nightingale, however, posed a question. What if all three of us lose? That's impossible. David vehemently denied. I will absolutely not lose. Donald confidently asserted that he would win the competition splendidly. Nightingale remained with her eyes slightly lowered. Remarking that Winchester had produced a particularly formidable new student, reputed to be the strongest freshman in the school's history. Her tone was calm. Yet David erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. After a moment, he stifled his laughter and arrogantly proclaimed, That's only because I did not attend Winchester. Just wait and see. During the exchange event in 5 days, I will leave that strongest newcomer unable to rise. All right. I accept the wager. With that, Nightingale faded away like a wisp of smoke, departing silently. David and Donald exchanged glances, an unspoken spark igniting between them. A palpable tension hanging in the air. In 5 days, the first-year students of Winchester, accompanied by Vice Dean Karen and 6 instructors, would head to Cornell University for the freshman exchange program. As Xian and several classmates stepped into Cornell University for the first time, a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. The collegiate structure of Cornell bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Winchester College. Whether it was the classrooms, the residential quarters, or the layout of the squares, everything seemed like a replica of Winchester College. Had they not traversed from Winchester to Cornell, they might have believed they were still within the confines of Winchester. Observing their reactions, Vice Dean Karen feigned nonchalance and remarked, Every visit to Cornell evokes a sense of home. It is truly delightful. The Cornell faculty member guiding them maintained a serene demeanor and replied with a smile. It appears that Vice Dean Karen and Cornell share a special affinity. Should you ever contemplate other possibilities, Cornell would be more than happy to welcome you. Vice Dean Karen shook her head, hinting, that may not be necessary. As I grow older, I yearn for new experiences. The Cornell faculty member's expression momentarily stiffened before swiftly shifting the topic, as they approached the new student square where Dean Derrick and the students awaited. Upon arriving at the freshman square of Cornell University, Xian's gaze did not first land upon the elderly gentleman at the forefront, whose smile was more akin to a grimace, but rather on a young girl amidst the crowd, whose unique aura captivated her attention. This girl appeared to be around Xian's age, approximately 15 or 16 years old. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her face bore an expression of indifference. Her hollow eyes seemed devoid of life, emanating an unsettling air of desolation. Upon encountering her, Xian's mind was solely occupied by 2 words, death. The Nightingale had already sensed his gaze as he looked her way, yet she remained utterly still, her eyes not even shifting, resembling a soulless shell. Vice Dean Karen, it has been a long time, greeted Dean Derrick, his demeanor as charming as ever. Although both deans likely harbored thoughts of undermining one another, they exchanged pleasantries with remarkable cordiality before steering the conversation towards the main event of the exchange program. I have heard that your Winchester has a remarkable student this time, one who defeated a third-year senior upon entering the school and even challenged a teacher. I wonder who that might be. Dean Derek, seldom seen smiling, appeared rather stiff in his grin, while his tone was meant to commend. It bore an unsettling semblance of provocation. After uttering this line, he anticipated Vice Dean Karen to respond with modesty, but to his surprise, she cheerfully beckoned to a student nearby. Xian, come here. Dean Derek wishes to meet you. As her words faded, the gaze of students from both academies converged upon Xian. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xian briskly stepped forward, halting respectfully one step behind Vice Dean Karen. Greetings, Vice Dean Karen. Dean Derek, she said with deference. Vice Dean Karen affectionately patted Xian's arm, exclaiming, so this is the strongest new student you spoke of, Xian. A remarkable child indeed. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with pride, betraying no hint of modesty. This opportunity was one she had fought tooth and nail to wrest from that old curmudgeon, Green. Such a promising talent like Xian deserved all the accolades, especially in front of her rival. Neither Vice Dean Karen nor Dean Green, who had been discreetly observing from Winchester, considered the possibility of Xian being overly exalted only to suffer a tragic downfall. A prodigy like Xian was a rarity in the southern region. It was impossible for another to emerge. You are indeed Xian, a prodigious youth, Dean Derek remarked with a strained smile. How is it that Cornell lacks students of your caliber? I hope you will take the time to enlighten our students, so they may broaden their horizons and not remain oblivious in their own little world. Certainly, I shall, Xian responded with a smile. Dean Derek was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Did she truly accept that invitation? Did she not discern his insincerity? As he scrutinized her, he noticed the unwavering curve of her smile, indicating her sincerity. His frustration mounted, nearly overwhelming him. At that moment, Vice Dean Karen stoked the fire, saying, Xian is exceptionally enthusiastic and shares the same age as your students. Rest assured, she will undoubtedly guide them well. Huyaning, standing behind them, dared not look up at the expressions of the Cornell faculty. Internally, he scoffed, wondering why they chose to provoke Xian, who had never known the meaning of humility. With Vice Dean Karen's notoriously capricious nature, he silently hoped Dean Derek would not suffer a health crisis from the stress. Dean Derek scoffed coldly. Choosing to disregard Vice Dean Karen's remarks, he signaled to the Cornell faculty, who instantly understood. Stepping out of the line, they selected 5 students to join them. With a stoic expression, Dean Derek addressed Vice Dean Karen. These are our students representing Cornell in the exchange competition. Vice Dean Karen's gaze swiftly assessed the 5 students, her expression dimming slightly as she nodded. What a fine group of young individuals. As she spoke, Huyaning brought forth pain and the others. Xian was initially observing the black-haired girl across from her when she suddenly felt an intensely scorching gaze beside her. Turning her head, she discovered that it was not Pei-In standing next to her, but rather the dark-robed girl who had previously clashed with Harry. This girl, known as Caroline, was a third-tier advanced spiritual practitioner and the top student in Class S. Upon discovering Caroline's true identity, Xian finally comprehended the source of her profound animosity. Without her presence, Caroline would undoubtedly be the most formidable contender among this year's freshmen, as they were not in the same class. Opportunities for interaction had been scarce since the opening ceremony. This was their first occasion in such proximity. Today, Caroline had opted not to wear her favored black robe, instead donning the standardized uniform of Winchester. Xian easily discerned the fervent spirit and combative resolve blazing in Caroline's eyes. She offered a faint smile before calmly averting her gaze. After all, Caroline's opponent today was not her. There was no reason for her to be concerned. Observing this, Caroline bit her lip fiercely, her fiery determination intensifying further. Xian, you dare to disregard me. Today I shall undoubtedly demonstrate my prowess. Now that everyone is gathered, shall we proceed with the customary practice? Vice Dean Karen inquired calmly. The customary practice she referred to entails that each round, Winchester and Cornell would select one student to compete, with both the chosen combatants and their order determined by their respective sides. Very well, Dean Derek replied, promptly designating a participant. David, you shall take the lead in the first match. Acknowledging this, David stepped forward, affirmatively responding, yes. Without hesitation, Vice Dean Karen called out Caroline. As Caroline suppressed her excitement and prepared to advance, David unexpectedly raised his hand, pointing towards her side. Dean Derek, Vice Dean Karen. I have heard that she is the strongest freshman from Winchester. I wish to select her as my opponent. David's finger indicated none other than Xian. Nightingale caught sight of David's gesture, a flicker of delight swiftly crossing her usually calm eyes. Caroline, momentarily stunned, nearly bit down on her silver tooth in frustration. David's proclamation was clearly an indication of his disdain for her. How infuriating. She acknowledged her inferiority to Xian, but why should this hulking figure look down upon her? Is it merely due to his pineapple-like hairstyle? Unbeknownst to David, sporting his golden buzz cut, he had unwittingly earned the moniker of Pineapple Head. As he now provocatively eyed Xian, Vice-Dean Karen hesitated slightly, not out of concern, but because her original plan was to have Xian perform last. If Xian revealed her strength so early, the subsequent matches would lack intrigue. What? Does Vice-Dean Karen lack confidence in her own student? Dean Derek seized the opportunity to retort, his tone unyielding. Vice-Dean Karen cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling, before turning to Xian to inquire. Are you willing to accept his challenge? Very well, Xian replied. Xian readily agreed. She had just used her mental power to observe the 5 new students of Cornell, and found that the energy fluctuations of this newcomer named David were the most intense. If a competition was to take place, it was only fitting to match up against the strongest opponent. Xian has ascended, and thus Vice-Dean Karen no longer opposes. David and Xian ascend together to the central competition stage of the freshman square. Xian, you should consider yourself fortunate that I did not venture to Winchester. As Xian came to a halt, she heard David's arrogant proclamation. A subtle smile graced her lips as she earnestly inquired, then why do you not attend Winchester? Is it due to a lack of desire? Given his combative nature, one would expect him to choose the illustrious Winchester Academy, renowned for its unparalleled standards, rather than Cornell. Humph, that is undoubtedly because Cornell offers what I seek. David was acutely aware of the delicate balance of conversation, knowing precisely which words to utter and which should remain unspoken. Thus, he merely brushed over the topic and retrieved a long sword from his storage device, elegantly executing a flourish with it. Draw your weapon, he proclaimed with pride. Xian moved his wrist slightly and replied, no need, my fists are my weapons. A glimmer of derision flickered in David's eyes as he turned to Cornell's teacher, signaling that he was ready. Xian nodded slightly at Hu, yawning. The purpose of the exchange competition is for students from both sides to engage in mutual communication and sparring, to keep it within limits. Understood? Understood. Good. The first round of the exchange competition now commences. As the words fell, David abruptly stepped forward, his figure darting towards Xian like a leopard, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Below the competition platform, the students of Cornell College erupted in joyous cheers. David's speed is truly astonishing. At long last, the day has come. I can hardly contain my excitement. Go, David. Defeat Winchester. Under the college's directives. The students of Cornell had refrained from disclosing any information about David and his companions, eagerly awaiting this momentous day. They had witnessed David's prowess and firmly believed he could secure victory for Cornell in this inaugural match. While their enthusiasm surged, they also stole glances towards the Winchester students, curious about their expressions. To their disappointment, the opposing team's demeanor was unexpectedly calm, or perhaps indifferently so. It was as if the students from Winchester were not the ones competing on the platform at that moment. What could be the reason for this? Were they not concerned for their college? The students of Cornell were perplexed, mistakenly assuming that such was the ethos of Winchester College. Unbeknownst to them, the teachers and the principal of Cornell were acutely aware that the situation was not as they imagined. Winchester had never imposed overly strict regulations on its students. Coupled with the recent rumors they had heard, a sense of foreboding arose within Principal Derek and the faculty of Cornell. Just then, David swung his longsword, aiming for Xian's chest. The golden aura enveloped the sword, sending forth a gust of wind, as David's face radiated delight, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He was undoubtedly the strongest freshman of this session. Clang! A crisp sound, akin to the clash of metal, suddenly rang out. David's expression shifted. Before he could register his surprise, the tremendous force repelled his longsword back, striking heavily against his chest. Instantly, his face drained of color, a mouthful of blood gushed forth, and his body was sent flying backward, landing precariously at the edge of the competition platform after several meters. Xian withdrew his fist, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. How could this be possible? The students of Cornell University widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Who is David? He is the remarkable figure who, upon entering the academy, swiftly triumphed over 3 senior students. He is a promising talent nurtured by Cornell, a beacon of hope for them. Yet, he was felled by a single move? Not only could the students of Cornell not accept this outcome, But the faculty and Dean Derrick were equally incredulous. David was a prodigy they had painstakingly recruited, laden with promises, precisely to contend with Winchester Academy. They had even envisioned David triumphantly standing over the students of Winchester. Yet he proved utterly ineffectual, bringing them yet another bout of humiliation. Deep down, they understood that it was not David's inadequacy, but rather the formidable strength of his opponent. The effortless manner in which Xian fought revealed that he was not exerting his full power. However, they could not reconcile themselves with this result, nor with the notion that Cornell would continue to be overshadowed by Winchester. They could only attribute the root of the problem to David. He must be too weak, they thought, to have led to such a disgraceful outcome. Cough, cough. David spat out a mouthful of blood, unsteadily rising to his feet. His pallid complexion accentuated the bright crimson streaks at the corners of his mouth, stark against his skin. At that moment, the arrogance that once characterized his gaze towards Xian was supplanted by a sense of trepidation and a barely perceptible fear. He was compelled to acknowledge Xian's formidable prowess, one that was astonishingly exceptional. He found himself devoid of any resolve or confidence to overcome his opponent and began to regret his decision to challenge her. Yet, retreat was no longer an option for him. David cast a furtive glance towards Cornell, only to lock eyes with a pair of chilling, penetrating gazes. Though Dean Derrick did not utter a word, he discerned from the other's expression what he wished to convey. This battle must not be lost, even in defeat. It must not be so easily conceded. Golden fighting spirit surged through his veins in response to his will, gradually enveloping his entire being, as if his body were gilded in gold. Simultaneously, a fierce aura erupted from within him, climbing ever higher. Witnessing this, Dean Derrick and the Cornell faculty felt a slight easing of their grim expressions. However, Vice Dean Karen furrowed her brows deeply. With her keen perception, it was evident that David was employing a secret technique capable of forcibly enhancing his own strength. This technique would deplete a warrior's potential, inflicting irrevocable damage. And under ordinary circumstances, no warrior would willingly resort to it unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. In a contest of skill between students, how had they arrived at such a drastic juncture? Vice Dean Karen instinctively wished to dissuade, yet as she turned, she caught a fleeting glimpse of satisfaction in Dean Derrick's eyes. A chill enveloped her heart, and the words she intended to utter vanished into thin air. Historically, Cornell and Winchester had engaged in countless conflicts annually, yet these skirmishes remained within the realm of healthy competition, fostering diligence and ambition among their students. Consequently, Winchester College had always welcomed such rivalry, refraining from interference. However, it was unclear when Cornell had suddenly adopted a short-sighted approach, intensifying their competitive tactics to the point of jeopardizing student safety for the sake of an inconsequential victory. Vice Dean Karen let out a subtle sigh within, as if she had already foreseen Cornell's impending fate. On the other side, Xian retracted her nonchalant expression, her gaze fixated on David ahead. In the realm of her mental prowess, David resembled a furnace ablaze, on the verge of an explosive eruption. David slowly lifted his head, a sinister and eerie smile curving his lips. With a swift motion, a longsword enveloped in golden energy pierced towards Xian at an unconventional angle. The fierce gust of wind stirred the stray strands of hair at Xian's forehead. She narrowed her eyes slightly and leaned back, successfully evading the strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The longsword unleashed a series of slashes, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught, Xian's figure danced like a falling leaf, gracefully untouched by the storm. Nightingale's eyes glimmered with admiration. What a nimble technique. Donald silently rejoiced, realizing that had he encountered Xian, he would scarcely have grazed the hem of her garment. Golden Serpent Dance. David's eyes turned blood-red as he bellowed, the radiance of his sword surging dramatically, unleashing a torrent of golden light. The golden brilliance enveloped the surroundings, warping the very fabric of space and obscuring the spectator's vision. The pupils of Caroline, Payne, and others constricted as they pondered whether they could withstand such a formidable assault. As the golden light dissipated, the crowd beheld Xian standing before David, her fingers delicately pinching the blade. Under David's astonished gaze, she flicked her fingers forward. David felt a sudden numbness in his arm, and the sword slipped from his grasp, flung away. Clang! The tranquil square resonated with the crisp sound of the sword striking the ground, plunging the arena into a profound silence. It was not until a considerable time had passed that David's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, shattering the eerie stillness. Ah, David! Quick, someone check on him. David has fainted. A flurry of chaos erupted from the direction of Cornell Academy as two instructors, their faces pale, approached the contest stage. After a brief examination of David's condition, they confirmed that he had merely succumbed to exhaustion and was not in mortal danger, before escorting him away. Meanwhile, Xian had already descended from the stage, rejoining the ranks of Winchester Academy. Indeed, Green has not squandered your talent, Vice-Dean Karen remarked, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Xian's progress is palpable. While she feels a sense of satisfaction, it simultaneously stirs a deeper envy towards that old fellow. Who is truly fortunate? Are you called Xian? Xian turned her gaze in response to the voice, only to discover that it was Dean Derek addressing her. She nodded slightly. Dean Derek cast a cryptic glance in her direction and said in a low voice, "This round has been lost by Cornell. Donald, it is your turn." Upon hearing his name, Donald's body stiffened momentarily, before he quickly forced a smile and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yes." It must be noted that he had developed a psychological shadow regarding Xian. Fortunately, the next opponent he faced was not her. He could not believe that every student from Winchester was as formidable as Xian. Confronting others, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Coincidentally, Caroline, his opponent, harbored a similar sentiment. As she ascended the competition platform, she deliberately glanced in Xian's direction, ensuring that her gaze met with Xian's, before raising her chin defiantly towards her opponent, signaling that they could commence the duel. "Underestimating me will come at a price," she seemed to convey. Donald, with his elongated eyes, rosy lips, and slightly shorter stature than the average man, spoke with a hint of malevolence etched upon his brow. Caroline scrutinized him with disdain, curling her lips in contempt. "Get on with it, you unremarkable creature. Strike quickly and spare me the pleasantries." "Donald, Xian, the crowd." "Vice-Dean Karen, is this the caliber of students from your esteemed institution?" Dean Derek questioned coldly, his already lofty brows furrowing to the point of being able to crush a fly. Vice-Dean Karen was taken aback momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled, stating, "Caroline is simply forthright. I shall certainly reprimand her severely once we return." Xian found herself reflecting on an ancient saying from the stars, finally grasping the meaning behind the simplest of insults and the utmost enjoyment derived from it. Caroline bore no animosity towards her. Rather, she indiscriminately attacked anyone in her vicinity. Once Donald regained his composure, a faint blush tinged the corners of his eyes, and his lips trembled with indignation. "You dare insult me? I shall make you pay dearly for this." "Silence. Take this," Caroline exclaimed, swiftly retrieving a large beast skin drum, nearly her height, from her storage bracelet. The drum's body was a striking black red, while its skin gleamed a blinding white. With a flick of her wrist, she grasped two smooth drumsticks. "Quick, everyone cover your ears." A loud warning suddenly echoed from Class S of Winchester Academy. Consequently, all students, including Xian, instinctively sealed their eardrums with their fighting spirit. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating across the square. The freshmen of Cornell Academy felt as though their heads had been struck by drumsticks, their ears ringing and dizziness overwhelming them. Those with lesser strength stumbled unsteadily. On the competition stage, Donald formed hand seals, encasing himself perfectly within a shield of mental energy. However, the muffled sounds that penetrated his ears still stirred his blood, draining color from his lips. His eyes widened in shock. This foul-mouthed woman was, astonishingly, a senior spiritual practitioner of equal prowess to his own. Moreover, the large drum in her hands was undoubtedly a third-tier spiritual artifact, enabling her to unleash her mental attacks to their fullest potential. Donald gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Winchester Academy. He had not anticipated that even their least formidable member would possess such strength. Yet, he was no weakling. With a chilling gaze, he locked eyes with Caroline, his fingers dancing swiftly as his intangible mental energy rapidly coalesced before him. Sensing the unusual vibrancy of his mental power, Caroline smirked, raised her arm, and struck the drum once more. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm quickened, synchronizing with the heartbeat. Each strike felt as though it struck at the very core of one's being, causing the heart to leap uncontrollably. The students of Cornell Academy, having learned from experience, fortified their ears with fighting spirit. Yet they still felt a dull ache in their chests, let alone Donald, who faced the brunt of her assault. He endeavored to ignore his discomfort, quickly forming hand seals until, at last, a heavy-petaled lotus fully manifested. Pallor washed over Donald's face, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. This heavy-petaled lotus was the superior spiritual technique gifted to him by the dean upon his arrival at Cornell, the ninefold lotus. Under his teacher's guidance, he had begun to master the ninefold lotus. Though he had originally intended to reserve this technique for confronting David, he could no longer restrain himself from unleashing it. No matter how formidable the woman before him, she could not possibly withstand the assault of his superior spiritual technique. He smiled with an effeminate charm. His hands folded across his chest and forcefully pushed outward. In that instant, the layered lotus flower burst forth, rapidly disintegrating in midair into numerous petals that fanned out towards Caroline with lethal intent. Countless subtle waves of air surged around, filling the arena with a chilling aura. After executing this move, Donald felt as though his mental energy had been entirely drained, leaving him in a state of profound fatigue. Yet, his expression was one of exhilaration. If he could triumph in this round, David would forever be unable to lift his head in his presence. And he would take his place as the student most favored by the dean. He would shine as the brightest star at Cornell. However, before the thrill in his eyes could reach its zenith, it was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Caroline's face flashed with a fierce intensity as she retracted her drumsticks. Leaping into the air, using her body as a drumstick to deliver a resounding blow to the large drum. A savage wave of force erupted from the drum's surface, scattering the incoming petals into disarray. The remaining waves of energy surged towards the unsuspecting Donald, propelling him through the air. Simultaneously, both Donald and Caroline expelled copious amounts of blood. Yet, their conditions contrasted starkly. Donald lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and helpless, while Caroline stood firmly atop her great beast skin drum, blood splattering onto its surface only to be immediately absorbed. Were it not for the traces of blood at the corner of her lips, one might not perceive any sign of injury on her. "I have won," Caroline declared triumphantly, raising her chin and casting a determined gaze towards Xian. Xian smiled at her, extending his hand to applaud silently, conveying his admiration. Splendid performance. Despite any previous shortcomings Caroline may have had, at this moment, no one could deny her victory. She triumphed beautifully, receiving Xian's commendation. Caroline joyfully leapt down from the large drum, her legs momentarily unsteady, nearly causing her to falter. A flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes as she feigned composure, carefully stowing away the drum before seemingly hurrying, yet actually descending the competition stage at a deliberate pace. "We have triumphed again. Caroline is amazing. Truly remarkable, Caroline." Upon returning to the Winchester team, Caroline was met with a chorus of accolades and praises, the atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. In stark contrast, the mood at Cornell University was bleak and somber. After enduring 2 defeats, the students were left disheartened. Previously, the institution had built an image of exceptional prowess surrounding David and his companions, instilling a sense of confidence within them. Yet, upon taking the stage, they were utterly overwhelmed by their opponents, the disparity in performance proving unbearable. In a best-of-5 format, having already lost 2 matches, they now faced the daunting task of securing 3 consecutive victories to win the overall contest, an outcome exceedingly improbable. Despair began to engulf the Cornell students. Dean Derrick of Cornell had also succumbed to despair. His ace strategy relied on David and his companions, yet now 2 of them had faltered, leaving only the least conspicuous among them. Even if they managed to win 1 match, who would fight for the remaining 2? Furthermore, the students from Winchester seemed like formidable adversaries. He lacked confidence in winning even a single match. Would Cornell truly face the ignominy of an entirely defeated record? A stain that could never be erased? Dean Derrick closed his eyes in anguish, unwilling to ponder further. Fortunately, fate bestowed a modicum of mercy upon Cornell. The Nightingale, whom Dean Derrick had least regarded, managed to secure victory in the 3rd match for Cornell. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, it ultimately preserved some semblance of dignity for the institution. Dean Derrick's grim expression softened slightly. Even though they lost the subsequent 2 matches without exception, the faculty and students of Cornell had prepared themselves mentally, leading to a conclusion that, while disappointing, did not result in overt displays of sorrow. "Dean Derrick, thank you for your understanding." Vice Dean Karen beamed radiantly, her face, adorned with wrinkles, softened with joy. Dean Derrick, however, merely tugged at the corners of his mouth in a half-hearted smile, lacking any enthusiasm for conversation. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, he excused himself, citing pressing matters, and departed first. Ultimately, it was the faculty from Cornell who escorted Winchester and his party out of the academy. As soon as the gates of Cornell Academy closed, exuberant cheers erupted from the cracks of the door. The students of Cornell, heads bowed and silently, returned to their respective classrooms. The impact of today's encounter with Winchester would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. You all performed admirably today. I shall grant you a day of leisure to enjoy as you wish, Vice Dean Karen announced with a smile, waving at Winchester's students. Once they settled down, she promptly delivered the delightful news. Well, the dean is the best. With a chorus of cheers, the students sought out their friends and dispersed. Xian encountered Harry and was contemplating whether to seek out Dean Green to catch up on the lessons from a few days prior or to return to find Scarlet when Xian suddenly called out to her. Xian, come with me. Dean Green wishes to see you. Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. The dean sought her out? Was it regarding today's competition? Enough of that. Follow me, she instructed. By the way, wait here for a moment. I will fetch someone. After uttering these words, Hu Yanlin turned and vanished into the crowd, returning shortly with Caroline in tow. Caroline's mental fortitude had yet to fully recuperate, rendering her less haughty than usual. Upon seeing her, Harry recoiled slightly, retreating behind Xian to whisper, Boss, since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. With Xian's affirmation, Harry swiftly made his exit. Why the rush? I won't bite, Caroline muttered, glaring at Harry's retreating figure, her dissatisfaction evident. Was she truly that fearsome? You may not consume flesh, yet your words can be quite venomous, Xian remarked leisurely. Humph, I don't insult just anyone, Caroline retorted, her pride still intact. And what? Then, should he express gratitude for? Xian was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her absurd reasoning. Indeed. It was evident that Caroline was more delightful in the arena of competition, as the two seemed on the verge of a quarrel. Hu Yanning felt a headache approaching and swiftly interjected, Enough of this dispute. Dean Green is still awaiting your presence. Come with me. Xian and Caroline immediately fell silent, obediently following behind Hu Yanning as they made their way to the conference room in Winchester. In the office of the dean, aside from Dean Green, Vice Dean Karen had also taken a seat, though it was unclear when she had arrived. When Xian first entered the conference room, he encountered the three elderly gentlemen he had previously met. Xian's expression became serious as he realized that the gathering of these individuals was not merely for the competition with Cornell University. Indeed, Dean Green, after offering a few compliments to Xian and Caroline, promptly addressed the matter at hand. I have summoned both of you today for an important task. This morning, I received news from fifth-year student Carol, who encountered some difficulties while training in the Xian mountain range and requires assistance. Therefore, I have decided to send both of you to aid her. Do you have any objections? I do not. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long wished to meet Senior Caroline, and now she had the opportunity not only to venture out for training, but also to assist her. Naturally, she would not decline. Caroline hesitated momentarily. Sensing Xian's enthusiastic demeanor and fearing being outshone, she immediately exclaimed, Neither do I. Very well, then. You two should prepare for departure, the dean instructed. Remember, although you are going to assist, your safety must always be your top priority. The Xianren mountain range is teeming with magical beasts, and many warriors venture there to hunt. Do not be reckless or seek glory in battle. Seeing the eagerness in Xian's eyes, the dean felt a twinge of unease and added another piece of advice. I understand, Dean, Xian replied before inquiring. Has Senior Caroline mentioned her location in the Xianren mountain range? How shall we rendezvous with her? The dean glanced at Caroline and smiled. You need not worry about that. Simply follow Caroline when the time comes. Xian was taken aback. Carol? Caroline? Could there be some special connection between these two? However, Caroline's expression appeared somewhat unnatural as she averted her gaze from the dean. Vice Dean Karen and a few others advised them a few more times before allowing them to leave. Once they departed, someone voiced their confusion, questioning why Carol, who had sought to send a martial arts instructor, would choose these two. They were still quite young and lacked experience. If they were unable to contribute, it would only complicate matters. Before Dean Green could retort, Vice Dean Karen spoke on behalf of Xian and the others, asserting that they were underestimating them. Setting aside Xian, Caroline was truly an impressive young talent. Vice Dean Karen recounted their performance from that day in detail, concluding with a sentiment that this time, Winchester might genuinely make history. Though she did not articulate it explicitly, the other four understood the historical significance she implied. Entering the top four of the Spirit Martial Continent Academy competition had almost become an obsession for all the teachers at Winchester. Xian had already brought them so many surprises, and with the fiery Caroline, perhaps they could truly see their dreams come to fruition this time. Consequently, the three, who had previously expressed reservations, fell silent. Dean Green squinted his eyes, wearing a proud smile. After leaving the conference room, Xian arranged a meeting time with Caroline and then proceeded to request leave from Huyaning. Huyaning, having likely surmised the situation, readily granted the leave and advised Xian to take care of her safety. After expressing his gratitude to Xian, he immediately sought out Harry and Scarlet, informing them that he would be absent from Winchester for an indefinite period and urging them not to worry. Upon receiving the news, Scarlet and Harry were filled with dismay. They yearned to accompany Xian to the Qianren mountain range, yet they were acutely aware of their own inadequacies and understood that their presence would only hinder him. Thus, they could only stand forlornly at the entrance of Winchester, watching as Xian and Caroline departed together. Once their figures faded from view, Scarlet and Harry exchanged glances and sighed in unison, fully aware that the days ahead would be exceedingly dull. The Qianren mountain range, named for its razor-like peaks that rise steeply, is characterized by treacherous terrain and sparse vegetation, where one is likely to encounter lithe, swift magical beasts. It was with this consideration that Caroline chose the Qianren mountain range as her training ground. However, she did not anticipate her misfortune in encountering a 6th-level Earth-splitter beetle, which had just ascended to the rank of Beast King. By the time she realized the danger, it was too late to retreat. She could only huddle between the crevices of the mountain, utilizing special tools to conceal her presence, too fearful to make a move. For 2 long months, she observed the Earth-splitter beetle by day, absorbing energy and cultivating by night, until at last, she witnessed the conclusion of its breakthrough, accompanied by an unexpected revelation. Despite successfully ascending to the rank of Beast King, the Earth-splitter beetle appeared to have sustained considerable injuries. Instead of returning to its lair to recuperate after its breakthrough, it engaged in frenzied hunting, devouring everything in sight. Without hesitation, Caroline sought assistance from the academy, hoping to enlist the help of a martial general to join her in hunting this formidable creature. She had bided her time, waiting to see the outcome of the Earth-splitter beetle's breakthrough before making her move. It is crucial to understand that a 6th-level Earth-splitter beetle and a Beast King-level Earth-splitter beetle are worlds apart. The mere value of its iron shell could differ by 100-fold. Had the Earth-splitter beetle failed in its breakthrough, Caroline could have easily slain it. If it succeeded, its worth would double. Regardless, her patience would prove valuable. After sending out her message, she kept a cautious distance, trailing the Earth-splitter beetle, remaining undetected due to her special equipment. However, other martial artists were not so fortunate. As soon as the Earth-splitter beetle completed its breakthrough, it rampaged through the Qianren mountain range without any attempt to conceal its movements. Soon enough, all martial artists in the vicinity received the alarming news. Some, valuing their lives and recognizing their own limitations, hastily retreated without a moment's hesitation. Yet, there were many daring souls who, fueled by dreams of wealth, sought to track the Earth-splitter beetle. Unfortunately, apart from a few fortunate ones who managed to escape its jaws, the majority became mere fodder, devoured alive by the beast. The once desolate Qianren mountain range grew increasingly quiet, only the echoes of beastly roars resonating through the valleys. On the periphery of the Qianren mountain range, Victor heard the distant roars of the beast, and his countenance darkened. Uncle Hai, standing beside him, cautiously remarked, "Young master, perhaps you should remain here at the mountain's edge while I lead a group to search for the Earth-splitter beetle?" When Uncle Hai spoke these words, a sense of unease lingered within him. Ever since he ascended to the rank of a 5th-level martial artist, he had seldom engaged in battles against magical beasts, and he questioned whether his aging body could withstand the rigors of such encounters. Yet, the prospect of remaining silent was equally intolerable to him. The reason he and Victor had taken on this arduous task was due to their reckless behavior that had offended the esteemed disciple of the headmaster of Winchester Academy, leading to their punishment by Otto, which brought them to this desolate land. Uncle Hai was aware that Victor had unfairly shifted the blame onto him, and if he did not perform admirably, he would find no place within the mercenary alliance upon their return. "Are you suggesting I stay here while you seek out the rift-armored beast? Do you intend to use me as bait for those magical creatures? Could you perhaps engage your brain before speaking?" Victor shot Uncle Hai a cold glare, his expression rife with anxiety and irritation. This wretched place was hardly suitable for human habitation. He lamented that he should have begged his father for a different punishment. Anything would have been preferable to this. Uncle Hai, forcing a smile, pointed to the large group of mercenaries behind him. "Let a portion of these mercenaries protect the young master, while the rest accompany me." "Chief Hai, we are here to hunt the rift-armored beast, not to safeguard the young master." "Indeed, we came in response to the task issued by the Mercenary Alliance. So do not presume to command us at will. Are we leaving or not?" Before Victor could respond, the mercenaries behind them expressed their discontent. These were not the ordinary sycophants who previously flattered the two. They were elite squads from various mercenary groups, specifically summoned to hunt the Rift armored beast. Protecting the young master was not within their purview. Victor's expression darkened further. He shot Uncle Hai a fierce glare and declared, "Forward." Uncle Hai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried to follow. A long line of figures wound into the Qianren mountain range. Shortly after their entry, Long Jiao and Qin Feng, accompanied by a team of 20, arrived at the location where Victor had previously stood. They could still glimpse the silhouettes of the Mercenary Alliance trailing behind. The Mercenary Alliance is moving far too slowly. If not for waiting for them, we would have already ventured deep into the Qianren mountain range, Long Jiao complained, his arms crossed over his chest. Qin Feng cast a detached glance at him. Do not speak so pompously. You merely wish for them to act first, allowing you to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. Ah, you know me well, Qin Feng. Long Jiao replied with a playful shake of his head, his innocent demeanor belying his intentions. That fool Victor has landed himself in serious trouble. It's absurd that Otto did not punish him more severely, merely assigning him to lead the hunt for the Rift armored beast. It is far too lenient. I intend to ensure he learns a valuable lesson that some individuals should not be trifled with. To speak candidly, Long Jiao held Otto's demeanor in disdain. Even before he ventured to Philadelphia, he had discerned that while Otto possessed formidable strength, he was sorely lacking in managerial prowess. The gradual decline of the Mercenary Alliance's reputation within the royal city bore testament to this fact. Years had passed, yet Otto's methodology had remained unchanged, and his foolish son had grown increasingly arrogant, only to recently encounter a formidable setback that had somewhat tempered his hubris. Long Jiao believed this was insufficient. Coincidentally, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce had received a commission from a client seeking the armor of a level 7 rending armored beast. With Long Jiao recently finding himself at leisure and having learned that Victor was leading the Mercenary Alliance's expedition, he decided to bring along members of the Golden Dragon Chamber to the Qianren mountain range, intending to take advantage of the Mercenary Alliance. As for Qin Feng, he had not been summoned, he had chosen to accompany them of his own volition. Upon hearing Long Jiao's explanation, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation but refrained from voicing further opinions. His task was to ensure that Long Jiao did not engage in any grossly inappropriate conduct. And as far as Long Jiao's trouble with Victor was concerned, it appeared to him a trivial matter, hardly worth his concern. After waiting a while, until the figures of the Mercenary Alliance were completely out of sight, Long Jiao raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. Let us follow suit and not allow ourselves to be left behind. Xian, why do you not inquire about my relationship with Carl? Throughout the journey, Caroline had been contemplating how she would respond if Xian posed such a question. However, as they approached the Qianren mountain range in silence, Xian, fully focused on the journey, could no longer restrain herself and blurted the question out. Xian did not turn her head, unwilling to inquire. She harbored a slight curiosity. Yet this intrigue was insufficient to diminish her aversion towards Caroline. Furthermore, even if she refrained from asking, the truth of their relationship would inevitably surface upon encountering Carol. Humph. If you choose not to inquire, I shall take it upon myself to reveal it, Caroline huffed, disclosing the relationship she had long sought to conceal. To be candid, Carol is my sister, my biological sister. This revelation piqued Xian's interest, though she added, I do not harbor any fondness for her. Xian harbored silent grievances, thinking to herself that despite your confrontational demeanor in the academy, she had never witnessed you harboring affections for anyone. She initially anticipated that Caroline would elucidate the reason. Yet to her surprise, after uttering that statement, she fell into a profound silence, seemingly devoid of any intention to continue. Xian discerned that there seemed to be an underlying story, yet since Caroline was reluctant to divulge it, she suppressed her curiosity and continued on their journey. 2 days later, they arrived at the Qianren mountain range. The Qianren mountain range is situated in the northern part of the Aslan Empire. From a distance, one could only see the yellow-brown rocks rising densely like bamboo shoots after rain, presenting a starkly contrasting style to the Misty Moon forest. Upon her first encounter with the Beast Mountain range beyond the forest of Misty Moon, Xian's eyes shimmered with a peculiar wonder. Such striking topography could only be found within the confines of the Aslan Empire. One could only imagine the extraordinary landscapes that awaited her throughout the entire southern region and across the vast spirit-martial continent. The mere thought ignited a fervor within her. Caroline cast a perplexed glance in her direction, bewildered by Xian's sudden excitement. With a slight withdrawal of her gaze, she turned her attention to the Qianren mountain range, her fingers instinctively tightening into a fist. My dear sister, we shall soon be reunited. Do you recall the words you once spoke? Caroline. We have arrived at the Xian Mountains. The rest now rests upon your shoulders. Indeed, Caroline replied softly, then closed her eyes. After a brief moment, she abruptly opened them, pointing decisively toward a specific location within the Xian mountain range, proclaiming with unwavering certainty, "It is over there." Xian took note of the location and exchanged a glance with Caroline. In unison, they leapt into the yellow-brown sea of stones. Boom! The mountains rolled, and dust erupted. A swift windstone goat, leaping quickly against the rocky wall, was abruptly seized by a scarlet tendril before it could struggle. The chilling sound of chewing and the goat's agonized bleats, mingled with the scent of blood carried by the wind, wafted towards Caroline. She held her breath, lowering her body even further. The bracelet she wore could help conceal her presence, but during this time, she could not utilize her battle aura. Should she do so, it would likely alert the Earth-Shatter armored beast. Even an injured Earth-Shatter armored beast was a formidable 7th-level beast king. Caroline did not believe she could escape unscathed on her own. 2 months without the use of battle aura was undoubtedly a torment for a warrior. Fortunately, Caroline's resolve remained steadfast, and she did not succumb to weariness, viewing this as a unique trial. She estimated the time in her mind. According to the message she had sent, reinforcements from the school should arrive within the next couple of days, signaling the conclusion of this ordeal. Had it not been for the sudden encounter with the Earth-Shatter armored beast, she would have returned to Winchester at the beginning of the semester. The beast had disrupted her plans, and thus, it should be used to compensate for her losses. Just as she was contemplating this, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned to the right. A rather familiar young man had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, excitedly shouting, "The Earth-Shatter armored beast is over there. Let's all go?" Fool. Caroline's gaze flickered as she retreated into the shadows. Initially concerned that the beast might be intercepted, her heart settled once she recognized the individual and his actions. It was merely Victor. He posed no threat. On the other side, the members of the mercenary guild cursed Victor in their minds. They were facing a 7th-level Earth-Shatter armored beast. At the very least, they should have formed a strategy and designated which team would cover which position. Charging in recklessly was akin to courting death. Thus, an exceedingly awkward scene unfolded. After Victor issued the attack command, aside from a few of his followers who advanced a few steps, the other mercenaries remained firmly rooted in place. Victor's initial excitement gradually faded into a cloud of gloom. He fixed a steely gaze on the captain of a mercenary squad behind him, demanding to know why they were not following orders. For he was the leader of this operation. The captain disdainfully curled his lip. "Young master, hunting magical beasts is not as simple as you think. If you cannot command effectively, we will discuss our approach among ourselves. Though we live on the edge, we still value our lives. Rest assured. We only seek the Earth-Shatter armored beast. We will not usurp your glory." He expressed that the mercenary alliance should not have dispatched an inexperienced young master to command them, as it only serves to complicate matters. One cannot fathom the thoughts of the mercenary alliance. Do they truly regard them so lightly? Victor's countenance shifted between shades of green and white, his fists clenched tightly. Back in the royal city, even the leaders of mercenary groups would have to curry favor with him. Who would dare to show him such disdain? These individuals only felt emboldened to look down upon him because he had been relegated to this place, a group of blind fools, with a disdainful gaze. Once he returns to the royal city, he vows to make them pay dearly. During this time, Uncle Hai discreetly observed the earth-splitting armored beast. Noting that it was engrossed in its meal, seemingly indifferent to their presence, not once casting a glance in their direction, he exhaled in relief and quietly whispered to Victor, "Young master, that earth-splitting armored beast appears formidable. We should first find a location to establish our base before discussing our next steps." Noticing Victor's apparent dissatisfaction, Uncle Hai continued, "Let us not forget what Lord Otto advised previously. We must endure this moment and address any issues upon our return to the royal city, shall we?" Victor recalled his father's words, inhaled deeply to suppress his indignation, and replied softly, "Let us find a place to camp first, then convene." The mercenaries responded in scattered agreement before dispersing according to their respective groups, swiftly selecting appropriate positions to establish their base, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Paradoxically, this rendered Victor, standing idly by, utterly superfluous. He could only walk about with a scowl, attempting to appear occupied. Why must our team bear the responsibility of engaging the front lines? Why not allow them to take on that role? I vehemently disagree. Indeed, if they can participate, why should our team serve as the second wave? It is clearly unjust. Victor, young master, you have yet to assign us our tasks. Victor's forehead throbbed with palpable tension. yearning to silence the incessant chattering of the mercenaries before him. What should have been a straightforward task allocation had devolved into a fruitless discussion lasting over half an hour. The scant patience Victor possessed was rapidly dwindling under the strain of their incessant prattle. Uncle Hai, witnessing the escalating tension, felt compelled to intervene on Victor's behalf. Leveraging the authority of the Mercenary Alliance to finally compel the mercenaries to cease their bickering and accept the assignments, Victor silently vowed that upon their return, he would ensure that the mercenary groups involved would face repercussions. Unbeknownst to him, the mercenaries harbored considerable resentment towards him, plotting to report him to their captain upon their return. Despite being the son of the Mercenary Alliance's leader in the royal city, Victor's authority was limited, even Otto's. The leader himself could hardly command the unwavering respect of a captain from a larger mercenary group, garnering at best a modicum of deference. This time, Victor had offended multiple mercenary factions, and upon returning, he would undoubtedly encounter further complications. Otto, who had initially sought to temper Victor's temperament, could not have anticipated that matters would devolve even further. Thus, the plan to hunt the Rift Earth Beast was hastily conceived. After the meeting concluded, the captains of several mercenary squads deliberately avoided Victor, convening privately to refine their strategy and allocate tasks before dispersing. They were not so reckless as to heed the orders of a novice like Victor, valuing their lives far too much. Their clandestine meeting went unnoticed by Victor but not by Longjio, who observed from a distance. Perched upon a protruding rock face, Longjio employed a special device to capture every expression with rapt attention. "Ah, Victor, you truly have a penchant for self-destruction," he mused, recalling the minor altercations he had encountered with Victor in years past, marveling at his own naivety in engaging with such a fool. Once the mercenaries dispersed, he reluctantly stowed away his equipment, turning to his companions with urgency. "Rest while you can. This shall soon make their move, and that will be our moment to shine." The members of the Golden Dragon Trading Company nodded in response. Longjio, satisfied, suddenly noticed that Qin Feng appeared troubled. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Do you have a new revelation?" Qin Feng, possessing the strongest mental acuity among them, had previously enabled the group to evade numerous beastly assaults. Weary, he pressed his fingers to his temples, expressing, for some reason, "I sense that this mission may not proceed smoothly." The premonition struck suddenly yet with immense force, making it difficult for Qin Feng to remain unaffected. In stark contrast to his inner turmoil, Longjio maintained a remarkably carefree demeanor. "Qin Feng, you still do not comprehend. Whether or not I can hunt the earth-splitting armored beast is of no consequence to me. My primary objective this time is merely to vex Victor. If he is displeased, then I shall find satisfaction in that. Do you understand?" Longjio spoke with his hands clasped behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback, chuckled softly, realizing he had misjudged. He and Longjio were worlds apart. How could he possibly empathize? Thus, the gloom that had clouded his expression dissipated, though his gaze deepened with contemplation. The following day dawned bright and clear. After a night of recuperation, the Mercenary Alliance launched a surprise assault on the earth-splitting armored beast. Coincidentally, their path of attack traversed the very peak where Karo lay concealed, allowing her to witness the entire affair. She could only describe it in 4 words: a scattered bunch of sand. It appeared that several teams simultaneously attacked the earth-splitting armored beast from various angles, yet due to mutual suspicion, each held back, resulting in a failure not only to slay the beast but also to provoke its wrath. Renowned not only for its armored exterior, the earth-splitting armored beast's agile tongue had become a nightmare for countless warriors. The mercenary at the forefront barely had time to emit a cry of despair before being ensnared within the beast's gaping maw. In the rear, Victor's complexion paled, but he composed himself and commanded, "Altogether now, do not allow it a moment to strike." At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The members of the mercenary squad abandoned their reservations, their expressions fierce as they summoned their fighting spirit. Colors of fighting energy flickered in concert, and a surge of power rippled through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed as many mercenaries were swept back by the force of the expanding energy. Victor's eyes widened in anxiety as he beheld multiple white streaks appearing on the hardened exterior of the earth-splitting armored beast, with faint traces of blood seeping from the crevices. A sigh of relief escaped Victor. Evidently, their collective assault was having an effect, just as he prepared to orchestrate the next wave of attack. The earth-splitting armored beast let out a piercing shriek, its long tail whipping through the air, conjuring a fierce wind that swept towards the surrounding mercenaries. "Quick, take cover!" A mercenary's terrified cry pierced the air, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of anguished screams. Several figures, akin to inconspicuous pebbles, were hurled into the air, while others, though they narrowly escaped being flung away, were met with the fierce gale that left deep indentations in their chests. The contingent dispatched by the Mercenary Alliance had already suffered substantial casualties from a single assault by the Earth-Splitter armored beast. At this moment, regardless of the thoughts of others, Victor was thoroughly panicked. He grasped Uncle Hi's arm and urged him forward, exclaiming, "Uncle Hi, everyone else has joined in. Why haven to you? Hurry and lend a hand. They can barely hold on." Uncle Hi, equally terrified, shook his head vigorously. "No, if I go, who will protect the young master's safety? I don't need your protection. Just go." Amidst their scuffle, the Earth-Splitter armored beast had already breached the encirclement of the Mercenary Alliance, charging towards Victor and Uncle Hi. The thunderous sound of the beast's gallop was impossible to ignore. Upon realizing the creature's intent, Uncle Hi turned pale, instinctively breaking free from Victor's grasp and pushing him away. Uncle Hi's strength surpassed that of Victor, and caught off guard, Victor stumbled several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Before he could regain his balance, the beast's crimson tongue lashed out once more, and Victor could even perceive the foul odor emanating from it. Despair washed over him as he widened his eyes, letting out a hoarse roar. "Fool, get away." Just as Victor resigned himself, closing his eyes in anticipation of his impending doom, a disdainful voice abruptly yanked him back to reality. He opened his eyes in astonishment to find the Earth-Splitter armored beast had halted, its tawny pupils filled with wariness. Turning to look behind him, he saw Long Geo standing with a group of 20 or more individuals. Victor, disregarding the reason for Long Geo's presence, scrambled to his feet and sought refuge behind him. Long Geo curled his lip in disdain. Were it not for the desire to avoid severing ties with the Mercenary Alliance completely, he would have preferred not to save Victor. Who would have thought that he could be so inept, leading so many yet ending up in such a dire predicament? Everyone will follow my commands now. Long Geo's arrival not only quelled the Earth-Splitter armored beast rampage, but also restored a sense of order among the frantic mercenaries. "It's the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's young Master Long. We are saved." Under the command of Long Geo, the disordered ranks swiftly regained their composure. The cracking earth armored beast seemed to sense the formidable nature of its adversaries and hesitated, contemplating retreat. Unlike Victor, who was often mired in indecision, Long Geo discerned the creature's wavering resolve and promptly issued the command to attack. The members of the Golden Dragon Merchant Association, lacking the scheming nature of the mercenaries from the Mercenary Alliance, erupted with fighting spirit upon receiving Long Geo's directive. A terrifying surge of energy coalesced like a torrent, transforming into a wave that surged toward the cracking earth armored beast. With a constricted pupil and a swift flick of its tail, the beast turned to flee. "Do not let it escape," Long Geo bellowed, leading the charge in pursuit. The others hastily followed, responding to his call. Victor, having regained his composure from fear, felt increasingly humiliated at the sight before him. His once disjointed team resembled a mere scattering of sand, while Long Geo's forces appeared as a well-drilled battalion. A stark reminder of his own inadequacies. Amidst the rocky crevices, Caro observed the throng of pursuers with a grave expression. Based on her recent observations of the cracking earth armored beast, she understood that its strength extended far beyond what was apparent. Its sudden display of weakness hinted at ulterior motives. With so many warriors present, her presence no longer seemed out of place. She chose to abandon her concealment, channeling her energy into her feet as she joined the chase. While Victor seethed with indignation, a shadow flickered before him, and he paused, realizing that this figure was not one of his or Long Geo's subordinates, but rather an unknown entity that had been lurking in the vicinity. A thought struck him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the mantis, while Long Geo and that shadow from the past were the unsuspecting orioles. All his efforts had merely served to benefit others. Fury surged within Victor, and he yearned to roar, yet the fear of attracting more beasts rendered his face crimson with rage. He intended to vent his frustrations towards Uncle Hi, only to find that the man had vanished without a trace. It dawned on him that after shoving him toward the cracking earth armored beast, Uncle Hi had fled amidst the chaos, likely already far beyond the confines of the Qianren mountain range. Long Geo, Uncle Hi. Victor clenched his teeth, his eyes darkened by an impenetrable gloom. Long Geo, be cautious, cautioned Qin Feng, who trailed beside him, noticing the unusual excitement emanating from Long Geo. However, Long Geo paid no heed to his words, treating them as mere whispers in the wind as he directed the others to encircle the cracking earth armored beast. At that moment, the cracking earth-armored beast abruptly halted, opening its mouth to expel a sphere of yellow energy. The energy orb expanded rapidly in midair, emanating a palpable sense of pressure as it ascended, before erupting in a sudden explosion. Boom! The resounding blast echoed like thunder across the heavens, dispersing waves of energy that swept outward, uprooting soil, rocks, and trees in its path. Energy shield. As the mercenaries fled in panic, the members of the Golden Dragon Chamber united to erect a colossal energy shield. The energy waves collided with the shield, causing it to writhe violently. The warriors sustaining the shield gritted their teeth and once again summoned their fighting spirit. Fortunately, the individuals brought by Long Jiao were all elites of the Golden Dragon Chamber, and the earth-rending armored beast, having recently attained the rank of a 7th-level king beast and sustained injuries, was considerably weakened, allowing the energy shield to hold firm without sustaining any damage. Long Jiao gazed at the chaotic scene outside, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Had those attacks struck him, he would not have perished but would surely have been gravely injured. His previously fervent mind gradually regained its composure. He realized he should not regard this earth-rending armored beast as an ordinary magical creature. It possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. From this moment on, he resolved to avoid solitary actions and to adhere to the original plan. The stronger the earth-rending armored beast became, the more fervently he wished to win its heart. After its ambush failed, the earth-rending armored beast abandoned its attempt to flee and began to launch frenzied assaults on Long Jiao and his companions, embodying a desperate struggle for survival. The pressure on Long Jiao's group escalated sharply, leading to casualties. Qin Feng, while utilizing his mental prowess to disrupt the earth-rending armored beast, urged Long Jiao, "We cannot hold on any longer. We must retreat. We cannot retreat. If we lose this time, we will have even less chance of defeating it next time." A fierce glint crossed Long Jiao's eyes as he continued to command his allies to besiege the earth-rending armored beast. Suddenly, he leapt forward, aiming directly for the beast's head, with a golden spike in hand reflecting a brilliant sheen. Long Jiao, young master. Both Qin Feng and the members of the Golden Dragon Chamber were taken aback. Realizing they could not halt Long Jiao, they too frantically launched their assaults, hoping to slay the beast before Long Jiao reached it. The earth-rending armored beast, feeling the pain, glared fiercely, its tail whipping towards the airborne Long Jiao with vengeance. Long Jiao, daring to advance alone, had his own assurance. A golden light suddenly enveloped him, and in the next moment, his body shot downward at an unusual angle, swiftly distancing himself by several meters. The tail strike missed its target, and the earth-rending armored beast let out a piercing scream, its long tongue darting out like a venomous snake, aiming directly at Long Jiao. With eyes wide in fury, Long Jiao gripped the spike tightly and slashed downward. Fighting spirit surged into the golden spike, erupting in a blinding golden radiance, the sharp tip seemingly capable of rending space itself. The tongue of the earth beast extended halfway before it swiftly retracted, yet even so, it was injured by a golden radiance, with crimson blood continuously gushing forth from its beastly maw. Long Jiao swiftly rolled backward, creating distance between himself and the earth beast, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He was far too astute to rush headlong into death. All of this had been anticipated. However, before he could land, a massive bulge abruptly emerged from the ground beneath the earth beast, moving swiftly in tandem with his figure. Despite the distance separating them, Long Jiao could sense the terrifying energy contained within. He let out a bitter smile, realizing that this time, he might have escalated the situation. Long Jiao. Qin Feng's eyes widened in fury as he summoned all his mental energy to pierce through the bulge in an attempt to draw out the energy contained within. As Xian arrived at the scene, she chanced upon this extraordinary spectacle. Her gaze darkened as she employed her mental prowess to deflect Qin Feng's assault. Simultaneously, she propelled herself with a powerful kick, her form launching forth like a cannonball. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the swift movement, and upon closer inspection, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. There, draped awkwardly over her shoulder, was Long Jiao, who was being carried away by Xian, soaring in the opposite direction of the bulge. As the two departed, the bulge erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble and debris to scatter, leaving behind a substantial crater several meters deep. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, biting his lip in apprehension. Had Xian not intervened at that critical moment to rescue Long Jiao, even with the protective gear he bore, injury would have been inevitable, particularly to his more vulnerable areas. Shaking his head, he exhaled a sigh of relief, yet a sense of perplexity began to take root within him. How did Xian come to be here? Was she not training in Winchester? At the same time, Long Jiao lay sprawled across Xian's shoulder, posing the same inquiry. Xian, what brings you here? Are you also here for this earth-splitting armored beast? He felt no sense of discomfort being supported by Xian. Instead, he was filled with exuberance. After Xian set him down, she replied, No, I am here in search of someone. Searching for someone? Who might that be? From the Mercenary Alliance? He inquired. You may be disappointed, for they are either dead or wounded, with few survivors remaining. Xian was genuinely unaware that, in addition to the members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, individuals from the Mercenary Alliance were also present. She instinctively inquired, Victor isn't here as well, is he? To her surprise, he indeed was. Long Jiao, amused, squinted his eyes and gestured towards a corner on the right, exclaiming, There he is, hiding over there. Xian followed the direction he pointed to and indeed spotted a figure lurking in the corner. However, the distance was too great to discern the person's face clearly. Xian couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Only recently, the three of them had crossed paths in the royal city, and now, unexpectedly, they had all converged upon the Qianren mountain range. What could this be considered? A fateful connection? Xian, I am aware of your considerable abilities. How about we join forces to tackle this Rift Earth armored beast together? Once we achieve success, we can split the spoils evenly, 50-50. What do you say? Long Jiao suggested, playfully nudging Xian with his shoulder. Xian's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the Earth-splitter armored beast, her eyes wavering. Through her studies over this period, she had come to recognize numerous magical beasts of the spirit martial continent, and this not particularly rare Earth-splitter armored beast was among them. The only distinction was that this particular beast was a 7th-level king beast. A 7th-level king beast, she had never engaged in combat with a 7th-level warrior or magical beast. This should prove to be an excellent opportunity for practice. Xian gradually felt her heart stir, ready to acquiesce, when a bright and fervent voice suddenly resonated from behind the two. 50-50 will not suffice. We demand 70%. Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned around, only to see a woman clad in a brown short armor, with shoulder-length hair, approaching them with a cheerful smile. Xian did not need the other party to introduce herself. She had already ascertained the identity of the newcomer. It was Carol, the senior. With a smile, Carol nodded at Xian and cheerfully remarked, You are the new student this year, right? Your name is Xian? You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining our monster squad? Carol had also recognized Xian, not from a prior encounter, but because Xian had appeared alongside her sister, who was commencing her studies at Winchester Academy this year. Coupled with Xian's remarkably youthful visage, Carol easily deduced his identity. To be honest, she had initially been somewhat surprised, as her earlier appeal for assistance was intended for the Academy to dispatch a 6th-level martial master. However, upon witnessing Xian's prowess firsthand, she immediately comprehended why the Academy had sent him. She even grasped the deeper implications behind it and promptly extended an invitation to him. Two lovely ladies. Perhaps we should postpone our discussion for later. For now, let's focus on how to tackle this Earth-shatter beetle, Dragon 9 suggested, though he had never met Carol before. As the branch president of the Golden 9 Chamber of Commerce, he was well acquainted with various news and was familiar with her name. With the finest students and the strongest newcomers of Winchester gathered in one place, Dragon 9 felt an unprecedented swell of confidence. Carol turned to Xian and, having gleaned the desired information from his gaze, promptly stated, A partnership is agreeable. We shall take 7, and you 3. If not for Dragon 9's actions aligning with her intentions, she would have been reluctant to concede the remaining 30%. She believed that joining forces with Xian and her sister would suffice to handle the Earth-shatter beetle. Deal, Dragon 9 responded readily. He relished the thrill of swift gains. Yet money held little allure for him in this instance. Moreover, he understood that with their current strength, capturing the Earth-shatter beetle would entail considerable cost. Thus, it was wiser to ally with Xian and Carol, who might yield unexpected rewards. The three reached a joyful consensus, while Caroline, left behind, was on the verge of exasperation. Has Xian truly forgotten her? And what of Caroline? She clearly saw her. Why did she not extend a greeting? If Caroline were to confront Xian directly, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt and confess that, indeed, she had forgotten Caroline. Throughout their journey, the two had been so engrossed in their own pursuits that they scarcely exchanged a word. Now, upon encountering an acquaintance and becoming acquainted with Carol, Xian has completely relegated Caroline to the recesses of her memory. Xian and Carol instructed Long Jiao's men to cease their actions momentarily. Xian raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Carol, shall we join forces? She proposed. Indeed, let us see who can first uncover its weaknesses. Carol eagerly acquiesced. Their gazes met briefly in the air before simultaneously shifting towards the earth-shattering armored beast. The beast, filled with trepidation, suddenly shuddered, sensing an unsettling chill along its spine. Just as confusion washed over it, two slender yet powerful figures leapt simultaneously, swiftly advancing towards it. The velocity was so remarkable that it generated a series of sonic booms in the air. Long Geo stood frozen, internally astonished. Is this truly the prowess of Winchester's distinguished students? It seemed rather exaggerated. Reflecting on their youthful ages, a sense of frustration welled up within him. In comparison, he felt like an ineffectual waste, reliant solely on his family's influence for survival. As he indulged in these thoughts, his peripheral vision caught sight of Victor's figure, and his waning confidence surged back into him. He was no waste. After all, many were far less capable than he. He merely paled in comparison to the prodigies. Yet he could still be considered a genius, albeit a modest one. Yes, indeed, he was a genius. Undoubtedly. Xian had previously only heard of Caro's illustrious deeds. This was the first time she witnessed the latter in action. She could not help but marvel at the fact that it was no wonder Caro could firmly secure the title of the best in Winchester, as her speed alone far surpassed her own. Xian and Carol set off almost simultaneously. However, as Carol approached the formidable earth-splitter beast, Xian had already been left far behind. The power of thunder. A soft lavender electric glow swiftly coalesced in Carol's hand, while the ferocious might of thunder crackled in the air, producing a series of resounding booms. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. To her astonishment, Carol's combat attribute was the rare and formidable thunder attribute, renowned for its offensive prowess. The earth-shatter armored beast sensed the energy fluctuations above. Feeling a surge of electric currents coursing through its body, instinctively gripped by fear, it once again contemplated fleeing. This time, however, the urge to escape was not a mere pretense but a genuine desire to distance itself from the threat. Thunder Fist. The glint of battle ignited in Carol's eyes as she unleashed a tempestuous force of lightning, crashing down upon the earth-shatter armored beast. In an instant, it was as if a violet lightning bolt descended from the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Suddenly, the earth-shatter armored beast retracted its limbs, curling into a tight ball, enveloped in a protective shell of earthy energy, resembling a colossal mound of earth. The pale purple lightning collided violently with the earthen sphere, erupting into a dazzling display of silver arcs. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even the perpetually disgruntled Caroline gaped in disbelief. Was Carol's strength truly this formidable? She had always believed that with enough effort, she would one day surpass Carol. Yet now, she found herself wavering. Some individuals seemed destined to capture the attention of all, such as Carol, and similarly, as the electric light dissipated, the energy shield surrounding the cracked earth-armored beast appeared tattered, yet resolutely remained atop its head. A flicker of regret crossed Carol's face. Despite her severe injuries and the considerable energy expended against the mercenary alliance in the financial guild, her utmost strike failed to breach the beast's defenses. Indeed, it was evident that slaying a royal beast posed a formidable challenge. Just as she sighed, another figure darted past her. She momentarily blinked in surprise, then a smile of delight graced her lips as she gazed expectantly at the individual. This time, she was not alone. The cracked earth-armored beast seemed to perceive Carol as a formidable adversary and summoned all its energy for defense, which was not an erroneous decision. Yet, in Xian's eyes, it was merely a stationary target. Furthermore, it was a resilient one, perfectly suited for her purposes. She fervently absorbed the surrounding energy, converting it into combat aura that enveloped her palms. Simultaneously, she wove her spirit into threads, intricately wrapping them around her hands. In the distance, Qian Feng, who quietly observed, felt a heavy thud in his heart. He stared at Xian in bewilderment, as forgotten speculations resurfaced in his mind. Could it be that Xian is truly a spiritual master? Whoosh! The sharp sound of something slicing through the air threatened to rupture their eardrums. The crowd barely had time to comprehend Xian's movements before a cloud of dust enveloped the scene, followed by a deafening roar. As the haze dissipated, they gaped in astonishment at the sight before them. A vast crater had replaced the enormous mound of earth. What on earth is this? Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before them. How could a warrior possess such immense physical strength, capable of driving a king beast deep into the ground with merely a fist? This must be a humanoid monstrosity. It is worth noting that, despite their awe at Caro's earlier display, they had not reacted with such unrestrained astonishment. Xian's performance truly surpassed their understanding. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. He had just confirmed Xian's identity as a spirit master, only to have that realization shattered in the next moment. How could such a robust physique possibly belong to a spirit master? No, there must be some misunderstanding. In truth, among spirit masters, there are those with formidable physical strength as well, but most of them have exhausted their spiritual potential and, finding themselves at an impasse, have chosen to divert their energy into martial arts. Xian, so youthful and full of vigor, did not meet the criteria, which is why Qin Feng was reluctant to believe it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the closest to the incident, Carol was also profoundly affected. Her eyes shone ever brighter. Resembling a sky filled with countless stars, she could even hear the rapid and powerful beating of her own heart. Xian, Xian. She whispered the name in her heart, her lips curving upwards in exhilaration. Breaking into the top 4 of the academy competition was not only the aspiration of the esteemed professors of Winchester, but also her own fervent desire. As a fifth-year student, this year marked her final opportunity at Winchester, and should no new prospects arise, she would be left with an enduring sense of regret. The reason she chose to remain at the Qianren mountain range during the holiday instead of returning home was her determination to seize every moment to enhance her skills. Now, upon witnessing Xian, an intense premonition surged within her. This time, Winchester would undoubtedly make history. Suddenly, a sound resembling a baby's wail interrupted Caro's reverie. She looked down into the deep pit and saw the injured ground-armored beast, its expression a portrait of terror as it struggled to crawl out. One need not question how Caro discerned the creature's fear from its heavily armored visage. The frantic flailing of its short legs spoke volumes of its panic. Yet, despite the ground-armored beast's desperate attempts to escape, the figure looming above it remained utterly unmoved, as if it were an inseparable part of the beast itself. At that moment, the figure clenched its fists and began to rain down blows upon the beast's head, each strike landing with brutal force, sending blood and foam splattering. Even Caro found herself squinting in reluctant sympathy. Alas, what a tragic fate for a royal beast. Xian was entirely oblivious to the fact that the earth-splitting armored beast had been reduced to a state of labored breathing, struggling to draw in air. At this moment, her pores were wide open in a state of exhilaration, absorbing the energy that permeated the surroundings, her complexion flushed with vitality. Following her previous encounter with She, she had sensed an amplification in both her mental and physical prowess. However, due to the lack of opportunity to unleash her full potential, she had yet to ascertain the extent of her enhanced abilities. Fortuitously, the defensively minded earth-splitting armored beast provided her with the perfect opportunity to test her strength. Unbeknownst to Xian, this particular beast had suffered a setback during its breakthrough, significantly diminishing its power. As she contemplated, she perceived the prowess of the royal beasts as not as formidable as she had initially anticipated. Both martial artists and magical beasts encounter a formidable barrier at the 3rd level, with the transitions from high-level martial artists to 4th-level masters, as well as from 6th-level generals to kings, representing 2 of the most arduous challenges. Countless warriors have faltered at these thresholds. Furthermore, post-7th level, each advancement becomes exponentially more challenging. In Xian's estimation, the combat prowess of a 7th-level royal beast should be at least tenfold, if not dozens of times greater than that of She, thus leaving her somewhat disheartened by the performance of the earth-splitting armored beast. If the beast were aware of her thoughts, it would undoubtedly be infuriated, if not mortally wounded by her underestimation. How utterly unfair to the creature. Xian, it is time to cease your assault. Upon hearing Long Zhou's voice, Xian initially thought she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. She turned her head and caught sight of Long Zhou gazing at her with a peculiar expression. Immediately, she offered him a look of bewilderment. The earth-splitting armored beast has already been vanquished by you. There is no need to continue to strike its fallen form. Xian hurriedly lowered her head to look. And indeed, the armored beast lay before her, its eyes vacant and its pupils dull and lifeless, a testament to its demise that had occurred some time ago. Xian hesitantly released her grip, for it was unintentional. Long Zhou, with a complicated expression, furrowed his brows. This earth-splitting armored beast was slain by you and Carol. Yet we had also contributed to its defeat. Therefore, requesting a mere 20% does not seem excessive, does it? Xian turned to Caro, who shrugged nonchalantly, indicating her indifference. Xian nodded in agreement. Then we shall leave this matter in your capable hands. When the time comes, you may simply return the remaining funds to us. Not a problem. Long Zhou replied with a broad smile before beckoning the still-stunned members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce to come over and attend to the earth-splitting armored beast. As the representatives passed by Karo and Xian, they took a moment to stop and bow to the two in a gesture of respect. Xian also approached, his first order of business being to extend his apologies to Xian for his previous attempt to test him. Xian cast a glance at him, then nodded, yet did not utter whether she had forgiven him or not, which only deepened the discomfort in Qian Feng's heart. "Catherine, why don't you come over?" Carol smiled as she beckoned to Caroline. Xian was taken aback. Catherine? Wasn't she called Caroline? Caroline was equally perplexed. The two of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards Caroline. With her head bowed, Caroline approached hesitantly and softly remarked, "I no longer go by Catherine. Please call me Caroline." Caroline gazed at the top of her head for a moment before gently reaching out to stroke her hair. "All right, Caroline, it's been a long time. Aren't you going to give your sister a hug?" As soon as the words left her lips, Caroline embraced her tightly, burying her head in her sister's bosom. Xian's gaze swept over the two individuals, then silently withdrew. It was most fitting for the sisters to resolve their own matters. You cannot take away the entire earth-cracking armored beast. Just as the atmosphere reached a harmonious peak, Victor, who had been keeping his distance, suddenly charged forth. His face ablaze with indignation as he stood before the carcass of the earth-cracking armored beast, obstructing the Gold Dragon Merchant Association from dissecting the beast. The members of the Gold Dragon Merchant Association recognized Victor and paused their actions, casting glances at Long Jiao, awaiting his directive. "Long Jiao, our mercenary alliance has also contributed to this hunting endeavor, and given the heavy losses we have suffered, we deserve at least half of the earth-cracking armored beast." Victor's eyes bore into Long Jiao, his expression rife with jealousy and resentment. Why should their mercenary alliance endure such significant losses without receiving their due share? After all, they were the ones who discovered the earth-cracking armored beast first and had exerted the most effort. Furthermore, with the grievous casualties among his mercenaries, he was at a loss as to how he would report to his father upon returning. Securing half of the beast would at least afford him a modicum of dignity. Long Jiao dismissed him with a disdainful snort, too uninterested to even spare him a glance. He waved his hand and commanded, "Continue. Ignore the irrelevant individuals. If anyone obstructs you, cast them aside." "Understood." The members of the Gold Dragon Merchant Association responded in unison, resolutely disregarding Victor. Victor's face turned ashen with fury as he rushed up to confront Long Jiao. Had reason not told him, he stood no chance against Long Jiao, he might have lashed out. "Long Jiao, are you declaring war on the Mercenary Alliance?" Victor's cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes wide with rage. His disheveled attire, stained from crawling on the ground, starkly contrasted with his usual polished image. Finally, Long Jiao turned his head to appraise him, then shook his head with a sigh. "Victor, look at your current state. I genuinely fail to comprehend why Otto would entrust such a significant task to you. Had I not intervened, you would have long since met your demise. And now, you have the audacity to approach me for a share of the spoils? I would be more inclined to slap you than to entertain such a notion. You are truly shameless. Even the mercenaries under your command possess more dignity than you do." The surviving mercenaries of the Alliance are either searching for their comrades or tending to one another's wounds. Not a single one has come forth to claim any spoils. Long Jiao's words were not a reflection of disdain for mercenaries, but rather an insight into Victor's character, knowing precisely how to pierce his sensitive pride. Indeed, Victor trembled with rage, casting a desperate look towards the mercenaries, hoping someone would rise to defend his honor. However, they either averted their gaze or met his with indifference, none willing to speak on his behalf. "Well done. You are all exemplary. Since you hold me in such contempt, you should no longer remain in the Mercenary Alliance. Go and join the Gold Dragon Merchant Association. Go and worship Long Jiao. Upon our return, I shall demand that my father expel your entire mercenary group from the Mercenary Alliance." "Very well, I welcome it. Should anyone wish to join the Golden Dragon Commerce in the future, simply mention my name, Long Jiao, and I shall accept them all." Long Jiao could not help but smile, immediately extending an olive branch to those mercenaries. No matter how many mercenaries come, the Golden Dragon Commerce can afford to support them. Talent, after all, is best when abundant. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Long. But it is impossible for a mere city division leader to expel us from the Mercenary Alliance. Upon our return, we several major mercenary groups will collectively file a complaint. This time, neither Otto nor his son will escape accountability. A mercenary, his eyes reddened with fury, stood up and spoke angrily, his gaze filled with deep-seated hatred. Their squad had suffered near total annihilation, leaving only him and another severely injured comrade. Those were brothers he had spent countless days and nights with. His squad had never endured such catastrophic losses before. Victor, to this day, has not reflected upon his negligence, instead seeking to place the blame entirely upon them. Even a clay figure would be unable to withstand such indignation. If Otto and his son deny them a chance to live, then they too shall not find solace. You dare to sue me? Victor's face contorted with rage, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Then you shall perish first. Victor's remaining sanity crumbled under the weight of the mercenary's betrayal. Channeling his fighting spirit, he charged at the mercenary in a blind fury, intent on eliminating the threat once and for all. Xian was utterly exasperated by Victor's foolishness and incessant chatter. In a moment of frustration, she kicked a small stone on the ground directly towards Victor's thigh. The terrifying power of Xian was capable of withstanding even the might of the king beast, let alone the frail corporeal form of Victor. A stone was propelled with such force that it pierced through Victor's thigh, striking the thick stone wall with a resounding thud. Victor let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. As he cautiously lifted his head, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, and his gaze was no longer clouded as before. He appeared to have regained full consciousness. Leave. Do not let me see you again. As Xian kicked the stone, he maintained a keen awareness of his accuracy. The stone did not injure Victor's bones, thus not hampering his mobility, though it caused him some pain. From Xian's indifferent tone, Victor discerned an intent to kill. He clenched a handful of gravel tightly, summoning all his strength to rise and stagger away. Blood streamed down his thigh, leaving a long trail upon the ground. Xian, Longjio, Xian, Longjio. Victor, dragging his wounded leg, limped towards the exit of the Qianren Mountains. He murmured the names of Xian and Longjio, his eyes a deep crimson, filled with a chilling hatred. The humiliation he suffered today would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. His mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge against Xian and Longjio. Only when a shadow loomed before him did he sense something amiss. He abruptly halted and looked up in confusion. Upon recognizing the figure, a mocking coldness crept into the corners of his mouth. How dare you return? Did you not abandon me to flee for your life? Uncle Hai offered no response, instead regarding him with a gaze that was both profound and frigid. Did you not see my injury? Why do you not come to assist me, you blind fool? Victor, oblivious to the danger, reprimanded coldly. Due to excessive blood loss, he felt dizzy and his legs wobbled beneath him, leaving him barely able to stand. He resolved to exploit Uncle Hai's remaining value, planning to return to the royal city where his father would deal with this traitorous wretch. Young master, do you realize how long I have endured your behavior? How is it that you still fail to comprehend the situation? Uncle Hai's expression was dark and frigid, tinged with mockery, yet this was perhaps for the best, as it spared him the need to second-guess his actions. Given that the old master had once shown him loyalty and affection. What do you mean? Victor's mind began to slow, and for a moment, he could not grasp the deeper significance of Uncle Hai's words. However, upon catching sight of the unabashed murderous intent in Uncle Hai's eyes, a chill ran down his spine, and he gaped in terror. You intend to kill me? Are you mad? I am your master. Master? Do not think I am unaware. Once we return, you will undoubtedly not allow me to live. Since death is inevitable, I may as well take the initiative. Uncle Hai's gaze flickered to the storage ring on Victor's finger, the veins on the back of his hand pulsating with agitation. The moment he had pushed Victor out, Victor had surely sentenced him to death in his heart. Thus he could not remain passive. Originally, he intended to flee outright, but just before leaving, a bold plan formed in his mind. If he was to leave, he might as well make it worthwhile, for he was aware that Victor possessed numerous valuable items. His only concern was that Victor might act in concert with those mercenaries, making it difficult for him to strike. However, the outcome was even more favorable than he had anticipated. Not only had Victor separated from the main group, but he was also injured, making it the perfect opportunity for him to act. If you dare to touch me, my father will not spare you. As Victor retreated, he uttered menacing words, his pallid visage growing increasingly dim. Rest assured, your father shall remain oblivious. He will merely presume you perished at the jaws of the ferocious beast within the perilous peaks, thus directing his wrath towards the golden dragon commerce. Neglecting my plight as a fleeing servant. Recognizing that Uncle Hai had thoroughly contemplated his escape, Victor felt the weight of despair and, succumbing to weakness, sank to his knees, pleading, Uncle Hai, considering how many times I have called you thus, I implore you spare me. I can offer you anything. His voice abruptly faltered. There is no chance left, young master. Uncle Hai, with a look of pity, shook his head and coldly retracted his dagger. Victor's mouth gaped open as he fell backward, his face etched with a blend of astonishment and fury. Uncle Hai knelt, stripping Victor of his storage ring and costly adornments, then hoisting the lifeless body to cast it into a beast's lair. Upon hearing the sounds of the creature feasting on its prey within, he departed without a glance back. Meanwhile, Xian, Carol, and Long Jiao enjoyed a harmonious camaraderie, for indeed, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Once they had dealt with the carcass of the earth-splitter armored beast, they agreed to return to the royal city together. As they prepared to leave, Carol noticed a group of mercenaries nearby, looking forlorn and battered. She paused, turning to Xian and Long Jiao, suggesting, "Why not allow them to accompany us on our return?" The mercenaries bore significant injuries. Should they venture forth alone, they might perish along the way. Carol felt a pang of sympathy for their unfortunate plight. Xian and Long Jiao had no objections. Long Jiao summoned the members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce and instructed them to inform the mercenaries that if they wished to depart with them, they should immediately prepare to leave. For those who were injured and found it difficult to move, the individuals from the Golden Dragon Chamber could assist in carrying them back. Upon hearing the news, the mercenaries were filled with gratitude, and inwardly, they cursed Victor vehemently. To accommodate the injured, they deliberately slowed their pace, which resulted in Xian and the Caro sisters taking 4 additional days to return to Winchester compared to their initial journey. Xian, Caro, I shall seek you out for a gathering in the future, Long Jiao called out, waving farewell to the two from outside the gates of Winchester. After spending these few days together, he increasingly perceived Xian and Caro as individuals worthy of friendship, thus his demeanor was notably warm. Xian and Carol had a favorable impression of him, exchanging a few simple pleasantries before entering Winchester. Even after their figures disappeared from sight, Long Jiao's smile remained radiant. He turned to Qin Feng and remarked, "This journey to the Qianren mountain range has truly been a great gain." By gain, Long Jiao meant not merely the 20% profit from the earth-splitting armored beast, but rather the opportunity to forge a friendship with Xian and Carol. It was evident to anyone that both Xian and Carol were destined for a bright future, and establishing a connection with them was undeniably advantageous. Strange. Why have you been so quiet along the way? Are you feeling shy? Long Jiao mused, feeling that he had spoken more in an hour than Qin Feng had over several days. Although typically a man of few words, Qin Feng had been particularly reticent during this journey. Did you not notice that Xian does not like me? Qin Feng's eyes darkened. The people of the Lingwu continent, to some extent, possess a tendency to admire the strong, and he naturally wished to befriend formidable individuals like Xian and Carol. However, he had inadvertently offended Xian from the outset, thereby severing his own opportunities. Nonsense. Xian is not that petty. You must simply be too reserved. Next time, try discussing topics that interest her, and she will surely respond. Long Jiao was convinced that Xian was not the type to hold grudges. Throughout their journey, he had not ceased speaking, with Xian being the only one willing to engage him in conversation, even occasionally asking questions that piqued her interest, suggesting she was not difficult to approach. Qin Feng silently nodded, accepting Long Jiao's suggestion. Long Jiao then hopped onto his convoy, exclaiming, "Let us go. We still need to return these mercenaries to their base." Such an opportunity to cultivate goodwill was one that should be personally handled by him, Long Jiao, in order to maximize the benefits. Otto had truly suffered a double loss this time. What? Victor left long ago, then why have we yet to see him? The Royal City Mercenary Alliance was in disarray. Otto slammed his palm onto the table before him, shattering it into pieces, consumed by rage. The messenger who had come to report the news trembled in fear, lowering his voice even further, as his subordinate was unaware of the specifics. The mercenaries merely stated that the young master had departed early and refused to elaborate further. Otto refrained from mentioning that he had made several inquiries to finally uncover this information, as the mercenaries looked at him with an air of menace that still haunted him. Useless fools. Very well, I shall personally inquire. Otto strode across the discarded table and stepped outside, his lips curled downwards, unmistakably revealing his wretched mood. The members of the Mercenary Alliance, sensing his tumultuous state, hastily distanced themselves, fearful of being entangled in his misfortune. They exhaled in relief only after he had departed. However, their relief was premature, for upon Otto's return, his countenance was so dark it transcended mere gloom, resembling the depths of ink, as if it could drip with despair. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, curious about the formidable troubles that could provoke such a display from Otto. Otto had no intention of elucidating his distress to anyone. He marched straight back to his chamber, shattering several belongings in his rage before finally regaining his composure, his eyes flickering with tumultuous thoughts. He had returned from his outing with several disheartening revelations. Firstly, the leader of the mercenary group assigned to hunt the Rift Earth Beetle had exhibited a markedly altered demeanor towards him, far less cordial than before, imbued with a subtle chill and distance. Secondly, he learned of the disastrous failure of the hunting mission, resulting in significant losses for the mercenary band, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Most critically, he was informed of an unforeseen turn of events during the mission. Uncle Hai had betrayed them, vanishing without a trace, while Victor had departed the Qianren mountain range alone, his whereabouts now a mystery. Mercenaries who had departed later had already returned to the royal city. Yet Victor remained unaccounted for, leading to the grim possibility that he had met with misfortune. The mere thought of this potentiality rendered Otto's mind blank, his body swaying involuntarily as he struggled to maintain his footing. As a father, he recognized Victor's limitations and lack of prowess, which was why he had long shielded him from the storms of the world. Had he not been driven to anger, he would never have permitted Victor to undertake this mission. Concerned for any unforeseen calamities, he had even dispatched Uncle Hai to protect him closely, selecting a team of elite mercenaries for companionship. Yet, despite all his careful planning, calamity had still befallen them. With bloodshot eyes, Otto was engulfed by waves of regret that threatened to drown him. Xian, he rasped, his voice strained and twisted with anguish. Regardless of whether his son had encountered misfortune, he was determined to exact retribution upon the root cause of this tragedy. Had it not been for Xian's involvement, he would not have succumbed to his fury, compelling Victor to undertake the perilous task in the Qianren Mountains. Furthermore, he had learned that Victor had been injured during his departure, struck in the thigh by a stone flung by Xian. Wounded and exuding the sin of blood, Victor, alone, would have been hard-pressed to avoid the attention of the lurking beasts. Thus, all blame fell upon Xian. She was the architect of his son's demise. She deserved to pay. At this moment, Otto found himself incapable of pondering the mercenary's peculiar demeanor. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must avenge his son by eliminating Xian. However, Xian was formidable in strength and a distinguished protégé of Dean Winchester, making the task of vanquishing him far from trivial. It was evident that he needed to seek assistance. With this realization, Otto's mind began to cool. Where could he find allies? Who would dare to risk incurring the wrath of Winchester Academy to aid him? Suddenly, the corners of Otto's tightly drawn lips curved into a sinister smile as a name sprang to mind. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be willing to lend a hand. Xian, your demise is imminent. Winchester Academy. Carlo, you finally returned. I missed you so much. How did your journey go? Lillian exclaimed as she dashed into Carlo's arms, eager to bestow a warm kiss, only to be halted by George just in time. I'm back. In stark contrast to Lillian's enthusiasm, Silver's response was decidedly more subdued. Carlo embraced Lillian briefly before turning to Silver with a gentle smile. I'm back. How has everything been at Winchester lately? You won't believe it. While you were away, Winchester welcomed an exceptionally talented student. She even defeated Jinsei, Leia exclaimed, rubbing her hands together, her voice resonating throughout the room. Not only that, she also bested Leia, Lillian added mischievously. Leia's eyes widened, ready to retort. But Carlo preempted her. You're speaking of Xian, aren't you? Ah, you've heard already? Leia and Lillian responded in astonishment. Not just heard. I've met her in person, and she is indeed formidable, Carlo replied, settling beside Silver. Are you considering inviting her into our team? Silver inquired. First, I'd like to hear about Xian's recent performances. Carlo sidestepped the question. Although she had spent the past few days in close proximity to Xian, neither Xian nor Catherine, she should now be referred to as Caroline, had mentioned any occurrences within the academy, leaving her unaware of anything beyond Xian's prowess. She had anticipated Xian would excel at Winchester, yet as she listened to Leia and Lillian's back-and-forth descriptions, her eyebrows continued to rise in surprise. Ultimately, she concluded, Xian must be a member of our team. Can we truly call ourselves a monster squad without her? Leia, Lillian, and George were thoroughly convinced by Carlo's assertion. Though Silver raised a note of skepticism, questioning, Xian is strong-willed and combative. She may not readily heed commands and might even vie for leadership. This is Silver's greatest concern. Since Xian entered the school, she has continually challenged authority and shattered conventions, making her character quite apparent. Silver does not deny Xian's prowess. He merely fears that her inclusion might disrupt the balance of their team. A truly exceptional team can only accommodate one leader, and infighting is the harbinger of disintegration. Thus, he finds himself hesitating about whether to invite Xian to join. No, That is because you do not understand Xian. She possesses a remarkable vision for the greater good. Moreover, if she truly desires leadership of the team, what harm would it cause to grant it to her? I only seek results. In contrast to Silver's indecision, Carol's stance is resolute. She firmly believes that Xian will undoubtedly lead Winchester into the top 4 of the academy, so she does not mind cooperating with her. Furthermore, through her recent interactions with Xian, she suspects that Xian might not even want the leadership role. Her strength suggests she prefers to resolve issues with straightforward and decisive methods, avoiding complications whenever possible. What they currently lack is merely time to harmonize. Even if Xian joins, the team still requires one more member. Do you have any suitable candidates? The competition at the Lingwu Continental Academy adopts a team versus team format, with each academy dispatching a 7-member team to vie for ranking. In the last competition, aside from the 5 present, Carol and her companions, there were 2 fifth-year students who have since graduated. Thus, even with Xian, their team still has 1 vacant slot. Jessica. I believe she would be an excellent fit. David is also a good option. Lillian and Leia each proposed their most suitable candidates. George glanced at the contemplative Carol. Have you found a suitable candidate? Carol pondered for a moment. Do you know Caroline? Caroline. I know her. She is the number 1 from Class S in the first year, and I've heard her temper is quite volatile. Lillian wrinkled her nose. George. I know her as well. Her strength is quite commendable within Winchester. If it weren't for Xian, she would be the strongest among the first-year newcomers. The students of Winchester Academy are few, and remarkable talents easily draw the attention of others. Are you considering inviting her to join? A faint look of confusion crossed Silver's face. Carol's desire to invite Xian would meet no opposition, for her strength is indisputable. However, the power Caroline displayed before them is far from sufficient, and she is still a newcomer. Having 2 freshmen in a competing team is a rarity in all competitions. Let me clarify, Caroline is my sister, but my invitation is not driven by personal motives. Carol's revelation caused Leia and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. Caroline is your sister? How come we have never heard of this before? Indeed, she is my biological sister, sharing the same parents. At this point, Carol hesitated, pondering whether to continue her narrative. Your name is Carol, and hers is Caroline, George remarked, noting the peculiar similarity. Typically, in order to avoid misunderstandings, sisters seldom choose names that sound so alike. The names Carol and Caroline are remarkably similar, and although the sisters bear a slight resemblance, they had never contemplated this connection. She changed her name. Her former name was Catherine. Carol sighed softly, rubbing her temples. Had it not been for Caroline's name change, she would have remained oblivious to the considerable impact she had on her sister. Observing the curiosity in the eyes of those around her, Carol chose to divulge the truth, especially since Caroline would likely become a member of their team if all went well. My emergence brought glory to the family, leading my parents to invest more effort in me, inadvertently neglecting Caroline. In truth, Carol and Caroline had always shared a close bond, and Caroline adored her affectionate sister. However, due to Carol's excellence drawing too much parental attention, Caroline inevitably felt overlooked. She consoled herself with the thought that once her sister embarked on her own journey, things would improve. Yet, the situation did not unfold as she hoped. Even in Carol's absence, their parents continued to mention her name frequently, prompting Caroline, in a fit of anger, to change her own name. This way, whenever their parents called out a name, they would think of her. She was determined no longer to be the overlooked one. As Carol recounted this matter, her eyes brimmed with remorse. Although Caroline had not expressed her grievances during their meeting, Carol could easily surmise her feelings, intensifying her guilt. The others exchanged glances, unsure how to comfort Carol, for it seemed Caroline's plight warranted greater sympathy. Ultimately, it was George who broke the silence, steering the conversation in a different direction. What unique qualities does Caroline possess? Yes, Carol replied, regaining her composure. Firstly, our team lacks a spiritual master. Secondly, her spiritual artifact is of the same origin as my weapon. Much like George and Lillian, when we unite our strengths, we can unleash nearly 30% more power than our individual capacities. The spirits of Silver and the others lifted at this revelation. With this, our team's overall strength will significantly increase. Carol was already the strongest among them. If she were to gain further enhancement, their chances of breaking into the top 4 would soar. Moreover, Caroline's inherent strength was not negligible either. After receiving the augmentation, she would barely meet the required standards. If there are no objections, we can commence our actions, as there are less than 6 months until the competition registration begins. Carol rose, surveying the group. I have no objections. Neither do I. Agreed. Sounds good. Carlo smiled gently, exclaiming, Splendid. This time, our monstrous team shall undoubtedly break into the top 4, creating history. Advancing to the top 4? Join the monstrous team? How so? Have they yet to approach you? Xian and Dean Green exchanged bewildered glances, and after a considerable pause, Xian finally stroked his chin and uncertainly remarked, It seems that Carol mentioned it once during our first meeting, but thereafter, the topic was never revisited. What has prompted your sudden interest in this matter? Xian believed that upon her return to Winchester, she would be met with intense training. However, Dean Green's inquiry took her by surprise. You will inevitably learn of this matter in due course, so I shall inform you in advance. Carol's monster squad represents Winchester and will participate in the Continental Martial Arts Academy competition in 6 months. Therefore, you must join the monster squad and strive to bring honor to Winchester. I expect you to at least secure a place in the top 4. Otherwise, do not blame me for not recognizing you as my student. Dean Green was genuinely concerned that Xian, in her youthful exuberance, might decline Carol's invitation, leading to misunderstandings between the two parties. Thus, he chose to clarify the stakes involved with her. Is this academy competition one that all institutions across the continental martial arts will partake in? Xian's eyes flickered momentarily. Could it be that she would soon reunite with Yi Pianran at Yunjian Academy and Yi Baimu at Dian Academy? Do you think any academy possesses that privilege? Dean Green scoffed. First, there will be elimination rounds held across the 5 domains, where each domain will select 10 teams, culminating in a total of 50 teams competing together. So, we must first compete in the southern domain before facing the other 4 domains. Indeed, Dean Green replied, sensing a remarkable shift in Xian's aura. It was akin to a lion, previously basking lazily in its territory, suddenly rising to survey its surroundings, showcasing its majestic presence, a stark contrast to its earlier languor. Rest assured, Dean, I shall join the monster squad, perform admirably, and bring honor to our academy. Xian smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, loudly assuring Dean Green. Yet her heart was preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Pianran, who was also in the southern region. Yi Pianran, you must secure your qualification for the competition. I am eagerly anticipating our reunion. Ever since Xian learned from Dean Green that the college competition would take place in 6 months, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Outside of class hours, he spends nearly all his time sequestered in the training room. Scarlett and Harry have attempted to visit Xian several times, only to find themselves confined within the training room, compelled to practice alongside him and ultimately subjected to his practical guidance. As a result, the two have recently begun to avoid Xian, developing a sort of aversion towards him. It is during this period that Carol approaches Xian. She directly extends an invitation to him, also informing him that Caroline will be joining them, having evidently investigated the previous discord between the two. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Caroline for her earlier rudeness towards you and your friend. She has assured me that she will amend her past shortcomings, and I hope this will not hinder our future collaboration. Carol arrives this time with utmost sincerity. She has spent an entire evening candidly discussing matters with Caroline, mending the rift between them, and persuading Caroline to embrace change before coming to meet Xian. Xian had initially intended to join the monster squad. Upon noticing Carlo's thoughtful consideration, he readily agreed. Carlo was elated. Xian, we warmly welcome your addition. It is a privilege to have you as a member of the monster squad. Do you have time this evening? Carlo inquired. If possible, let us formally meet our team members tonight and get acquainted. Certainly, I have no objections. Thus, that evening, Xian confidently excused himself from Principal Green's class to attend the team gathering at Carlo's residence. Xian's arrival was not particularly late, yet others had already arrived ahead of her. Xian's gaze swept around the room, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but she had encountered everyone present here before. There was Caro and Caroline, of course, the silver-haired youth, Ian, who had represented the upperclassmen during the opening ceremony, the third-year senior, Leia, who had once challenged her, and finally, Lillian George, the sibling she had met on the street with Scarlett. Xian, allow me to introduce you to the other members, Caro said, guiding her to stand before Ian. This is Ian, a 4th-year student, currently a level 4 martial artist specializing in ice attribute combat energy, and he is also the vice captain of our team. Hello, Senior Ian, Xian greeted. The smile on Ian's face was fleeting, so brief that Xian almost questioned her own perception. Caro continued, this is Leia, I believe you are already familiar with him, so I shall refrain from further introduction. Leia, slightly bashful, scratched his head and flashed a grin, revealing his remarkably white teeth that seemed to gleam. Welcome to our team, Xian, he said, extending his hand toward her. Thank you, Senior Leia. Xian amicably shook hands with him, and Leia's smile widened even further. This is Lillian and George, both of whom are second-year students. Lillian possesses the fire attribute, while George embodies the wood attribute. Besides their complementary rivalry, they are also both alchemists, albeit one excels in potion making and the other in poison crafting. Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he developed a keen interest in the two individuals. The profession of an alchemist is arguably one of the most lucrative on the spirit martial continent, second only to that of a blacksmith. Alchemists extract the essence from medicinal herbs to concoct potions and elixirs. By ingesting or applying these remedies, warriors can enhance their prowess or heal wounds, rendering alchemists highly sought after and coveted by numerous factions. However, the reverence afforded to alchemists is predicated upon their scarcity. To embark on the path of alchemy, one must first possess a requisite attribute. The warrior's fighting spirit must be aligned with either the wood or fire element. The fire attribute enables the alchemist to master the nuances of heat regulation, while the wood attribute aids in comprehending the energies within the herbs. Furthermore, a formidable mental fortitude is essential for success as an alchemist. The manipulation of the alchemical cauldron demands immense mental energy. A feeble mind can lead to catastrophic failures, such as explosions or even life-threatening accidents. Lastly, substantial financial resources are imperative to support one's journey in alchemy, as the process invariably consumes a plethora of rare herbs, which remain exorbitantly priced on the spirit martial continent. Thus, fulfilling all these criteria to become an alchemist is a formidable challenge. Xian had always been deeply intrigued by the art of potion making, yet she had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Now, upon encountering Lillian and George, her curiosity stirred with fervor. It seems that her attribute-less physique would meet the criteria for a potion master. She wondered if she might have the chance to become one herself. The fervent gaze of Xian sent shivers down the spines of both Lillian and George. Lillian, in particular, instinctively reached up to touch her face, pondering whether there might be some unobserved blemish marring her complexion. Senior Lillian, as Xian began to speak, Lillian waved her hand to interrupt him. We are of similar age. There is no need for you to address me as senior. Simply call me Lillian, and refer to him as George. There is no need for such formality. It sounds rather awkward. Lillian not only expressed her own thoughts, but also took the liberty of speaking on behalf of George. Xian noticed the brightness in her eyes and the familiarity in her tone, which did not seem merely polite. She responded with a smile. All right, Lillian, George. May our collaboration be delightful. Delightful indeed, George replied with a nod, feeling a surge of emotion within. Not long ago, he had been devising ways to connect with Xian. Their previous encounter had been fleeting, barely allowing them a few words before they parted ways in haste. Little did he expect that their next meeting would coincide with Xian's joining the team, facilitated by Caroline's invitation. Had he known this, he would not have expended so much effort. Caroline, Xian, you are both from the same cohort, and you will be spending more time together than we will. So I implore you to get along well. Caroline had already begun to feel anxious before Caroline had even introduced her. When Caroline brought Xian before her, she stood abruptly, her little face flushed crimson. Xian, let bygones be bygones. I shall cooperate with you moving forward. Caroline, perhaps due to her nerves, failed to modulate her volume, her declaration resonating throughout the room. She was startled by the echo, feeling a degree of embarrassment she had never experienced before. Xian fixed her gaze upon her, refraining from expressing belief or disbelief, merely extending his hand toward her. She had always distrusted verbal promises, and as for Caroline's words, time alone would serve to validate them. Caroline was momentarily taken aback. Then, with delight, she reached out and firmly grasped Xian's hand, her lips curving into an exuberant smile. Was this an acknowledgement not only from her sister Carol, but also from Xian? The elation was truly unparalleled. Well, now that everyone is acquainted, our little monster squad is finally complete. I am Captain Carol, and I kindly ask for your guidance henceforth. With a joyful clap of her hands to capture everyone's attention, Carol bowed deeply to the group. Xian and the 6 others rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Please guide us. On an inconspicuous night, the renowned monster team of the Lingwu continent was officially established. Morris, please cease your incessant pestering. I have made it clear that I will not forgive Veter. Outside the classroom, Scarlet angrily turned her head, casting a glare at the incessantly chattering Morris. Bewildered by how he had become so irksome, Morris awkwardly retracted his hand, which he had intended to use to grasp Scarlet's, and implored, "Scarlet, Veeder truly recognizes his mistakes. He merely wishes to invite you to dinner and then apologize. We are all classmates. Must you be so unyielding?" In his final words, Morris's tone bore a hint of reproach. Despite Veeder's previous transgressions being somewhat excessive, they had ultimately caused no significant harm to Scarlet. Furthermore, if he now sought to mend fences, why must Scarlet stubbornly escalate the situation, making it increasingly tense? Morris felt that as a good friend, it was his duty to persuade Scarlet to let go of her grievances and preserve her friendship with their peers. "Morris, have you lost your mind? You were present when Veeder tormented me. Why should I forgive him? Moreover, he has yet to fulfill his initial promise. When does he intend to do so? I still plan to call a Xian to witness it." Scarlet found Morris to be utterly unreasonable. When she had been mocked as the bottom of the class, Morris had not hesitated to defend her. Yet now that her circumstances had finally begun to improve, he was turning his back to support Veeder, the very one who had targeted her. Scarlet felt a deep sense of betrayal. "Scarlet." Morris, slightly exasperated, lowered his voice. "Veeder has genuinely recognized his errors. He simply wishes to ease tensions. Why must you continue to be so confrontational? Is reconciliation not preferable?" As Morris continued under Scarlet's incredulous gaze, he declared, "Veeder has already prepared a banquet for you at the tavern in the royal city tomorrow, wishing to extend an invitation. Please, do me this favor and attend just once." "Insanity. I believe you have truly lost your mind. I will not go." Scarlet vehemently shook her head. "If you insist on forcing me, then I think it is time for our friendship to come to an end. Farewell, Morris." Scarlet walked away without looking back. Spending time with Xian had subtly transformed her into a more decisive and independent individual. She recognized her right to refuse anything that displeased her. Whereas she might have once chosen to endure for the sake of preserving their friendship, she now felt that being alone was entirely acceptable. After all, she had more than just Morris as a friend. Xian counted as one, and Harry could be considered a half-friend at best. Scarlet did not invest much emotion in this matter. After parting ways with Morris, she quickly cast it aside. However, Morris's mood was far from cheerful, particularly upon returning home to find Vito waiting at the door, a look of distress etched on his face. "Morris, how did it go? Did Scarlet agree?" The barrage of questions from Vito made it increasingly difficult for Morris to respond, and his dissatisfaction with Scarlet grew. Initially, he and Scarlet had been the best of friends. But since Xian's arrival, their relationship had become increasingly strained, especially with days passing without a word exchanged. Morris could not help but feel disheartened. Yet he reassured himself that Scarlet was improving, and he should be happy for her. He believed they were still good friends, but Scarlet had changed, becoming a stranger to him. It was merely a small request. Why wouldn't she acquiesce, leaving him in such an awkward position? Morris remained silent, and Vito discerned the answer. He feigned disappointment, lowering his head. "Has Scarlet still not forgiven me? I genuinely wish to be her friend. Morris, can you understand?" "Of course, I understand you very well. In fact, I too am perplexed by Scarlet's actions. I am disappointed in her," Morris replied, his voice laced with urgency as he comforted Vito. "Morris, since you understand me so well, you must help me." Vito grasped Morris's wrist, raising his gaze with intense yearning in his eyes. I do not know how I can assist you." "Scarlet is too stubborn," Morris replied, shaking his head in frustration. He understood Scarlet well enough to know that she had no intention of forgiving Vito. Any further attempts at persuasion would only backfire. Come up with an excuse to get her out. Once she sees my sincerity, she will surely forgive me. Morris could sense Vito's agitation. As the grip on his wrist tightened, he thought to himself, Vito seems genuinely remorseful. If that is the case, I must assist him in reconciling with Scarlet. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I will find a way to help you get Scarlet out." "Thank you, Morris. You are truly a good person." With fervor, Vito embraced Morris. From a perspective unseen by Morris, a sinister and enigmatic curve graced Vito's lips. "Harry, do you think I should forgive Morris?" Scarlet had been troubled of late. Ever since her tumultuous parting with Morris, she believed their friendship had reached its conclusion. To her surprise, the next day, Morris approached her as if nothing had transpired, greeting her warmly and offering an apology. Scarlet held each of her friendships in high regard and thus considered reconciling with Morris. However, mere days later, Morris began inviting her to the royal city. Citing the arrival of innovative offensive tools at a merchant guild, Scarlett found this somewhat peculiar and was reluctant to go. Yet, Morris persistently extended his invitations. After several rejections, she was now at a loss on how to decline further. Initially, she contemplated confiding in Xian, but recalling that such conversations would likely lead to her being dragged into the training room, she lost her nerve. After much deliberation, she ultimately sought out Harry. Being male, Harry and Morris should have a better understanding of one another's thoughts, she reasoned. Harry pondered deeply and remarked, "Your friend does seem a bit odd. Perhaps he has not yet given up." Scarlett's eyes sparkled with newfound affirmation. "Right? I felt I wasn't overthinking it. So, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to maintain this friendship?" I don't know. After all, he was once my best friend." Scarlett rested her chin in her hand, sighing despondently. Observing her hesitation, Harry surmised her stance and suggested, "Why not accompany him once? If he truly leads you to meet feet, you can sever ties." "But I don't want to encounter that fellow Veet." Scarlett frowned. "No worries. I'll follow behind. If he presses you, just call for me, and I shall deal with him." Harry spoke with a hint of weakness, for he was indeed Morris's senior and lacked confidence in his ability to confront him. Nevertheless, Scarlett, oblivious to his trepidation, nodded enthusiastically. "All right, it's settled." The students of Class S in their first year were in high spirits recently, as their class's little devil, Caroline, had inexplicably grown taciturn. This was evident in her reluctance to curse during lessons and her gentler approach during practical exercises, making their days considerably more bearable. Unbeknownst to Caroline, she had undergone such a significant transformation. When the bell rang, she hurried toward the dormitory, her eyes ablaze with spirited determination. Now that she was in the same team as Carla and Xian, she could not afford to be left behind. As Caroline pondered, a familiar figure emerged within her line of sight. After a moment's hesitation, she took the initiative to greet the person, Xian. This was for the sake of team harmony, not an attempt to curry favor with Xian. However, to her dismay, Xian acknowledged her presence with nothing more than a perfunctory nod before hastily walking past, showing no inclination to pause for a conversation. Seething with anger, she turned her head away, attempting to pierce Xian with a glare. Yet, as her gaze followed Xian growing ever more distant, her thoughts began to wander, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within her heart. The direction in which Xian departed seemed to lead towards the academy's entrance. Was she intending to leave? Caroline's thoughts wandered for a moment, yet she chose not to dwell on it, instead breaking into a triumphant smile. Since Xian was not applying herself, it was all the more imperative for Caroline to seize the opportunity to cultivate her skills. Perhaps she would soon surpass Xian. With her chin held high, Caroline strode back with renewed vigor, her steps considerably lighter this time. After leaving Winchester, Xian did not pause for a moment and directly arrived at an inn located at the heart of the royal city. She opened her hand to examine the note within, confirming that the address inscribed upon it corresponded to this very establishment. Without hesitation, she entered the inn, dismissing the attendant who offered to guide her, and ascended to the third floor with an air of aloofness, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Earlier that day, she had discovered a note tucked away on her desk. The note contained the address of the inn and the name of a private room, with no additional information provided. Xian initially believed it to be a prank orchestrated by a fellow classmate. However, upon detecting the familiar scent of the perfume commonly worn by Scarlett, along with the aroma of Harry's favorite delicacies lingering on the note, she suddenly became alert. Consequently, she first sought out individuals in Harry and Scarlett's class, but to no avail. Afterward, she proceeded to their residences and, upon confirming their absence from their rooms, it dawned on her that both had encountered an unforeseen mishap. Moreover, it was evident that the assailant was not targeting Harry and Scarlett. Rather, their actions were directed towards her, as evidenced by the deliberate placement of the note. This note served as both a reminder and a warning. Xian, concerned for the safety of Scarlett and Harry, ventured alone to the tavern. The third floor of the establishment housed several private rooms, and upon locating one named Mandala, Xian hesitated to enter immediately. Instead, she employed her mental energy to scan the surroundings. However, as her mental force made contact with the room, it was instantly repelled. Xian's eyes glimmered slightly as she called out at the doorway, "Scarlett, Harry." A profound silence enveloped the room. Xian clenched the note in her hand and suddenly turned towards the staircase. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The entire third floor was so quiet that only the sound of her footsteps could be heard. As Xian reached the staircase, her steps abruptly halted, and she exhaled deeply, conceding defeat. With that, she hurried back to the private room, resolutely pushing open the door. As the door swung wide, a tremendous force akin to a whirlpool, instantly drew Xian inside. Bang! The door slammed shut with a jolt, and the third floor returned to silence once more. After a while, the door to the adjacent room creaked open, revealing two figures, one old and one young, emerging from within. They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. "Vit, I truly owe you this time, otherwise I would have been at a loss on how to lure Xian out," Otto remarked, looking at the young man beside him with evident satisfaction. "Lord Otto, you flatter me. This success is not solely mine. Had it not been for your ability to summon Cornell's powerful ally, even if I succeeded in drawing Xian out, I would have had no means to eliminate her. You are the one who contributed the most," Vit humbly acknowledged, a hint of pride betraying his demeanor. After plotting for many days, he finally orchestrated the removal of a significant threat. It felt as though the dark clouds that had loomed over him had dissipated. Without Xian, Scarlet could no longer rely on her connections to suppress him. In his view, a tale was merely a tale, forever incapable of turning its fate around. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my earlier promise. As for those two students, you should return them promptly and be cautious. We must not attract any unwanted attention," Otto advised, casting a sidelong glance at the two unconscious individuals in the private room, lowering his voice slightly. "Do not worry, my lord. I will ensure everything is tidied up." Leaving no trace behind, Vit replied with a slight smile. Throughout, he had never intended to harm Scarlet and Harry. They were merely bait to draw Xian out. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Otto smiled in satisfaction, then lowered his black hat to obscure his face as he exited through the back door of the tavern. Vit lingered for a moment longer before summoning Morris, who was idling on the street. Upon seeing Scarlet and Harry sprawled on the table, Morris's face paled. "Vit, what have you done to Scarlet?" Vit scoffed lightly, adopting an innocent expression. "Morris, what do you take me for? I have done nothing. They simply drank too much. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." Morris approached Scarlet, examining her condition. He noticed her flushed cheeks and the unmistakable scent of alcohol, with no signs of injury. He let out a sigh of relief and, feeling somewhat weak-kneed, sat down beside Scarlet. After his initial fear, he felt a twinge of anger. "Vit, didn't you say you were going to apologize to Scarlet? How has she come to this state? She is a girl. This is exceedingly perilous. Heaven knows." He was truly frightened just now. If Scarlet were to come to any harm, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Was it merely a matter of consuming a bit too much alcohol? What is all the fuss about? With a frigid expression, Wit remarked, "I have matters to attend to shortly. You are responsible for taking them both back. I shall take my leave now." Before Morris could fully comprehend the situation, Wit impatiently waved his hand and exited the private room. Morris stood there, stunned. Why had Wit's demeanor shifted so abruptly? Just this morning, he had earnestly implored him to ensure Scarlet's outing, yet now he seemed entirely transformed. No. It would be more accurate to say that Wit appeared to have reverted to his original self, the arrogant, indifferent Wit. He gazed vacantly at the slumbering Scarlet and Harry, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. It seemed, this time, he had truly erred. Suddenly, a suppressed groan resonated within the stifling darkness. After an indeterminate span of time, the sound of labored breathing began to fill the air. Xian expressionlessly wiped the blood from her lips, reflecting on the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. Her eyes were filled with a swirling coldness and a murderous intent. She had not anticipated that someone had set a triggering formation within the private room. Merely opening the door would result in being transported to this cage crafted with psychic energy, subjecting her to a mental assault. Had Xian been merely a gifted warrior rather than a spirit master, her soul would have been mercilessly crushed by the overwhelming psychic force upon her arrival, leaving behind only an empty shell. This experience served as a stark reminder that she was not as invincible as she had imagined, nearly leading her to a disastrous fate. Although she had survived, she had sustained injuries from the assailant's attack, and more troubling was the realization that she was trapped within this psychic prison, unable to escape. The individual responsible for creating this mental cage must possess a greater power than her own, their psychic abilities rivaling those of her mentor, Dean Green. Xian lifted her gaze to scrutinize the impenetrable barrier of space, a faint bitter smile escaping her lips. With her own strength, it was uncertain how long it would take to breach this confinement. If only she could uncover a weakness in this prison, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, at present, she found herself devoid of any clues. Would she truly be trapped within this cage for all eternity? The term cage seemed oddly familiar. She had heard it somewhere, though the memory eluded her in that moment. Where could she have encountered it? Xian's eyes suddenly widened. and then she lowered her head to rummage through her storage bracelet. Finally, she produced a small booklet. She found it. Indeed, this was it. The spiritual cage. A mid-grade mystical technique. On her journey to the royal city, Xian had once slain a 4th-level spirit master named Eddie, from whom she acquired a tome entitled Mental Cage. Now, the place in which she found herself trapped bore an uncanny resemblance to the mental cage described within that very book. This implies that if she could swiftly master the technique of the mental cage, she might just discover a means of escape from this predicament. Xian's spirit soared, her face briefly illuminated by an excited smile, only to gradually fade moments later. If her memory served her right, the spirit master named Eddie had mentioned that he was the chief minner of Cornell. This implied that the incident concerning her assault might indeed bear the mark of Cornell's involvement. Xian had long contemplated the identity of the individual orchestrating the scheme against her on her way to the tavern. Her initial suspicion fell upon Otto, the leader of the mercenary alliance in the royal city, and his son, Victor. They wielded considerable influence in the royal city, and given the enmity between them, they were the most plausible suspects, as well as the most capable of devising such a plot. The second individual she considered with suspicion was Wit, with whom she had previously clashed. Although Wit had maintained a low profile of late, her intuition suggested that he would not easily let bygones be bygones. Particularly, his involvement in the notes exchanged within the academy, as well as his actions against Scarlet and Harry, rendered Wit a significant suspect as well. Xian's inclinations leaned towards the former, yet she never anticipated that this matter would intertwine with Cornell. It is worth noting that aside from that singular exchange meeting, she had little to no interaction with Cornell, let alone any profound enmity. Why, then, would Cornell suddenly turn its sights upon her? Xian recalled the long-standing conflict between Cornell and Winchester, and a slight twitch crossed her lips. Could it be as she feared? That would render Cornell utterly despicable. Xian, shrouded in a tempest of confusion and indignation, reopened the tome chronicling the confines of her mental prison. The truth of the matter would have to await her escape from this place for further investigation. Thus, she immersed herself swiftly in the study of spiritual techniques, oblivious to the chaos her disappearance had ignited outside. Dean Green wore a grim expression, his gaze sharp as lightning. "Did you witness Xian leaving the academy?" he demanded. Caroline nodded nervously. "Yes, I called out to her, but she seemed in a hurry to attend to some matter, scarcely acknowledging me as she headed towards the academy's exit." Caroline regretted her inaction. Had she known Xian would not return, she would have detained her to inquire thoroughly. Dean Green scrutinized her once more, confirming her ignorance before dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Once Caroline departed, he sighed heavily, weariness etched upon his features. 3 days had passed since Xian's disappearance. In that time, they had scoured both the academy and the royal city, yet not a trace of her could be found. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. Were it not for his knowledge of Xian's serious disposition, he might have suspected she was deliberately concealing herself. For there were no clues to be unearthed. Vice Dean Karen observed the toll on Dean Green's countenance, his age seemingly advanced by several years, and felt a pang of sympathy. No news can be considered good news. Xian is intelligent and capable. Surely she is safe. Let us hope so. Dean Green replied with another heavy sigh. At that moment, a vigorous knocking echoed from the door. Dean Green's spirits lifted. "Enter." The door swung open to reveal Hu Yaning, accompanied by Scarlet, Harry, and Morris. Hu Yaning exclaimed excitedly, "Dean, we have a lead." "Scarlet, please share." Scarlet stepped forward, her eyes reddened like those of a rabbit, her voice hoarse yet coherent as she recounted her findings to the dean. "Dean, I suspect Xian's disappearance is connected to Vite." She detailed how she and Harry had been lured out by Morris, how they had unknowingly lost consciousness, and ultimately how Morris had returned them. "The day Harry and I were deceived into leaving was the very day Xian vanished. Moreover, Vite has not returned to the academy since that day. He must be feeling guilty. Dean, he certainly knows where Xian has gone. You must find him." That day, Scarlet returned home and did not awaken until the following afternoon. When she finally stirred, her head throbbed painfully, and she felt utterly depleted. Before she could regain her composure, she heard the alarming news of Xian's disappearance. Summoning her strength, she set out to search for him, only to realize that the situation was likely intertwined with her own actions. In haste, she joined Harry to interrogate Morris, and after much pressing, they uncovered the truth, prompting her to seek out the principal. Upon hearing the news, Hu Yaning took it very seriously and swiftly gathered a team to meet with the dean. Dean Green, too, found Scarlet's suspicions plausible and with a piercing gaze, he turned to Morris and asked, "On that day, did you see Xian?" "No, I did not," Morris replied, his heart racing with anxiety. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been elated to converse with the dean, but now he felt so distraught that he could hardly summon tears. "What do you know?" Dean Green's expression was stern, and although he did not intentionally exert pressure, his presence was undeniably formidable. Morris, sweating profusely, stammered, I know nothing. Veit. He just said he wanted to apologize to Scarlett, so he asked me to help arrange a meeting with her. After that, I don't know anything else. I swear this has nothing to do with me." He then cast a desperate glance at Scarlett, pleading, "Scarlett, please help me explain to the dean. I only wanted to assist you." Scarlett bit her lip, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Since the day she had been deceived into leaving, she had severed ties with Morris. They were no longer friends. Given that Morris likely possessed some crucial information, Dean Green's demeanor was far more severe than that of Caroline. Morris, already feeling guilty, soon divulged everything he knew under relentless questioning from Dean Green. Upon hearing his account, Dean Green and Vice Dean Karen immediately designated Veit as a primary suspect and disseminated the information, mobilizing all efforts to locate him. As Winchester stood as the foremost institution of the Aslan Empire and even the entire southern region, its network of students was vast and incredibly intricate. With the assistance of the imperial family of the Aslan Empire and the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, news of Veit soon surfaced. That evening, Veit, who had already departed the territory of the Aslan Empire, was clandestinely brought to the dean's office at Winchester. "Speak, where is Xian now?" Veit was thrown into the office still dazed, and upon hearing the question, he slowly raised his head, confusion etched on his face. "Dean, I do not understand what you are saying. What has happened to Xian? If it were not for Xian, why did you flee?" Dean Green's expression remained calm, his tone gentle yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Veit replied, "I did not flee. I had already obtained permission from teacher Aileen before I left. Did she not inform you?" Despite his composed demeanor, Veiter was internally filled with unease. He had not anticipated that Winchester would uncover the matter so swiftly and even send someone to bring him back. This realization heightened his awareness of Xian's significance in Dean Green's eyes, solidifying his resolve to remain tight-lipped. After all, Xian was already deceased, and all traces had been effectively erased. Without evidence, Dean Green could do nothing to him. Dean Green, perceiving Veiter's thoughts with keen insight, couldn't help but sigh internally. He truly felt his age. Even students now dared not regard him with the respect he once commanded. "Dean, may I rise? I find it somewhat uncomfortable to kneel." Veiter ventured, testing the waters as Dean Green remained silent. Before he could finish his sentence, Dean Green's figure suddenly blurred before his eyes, gradually splitting into two. Veiter stared in shock, believing he was experiencing an illusion, striving to discern Dean Green's true appearance. However, his vision grew increasingly foggy, and his thoughts began to drift into chaos. "Where is Xian?" A voice, as if from beyond the heavens, echoed in Veiter's ears. His gaze vacant, he replied, "She is dead." In an instant, a chilling wind filled the room, causing all objects within to tremble. Had Veiter not been struggling to breathe, Dean Green would have annihilated everything in that space. How could Xian possibly be dead? She is his most cherished and esteemed student, and also the hope of Winchester. Dean Green's face, etched with deep lines, was shrouded in gloom. "Did you witness Xian's death with your own eyes?" Until he received an answer. Dean Green had never felt time move so excruciatingly slowly. "No." The wind in the room suddenly ceased. "Then why do you claim she is dead? Where was she last seen?" Veit displayed a look of turmoil. Evidently this question struck at a sensitive chord. Dean Green merely smiled coldly, intensifying his mental assault. Veit's struggle instantly transformed into tranquility. He enunciated each word. "Xian has fallen into the mental trap set by the Spirit King, and her demise is inevitable." The Spirit King? Dean Green's body quivered, revealing a mixture of shock and fury. In the entire Aslan Empire, there are only two Spirit Kings. One is himself, and the other is Derek, the Dean of Cornell Academy. So, Xian's disappearance is due to interference from Cornell Academy? Dean Green's rage morphed into a sardonic smile. No wonder he had swept through the royal city with his mental power and found no trace. It had been obliterated by Derek. For years, Cornell Academy and Winchester had been rivals. Although the two institutions had not forged a deep bond, there was at least a sense of neighborly camaraderie. Dean Green had often turned a blind eye to Cornell Academy's provocations, not wishing to escalate matters. It now appeared that his leniency had nurtured a vicious wolf. Cornell Academy had truly struck at Dean Green's most tender spot this time. Derek. Dean Green roared, his figure transforming into a shadowy light as he sped toward Cornell Academy. Derek, come out. Come out. Come forth. The bright moon hung high, and most of Cornell's students, after a day of diligent training, had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a deafening crash jolted them awake, their hearts racing as they surveyed their surroundings. Was that thunder? The faculty of Cornell Academy, equally bewildered by the commotion, quickly donned their robes and rushed outside, soon spotting a figure standing above the square of Cornell Academy. This was not Green. Have you come to declare war against Cornell in the dead of night? The crowd felt a flash before their eyes, as another figure materialized before Dean Green. Upon seeing Dean Derek appear, they collectively sighed in relief. Only Dean Derek could stand toe-to-toe with Dean Green. Derek, I had always believed you to be somewhat narrow-minded yet still a respectable educator, but to discover your insidious nature lurking beneath is truly disheartening. Where is Xian? Hand him over immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for dismantling your Cornell. Dean Green's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through every corner of Cornell University like a tidal wave. The faculty and students exchanged bewildered glances, some unable to believe their own ears. During the previous exchange event, Xian had risen to fame, garnering considerable popularity at Cornell. Furthermore, the incident surrounding Xian's disappearance had created quite a stir, and they had heard various speculations. However, among those conjectures, there certainly was no mention of the situation Dean Green had just described. Is the disappearance of Xian the result of the sinister machinations of Dean Derek? This seems implausible. Could it be that the individuals from Winchester are orchestrating this charade to tarnish the reputation of their rival academy? Green. Your students from Winchester have gone missing. What relevance does that hold for me in Cornell? Do not act irrationally. Beneath the cloak of night. Dean Derek's countenance nearly merged with the shadows. Dean Green scoffed. Derek, you are well aware of my methods. Do not provoke me. He had cultivated his temper over the years, yet that did not imply he was devoid of wrath. The title of Dream Demon was not bestowed lightly. I have already stated that I have not seen Xian. If you seek someone, you should not implicate Cornell. Dean Derek maintained a similarly assertive demeanor. If that is the case, then I shall dismantle your Cornell. Dean Green exclaimed, furiously sweeping his sleeves, and a surge of dark mist suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. The mist rapidly coalesced in the void, resembling an invisible mountain that loomed ominously over Cornell. The already dim surroundings rendered visibility non-existent, and a sinister aura seeped through the air. Why has the sky darkened? I can see nothing.